Hanley unexpectedly reincarnated in the Soul Master continent, acquiring a divine-grade, life-draining system, which allows him to grow stronger by sacrificing his own life force. From that moment onward, he began his life as Han Aoyan, triumphing over Tang San with his fists and kicking Master with his feet, engaging in reckless life-draining and relentless leveling up. Before him, even the prodigious talents of the seven monsters, the formidable Dua experts, and even gods trembled in fear. Please, young Master Han, show us mercy and refrain from draining any more life. If this continues, we shall surely perish. Chapter 1. Emperor Soul Village, Awakening of the Martial Soul. In the Soul Master continent, Emperor Soul Village, renowned for producing a Soul Emperor, lies a mere 4 to 5 miles from the neighboring Saint Soul Village. At noon, within the central wooden house of the village chief, Old Dog Egg, stood ready with Han Li and 10 other children, all aged 6. Today marked the day of the Martial Soul Awakening, and they were eagerly anticipating the arrival of Master Su Yuntao from the Martial Soul Hall. Heavenly beings, I beseech you, let this year bring forth a Soul Master from our Emperor Soul Village. Especially bless the clever child, Han Li, with a fine martial soul, so that he may bring glory to our village. Old Dog Egg fervently prayed, as their village lagged behind the more prestigious Saint Soul Village, which had long looked down upon them. Every year, Old Dog Egg hoped for the emergence of a Soul Master to showcase before the villagers of Saint Soul Village and Old Jack. Yet, in recent years, their village had met with failure, and Saint Soul Village had similarly faltered. Grandpa Village Chief, do not fret, have faith. This year, the children from Saint Soul Village are unlikely to succeed, and our village stands a good chance. Compared to his peers, Hanley appeared remarkably composed, though a flicker of nervousness lingered within him. Originally a student who had stayed up late reading the Doa, a continent novel, he unexpectedly traversed into this world, growing from infancy. He had anticipated that as a reincarnator, he would surely possess a system, allowing him to effortlessly defeat Tang San, overpower Master, and vanquish Qian Daolu, while lavishing affection upon the beautiful girls like Qian Renshua, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Lu Erlong. However, after 6 years of waiting, there had been no signs of such a system. Even his attempts to visit Tang San's home in Saint Soul Village to tap into some luck proved fruitless. Hanley could only pin his hopes on the Martial Soul Awakening, praying fervently not to awaken a useless martial soul and to possess some soul power, thus enabling him to become a Soul Master. He envisioned that as he matured and gained strength, he could venture to those fabled locations to gather wondrous herbs and elixirs to enhance his power. As a model youth of the 21st century, even without a system or the guidance of an elder, he resolved to find a way to grow stronger. Otherwise, he would not do justice to his identity as a reincarnator. Let us hope for the best. A faint smile emerged on Old Dog Egg's weathered face, as he had previously learned that this year, 8 children from Saint Soul Village would undergo their awakening, and they appeared rather ordinary, suggesting that none would succeed. In contrast, their Emperor Soul Village had 10 children participating, enhancing their hopes. Most importantly, they had their seed candidate, Han Li, whose intellect was quite agile, instilling great confidence in Old Dog Egg. With anticipation building, Su Yuntao finally arrived. Master, have any children from Saint Soul Village successfully awakened their martial souls? What is the situation? Old Dog Egg inquired eagerly. A few children have successfully awakened their martial souls. However, only one possesses soul power, and it is a waste martial soul. Such a pity. I have traveled to several villages without encountering a qualified candidate. I sincerely hope that Emperor Soul Village can produce one, but may I borrow your auspicious words, Master? All right, children, let us commence the awakening. Su Yuntao's gaze fell upon the 10 children of Emperor Soul Village. As a patrolling deacon of a martial soul hall, it was his duty to assist ordinary individuals in awakening their martial souls. That he skillfully retrieved 2 items from his bag, 6 glossy black stones and a sparkling crystal ball. Arranging the 6 stones in a hexagonal formation, he gestured for the first child to step inside. Being a child, it was natural for him to feel nervous and frightened during such a momentous occasion. Suddenly, Su Yuntao's eyes emanated an unusual light, a sign heralding the awakening of the martial soul. 2 rings of light ignited beneath his feet, and subtle changes occurred in his body, revealing numerous wolf-like traits. A ghostly green cold light erupted from his eyes, and his fingernails transformed into sharp claws. There's a ghost. The child standing in the center of the stones trembled in terror, instinctively wanting to flee. Chapter 2. The Scythe Martial Soul, Innate Soul Power Level 5. Su Yuntao firmly grasped the child's shoulder. Fear not. This is my martial soul. Should fortune favor you, and you become a soul master, you too shall possess similar abilities. The only individual unperturbed by Su Yuntao's display was Hanley. As a seasoned reader of the Doa Conant novels, he was well aware of the extraordinary nature of martial souls. I wonder what kind of martial soul I will awaken. As a transmigrator without a system, it would be utterly unacceptable if I were to be granted a lackluster martial soul. Hanley mused silently. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Su Yuntao clapped his hands lightly, channeling a faint green light into the 6 stones. The stones erupted with a brilliant golden glow, coalescing into a protective barrier that enveloped the child. For reasons unknown, the once terrified child suddenly fell into a tranquil stupor. But the process was not yet complete. Golden specks of light drifted from the stones and entered the child's body, signaling the conclusion of the martial soul awakening. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao commanded, his gaze fixed intently upon the child. The dazed child, roused by his voice, complied obediently. As the light flickered, an ordinary small home materialized in the child's palm, appearing undeniably real rather than illusory. Su Yuntao furrowed his brow. A farming tool as a martial soul? It seemed ill-suited for combat. Nonetheless, he proceeded to have the child undergo a soul power test, as any measure of soul power would indicate a potential to become a soul master. Guided by Su Yuntao, the child placed his hand upon the crystal ball, only to find that he possessed no soul power whatsoever. The absence of soul power meant he could not cultivate and would thus be unable to become a soul master. Following this, Su Yuntao continued the martial soul awakenings for several other children, adhering to the same procedure. Aside from the first child, 3 others successfully awakened their martial souls, which were identified as a wolf, a blade of grass, and a fan. Yet, without exception, these children also lacked even a trace of soul power. Su Yuntao felt a pang of disappointment, pondering why this year's children seemed so lackluster. After all his efforts, the waste of soul power left him questioning what he had gained. The village chief, Old Dog Dan, grew anxious and hastily pushed Hanley forward, asserting that this child was intelligent, clever, and possessed great potential. Despite his fatigue, Su Yuntao followed the protocol and prepared to awaken Hanley's martial soul, though he harbored little hope and merely wished to return for some well-deserved rest. Hanley, however, was filled with excitement. After a long wait, it was finally his turn. I must awaken a powerful martial soul. He longed to shine brightly in the Dolua continent. As golden specks of light converged rapidly, Hanley did not disappoint the village chief's expectations and successfully awakened his martial soul. However, the outcome was somewhat less than satisfying. Hanley felt a numbness wash over him. Heaven had not favored him with a prestigious martial soul. He had received a scythe. Su Yuntao was at a loss for words. Another farming tool? Yet compared to a hoe or a blade of grass, a scythe did possess a modicum of offensive capability. Do not lose heart. What if you possess soul power? The village chief, Old Dog Dan, gazed at Hanley with hopeful eyes, imploring Su Yuntao to test Hanley's soul power without delay. Hanley, equally unwilling to accept such a humble martial soul, placed his hand upon the crystal ball as instructed by Su Yuntao. The moment he made contact, he felt a powerful pull, his body beginning to tremble as an internal force surged forth. Soon, the crystal ball illuminated. Its glow, while not blinding, was nonetheless dazzling. Your innate soul power is level 5. Su Yuntao exclaimed in astonishment. This indicated that with diligent cultivation, Hanley could potentially become a grand soul master akin to Su Yuntao himself. At that moment, Hanley was suddenly engulfed in a dizzying sensation, as if his consciousness were being drawn by an unseen force, spiraling out of control. When he finally opened his eyes, the scenery around him had transformed. He found himself inexplicably transported from the village to a dark, void-like realm, eerily silent and hauntingly still. This was, in fact, Hanley's spiritual world. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the God-level life exchange system. A cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed. Hanley felt a surge of excitement, nearly leaping in joy, at long last. After 6 years of traversing the Dolua continent, he had obtained the system he had longed for. How long I have waited for this day. However, amidst his exhilaration, Hanley was struck by curiosity regarding the nature of this God-level life exchange system. The host could exchange their own life or that of others upon defeating them, in order to redeem various items from the system shop, including soul power enhancement pills, 10,000-year soul rings, divine soul rings, dual martial souls, spirits, soul-guided devices, various soul techniques, domains, celestial herbs, and soul beasts, among others. The better the item, the greater the cost. Information regarding the God-level life exchange system flooded Hanley's mind. Exchange my own life? Hanley's eyes widened in disbelief. If he were to extinguish his own life, what use would his newfound power serve? The host automatically gains 2 days of lifespan for each day lived. The system seemed to read his thoughts, adding a reassuring note. This ability was indeed remarkable. If Hanley were initially destined to live for 100 years, the system would extend his lifespan to 300 years, effectively granting him triple longevity. Yet, he remained reluctant to exchange his own life and resolved to explore the possibility of exchanging others' lives instead. The system also featured a built-in sign-in mechanism. Should the host sign in at renowned locations and escape unscathed, they could earn additional lifespan. Examples included Shrek Academy, the Tiando Imperial Palace, the Tiando Prince Palace, the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well in the Sunset Forest, the Xing Luo Palace, the inner areas of the Stardo Great Forest, the core regions of the Stardo Forest, the Martial Soul City, the Elder Hall of the Martial Soul Hall, the Popes Hall, the Offering Hall, Sea God Island, and more. Note, the more dangerous the location, the greater the challenge for the host, and the more lifespan rewarded. With the potential for additional rewards such as enhanced soul power levels, soul rings, celestial herbs, and more. Chapter 3. Frantically exchanging lives, continuously growing stronger. Furthermore, after defeating others, the host could exchange the lifespan of the target character in the system shop. The stronger or more renowned the target, the greater the challenge for the protagonist, and the more lifespan that could be exchanged. In the next moment, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings, and a system panel materialized before Hanley. Host. Hanley. Martial Soul Scythe. Soul Power. Level 5. Soul Ring Color. None. Host Lifespan. 100 years. Other lifespan available for exchange. None. This god-level life exchange system was indeed intriguing. While Hanley was immersed in studying the system, a rare smile graced Su Yuntao's face. Wonderful. After traversing so many villages, we have finally unearthed a promising talent. What a delightful outcome. This journey had not been in vain. Admittedly, Hanley's martial soul was not exceptional. It was merely an ordinary scythe, but it was vastly superior to a useless martial soul. Provided this child committed to diligent cultivation, there was a significant chance he could become a soul master. The village chief, Old Dog Dan, could hardly contain his joy, his weathered face breaking into a radiant smile. Old Jack, how will you compete with me now? What if a child emerges from Holy Soul Village with full innate soul power? ISNT, that's still a worthless martial soul, the blue silver grass? How could a mere tangle of weeds ever compare to a sharp scythe? As Hanley emerged from the depths of the spiritual realm, he was immediately engulfed in the exuberant embrace of the elderly village chief, his mouth stretched into a wide grin. Our Empire Soul Village has finally risen to prominence, surpassing the Sacred Soul Village. In his excitement, the old chief, Dog Egg, momentarily forgot about Master Su Yuntao, who was approaching. Upon noticing him, he released Hanley and cleared his throat awkwardly to dispel the tension. Master Su Yuntao, however, paid little heed to the awkwardness, his entire focus directed towards Hanley. What is your name? He inquired. Hanley came a reply. In my travels across several villages this year, you are the only child who has awakened not only a non-defunct martial spirit, but also possesses soul power. Though I am revered as a master in the village, I am but a mere figure in the martial spirit hall, incapable of aiding you. Whether you can become a soul master rests solely upon your own exploration of this path. With that, Su Yuntao hurriedly departed. The village chief, Dog Egg, pulled Hanley aside and, squatting down with a serious expression, declared, Child, you are the hope of our Empire Soul Village. This year's opportunity for student worker in the village belongs to you. The closest city to Empire Soul Village is called Nodding City, home to a junior soul master academy, which annually offers a position for a student worker to the surrounding villages. Ordinary individuals who awaken their martial spirits must go there to learn the cultivation methods of soul masters. It is the only place where one can find the most accurate knowledge about martial spirits. Hanley offered a few perfunctory responses before excusing himself to return home, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the life-draining system. If he could master this divine life-draining system, he would become invincible across the continent. Once family da parta. The village chief, Dog Egg, hastened out of the village, heading straight for Sacred Soul Village. On the rural dirt road, Old Jack was engaged in conversation with the villagers. My fellow countrymen, after many years since our village produced a soul saint, we've now given birth to a prodigy with innate full soul power. He exclaimed, I have decided to send that child to the Nodding Academy for further education. Just then, Dog Egg swaggered over, brimming with pride. Dog Egg, what brings you to our village? Old Jack inquired, his brow furrowed. The two had always been rivals, both serving as village chiefs and relishing in their competition. What does innate, full soul power matter? Do not think I am unaware that the child's martial spirit is the blue silver grass, a useless martial spirit. How do you know that? Old Jack asked in surprise, quickly deducing that it must have been Master Su Yuntao who informed him. A useless martial spirit with high soul power is of no consequence. Our village has truly produced a prodigy this year. His martial spirit is a scythe, with innate soul power at level 5. Dog Egg boasted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon hearing this, Old Jack's expression darkened instantly. I advise you not to send that child with a useless martial spirit to the Nodding Academy. Otherwise, once he arrives, he will be overshadowed by our villagers. It will be quite unfavorable. Dog Egg laughed heartily in response. You! Old Jack nearly spat blood in frustration. Meanwhile, back in Empire Soul Village, Hanley resolved to experiment with a divine life-draining system. Naturally, he wouldn't recklessly drain his own life. That would be decidedly foolish. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly turned his gaze to the poultry in the yard. Is it possible that I could drain the lives of other animals as well? Without hesitation, Hanley approached a hen, clenching one fist and striking. To his astonishment, the 6-year-old Hanley knocked the hen unconscious with a single blow. This was likely due to the significant enhancement of his physique following his awakening of the martial spirit. He could probably overpower 1 or 2 physically weak adults now. I want to drain the life of this hen, Hanley silently affirmed. In the next instant, the system chimed in. Target, hen defeated. Congratulations, host, life drain successful. Could it truly work? He then set his sights on a barking wild dog at the gate, rushing forward and delivering a punch that rendered it unconscious. I want to drain the life of this wild dog. The same message of success resounded. However, these creatures were rather ordinary, and even a 10-year-old soul beast far surpassed them. The lives he could drain were minimal. The hen yielded 10 days of life, while the wild dog offered a fortnight. Subsequently, Hanley experimented with several other beasts, but the maximum he could achieve was a year. In summary, while he could drain the lives of such poultry, the efficiency of doing so was dismally low. To exchange for desired items in the system shop, he could only wonder how long it would take. It seemed imperative to swiftly enhance his own cultivation, defeating formidable foes to drain their lives for greater rewards, or seek out locations suitable for signing in. However, only the more perilous locations offered substantial rewards. Thus, Hanley's immediate priority remained to find ways to elevate his cultivation. For it was only through this enhancement that he could fully harness the system's capabilities. Perhaps a visit to the Notting Academy would yield unexpected fortunes. In the days that followed, Hanley frequently ventured out to hunt various ordinary beasts, draining their lives. After all, even the smallest fly is still meat. Given Hanley's current strength, he could only prey upon these lowly creatures. A few days later, on a bright sunny day, the village chief, Dog Egg, arrived early at Hanley's doorstep, ready to escort him to the Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Perhaps due to the impending journey to the Grand City, Dog Egg had donned a new outfit, exuding vitality. Shall we set off? He urged eagerly, as though he were the one about to enroll. On their way out of the village, Dog Egg regaled Hanley with tales he had gathered over the years. Each year, we in the surrounding villages receive a position for a student worker at Notting Academy. However, talents like you are rare, which is why it's been so long since anyone has gone to study. Student workers are exempt from tuition and accommodation fees. The conditions are quite favorable, requiring only that you cover your own meals. Once you enroll, you can take on simple jobs at the school in exchange for food. It's a form of self-reliance. Once Dog Egg began his monologue, there was no stopping him. Hanley would occasionally respond, but most of his thoughts were consumed by future plans. The journey from Empire Soul Village to Notting City was merely half a day's trek. They set out early in the morning and arrived by afternoon. Strictly speaking, Notting City was not a bustling metropolis, yet far outshone the humble Empire Soul Village. The city in trance boasted thick walls, and its streets were paved with high-quality cement rather than the dirt roads of the village. Various shops lined the sides of the roads, bustling with activity. Hanley, once I drop you off at the school gate, I must take my leave. You must study diligently on your own and avoid causing any trouble, Dog Egg implored earnestly. Staying overnight at an inn in Notting City was prohibitively expensive. A poor villager like him could hardly afford such luxuries. The two made their way to the west side of the city, with the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy within sight. At the entrance of the academy stands a grand archway, beneath which lie 2 iron gates of exquisite craftsmanship. Is that not old Jack from Holy Soul Village? The old dog glanced towards the school's entrance, where an elderly man accompanied by a child seemed to be embroiled in a dispute with the gatekeeper. Hanley's gaze was drawn to the blue-haired child, who was none other than Tang San. This is the Soul Master Academy. What business do you 2 rustic bumpkins have here? The gatekeeper barked, blocking old Jack's path. Despite the gatekeeper's aggressive demeanor, old Jack maintained his composure and began to explain. Young lad, this is our village's work-study student for the year. To his dismay, the gatekeeper scoffed, a work-study student? I haven't heard of such a thing. You must have gone to great lengths to gain entry. Take my advice and vanish from my sight at once. The latecomers, the old dog and Hanley, stood off to the side, watching the spectacle unfold. Witnessing Tang San's embarrassment brought a sense of satisfaction to Hanley. I hope we want TB turned away by the gatekeeper as well. Should we go over and see? Old Dog felt a sense of trepidation. Soon, Old Dog and Hanley arrived at the entrance of the Notting Academy. Old Dog, you're here too? This lad, doesn't he believe we are work-study students? Please help me explain, Old Jack said helplessly. This marked the first encounter between Hanley and Tang San. Over the past few days, Tang San had heard rumors of a child from a neighboring village possessing innate soul power at level 5, with a martial spirit far more formidable than blue silvergrass, a scythe. For some reason, Tang San felt that Hanley was an enigmatic individual, seemingly possessing a maturity beyond his years. What a day it is. Why must 2 more country bumpkins show up? The gatekeeper's expression was one of utter disdain. as if merely breathing the same air as these villagers repulsed him. He mocked Tang, San, and old Jack, while Hanley merely observed the unfolding drama. However, should the gatekeeper turn his aggression towards him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. System, I wish to unleash a beating upon this scoundrel. Hanley was incensed, and the repercussions would be severe. Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated a life force expenditure. In the next moment, Hanley felt a surge of power coursing through him. Without a second thought, he lunged forward and seized the gatekeeper by the collar. You lowly scoundrel with your contemptuous gaze. The scene was surreal. A mere 6-year-old child gripping tightly onto the collar of an adult man who found himself unable to escape. Hanley swung his fist towards the gatekeeper's abdomen. The fists of a 6-year-old may be small, but under the system's enhancement, each strike held the force comparable to that of a fully grown man. The relentless barrage of punches caused the gatekeeper to lose all bravado, instinctively pleading for mercy. Yet, Hanley, reveling in the moment, showed no signs of halting his assault. Time seemed to stretch on, until at last, the gatekeeper collapsed, rendered unconscious. Hanley, still unsatisfied, paused his onslaught. The three bystanders stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the extraordinary events that had just transpired. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would have deemed it impossible. Tang Sen was taken aback. This person was truly remarkable. Even with the Tang sect's secret arts, he could not guarantee victory against the gatekeeper without the use of hidden weapons. Hubbins, Hanley, how did you accomplish that? After a long moment, Old Dog finally snapped out of his astonishment and asked incredulously. Perhaps it is due to the awakening of my martial spirit? Hanley fainati ignoranza. Upon mention of the martial spirit, both Old Dog and Old Jack appeared relieved. Ding! A target for life force expenditure has been detected. Would you like to proceed with the expenditure? The system's voice echoed in Hanley's mind. Having just defeated the gatekeeper, he could indeed choose to expend his life force. Yes, of course. Hanley shota witold azitatiun. This arrogant buffoon, who looked down upon others, certainly deserved it. The gatekeeper was a living being, and the life force he possessed was far superior to that of mere chickens or stray dogs. As of now, Hanley had accumulated enough life force to redeem an item in the system shop. What should he redeem first? Just then, Hanley recalled the village chief, Old Dog, standing beside him. Over the years, he had been without parents and owed his survival to Old Dog generosity. Although Hanley often found Old Dog's incessant chatter tiresome, he was indeed his benefactor. Now, having arrived at Notting Academy and awakened the system, Hanley feared he might not see Old Dog again. Chapter 5. Ignoring the Master. Soul Power Enhancement. Upon closer inspection, the village chief, Old Dog, was gray-haired, with sunken eyes and a face lined with the marks of time, clearly in the twilight of his years. Hanley was a person who valued gratitude, and thus he ultimately decided to redeem a longevity pill in the system shop. Grandfather, this pill is for you, a parting gift from me, Hanley said softly. Old Dog reached out to accept it, not taking the pill seriously, thinking it merely some candy Hanley had found. After all, Hanley was just a 6-year-old child, regardless of how one looked at it. Grandfather, please take it, Hanley urged, fearing Old Dog might forget about the pill or give it to other children in the village. All right, Old Dog, still dazed from the earlier events, instinctively complied and swallowed the pill. The moment it went down, he felt a warm current fill his body, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. At that moment, a man of average height and slender build approached, dressed in black. He possessed an ordinary appearance common among the masses, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. What are you doing here? He asked, hands clasped behind his back, exuding a unique aura. Hanley immediately recognized his identity. He was Yu Xiaojiang from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, whose mutated martial spirit was considered rather weak, with combat abilities only marginally superior to those of ordinary individuals. However, due to his profound insights into martial spirit theory, he was often referred to as the Master. Why is the gatekeeper unconscious? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, perplexed. Village chief Old Dog hesitated for a moment, but ultimately recounted the entire story. Yu Xiaojiang listened intently, then pondered for a moment before asking, are these two children work-study students from a nearby village? Do you have proof? The two village chiefs realized that this man was likely an authority figure, and they quickly retrieved their crumpled work-study certificates from their pockets. These certificates were issued by the Martial Spirit Hall, bearing the Hall's emblem and the signature of Su Yun Tao. This proof is legitimate. Elder, I apologize on behalf of the Academy. I will take these two children under my care, Yu Xiaojiang said after a brief examination. Being publicly apologized to by someone of apparent significance greatly satisfied the vanity of the two village chiefs, though Old Dog remained concerned about the gatekeeper. He feared that Hanley's actions in knocking out the gatekeeper would draw the Academy's ire, risking their opportunity to attend school. It is of no consequence. My apology signifies that the gatekeeper was in the wrong and should face some form of punishment. The master waved his hand dismissively, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang began to scrutinize the two children poised to enter the academy, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Which child rendered the gatekeeper unconscious? He inquired. As a seasoned reader of the Doluo Continent saga, Hanley was acutely aware of all the plot lines and, as such, harbored a particular disdain for Yu Xiaojiang. He was even reluctant to engage with the man and, after hastily bidding farewell to old Dog Dan, pivoted and made his way into the academy. Master, it was he who incapacitated the gatekeeper. Tang San attempted to capture the attention of this esteemed figure. However, his efforts were in vain, for before he could complete his statement, old Dog Dan interjected. Hanley is usually quite well behaved. Today's incident was merely an anomaly, he hastily clarified. Yu Xiaojiang did not express anger at this, recognizing that the other party was merely a child. Rather, he found a certain charm in Han Li's character. After exchanging a few more words, Yu Xiaojiang led Tang San inside. Thank you, Master, Tang San murmured softly. I'm not a teacher of this academy. Yu Xiaojiang promptly refuted. Then why do you represent the academy? Who exactly are you? Tang San inquired, blinking with curiosity. I am merely a guest here for the sustenance, Yu Xiaojiang replied, his eyes devoid of luster as he spoke. I see that your proof states your martial soul is blue silvergrass, and that you possess innate full soul power? Yu Xiaojiang abruptly shifted the topic. Tang San nodded, extending his palm to reveal a luminous blue silvergrass. If my conjecture is accurate, you must possess a twin martial soul, Yu Xiaojiang asserted. A tremor of surprise coursed through Tang San as he hastily inquired how the man knew this. I possess a profound understanding of martial soul theory. Such knowledge is not particularly challenging for me, Yu Xiaojiang replied nonchalantly. Would you be willing to be my teacher? Tang San, fully aware of the man's extraordinary nature, eagerly sought his patronage, perhaps recognizing Tang San's potential due to his dual martial souls. Yu Xiaojiang hesitated for a moment before agreeing to take him as a disciple. Meanwhile, Hanley had not walked far before receiving a notification from the system. Ding! Host has arrived at Notting Academy. Sign-in successful. Ding! You have received a reward. Soul power increased by 2 levels. Lifespan extended by 2 years. Compared to other sign-in locations, Notting Academy was the safest. Thus, the rewards bestowed upon Han Li were relatively modest. Nevertheless, for Han Li at this moment, such rewards were quite satisfactory. His soul power level had surged to level 7, just 3 levels shy of obtaining his very first spirit ring. Elated, Han Li strode joyfully towards the Academic Affairs Office. All new students were required to report to the Academic Affairs Office. The layout of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy was rather straightforward, divided into 3 main areas: the main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building. Regardless of their home locations, all students attending Notting Academy were required to reside in the dormitories under the institution's unified management. The Academic Affairs Office was situated on the first floor of the main teaching building, and Han Li quickly located it. Inside the office stood a long table, attended by 3 reception teachers, the foremost being a septuagenarian gentleman named Su, who served as the director of the academy. Greetings, I am a work-study student from Emperor Soul Village, Han Li stated, handing over his credentials with an air of nonchalance. I never expected a talent to emerge from Emperor Soul Village this year. Director Su remarked with mild surprise. Han Li's martial soul, a scythe, was rather unremarkable, and while his soul power was passable, it did not attract the attention of the teachers present. Director Supersidito Register Hanley, issuing him a set of pristine white school uniforms. This is your uniform, free of charge. You have been assigned to Dormitory 7. From this day forth, you are a student of Notting Academy and must adhere to the Academy's regulations. Next, he was directed to the dormitory building, which was singular and easily located. Given that Notting City was relatively small, located in a somewhat secluded area with a sparse population, the number of enrolled students was correspondingly low. Each grade maintained an approximate count of 40 students, and due to their youthful age and generally smaller stature, all students in a grade resided in a single large dormitory for streamlined management. Dormitory 7 was an exception. It was the only mixed-age dormitory, and the reason was quite simple. It housed work-study students. Chapter 6. I am the leader of Dormitory 7. I will protect you all. The tuition and accommodation fees for work-study students were exempt, resulting in their dormitory conditions being the most rudimentary. Upon arriving at Dormitory 7, Han Li discovered the door ajar, with a cacophony of noise emanating from within. He strode straight inside. The dormitory was spacious, containing 50 beds, though most were devoid of bedding. In the central corridor of the dormitory, 7 or 8 children of similar age to him were engaged in playful antics. Sign in. Anli Silan Li Urja. Ding. Host has arrived at Notting Academy Dormitory 7. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received a reward. Soul power increased by 1 level. Lifespan extended by 1 year. The rewards here were slightly less than those received at the Notting Academy sign-in. Yet Han Li remained unfazed, recognizing this sign-in location as a mere branch of the academy. After completing the sign-in, Han Li offered a token greeting to the group, hello. He then began to scan the room, searching for an unoccupied bed. Are you the new work-study student? A sturdy, taller boy emerged from the crowd, fixing a penetrating gaze on Han Li. Yes, Han Li replied calmly with a nod. I'm Wang Sheng, My martial soul is the battle tiger, destined to be a battle soul master, the boy declared with an air of arrogance. I am the leader here. You'll follow my lead from now on, and I'll look out for you. Wang Sheng boasted, patting his chest with pride. Noticing Hanley's silence, Wang Sheng pressed on. What is your name, and what is your martial soul? I am Hanley, from Emperor Soul Village. And my martial soul is a scythe, Hanley responded. Currently, my soul power is level 8. He deliberately placed this information at the end, carrying an ulterior motive. The others present, upon hearing that his martial soul was a scythe, did not display much astonishment, recognizing it as a rather ordinary weapon, martial soul. Ordinary it may be, yet it possessed a degree of offensive capability, far superior to that of a mere grass martial soul. However, their expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing his final statement, their composure fracturing. What? Your soul power is at level 8. Is that true? They all exclaimed in shock. Their reactions had long been anticipated by Hanley, who regarded them with a teasing glint in his eyes. Do you not believe me? Perhaps a sparring match would convince you? In unison, the group turned to Wang Sheng, their leader, knowing that only he could make such decisions. Wang Sheng, skeptical yet intrigued, scrutinized Hanley, pondering whether the newcomer was merely posturing. Yet, should it prove true, he could find himself in quite the predicament. Being the leader of Dormitory 7, Wang Sheng possessed a modicum of intelligence and promptly devised a compromise. All right, you go first. Wang Sheng suddenly pointed at the youngest child, intending to have him test Han Li's mettle. However, Han Li shook his head, fixing his gaze on Wang Sheng. No, you should go. If I defeat you, I'll be the leader here, correct? Wang Sheng was taken aback by the newcomer's audacity, igniting a competitive spirit within him. You truly do not comprehend your own insignificance. Indeed, the others chimed in, amidst the raucous laughter of the other minions, who found the notion of defeating their leader. Vong Lo utterly ludicrous, Han Li remained unfazed. Silently, he activated the system, exchanging a fragment of his life for a powerful soul skill. Very well. I shall oblige you, Wang Sheng declared, his fists clenched as he rushed forward. Hanley unleashed his soul skill with a single, forceful punch, effortlessly bringing Wang Sheng to his knees, rendering him unconscious. The onlooking minions were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to fathom how events had unfolded in such an unexpected manner. They dared not lift their gazes to Hanley, who wore a slight smirk. From now on, I will protect you all. Why do you linger? Call me your big brother. The young followers quickly complied, chanting, Big brother, big brother. After the altercation, Hanley accessed the system panel, visible only to him, and was taken aback to discover that defeating Wang Sheng had cost him half a year of his lifespan. However, he felt no pang of regret. 2 successful sign-ins had already granted him 3 additional years, and he was confident that future advancements would yield even more. Approaching Wang Sheng, who lay on the ground, Hanley extended his palm and delivered several sharp slaps to his face, waking him. Rather than expressing anger, Wang Sheng beamed with delight, realizing the immense potential Hanley possessed. Hanley, you have bested me. Thus you shall be the leader of our dormitory, he proclaimed with utmost respect. But let me forewarn you, being a leader is no easy feat. We are all students from humble backgrounds, often bullied. The leader must stand up for his subordinates. Look here, he said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal several prominent bruises on his robust arm. Considering your strength, I am certain you will protect us well, Wang Sheng asserted confidently. Hanley, observing the scars, nodded sympathetically, promising, rest assured, with me around, no one shall dare to bully you. His words ignited smiles among the children, who simply wished for a peaceful academic life, free from harassment. As Hanley selected a bunk, a petite girl clad in pink strolled over, her long black braid swaying gracefully. This was Xiao Wu, her youthful visage radiating a charming blush, a true beauty. In the Junior Soul Master Academy, students were generally young, and dormitories were co-ed until the intermediate level. How peculiar, Wang Sheng murmured. Last year, there wasn't a single work-study student. Now we have 2. Boss, go for it. Show her who's in charge, Wang Sheng whispered in Han Li's ear. Xiao Wu hopped into the circle, greeting everyone with a cheerful, hello, I am Xiao Wu the dancer. Her soft, adorable voice melted hearts. Greetings, Yamafan Li. Your new leader, he replied. Wang Sheng interjected. In our dorm, newcomers must showcase their martial souls and abilities. Xiao Wu struck a cute pose. Are you sure? Bring it on. Anli Bruaka calmly. In an instant, Xiao Wu extended her bag and shifted into a combat stance, launching a swift kick toward Hanley. Such an attack posed no threat to Hanley. With a graceful pivot, he evaded her strike. Xiao Wu, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of agile attacks, her flexibility allowing her to deliver unexpected blows, each powerful in its own right. While other children would have succumbed to her assault, Hanley adeptly countered all her attempts and seized her ankle. In a manner akin to his bout with Wang Sheng, he subdued Xiao Wu with a single punch, sending her crashing to the ground. Unlike Wang Sheng, she did not faint but instead clutched her stomach, giving him a thumbs up. Hanley, you are incredible, she exclaimed, thoroughly impressed. The system chimed in. Ding. Host has successfully defeated Xiao Wu. Rewards granted. Ding. You have earned the reward. You may sacrifice 5 years of Xiao Wu's lifespan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an additional reward. An elevation in cultivation by 2 levels, alongside a 500-year yellow soul ring. Note, the age of the soul ring can be enhanced. Hanley was elated. On his very first day at the new Ding Academy, he had ascended to the rank of Soul Master. Though the soul ring's grade was somewhat modest, it was a gift nonetheless. What more could one desire when it is free? I shall absorb this soul ring immediately, he declared eagerly. With remarkable efficiency, the system facilitated the fusion of the soul ring, and Han Li's soul power ascended to level 11. Shortly thereafter, Tang San completed his enrollment and arrived at Dormitory 7. Wang Sheng and the others were astonished. After years of seeing none, now they had encountered 3 work-study students in quick succession. Having witnessed the prowess of the first 2, they were eager to ascertain the strength of Tang San. Newcomer, what is your martial soul? Wang Sheng inquired first. Blue Silvergrass, came Tang San's response. The revelation caused the group to collectively gasp. Their hopes dashed as they realized he wielded a seemingly worthless martial soul. What is your soul power level? Wang Sheng continued. Slightly disappointed. I possess innate full soul power at level 10. What? The onlookers were taken aback. Innate full soul power was a rarity. It was unfortunate that it was paired with such a lackluster martial soul. Ahem, Tang San. In our dormitory, newcomers must spar with a leader. And who might that be? Tang San questioned, perplexed. That would be him, Hanley. Wang Sheng pointed once more to Hanley. Upon recognizing Han Li's familiar face, Tang San expressed gratitude. Hanley, thank you for coming to our aid earlier. Having witnessed Han Li's display of strength against the gatekeeper, he continued, you helped me. I have no desire to challenge you, nor do I wish to assume the role of leader. Oh, it is merely a formality, not a life or death battle. Just a friendly spar, Wang Sheng urged, encouraging Tang San. Tang San, undeterred, remained resolute until Xiao Wu, unable to contain herself, pointed an accusing finger at him. You, a boy, lack any courage or backbone. Her words struck a chord within Tang San. Fine, I will fight him, he conceded reluctantly. The surrounding crowd quickly cleared a space for the impending duel. Hanley was reluctant to squander too much time on this matter and took the initiative to launch an attack. In a flash, he appeared before Tang San and delivered a solid punch that struck Tang San with greater force than his earlier blows against Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu. Tang San's slight frame could hardly withstand the impact, rendering him momentarily dazed. Wang Sheng and the others were left utterly astonished. How could Hanley have grown stronger in such a brief span of time? Hanley had no time to concern himself with others. His thoughts solely fixated on the rewards from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating Tang San. Ding! You have received the reward. The ability to reduce Tang San's lifespan by 5 years. Ding! Additional reward. Soul power increased by 3 levels, along with a 1,000-year purple soul ring. With this, Han Li's soul power level rose to 14. He needed to ascend 6 more levels to acquire a second soul ring. Thus, the 1,000-year purple soul ring would have to be temporarily stored within the system space. Han Li's face was alight with joy. At this pace, becoming a level 100 powerhouse seemed not too distant a dream. Wang Sheng, kindly provide me with an overview of the school situation, Hanley stated with a casual air. Following a brief introduction from Wang Sheng, Hanley gained a general understanding of the various affairs of Notting Academy. By the way, boss, while we work-study students are exempt from tuition and accommodation fees, we must cover our own meal expenses. Considering our young age, the school has assigned us different chores. You 3 first-year students are responsible for cleaning the garden on the southern side of the playground. Daily cleaning and tidying up will earn you 10 copper soul coins. Before Hanley could interject, Wang Sheng continued, of course, as our leader, you need not lift a finger, and since Xiao Wu is a girl, we'll handle it along with Tang San. One must admit, Wang Sheng was quite adept at managing matters. Hanley cast him an appreciative glance. Furthermore, Hanley learned from Wang Sheng that the opening ceremony was scheduled for the next day, with classes commencing the day after. Just then, a teacher approached, carrying a bundle of bedding. Where is Tang San? The master sent me to deliver his bedding, the teacher said slowly. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wu's expression darkened as she realized the implication. As a transmigrator, Hanley was aware of Xiao Wu's true identity and knew she lacked funds. Thus he said to her, come with me, we shall go buy bedding. Boss, there's no need for such trouble. You can use ours. Wang Sheng and the other subordinates immediately stepped forward to offer their assistance. All of them were work-study students hailing from impoverished villages, their families struggling financially. No, I prefer to take Xiao Wu to purchase new bedding, Hanley insisted, unwilling to appropriate the meager possessions of these unfortunate children. Although Hanley had no money, he was aware of ways to earn it. On the road outside the academy, Hanley and Xiao Wu walked side by side, a refreshing breeze blowing towards them. Hanley, where are we headed? Xiao Wu inquired with a hint of curiosity. You shall know shortly, Hanley teased. Chapter 8. 2 6-year-old soul masters shocked Su Yuntao. The Wuhuan Hall in Notting City was a grand structure with a soaring dome, both solemn and imposing. instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld it. The emblem adorning the main entrance featured only a long sword, signifying that such a magnificent Wuhuan hall was of the lowest rank. Hanley, what are we doing here? Xiao Wu asked, her eyes wide with confusion. Hanley did not respond, but walked towards the grand doors of the Wuhuan hall, where two gatekeepers appear to be in their 20s. We are students from Notting Academy, here to register as Soul Masters, Hanley stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the gatekeepers exchanged incredulous glances. These two children appear to be only 6 or 7 years old. How could they possibly be Soul Masters at such a tender age? Children, this is not a place for frivolity. Go play elsewhere, one gatekeeper retorted skeptically. Given the scarcity of Soul Masters in Notting City, most of whom were considerably older, the gatekeeper's reaction was not unexpected. Without further ado, Hanley activated his martial soul, revealing his soul power. The two gatekeepers instantly felt a wave of pressure emanating from the young boy. Can we enter now? Hanley inquired calmly, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. Yes, of course, the gatekeeper stammered, utterly taken aback. With the obstruction lifted, Hanley led Xiao Wu inside. The interior of the Wuhuan Hall was exquisitely decorated, with tall walls adorned with various murals. Sunlight streamed through the surrounding crystal windows, adding several layers of ambience to the space. As they traversed through the hall, Hanley spotted a familiar figure in the reception area. Was that not Su Yuntao, who had recently assisted him in awakening his martial soul? Master Su Yuntao, do you remember me? Hanley called out. You are Hanley from Emperor Soul Village, Su Yuntao replied, recognizing Hanley immediately. Responsible for the martial soul awakening across several villages, he had encountered countless children and typically would struggle to remember each one. However, Hanley was an exception. He was the only child this year with a natural soul power of level 5 and an offensive martial soul, leaving a lasting impression on Su Yuntao. What brings you here? It appears you have enrolled, Su Yuntao remarked slowly, noticing that both Hanley and Xiao Wu were clad in the uniforms of Notting Academy. We have come to register our identities as Soul Masters, Hanley explained. Oh, so you wish to register as Soul Masters? Su Yuntao nodded instinctively before quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. What? Register as Soul Masters? Su Yuntao exclaimed in shock. Last time I measured your soul power, it was only level 5. How could you possibly have progressed so rapidly in just a few days? I'm not certain why my soul power has increased so swiftly, Hanley replied, opting to tell a small lie rather than divulge the existence of the system. Sensing Su Yuntao's lingering skepticism, Hanley activated his martial soul, and a yellow 100-year soul ring illuminated beneath his feet. Soul rings cannot be feigned. Su Yuntao was taken aback, standing in place for a considerable time, astonished by the revelation. Could it be that this child is inherently suited to be a soul master? After regaining his composure, Su Yuntao led Hanley and Xiao Wu up the stairs to the second floor. He refrained from inquiring about the soul ring, likely suspecting that it was acquired with the assistance of Notting Academy's instructors. The second floor housed the administrative offices of the Wuhuan Hall. The corridors were lined with various rooms, and Su Yuntao quickly located the one they needed, pushing the door open. Master Matthews, these two children have come to register as Soul Masters, Su Yuntao said respectfully. Inside the room sat an elderly gentleman, dressed in a neat Soul Master uniform. Huh, Yuntao, you must be joking. Are you certain these little ones are here to register as Soul Masters and not for a martial soul awakening? The elder remarked, his gaze fixed on Hanley and Xiao Wu in astonishment. I am not jesting. Hanley's martial soul is the one I recently assisted him in awakening, and I indeed just witnessed his first soul ring, Su Yuntao explained swiftly. Matthews began to re-evaluate Hanley, who maintained a calm exterior. Exceptional talents emerge in every generation, each commanding their own brilliance for centuries. Matthews mused. At the tender age of 6, this child has already ascended to the status of a soul master, and his future accomplishments are bound to be limitless. Follow me. Master Matthew slowly rose and exited his office. Hanley and Xiao Wu closely trailed behind, while Su Yuntao suddenly recalled a prior engagement with a female companion and had to take his leave. Under Master Matthew's guidance, they traversed the lengthy corridor toward the inner sanctum of the Spirit Hall. At the corridor's end stood 3 grand archways. Master Matthew pushed open the leftmost door to reveal an extraordinarily spacious room, its lofty ceiling adorned with an array of unusual black stones. Very well, let us commence officially. After a brief assessment, the yellow crystal orb in Master Matthew's grasp revealed Han Li's current level of soul power. Level 11, along with a century-old soul ring. Indeed, you have met the criteria for registration as a soul master. Following this, it was Xiao Wu's turn to be evaluated, and she too satisfied the requirements, possessing a yellow century-old soul ring. From this moment forth, you are both soul masters of the Spirit Hall. Shortly, I shall present each of you with a badge, which will entitle you to receive a monthly allowance, 1 golden soul coin per month. Thank you, Master. Though merely 6 years old, they had achieved the status of soul masters. Their martial spirits may not be exceptional, yet their potential was immense. Master Matthew resolved to report the information of these two children, keeping a close eye on their development. Should they continue to progress at such a rapid pace, they might attract the attention of the Hall's influential figures, thereby benefiting him as well. After completing their registration as Soul Masters, Hanley took Xiao Wu out for a shopping excursion. Upon reaching the storefront, Hanley intended to purchase 2 betting sets, but was halted by Xiao Wu. "One set of betting will suffice. We can share it, thus avoiding unnecessary expenditure," Xiao Wu whispered. The cost of a single betting set was trivial to Hanley, yet he could not resist the delightful prospect of sharing a bed with Xiao Wu. Subsequently, Xiao Wu requested some money from Hanley to procure a variety of delectable treats, and both were immensely pleased. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of Nodding Academy, Tang San joined Wang Sheng and others for a meal. The cafeteria was vast, capable of accommodating 300 to 400 diners simultaneously. "Oh, isn't that the gang of paupers led by Wang Sheng?" A voice echoed from the second floor, where several students in uniforms leaned against the railing, casting malevolent glances toward Tang San and his companions. "You destitute wretches will never experience the delicacies of the second floor." The taunting continued. The second floor was a separate dining area offering more exquisite dishes at a higher price, far beyond the means of work-study students. "Let's just eat this time. We can deal with Wang Sheng and his crew later," one of them suggested, and they soon dispersed. Their remarks incensed Wang Sheng and his companions. Yet they could only swallow their indignation for the time being, as their adversaries were not only affluent, but also formidable. "San, come here." Master arrived at the dining hall, waving at Tang San. Tang San hurriedly approached, momentarily casting aside the earlier incident. "Since I have taken you on as my disciple, I must fulfill my responsibilities as a teacher. I have some free time now. Feel free to ask any questions." After the instruction concluded, Master informed Tang San to prepare over the next couple of days, as he would take him into the nearby forest to acquire his first soul ring. Overjoyed by this news, Tang San realized that once he obtained a soul ring, he would officially become a soul master. Time flew by, ephemeral as a fleeting moment. As night fell, Hanley and Xiao Wu returned to their dormitory, quickly noticing the glum demeanor of Wang Sheng and the others, prompting them to inquire about the cause. "Boss, we were ridiculed by others while dining in the cafeteria today." Each of them sighed heavily, as this was not their first encounter with such bullying. "I thought something serious had happened. It turns out it was just bullying," Xiao Wu remarked softly. "Let me tell you, Hanley and I have registered as Soul Masters at the Spear Hall. Tomorrow, we will help you avenge this slight." Xiao Wu continued with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng and the others perked up. It was known that their rival was the 6th grade leader, Xiao, the only student in the academy to have become a Soul Master. For other students, he was an unassailable presence. However, with Xiao Wu and Hanley also being formidable, their recent registration as Soul Masters indicated that their soul power levels began at a minimum of 10. They possessed soul rings and soul skills, and perhaps other hidden strengths, making them capable of confronting Xiao. As for Tang San, while his soul power level was 10, he possessed a defective martial spirit and had always exhibited a timid demeanor, and thus was not counted among their ranks. Excitedly anticipating a confrontation, Xiao Wu was invigorated and eager to prepare for battle that evening. Her method of preparation involved sparring to maintain optimal combat readiness. She glanced at Hanley, recalling how he had effortlessly dispatched her with a single blow, and promptly dismissed the idea of sparring with him. Ultimately, Xiao Wu chose Tang San and Wang Sheng as her sparring partners. Neither Tang San nor Wang Sheng stood a chance against her. Rather than a sparring session, it resembled a one-sided assault. Xiao Wu relished the experience of thoroughly defeating the two, the earlier gloomy memories of being bested by Hanley dissipating entirely. Meanwhile, Hanley remained vigilant, feigning interest in their sparring while secretly activating his system. "I wish to extract 3 years from Tang San's lifespan," Hanley declared without hesitation. "Congratulations, host. The lifespan extraction was successful, and your soul power has increased by 3 levels. Hanley's soul power surged to level 14 in less than 2 days. He refrained from fully depleting Tang San's lifespan, reserving 2 years for potential future needs. It was evident that Tang San, as the original protagonist of Dolawa Continent, possessed extraordinary fortune. In contrast, extracting 10 years from someone like Wang Sheng would likely result in only a single level increase in soul power for Hanley. As for the dogs and chickens from the former Imperial Soul Village, it would require at least 20 years of their lifespans to raise a single level. Yet, with Tang San, it seemed he could gain a level for nearly every year extracted, a most favorable scenario. Although Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng had been defeated by Hanley, he had no intention of extracting their lifespans. Just as Tang San was recovering from his recent defeat by Xiao Wu, Hanley approached him. "I would like to spar with you again, Tang San." Tang San was at a loss. However, Hanley would not easily let him off. Once more, Tang San faced a fierce beating. Strangely, this time, defeating Tang San did not trigger a system reward. Could it be that there exists a limitation on the opportunities for extracting others' lifespans? Hanley speculated that perhaps only one reward could be obtained within a day or a certain time frame. The validity of this hypothesis would require further experimentation in the future. As the night deepened, it was time for slumber. Xiao Wu had not purchased a blanket, having previously arranged with Hanley to share a bed. Wrapped together in the same blanket, Hanley could detect the faint fragrance emanating from Xiao Wu. After all, both were merely children, and nothing transpired that night. The following morning, the gentle rays of dawn illuminated the earth, heralding the arrival of a new day. The birds chirped merrily, and the campus was alive with vibrant energy. Tang San set out early, eager to accompany the master in quest of soul rings. Before retiring for the night, he assured everyone that upon his return, he would gladly take on all the cleaning duties. Notting Academy was hosting its opening ceremony. Faculty and students gathered in a spacious hall to listen to the dean articulate the vision for the new academic year, filled with trite remarks. The ceremony concluded swiftly. Wang Sheng summoned that bully and challenged him to a duel, Hanley stated coolly. In an open space behind the academy, two factions congregated, one led by the domineering Xiao Lao Da, a senior student, and the other by Hanley, representing the working students. I never expected you impoverished lot to dare challenge me, Xiao Lao Da boasted arrogantly. Oh, Wang Sheng, why are you lurking in the back? I see. You found yourself a new leader among the working students, haven't you? No matter how many leaders you switch, it's futile. For you are nothing but a bunch of worthless fools. His scathing words revealed a history of bullying the working students. This infuriated Xiao Wu, who clenched her fists, eager to spring into action. Leave this guy to me. You take care of his lackeys, Hanley instructed her. The tension escalated. Hanley approached Xiao Lodal, fixing him with a steely gaze as his century-old soul ring shimmered beneath him. What? This kid is also a soul master, and he possesses a century-old soul ring. Xiao Laoda was momentarily taken aback. Hanley's fist surged forward, striking directly at Xiao Laoda's abdomen. Unable to match Hanley's speed, Xiao Laoda was sent flying by the punch. Fortunately, at the last moment, Xiao Laoda summoned his martial soul, a wolf, preventing his immediate defeat. How formidable, he said, his voice tinged with anxiety. I may have truly kicked a steel plate this time. In the next instant, Hanley launched another assault, his speed surpassing that of before, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. But he could not catch sight of Hanley, who struck him from behind. A gleaming sit manifested, exuding intimidating aura. With a mere flick of his wrist, Hanley rendered Xiao Lao Da unconscious, leaving him devoid of awareness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the enemy. 1 year of lifespan can be harvested. After neutralizing Xiao Lao Da, Hanley rushed to offer assistance elsewhere. In terms of overall quality and combat prowess, the working students were indeed outmatched by the seniors, with only Xiao Wu holding an advantage while the others faltered. However, with Hanley's support, the senior students were thoroughly thrashed. The outcome of the duel was no longer in doubt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the enemy. Lifespan can be harvested. Yet, the rewards were meager, far inferior to those gained from defeating Tang San and Xiao Wu, and comparable only to those from Wang Sheng. Aside from the ability to harvest half a year of lifespan from each opponent, no additional rewards were available. Fortunately, the sheer number of adversaries allowed Hanley to elevate his soul power by 1 level, bringing it to level 15. This battle was truly satisfying, and Wang Sheng, Xiao Wu, and the others were filled with joy. In the following days, Hanley relentlessly punished the mischievous students at the academy, establishing an illustrious reputation. No one dared to provoke the working students any longer. In fact, students would scatter at the mere sight of Hanley, avoiding eye contact, as if fearing he might devour them. Xiao would occasionally spar with Hanley, but given his high level of soul power, he could easily triumph without even resorting to the system's life force harvesting. Hanley's fame became well known, and he naturally ascended to the position of the school's leader, earning the moniker Scythe Boss. Xiao Wu's status also soared, becoming the second in command of the academy, basking in glory and revered by many. Even Wang Sheng and the other lackeys rejoiced. They no longer had to endure bullying, finally able to lift their heads high and sing songs of triumph. Everyone feared and respected Hanley. Through defeating those students, he gradually exchanged the harvested lifespan for soul power, transforming quantity into quality. Thanks to the divine life force harvesting system, Hanley's soul power surged at a pace unmatched by others, reaching level 16 in just a few days. Moreover, as a seasoned fan of Doloa Continent, Hanley possessed an exceptional understanding of martial souls, surpassing even many of the academy's teachers. They felt unworthy to instruct him, often seeking his guidance instead. This was the true definition of a school bully. Teachers submitted, students obeyed. Tang San finally succeeded in obtaining his first soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength and boosting his confidence. Shortly after his return, he eagerly sought Hanley for a sparring session, believing that with his first soul ring, he could defeat Hanley. However, he ended up on the receiving end of a thorough beating. You still have a long way to go, Hanley remarked condescendingly as he looked down on Tang San. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Tang San. 1 year of lifespan can be harvested. This time, there were no additional rewards in the form of soul rings. Hanley promptly decided to harvest Tang San's year of lifespan, perhaps due to his recent soul power boost. This time, Tang San's lifespan could only be exchanged for about 70% of a level of soul power. However, a few more beatings might yield significant gains. The next morning, Hanley sought out Tang San again and, unsurprisingly, gave him another thrashing. This time, the system indicated that half a year of Tang San's lifespan could be harvested. Hanley realized that for the same target, he could reap rewards every other day, albeit with diminishing returns. How can you have a spar without me? Xiao Wu, feeling impulsive, launched an attack on Tang San before he could respond. Tang San was left severely battered. Hanley knew that Tang San, being from the Tang sect, was skilled in hidden weapons, having crafted some rudimentary ones before enrolling in the academy. If he were to employ those hidden weapons, it would be a disproportionate advantage against peers of his age. However, Hanley feared nothing from Tang San's hidden weapons, fully aware that the boy would refrain from using lethal force unless absolutely necessary. After a considerable time, Xiao Wu ceased her assault, leaving Tang San bruised and battered. Deeply frustrated, he had never witnessed Hanley and Xiao Wu acquiring soul rings. So how were they so formidable? Despite having recently obtained a soul ring and possessing decent soul power, Tang San's martial soul was severely lacking. The blue-silver grass martial soul offered minimal assistance in real combat situations. Little did he know that both Xiao Wu and Han Li's soul powers far surpassed his own, with Han Li nearing the threshold of level 20. The significant disparity in soul power guaranteed that Tang San would remain a mere plaything for Han Li and Xiao Wu. Han Li paid no heed to Tang San's thoughts as he silently converted the lifespan he had extracted from Tang San today into soul power. With the addition of the soul power from yesterday, Han Li experienced yet another upgrade, elevating his soul power to the 17th level. Soon enough, it was time for Tang San to attend class with Master. The Master, recognizing the potential of Tang San's dual martial souls, took a keen interest in him, aspiring to cultivate him into a top-tier powerhouse. Master, I have arrived, Tang San announced as he pushed open the door. What has happened to your face? The Master inquired with concern upon seeing Tang San's bruised visage. I was injured while sparring with Han Li and Xiao Wu, Tang San replied weakly. What? The Master exclaimed in shock. While he supported soul masters engaging in sparring to hone their skills, he could not fathom such ferocity in practice. Moreover, Tang San was on the verge of acquiring his first soul ring. How could he have been beaten? Was he besieged by a group? This was clearly an attempt on his life. The Master felt his anger rising, perplexed by such behavior. Without delay, he made his way to the 7th dormitory, seeking an explanation from Han Li and the others. As the Master forcefully pushed open the door to the 7th dormitory, he immediately garnered the attention of all present. Where are Han Li and Xiao Wu? The Master demanded coldly. Moments later, the two emerged slowly. Did you two harm Tang San? We were merely sparring. Han Li maintained his composure, unfazed by the circumstances. However, Han Li's calm demeanor only fueled the Master's fury further. Sparring shouldn't leave Tang San in such a state. I believe you two intended to do just that. The Master's emotions spiraled out of control, and it seemed a conflict was imminent. Chapter 11. Achieving Soul Mastery. 2,000-year Soul Rings. Though Master Yu Xiaozhang's martial soul had undergone negative mutation, resulting in the three-headed dog, his soul power of 29 was very much real. Han Li, now at level 17, had no chance of victory against him in a direct confrontation, even with a superior martial soul, given the significant level gap. Upon checking the system, Han Li discovered he had limited lifespans available to extract. Only 2 years from Tang San and 5 years for Xiao Wu remained. Along with his own, Han Li was reluctant to sacrifice either his own or Xiao Wu's life, and after careful consideration, he decided to extract 1 year from Tang San to redeem a poisonous soul skill in the system's shop. Congratulations, host, successful redemption. You have obtained the soul skill, Poisonous Mist. Seeing that Han Li had ignored him, Master Yu Xiaojing grew increasingly irate. If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, then I will. Before the Master could finish, Han Li swiftly unleashed his newly acquired soul skill, Poisonous Mist. The Master was completely unprepared, never anticipating that Han Li would take action against him. Suddenly, he sensed a faint fluctuation of soul power, followed by a wave of toxic gas that crept into his nostrils. The Master turned pale, struggled to breathe, and soon collapsed. Beep! Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated Yu Xiaojang. You may extract 6 years from Yu Xiaojang's lifespan. Beep! Congratulations, host. You have received an additional reward, a 5,000-year purple soul ring, which can be upgraded later. Beep! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new soul skill, Three-Headed Dog Stench. Without hesitation, Han Li consumed Yu Xiaojang's 6 years of lifespan entirely. Perhaps due to Yu Xiaojang's soul power level of 29, he was significantly more powerful than Han Li, allowing each year of his lifespan to be converted into 2 levels of soul power. Han Li was overjoyed. This 6 years of lifespan had propelled him up by 12 levels. In no time, Han Li advanced from the 17th to the 29th level, proudly becoming a soul master. Had Yu Xiaojiang remained conscious at that moment, he would undoubtedly have sensed the deterioration of his physical capabilities and mental acuity, an unmistakable manifestation of his reduced lifespan. Successfully surpassing the 20th level Minhan, Li could finally acquire a second soul ring for his martial soul. The 5,000-year soul ring from the additional rewards was the optimal choice. However, Hanley did not absorb it immediately. Instead, he feigned a worried expression. In the world of Dolua continent, the maximum threshold for a soul master's second soul ring was 700 years. The current soul ring's age vastly exceeded 4,000 years. If he were to absorb it forcefully, he risked explosive demise, a loss too great to bear. System, is this soul ring's age too excessive? Will I be able to withstand it? Anlisu drea suransa, displaying a desire for caution. No problem at all, the system responded coldly, providing the most succinct affirmation. Reassured by the system's words, Hanley felt his anxiety dissipate. Surely, the system would not lead him astray? Thus, he promptly commenced the absorption of the 5,000-year soul ring. As the system had indicated, everything proceeded smoothly without incident. Upon fusing with the soul ring, Hanley's soul power level surged to 30. In this manner, having just absorbed his second soul ring, Hanley was poised to absorb his third soul ring at once. One exhilarating experience. Among the rewards for previously thrashing Tang San was a 1,000-year purple soul ring, which Hanley promptly absorbed. This bold move allowed him to break through to the rank of Soul Ancestor. Reaching level 31, Hanley was elated. Becoming a Soul Ancestor enhanced his overall prowess. However, despite his joy, he remained cautious, aware that beyond Soul Ancestors lay Soul Masters and Soul Kings, realms where he was still vastly outmatched. The road ahead remained long, and he would take it one step at a time. Subsequently, Hanley browsed through the system shop, discovering a skill that concealed his soul power and soul rings. This skill held immense allure for Hanley at present. He understood the concept of bearing a jewel brings trouble. Revealing superior talent too early could incite envy and lead to deadly consequences. Thus, Hanley exchanged the remaining year of lifespan he could extract from Tang San for this skill. Under the influence of this skill, Hanley's true soul power and soul rings would remain hidden for 1 year. Tang San followed closely, and upon seeing Master lying unconscious on the ground, he grew increasingly anxious. As a master of poison himself, Tang San quickly discerned that the Master had been poisoned. He carefully lifted the Master and placed him on his bed, examining his condition with diligence. Fortunately, the poison was not lethal. However, Tang San lacked the antidote for this particular toxin. He suspected Hanley was responsible but lacked substantial evidence, and with Hanley's formidable strength, he dared not provoke him. Yet, since Yu Xiaojiang was his teacher, he could not simply abandon him. Hanley, could you lend a hand to help the Master? His tone was humble, almost pleading. I have no idea what happened. He stormed over here and berated us. Then fainted without warning. Hanley shrugged, adopting a demeanor of helplessness. But don't worry, perhaps he just had a stroke due to his age. A good rest might suffice. This matter seemed to reach a temporary conclusion. The soul skill poisonous mist that Hanley redeemed from the system shop was an instantaneous technique. Silent and without any indication of release. On the surface, it appeared as though the Master had suddenly fainted. Yet, how could such a coincidence exist in this world? Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng deduced that this was the handiwork of Hanley, finding him even more unfathomable. The following morning, as dawn broke, the Master abruptly opened his eyes, awakening from his slumber. The human body possesses a certain degree of self-purification, capable of eliminating toxins unconsciously. The abilities of Soul Masters in this regard surpass those of ordinary individuals. As long as the toxins are not particularly lethal or overwhelming, recovery can occur gradually. Upon awakening, the Master felt a significant depletion in both body and spirit, which incited his fury. However, he was oblivious to the events that had transpired, thus directing his ire towards Hanley and Xiao Wu. After all, he had initially intended to avenge his student Tang San. Hanley, Xiao Wu, you two have gone too far. You wield superior strength, yet bully your classmates without remorse. You are unworthy of being students here. The Master berated vehemently. Hanley snorted dismissively, unperturbed, even finding the situation somewhat amusing. Chapter 12, A Journey to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Tang San's frustration. Did he think this was still yesterday? He was now a soul sovereign. Why would he fear the likes of Yu Xiaojiang, a mere 30-level weakling, to claim they were unworthy of being students here? Did he himself deserve to remain? A man in his 40s hiding away like a timid turtle in such a small place, and he dared to criticize others? Literaturta Marcilesli. Xiao Wu joined in the verbal fray, supporting Hanley in chastising the Master. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng and the others appeared somewhat fearful, utterly unsure of how to react. After all, the Master was an adult, a teacher to Tang San. Although many looked down upon him, his strength was undeniable. A 30-level Grand Soul Master was not something they could contend with, and they couldn't help but worry for Hanley, fearing that the Master might suddenly strike and injure him. The Master had extensive knowledge in martial soul theory, yet his prowess in verbal disputes was clearly lacking. Furthermore, he was outnumbered, with both Hanley and Xiao Wu targeting him simultaneously. As the exchange escalated, the master decided to unleash his martial soul. Although the three-linked cannon was somewhat lacking, it sufficed to maintain an imposing presence. He attempted to use the aura emitted by his martial soul to suppress Hanley and Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, Tang San, Wang Sheng, and the others felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, a potent aura that nearly suffocated them, causing them to retreat several steps in haste. Xiao Wu felt similarly uncomfortable, her entire being uneasy. Observing this, Hanley released his scythe martial soul, pulling Xiao Wu behind him. Due to the activation of his hidden skill, Hanley revealed only a single 100-year soul ring, though in truth, he possessed three. Yu Xiaojiang's feeble martial soul trembled under the might of the scythe. The three-linked cannon? The master exclaimed, bewildered. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was distracted, Hanley decisively took action. The master had not anticipated Hanley would initiate the attack first, catching him off guard. Being inherently non-combatant and lacking practical experience, the master found himself at the mercy of Hanley's onslaught. Hanley struck relentlessly, pummeling the master, leaving him battered and bruised. The scene was undeniably brutal, as the master's cries echoed throughout the dormitory. It was not until the master fell silent that Hanley gradually ceased his assault. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Yu Xiaojiang. 1 year of his lifespan can be redeemed. Beyond this, no further rewards were granted. Hanley observed that since reaching level 31, his soul power surpassed that of Yu Xiaojiang, rendering the latter's year of life insufficient to exchange for even a single level of soul power. Therefore, Hanley decided to retain Yu Xiaojiang's lifespan for future use. Tang San, Wang Sheng, and the others were left in shock. When Yu Xiaojiang unveiled his martial soul, they were all filled with trepidation. A 30-level Grand Soul Master was an entity they could only revere from afar. Not to mention confronting him, they lacked the courage even to meet his gaze. Yet, Hanley, a newly ascended Soul Master, exhibited no fear, advancing boldly to confront this Grand Soul Master, ultimately turning the tables and delivering a severe beating to the Master. Their minds were utterly baffled, as if they had momentarily short-circuited. Tang San gained a deeper understanding of Hanley's terrifying capabilities, vowing in his heart to avoid provoking Hanley at all costs in the future. Opposing Hanley was akin to jesting with one's own life. With this incident concluded, tranquility returned. Hanley remained at the Nodding Academy for a few more days, growing increasingly bored. It was simply devoid of interest. I believe it is time to leave this place, he declared to Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu one day. Huh? Where do you plan to go? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. I wish to explore grander horizons and expand my knowledge, Hanley replied, gazing into the distance. Xiao Wu immediately expressed her desire to accompany Hanley. She grasped his hands, shaking her rabbit ears adorably as she pleaded. Witnessing the scene, Wang Sheng felt an immense sense of envy. Before long, Hanley and Xiao Wu successfully graduated from Nodding Academy, intending to proceed to an intermediate Soul Master Academy for further study. Upon hearing this news, Tang San was consumed with jealousy. When will I get the chance to explore the outside world? Meanwhile, the master, whenever he thought of Hanley, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He informed Tang San, I have long since paved the way for your future. All you need to do now is train diligently. Once you break through to level 20 and become a Grand Soul Master, we will also attend the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. The master spoke with confidence. But we shall not be attending just any school. We are destined for Shrek Academy, renowned for its superior teaching quality and exclusivity to prodigies. Hearing the master's words, Tang San felt somewhat reassured, though a lingering dissatisfaction remained. Hanley's extraordinary talent cast a shadow over him, leaving him feeling insignificant and fostering a sense of inferiority. Little San, do not be disheartened. Hanley and Xiao Wu lack the guidance of esteemed mentors. Trust me, they will not venture far, the master asserted resolutely. As long as you heed my guidance, lay a solid foundation, and progress step by step, you will undoubtedly achieve greater heights than they. I understand, teacher. I will strive to improve. From that point onward, Tang San dedicated himself tirelessly to training, gradually enhancing his soul power. After departing Nodding City, Hanley, accompanied by Xiao Wu, journeyed southward. With their funds dwindling, they were unable to rent a carriage, and thus had to travel on foot. As they meandered along, they played and enjoyed each other's company, finding joy in the journey. A year swiftly passed. After a lengthy journey, they finally reached their destination. We have arrived. Hanley stretched, loosening his limbs. Before them lay a grand city, characterized by towering walls and bustling gates, with a constant stream of people entering and exiting. Compared to Nodding City, this city was vastly larger, and above the gates, 3 gilded characters proclaimed, Sutua City. The Kingdom of Barak is situated on the southern fringe of the Heavenly Empire, one of the 4 great kingdoms within the empire, bordering the Xinglua Empire. As the southern gateway to the Heavenly Empire, it is destined that the Kingdom of Barak possesses formidable military strength. Within this kingdom, Two cities hold immense significance. The capital, Barak City, and the present location, Soto City. Both cities are of paramount importance within the kingdom and are heavily guarded. Chapter 13. The Rose Hotel in Soto City. Featuring but a single room. At last we've arrived. If we walk any further, my legs will surely give out, sighed Xiao Wu. Over the course of the past year, the two had not only traveled, but also diligently practiced their skills. Xiao Wu, blessed with remarkable talent, had elevated her soul power to the 20th level, thus becoming a grand soul master. When preparing to acquire a soul ring, she cleverly feigned a separation from Hanley, opting to indulge in some leisure before sauntering back leisurely. She claimed that shortly after parting ways, she encountered a soul beast suitable for acquiring a soul ring, defeating it after a brief skirmish. However, Hanley was well aware of Xiao Wu's true identity as a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form, capable of generating the first 7 soul rings and their corresponding abilities without the need to hunt soul beasts. Hanley merely chuckled in response to Xiao Wu's fib, praising her luck without exposing the truth. After all, who doesn't have their own little secrets? Are you tired of my company? If so, you may leave at any time. Hanley gesta. I have no such thoughts. Don't slander me. Xiao Wu protested, pouting. The two playfully bantered as they entered Soto City. Indeed, it was a bustling metropolis, starkly contrasting with Notting City. The streets were impeccably paved, and a myriad of shops lined the way. Besides the locals, armored soldiers and tourists mingled about, creating a vibrant atmosphere filled with lively chatter and the sounds of commerce. This place is quite splendid, Xiao Wu exclaimed. After our long journey, shall we find a spot to rest? Hanley inquired. There's no rush. We could go later. Just moments after expressing her fatigue, Xiao Wu was invigorated by the aroma of delicious food wafting through the air. She eagerly tugged Hanley toward the bustling areas, her eyes sparkling at the sight of delectable treats. As if by magic, she soon amassed a collection of goodies, savoring each morsel with immense satisfaction. During this time spent with Hanley, Xiao Wu had gained much insight, feeling that her cultivation speed had significantly accelerated in his presence. Hanley, akin to a walking encyclopedia, seemed knowledgeable about everything under the sun. Furthermore, his profound understanding of martial soul theory always provided Xiao Wu with invaluable assistance. Observing this remarkably dependable man by her side, Xiao Wu felt a deep sense of contentment in her choice of companion. Since attaining the rank of Soul Sovereign, Hanley's progression had slowed considerably, having only risen 2 levels over the past year. His soul power now stood at 33. A daunting journey lay ahead. Ding! New checkpoint detected. Would you like to sign in immediately? The system's voice chimed. Sign in now, Hanley commanded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing in at Soto City. Ding! You have received a reward. An increase of 1 level in soul power. Though it was merely a single level, Hanley felt quite satisfied. For a soul sovereign, such an elevation was a challenging feat. Moreover, the safety of Soto City as a sign-in location posed no risks, 0 danger. Hanley speculated that if he ventured into the soul-hunting forest, he might also receive sign-in rewards, likely more generous in nature. However, the peril of encountering powerful soul beasts in such a place was daunting. Unless Hanley were to gamble with his life, relying on the system's assistance, he would not recklessly pursue sign-ins in such hazardous locales. After a time of revelry, Xiao Wu, having indulged in food and fun to her heart's content, felt the weight of fatigue settle in. Let us find a place to rest, she said weakly. Finally acknowledging your exhaustion, having just arrived in Soto City, they noticed the sky darkening and decided to seek out a hotel for the night, planning to attend to business the following day. Before long, Hanley led Xiao Wu to the entrance of a hotel. The grand sign prominently displayed the name Rose Hotel, and the exquisite decor was evident even from the outside. Ding! New sign-in location detected. To Hanley's surprise, the Rose Hotel was also a designated sign-in area. Ding! Congratulations on successful sign-in. Ding! Congratulations. You have received a reward. 6 months added to your lifespan, and a new soul skill. Enchantment. Huh. For a fleeting moment, Hanley thought he had misheard. What? Enchantment? Are you jesting? A man of my stature has been granted a skill of seduction. The absurdity of the situation was not lost on him. Yet, upon reflection, he pondered that perhaps this enchantment skill could be advantageous in interactions with women. As Hanley and Xiao Wu entered the hotel, they were greeted by a subtle fragrance of roses, perfectly aligned with the hotel's name. The interior was predominantly adorned in shades of rose red, complemented by other hues, creating an elegant and inviting ambience. Hello, we would like to check into a room. Hanley approached the counter and spoke. The attendant glanced at Hanley, then at Xiao Wu behind him, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Sir, you are quite fortunate. We have only 1 room left. Considering their youth and the fact they had shared accommodations throughout their journey, Hanley felt a touch of embarrassment. Just then, a voice interjected. Wait, that room belongs to me. Chapter 14. The Scythe Against the White Tiger, a confrontation. Approaching them were 3 individuals. The center figure a young man of approximately 1.7 meters, robustly built with broad shoulders and striking features. his golden hair cascading down his back. At a glance, Hanley recognized him as Dai Mubai. Perhaps due to Hanley's presence, the dynamics of the situation had shifted from what they once were. Dai Mubai appeared quite pleased, flanked by a pair of alluring twin sisters, exuding charm and allure. This last room is mine. Dai Mubai reiterated. Before Hanley could respond, Xiao Wu was already ready for a confrontation. On what grounds? We arrived first. From your appearance, you must be country bumpkins visiting from afar, Dai Mubai retorted, momentarily captivated by Xiao Wu before adopting an air of superiority. Who are you to compete with this young master for a room? This is hardly a place for your kind. The atmosphere thickened with tension, laden with an unmistakable air of hostility. While the attendant at the counter found herself in a predicament, a new employee unaccustomed to such confrontations. Be sensible and vacate the room for me at once, or else. Dai Mubai remarked with a disdainful snort. His words incited a fiery rage in Xiao Wu, who then pointed an accusatory finger at his nose. We refuse to yield. You, with your condescending gaze, do not presume us to be easy prey. The expression on Dai Mubai's face shifted from sunny to stormy, dark clouds gathering over him. Oh, so you dare to insult me? Even if you relinquish the room now, I shan't forgive you. The atmosphere was undeniably charged with the impending threat of conflict. The attendant, unable to remain passive, pleaded, Gentlemen, should a brawl ensue, please do not let it unfold here. My misfortune would be dire. Dai Mubai promptly declared that any damages incurred would be solely attributed to him. After all, what princely figure would ever be short on funds? He then scrutinized Hanley and Xiao Wu before him, seemingly uncovering some revelation. I see both of you radiate fluctuations of soul power. You must be soul masters as well. Here's the deal. I shall not be accused of bullying you. You may both come at me together. The twin sisters accompanying Dai Mubai prudently stepped back, providing ample space for combat, their faces adorned with infatuated smiles directed at him. Xiao Wu, undeterred, bristled with determination to engage in battle. However, at that moment, Hanley suddenly grasped Xiao Wu's arm, asserting, allow me to handle this. At this juncture, Dai Mubai had already spent a year at Shrek Academy, his soul power level hovering around 28, poised to ascend to soul venerable status. Conversely, Xiao Wu had just attained the 20th level and was evidently no match for Dai Mubai. The two faced off in an open space, each revealing their respective martial spirits. Dai Mubai's spirit was the evil white tiger. Though not as renowned as the blue lightning tyrant dragon, it belonged to the upper echelons of beast martial spirits. Upon witnessing Hanley's spirit, a mere scythe, a look of derision crept across Dai Mubai's lips. A sigh? Truly, one could not describe you as anything but a rustic. Yet in the next heartbeat his smirk faltered, for he beheld two soul rings illuminating beneath Hanley's feet. Radiating brilliance, it appeared he had encountered a worthy adversary, a formidable great soul master, contrary to his initial assumption that the opponent was merely a fledgling soul master. To his astonishment, the two soul rings were of one yellow and one purple. Such a phenomenon was indeed extraordinary. Wasn't he the optimal soul ring configuration for a soul venerable two yellows? Who was this individual? Could he perhaps belong to a royal lineage or a prestigious family? Or a disciple of a grand sect? Otherwise, how could he possess such exceptional soul rings? If Hanley had not concealed his true prowess, he would have revealed himself as a soul venerable with one yellow and two purple rings, which would have undoubtedly left Dai Mubai astounded, rendering him incapable of retaliation. Regret washed over Dai Mubai as he recognized the recklessness of his earlier actions. However, having issued such bold proclamations, he could not simply retreat. Steeling himself, he pressed forward. Presently, Hanley's soul power had reached 34, making the confrontation with a 28-level great soul master a trivial endeavor. Devoid of the need to waste his life force with system-assisted combat, grasping the cold, gleaming scythe, he lunged forward with a swift thrust. First soul skill. White Tiger's protective barrier. Dai Mubai shouted, and a translucent white shield enveloped him, significantly enhancing his attributes. Merely a trifling skill. Hanley chargea hiadlon. Swinging the death scythe with ferocity against Dai Mubai, the impact reverberating with astounding force, sending him crashing backward. Dai Mubai desperately attempted to mitigate the blow by dragging his feet against the ground, leaving two deep impressions in the earth. What terrifying power, he thought, feeling a twinge of pain in his right hand. Fortuitously, he had activated the White Tiger's protective barrier beforehand. Otherwise, this strike could have rendered his arm incapacitated. Yet Hanley did not grant Dai Mubai any respite. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward once again, scythe in hand, a formidable force. Dai Mubai, gritting his teeth, braced himself to counter, swinging his arm to deflect the onslaught of the scythe. The disparity in soul power became increasingly apparent. His breath growing labored as sweat poured down his brow. As Dai Mubai's stamina waned, Hanley prepared for the final blow, swinging the scythe in a wide arc, gathering tremendous force. Ultimately, the death scythe harvested the evil white tiger, leaving Dai Mubai sprawled helplessly on the ground. Throughout this confrontation, Hanley maintained absolute dominance over Dai Mubai. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Dai Mubai. You may siphon 5 years from his lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving an additional reward. Soul skill, White Tiger S Diamond Transformation. Hanley reveled in joy. The White Tiger S Diamond Transformation was a formidable enhancement skill, which doubled both defense and attack power, equating to a 100% amplification effect. This skill was originally Dai Mubai's third soul skill, yet he had unexpectedly acquired it before him. Subsequently, Hanley examined the requirements for exchanging for a level of soul power. It would necessitate 2 years of Dai Mubai's lifespan. After a moment of contemplation, Hanley resolved to siphon 4 years from Dai Mubai, thus elevating his own soul power by 2 levels. Consequently, following this battle, Hanley successfully ascended to 36. The twin sisters were left in shock, their faces devoid of color, unable to fathom the extent of Dai Mubai's defeat. You ought to leave. Refrain from associating with such individuals in the future. Hanley dismissed the 2 women with a few curt words. Upon hearing this, the sisters breathed a sigh of relief, hastily fleeing the scene. As for the gravely injured and unconscious Dai Mubai, Hanley intended to leave him there. Before departing, Xiao Wu approached and stepped on Dai Mubai, leaving a conspicuous footprint. You lecherous scoundrel dare to vie for a room with us. You've gotten what you deserved. From now on, I shall lay waste to you every time we meet. Xiao Wu vented her frustrations upon the unconscious Dai Mubai, alleviating her pent-up grievances. Chapter 15. Astonishment. The youngest great soul master? With a buoyant spirit, Xiao Wu followed Hanley back to the hotel as reception. Now that no one is contesting a room, might I have a key? Hanley inquired nonchalantly. The attendant hurriedly presented a golden key with both hands, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. I apologize for inadvertently damaging the lobby floor during the altercation. How much must I compensate? No, there is no need. You've caused us trouble. Please proceed to check in. The compensation can be settled once that individual regains consciousness. The attendant had witnessed Hanley's formidable strength. Being a great soul master at such a young age, he presumably hailed from a powerful family. This was not someone a mere attendant could afford to offend. Hanley nodded, ascending the stairs with Xiao Wu. Their room was spacious, adorned with a vibrant crimson carpet, and at the center lay a heart crafted from rose petals. Upon entering the bedroom, they found a grand heart-shaped bed, draped in rosy bedding and pillows, with a crystal chandelier overhead, evoking a dreamlike ambience. In summary, the entire room exuded an atmosphere of intimacy, unmistakably designed for couples. Xiao Wu, however, paid little mind to such details, plucking a rose and bringing it to her nose to inhale its fragrant aroma. How delightful! Immediately thereafter, she reclined upon the plush bed, rolling about in sheer delight. This was the first occasion for Xiao Wu to rest on such a comfortable bed. After their extended travels, the two were finally able to enjoy a peaceful night's slumber. The following morning, a bright hue of dawn painted the distant sky, heralding the arrival of a new day. With their funds dwindling, they resolved to visit the spirit hall to collect their previous subsidies. Upon entering the hotel lobby, they noticed the absence of Dai Mubai, who apparently had left after regaining consciousness. Soto City, indeed a major metropolis within the Baroque kingdom, bustled with life, the streets teeming with a vibrant crowd even in the early morning. In comparison, the small towns they had encountered along the way, including Notting City, seemed insignificant. Every city on the Daloa continent boasts a spirit hall, classified into 5 distinct tiers: the Spirit Branch Hall, the Spirit Sub Hall, the Spirit Main Hall, the Spirit Sacred Hall, and the Pope Hall. The classification is primarily based on the size of the city and the number of soul masters present. Notting City's Spirit Hall is merely a Spirit Branch Hall, while Soto City houses a Spirit Main Hall. Furthermore, Hanley was aware that there are only 2 Spirit Sacred Halls across the continent, located in the capitals of the 2 great empires. The final Pope Hall, the most revered location within the Spirit Halls, resides in Spirit City, the abode of the current Pope. However, the Spirit Hall's influence extends beyond this, for it also harbors a legendary worship hall, the ultimate resting place for all titled Duluos of level 95 and above. The disparity in rank was palpable. The Spirit Hall before them far surpassed the one they had previously encountered in Notting City, though retained the same domed architectural style. This Spirit Main Hall was grander and more imposing. Standing at its base, one could not help but feel a sense of insignificance. Hanley was profoundly awed, indeed. The written words he had perused in tomes paled in comparison to the monumental reality before him. In contrast to the Spirit Branch Hall, the Spirit Main Hall exhibited a notable characteristic: a greater number of soul masters, whose powers were considerably more advanced. In Notting City, Su Yun Tao, a mere great soul master, held a significant position within the local Spirit Hall, enjoying considerable favor. Yet in Soto City's Spirit Main Hall, even the 2 gatekeepers were at least level 10 soul masters, suggesting that the status of great soul masters here was likely not much higher. Xiao Wu, given that our monthly subsidy is merely 1 gold soul coin, Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to register as Great Soul Masters? Hanley gently. A splendid idea. This way, we can secure a larger subsidy. Xiao Wu responded with palpable excitement. Before long, they stepped into the spirit hall. Initially, the officials paid little heed to Hanley and Xiao Wu, dismissing the notion that two 7-year-olds could possibly be Great Soul Masters. However, their persistence prompted the officials to conduct a test, thinking it would quickly send them on their way. To their astonishment, the results were shocking. The officials were flabbergasted to discover that they truly were two Great Soul Masters. This cannot be. Such an anomaly has never occurred before, one official exclaimed, astonished as he tapped the crystal ball in his hand. It was no wonder they preferred to believe there was a malfunction rather than accept the results as genuine, primarily due to the extraordinarily young ages of Hanley and Xiao Wu, which defied all common sense. Witnessing the commotion, Hanley decided to reveal his martial soul and soul rings. He deliberately concealed his true level and power, allowing only his 20-plus level soul power and 2 soul rings to be visible. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, staring in stunned silence for a considerable time. Once they regained their composure, someone dashed out to summon the person in charge, who, at a loss for how to proceed, called for the Hall Master. Upon learning that 2 7-year-old Great Soul Masters had arrived, the Hall Master, a robust middle-aged man with pronounced muscles and a nondescript face, immediately rushed to the scene. His presence exuded an aura of authority, simply standing there radiating the essence of a strong leader. After grasping the situation, the Hall Master scrutinized Han, Li, and Xiao Wu, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity with their faces, as if he had seen them before. Soul Masters possess remarkable memories, and it quickly dawned on him that about a year prior, the branch hall in Nodding City had reported information regarding Han Li and Xiao Wu, complete with their photographs. The fact that 2 children, just over 6 years old, had registered as Soul Masters left a lasting impression on him. However, after much contemplation, he had deemed their martial souls inadequate and not worth further attention. Who could have anticipated that merely a year later, they would both have become Great Soul Masters? It would be a daunting task to find such young Great Soul Masters throughout the entirety of the Doluo continent. The Hall Master pondered the potential of these 2 prodigies. He shuddered to think what they might achieve in the coming years. Undoubtedly, Han Li and Xiao Wu represented the most promising Soul Masters the Hall Master had ever encountered. May I extend an invitation for you both to visit my office? After a moment of silence, the Hall Master inquired with a warm smile. The officials present were left speechless. The Hall Master of the Spirit Main Hall held a status comparable to that of the city lord in Soto City. It was astonishing for such a high-ranking individual to lower himself to invite 2 children to his office. Very well, Hanley nodded in agreement. The Hall Master then led the way, instructing the others, "There's nothing for you here. You may disperse." The Hall Master's office was located on the top floor of the Spirit Hall, spaciously adorned and well-furnished, equipped with essential office amenities alongside an array of furniture. Facing the entrance was a large floor-to-ceiling window, offering a panoramic view of the surrounding scenery. "Please, take a seat and feel at ease." The Hall Master gestured towards 2 chairs outside his desk. Once they were seated, he retrieved 2 badges from his drawer, symbols of their identities as Great Soul Masters. "These are rightfully yours. With these badges, you may collect 10 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall each month. Do not underestimate these 10 gold soul coins." In the world of Doluo continent, 3 primary currencies circulate: gold soul coins, silver soul coins, and copper soul coins. 1 gold soul coin can be exchanged for 10 silver soul coins, and 1 silver soul coin for 10 copper soul coins. Thus, these 10 gold soul coins are equivalent to 1,000 copper soul coins, which is more than sufficient for an ordinary family's annual expenses. This underscores the esteemed status of the soul master profession on the Doluo continent, explaining why so many strive to join their ranks. Upon becoming a soul master, one can effortlessly receive substantial wealth, along with various privileges, and as one strolls through the streets, every passerby tends to regard you with a certain admiration. Such treatment is undeniably enticing, is it not? "You are the most talented young individuals I've ever encountered," the Master of the Hall continued with a measured tone. "Your presence at the Hall of Spirits to claim aid signifies that you lack the backing of formidable families or sections. No matter how much talent you possess, without abundant resources and a reliable mentor, your future path will be fraught with difficulties. If you wish to avoid letting your talents go to waste and aspire to continuously grow stronger, ultimately becoming a soul sovereign or even a titled Doluo of higher rank, then I implore you to join the Hall of Spirits." The Master's intentions were decidedly clear. No wonder he had summoned Han Li and Xiao Wu to his office. He sought to recruit them. He assured them that should Han Li and Xiao Wu be willing to join, he would personally appeal to his superiors for ample training resources and secure the finest instructors for them. He promised that their teachers would at the very least be of the caliber of a senior Soul Master Academy, undoubtedly guiding them along a less arduous path. With that, the Master gazed expectantly at Han Li and Xiao Wu, awaiting their response. Should he successfully recruit such extraordinary talents for the Hall of Spirits, he would undoubtedly earn considerable merit, possibly even the chance to ascend to the position of master at the sacred hall. Such is the nature of reality. Those in high positions often yearn for further elevation. We sincerely appreciate your kind offer, master, but we are still quite young and prefer not to affiliate with any particular faction at this moment. Perhaps we shall reconsider in the future, Hanley thoughtfully replied. Upon hearing Hanley's words, the master appeared as though doused with cold water, his expression turning sour. Nevertheless, as the master, he refrained from pressuring them, merely expressing a hint of regret, saying, "Very well, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Very well, we shall meet again." Hanley affirmat. The master personally escorted them downstairs, watching as they departed. He was not inclined to relinquish his pursuit so easily. He resolved to covertly monitor Hanley and Xiao Wu's every move. Additionally, he immediately summoned several subordinates. "You are to make haste to Notting City and inquire with Matthew about more information regarding Hanley and Xiao Wu at the hall's branch there." Shortly thereafter, in Notting City, the Hall of Spirits, the main hall unexpectedly dispatched personnel, leaving Matthew in a state of astonishment upon learning that they were there concerning Hanley and Xiao Wu. It was evident that the master of the main hall had recognized the potential of these two children and was determined to recruit them at all costs. Matthew saw this as an opportunity to gain favor and possibly earn a promotion. "Hanley, Xiao Wu, you're my lucky stars. When we meet again, I shall treat you to a meal," Matthew mused inwardly. But those thoughts were for another time. Meanwhile, with the substantial subsidies from the Hall of Spirits, Hanley and Xiao Wu indulged in a carefree life, reveling in the delights of Soto City for a while. Xiao Wu esa shopping pruas aksada, Hanley esa expectations. Without adequate means, he would indeed struggle to support her. However, as days of carefree living stretched on, Xiao Wu began to feel a tinge of boredom and yearned for something more exciting to engage in. Coincidentally, Hanley shared this sentiment and had already conceived a destination in mind. "Where are we headed?" Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. "Do you remember the gentleman we encountered upon checking into the Rose Hotel? The one with two girls in tow?" Upon mentioning this, Xiao Wu instantly recalled the encounter. Hanley informed her that their next destination was the residence of Dai Mubai. Upon receiving this revelation, Xiao Wu became exhilarated, immediately clamoring to head to the academy without delay. Moreover, she expressed that if they encountered Dai Mubai, she wanted Hanley to refrain from intervening, as she desired to teach him a lesson herself. Thus, Hanley led Xiao Wu out of Soto City and into a rather secluded area. They found themselves amidst a vast expanse of dense woodland, with a cheerful chirping of birds accompanied their steps, and the path grew increasingly desolate. After what seemed like an eternity, they finally glimpsed a few scattered buildings. They quickened their pace, and Xiao Wu could not resist asking, despite being rather obnoxious and a scoundrel, he appears quite affluent. Why would he reside in such a remote and impoverished locale? Hanley Ramainat Silin. Pointing ahead toward a grand entrance adorned with a weathered sign. The sign bore 5 prominent characters, Shrek Academy. "Oh, I did not anticipate this to be an academy. Thus, he must be a student here," Xiao Wu remarked. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, the encounter with the arrogant Ma Hongjun was imminent. What a reflection of the academy itself. Xiao Wu could not help but scoff. It was no wonder she felt this way. Shrek Academy was in a state of disrepair, the entrance appearing hastily constructed, and most of the buildings were wooden, no taller than 2 or 3 stories, looking precarious and unstable. Surrounding them were a few scattered villages, starkly contrasting with the vibrancy of Soto City, with the only advantage being its secluded location, far removed from urban clamor, offering a semblance of tranquility. Just then, they heard a series of shouts. Following the commotion, they saw a chubby young man with red hair rushing toward them, pursued by a woman. The woman, of above-average appearance, chased after him while shouting, "Stop running. You haven't paid me yet." Hanley recognized this red-haired youth as the rotund Ma Hongjun, and he could surmise the situation. This must be the result of his evil fire martial spirit. However, Xiao Wu was unaware of this, lacking Hanley's insight. She assumed that the chubby boy had stolen the girl's money, and her sense of justice surged forth. Though Xiao Wu was a powerful assault-type soul master, her agility rivaled that of many speed-type fighters. Without hesitation, she darted forward, positioning herself directly in Ma Hongjun's path. "Move aside, Ma Hongjun bellowed." But Xiao Wu, convinced that he had robbed the girl, could not stand idly by. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson and rid the world of your kind," she declared with righteous indignation, launching a kick. Ma Hongjun reacted swiftly, raising his arms to shield his vital areas, absorbing the impact of her kick, which sent him staggering back several steps. "Are you here to pick a fight?" Ma Hongjun, taken aback by the sudden attack, glowered at Xiao Wu. "Shouldn't scoundrels like you be punished?" Xiao Wu retorted defiantly. Her words ignited Ma Hongjun's fury. He ceased his retreat and assumed a combat stance, revealing his soul power. Ma Hongjun possessed a soul power level of 22, with his martial spirit being the evil fire phoenix. Though tainted, it was still a formidable beast martial spirit. A fierce battle was imminent. Xiao Wu's agile form darted forward, swiftly closing the distance to Ma Hongjun, who prepared to strike. She crouched to evade his punch, then executed a sweeping counterattack aimed at his lower body. Ma Hongjun lost his balance and fell to the ground in a disheveled heap, covered in dirt and dust. You, he fumed, rising to his feet, unleashing a torrent of flames at Xiao Wu. The flame attack, while undeniably powerful, harbors a critical drawback: its difficulty in achieving accurate hits, particularly against agile opponents like Xiao Wu, renowned for her swiftness. She flits about like a nimble sprite, effortlessly evading the fiery onslaughts that fail to touch her. However, Xiao Wu does not merely adopt a passive approach of dodging. She continually advances toward her target. In a remarkably brief moment, she closes the distance to Ma Hongjun, leaping high and vaulting over him, landing deftly behind him. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Ma Hongjun is acutely aware that his vulnerability lies in his unprotected back, prompting him to hastily turn around. Yet, it is already too late. Xiao Wu delivers a powerful kick to his back, sending him soaring into the air, and she follows suit. Utilizing her first soul skill, waist attack, Xiao Wu channels her energy through her waist, maximizing her offensive potential as she unleashes a flurry of kicks upon Ma Hongjun. He crashes heavily to the ground, racked with pain. Ma Hongjun is taken aback. After all, he is a prodigy from Shrek Academy, whose potential has drawn praise even from the Academy's headmaster. How could someone of his formidable strength be bested by this seemingly harmless young girl? His expertise lies in long-range attacks, and he is particularly susceptible to close-range pressure. Encountering Xiao Wu is akin to facing his nemesis. Even a slight advantage in soul power proves futile. He remains overpowered. Are you ready for more, chubby? Xiao Wu taunts, signaling a challenge. Bring it on. If you dare, wait right here. Ma Hongjun retorts defiantly as he strides towards Shrek Academy. Hanley, who had refrained from joining the fray earlier, has been keenly observing Ma Hongjun's every move. Recognizing his intent to seek assistance, Hanley cannot simply stand by and watch him depart. In an instant, he darts forward, moving even faster than Xiao Wu, akin to a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he positions himself behind Ma Hongjun and delivers a powerful punch to his back. Ma Hongjun has no opportunity to react before he collapses, unconscious and unresponsive. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have defeated Ma Hongjun. You may exchange 4 years of his lifespan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an additional reward, a premium phoenix hatchling. The premium phoenix hatchling is temporarily stored within the system space and currently offers no tangible assistance to Hanley. It can only mature through the sacrifice of lifespan. Hanley glances at the hatchling, but chooses not to dwell on it further. At this stage, he cannot afford to waste any lifespan. He decides to postpone any engagement with it until later. After perusing the system shop, he notes that Ma Hongjun's 3 remaining years of life can be exchanged for a level 1 soul power. This aligns with Han Li's expectations. Given that Ma Hongjun's soul power level is significantly inferior to Dai Mubai's, while Han Li's power surpasses theirs substantially, resulting in reduced gains. Without hesitation, Han Li opts to exchange 3 years of Ma Hongjun's lifespan for a level 1 soul power, raising his own soul power level to 37. With 1 year of lifespan remaining for Ma Hongjun, Han Li resolves to consume it all at once. After a brief selection in the system shop, he ultimately decides to utilize the remaining year to enhance the duration of his first soul ring. The duration is successfully upgraded to a millennium, transforming it into a shimmering purple. Now, Han Li possesses 3 purple millennium soul rings. If other soul masters, particularly Yu Xiaojiang, were to witness this, they would surely be left in utter disbelief, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Yu Xiaojiang would likely be baffled, unable to fathom how this feat was accomplished. Xiao Wu approaches, delivering several increasingly forceful kicks to Ma Hongjun's rotund belly. As she kicks, she curses vehemently, lamenting that this academy seems to be a haven for lecherous individuals. Having previously encountered one, she now finds another, which she deems most unfortunate. Unsatisfied with her own kicks, she calls over the girl who had been chasing Ma Hongjun, who had been cowering in a safe corner during the confrontation. "Are you calling for me?" the girl asks, trembling with trepidation. Xiao Wu nods, assuring her, "Don't be afraid. Come and kick him a few times too." The girl obediently joins Xiao Wu in kicking the unconscious Ma Hongjun. Chapter 18, Another Battle with the White Tiger. 1 against 2. Now that Ma Hongjun is incapacitated, he remains oblivious to his surroundings. When he eventually regains consciousness, he will likely feel as though his entire body has been disassembled, suffering from intense pain. Despite having tormented Ma Hongjun for an extended period, Xiao Wu still feels a sense of unresolved anger. As a young girl, she harbors a deep disdain for the likes of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, vowing to enter the academy and seek out others to teach them a lesson they would not soon forget, ensuring they would think twice before threatening young girls again. Han Li and Xiao will make their way through the gates of Shrek Academy, where they encounter an eerie quietness with few souls in sight. Soon, they arrive at a spacious area that appears to be a plaza, where 2 figures are positioned at the center. One of them is instantly recognizable. It is Dai Mubai, whom they previously encountered at the Rose Hotel. The other, sporting short white hair and a somewhat shabby appearance. Looks like an unkempt middle-aged man. Hanley quickly deduces that it is Oscar. Attempting to check in at this location, Hanley finds the system persistently indicating that the check-in is ongoing, with no progress to be made despite several attempts. He speculates that the lack of success may stem from his insufficient penetration into the core area of Shrek Academy, as well as the fact that he has not yet fully exited, thereby rendering him ineligible for rewards. Xiao Wu, meanwhile, shouts toward the figures, "Hey you, I finally found you. Let me teach you a lesson again, and see if you dare to bully girls in the future." Dai Mubaitarns. His expression darkening as he recognizes Hanley and Xiao Wu. They're the very individuals who had recently laid him low. After recovering from his injuries over the past 2 days, Dai Mubai had intended to return to the Rose Hotel for revenge. But fate had not favored him in that endeavor. Oscar had previously mocked Dai Mubai when he witnessed the latter's bruised visage after the altercation. However, prideful as he is, Dai Mubai had fabricated an excuse, claiming he had merely slipped and fallen. Now, with the passage of several days, the two confrontations stir memories of humiliation within Dai Mubai, igniting his fury. Oscar notices the tension between them and wisely refrains from intervening, choosing instead to observe the unfolding drama, intending to inquire about the situation afterward, curious if Dai Mubai had indeed provoked the girl clad in pink. Prepare yourself. Xiao Wu wastes no time in idle chatter and swiftly launches her attack. With her recent victory over Ma Hongjun bolstering her confidence, she believes she can easily contend with Dai Mubai. Unfamiliar with Xiao Wu's capabilities after only having clashed with Hanley, Dai Mubai, nonetheless, does not dare underestimate her. He immediately summons his martial soul, and a phantom of the evil, a white tiger materializes behind him. The two engage in a fierce battle, each struggling to gain the upper hand in an evenly matched contest. Despite both being assault-type soul masters, their fighting styles exhibit considerable divergence. Dai Mubai's approach is aggressive and domineering, each move a testament to raw power, leaving a striking impact on the audience. Xiao Wu exhibited remarkable prowess, though her ferocity was not as overt as Dai Mubai's. Her more prominent characteristics lay in her grace, agility, and remarkable speed. The ensuing exchange between the two was nothing short of spectacular, with each delivering and countering strikes with finesse. Oscar was taken aback. He had initially believed that Dai Mubai could easily overwhelm his opponent, yet this seemingly fragile girl held her ground convincingly. Dai Mubai, inwardly astonished, realized that this girl was indeed formidable. Although she fell slightly short compared to Hanley, he understood that without exerting his utmost effort, victory would elude him. Consequently, Dai Mubai ceased his preliminary probing and commenced with earnest intent. His techniques evolved, with both power and speed amplified. Under the weight of his full assault, Xiao Wu began to feel the strain. Fortune favored the diligent, and Dai Mubai finally seized a prime opportunity, charging forward. The distance between them was minimal, leaving Xiao Wu no time to evade, forcing her to respond with her fists. However, her strength paled in comparison to Dai Mubai's. He struck her back, causing her to stumble several steps and nearly lose her balance. Frustrated, Xiao Wu clenched her fists, eager to retaliate, but at that moment, Hanley approached her side and said, "Enough, Xiao Wu. Stand down. I shall take over now." Recognizing the unyielding authority in Hanley's gaze, Xiao Wu nodded in acquiescence, refraining from continuing her contest with Dai Mubai. Achieving a stalemate against an opponent whose soul power surpassed hers by 6 levels was already a commendable feat. Dai Mubai regarded the advancing Hanley with trepidation, memories of their last encounter still vivid in his mind. Under the scrutiny of onlookers, Hanley summoned his martial spirit, a razor-sharp scythe materializing before him, glistening ominously and cutting through steel with ease. Oscar scoffed disdainfully, dismissing the scythe as a mere trifle. Almost immediately, Hanley's soul rings illuminated beneath him, revealing only the first and second rings. The third ring remained concealed, yet both purple soul rings exuded an unusual radiance, causing Dai Mubai and Oscar to recoil in shock. What? Just a few days apart, and this fellow's first soul ring is also purple? Oscar was left aghast, marveling at the astonishing revelation. Typically, a soul master's initial 2 rings were yellow, representing a century of soul power. It was not that individuals did not aspire to acquire higher-age soul rings. Rather, such endeavors could easily overwhelm the body, leading to catastrophic consequences. Hanley's 2 purple soul rings shattered Dai Mubai and Oscar's perceptions. They had never encountered such a precedent. Could it be that Hanley hailed from a mysterious and powerful hidden lineage, one that had discovered a means to transcend physical limitations? However, contemplation on such matters was rendered moot as the adversary loomed closer, exuding palpable intensity. Dai Mubai felt an immense pressure, realizing that his singular strength would not suffice for victory. "Oscar, this fellow is formidable. Lend me your assistance," Dai Mubai called out without hesitation. Only through their combined efforts did they harbor any hope of triumph. Thus, Oscar joined the fray, albeit as a food-type soul master, his contributions were somewhat limited, yet better than none. Come, let me witness your growth and strength. Hanley gestured to Dai Mubai, speaking with a nonchalant demeanor. In the next moment, both Dai Mubai and Oscar launched an aggressive onslaught against him. Yet, they were no match for Hanley, who faced them both with ease, skillfully toying with them without resorting to any life-risking abilities. He swung his scythe, unleashing 2 arcs of blade energy towards them. Chapter 19. Who struck? The elder, Dean Fu, was incensed. The two combatants dared not underestimate their opponent, utilizing every ounce of strength to deflect the incoming blade energy. After enduring several rounds of combat, both were nearing exhaustion, sweat cascading down as they gasped for breath. In stark contrast, Hanley appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance as if untroubled by the skirmish. Enough, I have no time to indulge you further, Hanley stated coldly. It became evident that he had been concealing his true capabilities. Rather than engaging in a fight, he had been mocking them. With that, Hanley vanished from sight, not through teleportation, but because his speed was unparalleled. Dai Mubai and Oscar's eyes darted around, struggling to pinpoint his location. By the time they regained their senses, they were startled to find Hanley standing directly before them. There was no time for counterattacks or evasions. Hanley concentrated a significant amount of soul power into his fists, which shimmered with a faint glow. In less than a minute, he unleashed a flurry of punches, dozens in total. His fists struck Dai Mubai and Oscar relentlessly, leaving them no room for defense. Soon, they were left battered and dazed, resembling ragged figures. As Hanley delivered his final 2 blows, they collapsed to the ground, motionless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Dai Mubai. 2 years of lifespan can be consumed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Oscar. 4 years of lifespan can be consumed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward. Food type, soul skill. Hanley briefly examined the rewards. 2 years of Dai Mubai's lifespan could be exchanged for 1 level of soul power, while Oscar, akin to Ma Hongjun, required 3 years for the same. Hanley consumed 2 years from Dai Mubai and 3 years from Oscar, successfully trading them for 2 levels of soul power and elevating himself to level 39. Elated, Hanley felt a surge of joy. At this rate, he would soon reach the threshold of soul ancestor. Once the battle concluded, Xiao Wu could not contain her excitement, applauding as she reveled in the sight of Hanley decisively defeating the two. Striding over, she delivered a series of vigorous kicks to them. Although Dai Mubai and Oscar had not lost consciousness, their exhausted and battered state rendered them incapable of rising. They could only endure Xiao Wu's one-sided assault, wailing in distress. Despite Dai Mubai's current position allowing Xiao Wu to kick him, she felt a lingering dissatisfaction, as she had not personally vanquished him and thus sought other avenues for retribution. Hanley, let us find other students, Xiao Wu eagerly suggested. However, Hanley shook his head resolutely. There were scarcely any students left at Shrek Academy, with most being faculty members, known for nurturing exceptional talents. The teachers at Shrek Academy possessed formidable abilities, with any one of them likely to be a soul emperor. There was little reason to provoke them. Nevertheless, Hanley remained unfazed should they encounter a teacher, if it came to blows. He could always sacrifice several years of life to exchange for soul skills or other means, ensuring he remained a formidable contender. Hanley had brought Xiao Wu to Shrek Academy primarily to register, yet the status still indicated that they were in the process of signing in. Pondering whether to leave the academy to explore, Hanley suggested, Xiao Wu, it's getting late. We should return. You can seek your retribution another time. Xiao Wu remained obedient to Hanley, dutifully following him as they departed from the academy. Upon reaching the entrance of Shrek Academy, she was incensed to find Ma Hongjun still sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Before leaving, she delivered several kicks to his body, leaving a multitude of imprints on him. Hanley, on the other hand, was elated, for the system had finally confirmed his successful check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in at Shrek Academy. Ding! You have received the following rewards: an increase of 5 levels in soul power, an extension of 500 years to the first soul ring, an extension of 1,000 years to the second soul ring, and an extension of 2,000 years to the third soul ring. Furthermore, all attributes including attack, defense, and speed have increased by 10%. As a result, Hanley's soul power level surged to 44, officially elevating him to the rank of Soul Master. He was thoroughly pleased with the rewards from this check-in, though he lamented the absence of a new soul ring. It seemed that the quest for the fourth soul ring would necessitate a venture into the Star Dove Forest in hopes of fortuitous encounters. That evening, as the sun descended, its golden rays bathed the Shrek Academy's playground. The dean, Flender, took a leisurely stroll to refresh his spirits, only to stumble upon Dai Mubai and Oscar lying pitifully on the ground. What happened to you? Who reduced you to this state? Flender approached, noticing their bruised faces. His anger brewing. Flender was characterized by 2 prominent traits: a miserly nature and a fierce protectiveness of his students. From the 2, he learned that a pair of younger children had come to the academy to provoke them. When the girl was unable to best Dai Mubai, The boys stepped in and soundly thrashed both of them. What? I must be mistaken. You were bested by a boy younger than yourselves? Flender furrowed his brow. You truly are disgraceful. Do you not feel ashamed? Dai Mubai and Oscar fell silent, realizing that their usual discipline had been far too lax. You shall recuperate for 3 days, and during that time, focus on your training. No one is permitted to leave until you reach the rank of Soul Elder. As soon as he finished speaking, a portly figure limped into view. What happened to you as well? Flender inquired with surprise, looking at Ma Hongjun. Among the three, Ma Hongjun had been the first to fall, and his injuries were not as severe as Dai Mubai's and Oscar's, allowing him to recover slightly quicker. He recounted the events that had transpired. Those 2 children again. Very well, you will receive the same treatment as the others. Once you have recovered, intensify your training, and do not venture out until you reach the rank of Soul Elder. After the 3 departed, Flender found himself lost in thought. Having traveled extensively, he was well acquainted with the potential of both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun among their peers. Their martial souls were of the highest caliber, truly monstrous. Yet, such formidable beings had been vanquished by someone even younger. This indicated that the 2 provocateurs were not merely exceptional, but rather extraordinary. Super monsters, one might say. Chapter 20. Frustration in the hunt. Suddenly, Flender contemplated an astonishing possibility. According to Dai Mubai and the others, the boy possessed 2 purple 1,000-year soul rings. Flender was baffled. Despite his long friendship with the master and his extensive knowledge of martial soul theories, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Unless, of course, the boy was a legendary dual martial soul wielder. However, this too seemed implausible. If the boy truly possessed dual martial souls at such a tender age, there would be little reason for him to utilize his second martial soul so early. It would be far more prudent to add soul rings to the second martial soul after achieving the rank of Soul Sage, or even title de law, ensuring that his innate potential was not squandered. Though the specifics of the boy's situation remained uncertain, Flender firmly believed that he was indeed a super monster. If he could locate this boy and persuade him to join Shrek Academy, it would be a monumental breakthrough. With this thought in mind, Flender felt a surge of impatience. He hastily returned to the chambers of Dai Mubai and his companions. Dean, why are you here again? Dai Mubai asked, bewildered. Flender meticulously examined their injuries and found them to be minor, merely superficial wounds. Look at you 3, what a disgrace. Hurry and tidy yourselves up, we are going out. Flender said tersely. Out? For what? We're going to find those 2 children who attacked you today. I wish to confront them personally. Although Dai Mubai and the others were somewhat reluctant, they did not dare defy the dean's orders and quickly changed in a fresh attire before stepping outside. They first circled the academy, but did not catch sight of Hanley and Xiao Wu. Realizing that the duo had likely departed, Flender resolved to search Soto City the following day. Dai Mubai and the others felt a sense of futility, unable to comprehend the purpose of their endeavors. Upon returning, Flender exceptionally convened a faculty meeting, recounting the events involving the 2 children in detail. The teachers, including Zhao Wujia, expressed profound astonishment. They shared Flender's sentiments, recognizing the necessity of making every effort to recruit the 2 children. Shrek Academy had operated for many years under the principle of admitting only monsters, resulting in a consistently low student population. It had become commonplace for there to be more teachers than students. Currently, there were only 4 students in the academy, one of whom, a 20-year-old Soul Elder at rank 39, was on the verge of graduation. The remaining 3 were Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai was at soul power level 28, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun were both at 22, brimming with potential. However, when compared to the 2 children, Flender and the others felt a sense of inadequacy. Tomorrow, I will head to Soto City and dig to the ends of the earth to find those 2 children. The future of Shrek Academy depends on them, Flender declared resolutely to the gathered teachers. Meanwhile, shortly after Hanley and Xiao Wu returned to their hotel, Hanley expressed his desire to explore the Stardoe Forest and procure a new soul ring. They had lingered in Soto City for quite some time, and the initial excitement had long since faded. The only thing that piqued Xiao Wu's interest was the thought of confronting Dai Mubai at Shrek Academy. However, with her soul power level only just reaching 20, she was too weak to contend with Dai Mubai. Thus, a trip to the Stardoe Forest seemed an opportune choice. Coincidentally, Xiao Wu also wished to find an opportunity to visit Deming and Air Ming, as it had been a long time since they had last met. Wow, Hanley, you've already reached level 30. Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. I hardly saw you spend much time training today. How you leveled up so quickly? Xiao Wu expressed her confusion. If Hanley were to reveal the truth, that he had already reached level 44 and sought the 4-soul ring, Xiao would likely be infuriated to the point of losing her appetite. Time flies swiftly. Upon returning from Shrek Academy, the sky had already darkened. With nightfall upon them, the two decided to postpone their departure until the early hours of the morrow, opting instead to enjoy a well-deserved rest at the hotel that evening. The following morning, a brilliant hue of dawn broke across the distant sky. Rising early, the pair donned their attire and exited the hotel. They had recently registered as Great Soul Masters at the Spirit Hall and had received a substantial amount of financial support. The dire straits they faced upon departing from Notting City were now a distant memory. With their newfound wealth, they chose to indulge themselves by hiring a carriage to journey towards the Stardow Forest. The journey was uneventful, save for a few bumps along the way. Everything else proceeded normally. Unbeknownst to Hanley, as they set out, Flender had mobilized the entire faculty and student body in a relentless search for their whereabouts. Soto City was no small locale, sprawling across a vast area and divided into several districts. Even with a multitude of teachers and students, locating two individuals in such a large city proved to be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After hours of fruitless searching, Flender, visibly frustrated, exclaimed, "Dean, I actually had a prior conflict with those two. I last saw them at the Rose Hotel. Why did you not inform me of such crucial information sooner? After all this wasted effort, I'm furious." Flender's teeth chattered with rage. Without delay, they hastened towards the Rose Hotel, quickly arriving at the front desk. "Good day. Have you seen two children, one boy and one girl?" The girl is dressed in pink. Flender described their features as best as he could. "They left early this morning." "I have no idea where they went," the attendant replied, appearing helpless. With a resigned sigh, Flender refused to give up, continuing the search. Days passed, yet they failed to catch even a glimpse of the duo. Flender's frustration reached a boiling point. For 2 consecutive days, he could hardly eat. His foul mood was vented upon Dai Mubai and his companions. "You 3 inept fools can't even overpower children younger than yourselves. Intensify your training." Flender subjected them to grueling drills, the intensity magnified several times over compared to before. Under the scorching sun, the trio sweated profusely, running tirelessly, required to circle the training ground 60 times without using their soul power. In addition to this fundamental physical training, a myriad of innovative drills were imposed upon them. Dai Mubai and his friends endured relentless torment, lamenting how long this wretched existence would continue. Chapter 21. The terrifying man-faced demon spider. Hanley, oblivious to Flender's frantic search, had his thoughts entirely focused on the Stardow Forest. Shortly after their arrival, the mechanical voice of the system resonated. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has reached the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Check-in successful. Ding. You have received a reward. Soul power increased by 1 level. The Stardow Forest is renowned as the most densely populated area of soul beasts on the Dolawa continent, vast in expanse, comparable to the territory of the Barak Kingdom. It is a colossal primeval forest characterized by its complex terrain, including swamps and wetlands. The closer one ventures toward the central region, the more formidable the soul beasts become. Consequently, the Stardow Forest boasts multiple check-in points. As Hanley and Xiao Wu traversed the forest, they encountered several soul beasts along the way. Being near the periphery, these soul beasts possessed relatively low strength, typically boasting only a century or a millennium of cultivation. Hanley merely dispatched these creatures with casual ease, harboring no intent to inflict lethal harm. His goal was solely to acquire system rewards through their defeat. However, due to their lower cultivation levels, the rewards he garnered were minimal. Each vanquished soul beast yielded roughly a month of lifespan, with the more formidable ones providing up to half a year. Xiao Wu observed Hanley's actions closely. Having once been a 10,000-year soul beast herself, she naturally detested witnessing the cruel harm inflicted upon her kin. Her fondness for Hanley grew even stronger. As they continued their journey, a sudden commotion erupted ahead, the ground trembling slightly as if some creature was hastily approaching. Soon, a massive blue serpent came into view. Hanley recognized this old beast as the mandala snake, notorious for its potent venom and paralyzing effects, making it one of the most fearsome poison attribute soul beasts with virtually no natural enemies. The mandala snake seemed to have been lying in wait, charging toward them with intent. Its speed was astonishing, and its agility posed a significant challenge for ordinary soul masters. A battle was unavoidable. Hanley took on the role of the primary attacker, while Xiao Wu coordinated from the side, both nimbly evading the mandala snake's initial assault. Subsequently, Xiao Wu capitalized on her speed advantage, swiftly closing the distance to the serpent. The mandala snake lashed out with its tail, but Xiao Wu deftly dodged. Leaping high, she landed atop the mandala snake's head and delivered a powerful kick. Although the strike did not inflict significant damage, it momentarily stunned the creature. Seizing the opportunity, Hanley unleashed his martial spirit, wielding the death scythe to deliver a powerful slash. The mandala's hide was tough, rendering typical attacks ineffective. Yet, it faced the terrifying might of Hanley. The side strike left a substantial gash on the mandala, blood splattering forth. It was evident that the mandala snake had sustained serious injuries. Without resorting to the system, Hanley was able to secure an effortless victory. Realizing it had provoked 2 formidable adversaries, the mandala snake, having suffered a significant setback, summoned all its strength and fled the scene with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, the serpent vanished from sight. Hanley had no intention of pursuing. He had no desire to claim a 1,000-year mandala snake as a soul ring. Shortly thereafter, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the mandala snake. You may exchange its lifespan for 2 years. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving an additional reward. Speed Attribute 1. Hanley scrutinized the details. The 2 years of the mandala snake's lifespan could be exchanged for half a level of soul power and other benefits. However, he chose not to redeem it immediately, contemplating the wisdom of accumulating the exchangeable lifespans. Presently situated within the Stardoe forest, should they encounter a powerful soul beast, he could convert these lifespans into life-saving soul skills. After their encounter, the two continued onward. As they ventured deeper into the Stardoe forest, the strength of the soul beasts they encountered significantly increased. After approximately half an hour of travel, they stumbled upon a colossal spider. This spider was known as the man-faced demon spider. Based on its characteristics, Hanley surmised it possessed at least 2,000 years of cultivation. The creature's massive form was adorned in a dark purple hue, with sharply pointed tips on its 8 appendages and eyes radiating an eerie glow. Xiao Wu immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from this soul beast. Hanley, this soul beast is exceptionally powerful. We may not stand a chance against it. Perhaps we should make a hasty retreat, Xiao Wu suggested, her voice quavering with trepidation. Now that we are here, how can we know if we can't defeat it unless we try? Hanley replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed intently on the human-faced demon spider. He noted the exceptional quality of this creature, deeming it highly suitable for a poison-wielding soul master to absorb. For instance, individuals like Dugiyan and Mengyaran could benefit greatly from it. However, at present, their soul power levels hovered around 20, rendering them incapable of absorption even if they were present. Tang San, the destined child of Doa, had only recently surpassed the 30th level. Had Xiao Wu not gone missing, he would not have risked his life to absorb it. The process of absorption was perilous, with even a minor misstep leading to dire consequences. Yet now, Hanley had reached a soul power level of 45, making the absorption of this human-faced demon spider a feasible endeavor. The crux of the matter lay in Hanley's belief that the age of this spider was somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, if he could vanquish it without incurring significant costs, absorbing its soul ring would indeed be the commendable option. Given the existence of the system, he was confident that future opportunities would arise to enhance the longevity of this soul ring. Its attributes were undeniably impressive. Hanley's martial soul was a scythe. While a typical scythe was merely sharp, it could not compete with an ordinary longsword in terms of lethality, as it was fundamentally a simple farming tool not designed for combat. However, if the scythe were imbued with potent toxins, its danger would significantly escalate. Moreover, no one would suspect that a seemingly unremarkable scythe could harbor such venom. The very thought of it was exhilarating. Very well, but we must exercise utmost caution. If the situation turns unfavorable, we must flee swiftly, for our lives are paramount. Xiao Wu expressed her concerns. The pair resumed their earlier strategy, with Hanley taking the forefront in the assault, while Xiao Wu remained poised to assist. Although Hanley's soul power stood at 45, he had yet to acquire his 4th soul ring, leaving him without a formidable soul skill. Chapter 22. Absorbing the 4th soul ring, the appearance of the Chrysanthemum Pass. Without relying on the system to exchange for soul skills or other means, Hanley felt a degree of pressure in facing the creature alone. Xiao Wu's soul power was relatively low, with her primary strength lying in close combat. During her encounters with the mandala snake, she had proven instrumental, but against the potent poison of a human-faced demon spider, her role was relegated to support. The human-faced demon spider advanced steadily towards them, launching a barrage of sinister webs. A mere brush against these webs would result in immediate poisoning. Undeterred by the onslaught of webs, Hanley activated his martial soul and wielded his scythe, slicing through the webs with precision. In an astonishing display, the demon spider leaped towards him. Fortunately, Hanley's reflexes were sharp. With a graceful pivot, he evaded the creature's assault. As the spider landed, it kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring its vision. A perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, Hanley charged forward, leaving numerous wounds on the demon spider, though none were fatal. His offensive seemed to enrage the creature, which raised its 4 forelegs and launched a counterattack from multiple angles, accompanied by a flurry of webs that blanketed all directions. Hanley had no choice but to retreat swiftly, creating distance to avoid peril. With his 45 soul power, Hanley's combat prowess was formidable. He believed that if he could maintain a relentless assault on the human-faced demon spider, it would not be long before he triumphed. Regrettably, engaging the creature up close was exceedingly perilous, as he had already learned. The battle had reached a stalemate. To defeat the demon spider, Hanley needed to find a way to restrain its movements. If he could attack without interruption, success would be half assured. At this critical juncture, he turned to the system for assistance. Hanley accessed the system panel and exchanged the lifespan of the mandala snake for a soul skill in the shop. This skill was named Death Entanglement. Without hesitation, he unleashed it. He raised his empty left hand, performing a grasping gesture, and a surge of soul power radiated around him. In an instant, countless dark green vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the human-faced demon spider with astonishing speed. These vines possessed the resilience of the mandala snake and were laced with its venom. The moment the spider came into contact with the vines, it was poisoned, suffering a drastic reduction in its attributes and experiencing a potent paralysis effect. In this state, the demon spider was utterly incapable of breaking free. It was all over. Hanley approached the ensnared demon spider with his scythe, which had now been rendered a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Under his relentless assault, the spider's consciousness fractured, leading to its demise. Hanley felt elated. This battle had not exacted a heavy toll, as he had triumphed solely through his own strength. Aside from the exchanged soul skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the human-faced demon spider. You may exchange for 4 years of its lifespan. The 4 years of lifespan were just enough to exchange for 1 level of soul power. Hanley decided to redeem it on the spot. Meanwhile, Xiaowu approached, exclaiming, Hanley, you are truly remarkable. You actually defeated that spider. Her face radiated admiration as she pointed to the rear. A purple 1,000-year soul ring emerged from the corpse of a human-faced demon spider, sparkling brilliantly. Hanley quickly absorbed that soul ring. I will keep watch over you. Xiaowu kindly urged. Hanley nodded, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Although the age of this soul ring was not particularly high at 2,000 years, inferior to his 3rd soul ring, it was perhaps due to this being Hanley's first experience absorbing a soul ring in this manner, or perhaps because of the high quality of the demon spider. The process was not entirely smooth. He felt a degree of discomfort, but it was merely a slight pain, without any threat to his life. In a short while, Hanley successfully absorbed the soul ring, raising his soul power level by 1. He had officially become a 4-ring soul master, with a soul power level reaching 47. The realm of Soul King was now tantalizingly close. The rapid enhancement of his abilities filled Hanley with joy, prompting a radiant smile. Hanley, congratulations. You have ascended to the rank of Soul Master before even reaching 10 years of age. How extraordinary. Xiaowu remarked. Ite isa mariluk, Hanley raplia astili. Having acquired the desired soul ring, there was no need for them to linger any longer. After all, the Stardew Forest is indeed quite perilous. Just as Hanley and his companions were preparing to depart, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Following the sound, they beheld 2 figures making their way toward them, an adult male and a young girl. The man exuded no trace of masculinity. Rather, he possessed an alluring charm. Clad in a fitted battle suit, his every gesture imbued with a feminine grace. Yet, despite this appearance, he emanated an aura of profound mystery, suggesting he was a formidable expert. The girl, comparable in age to Hanley, exhibited a charisma that belied her youth. With her short orange hair and fair, delicate skin, she appeared almost fragile. Hanley quickly deduced their identities. They were likely Ju Doloa and Hulaina from the Spirit Hall. Their presence in the Stardew Forest was most likely to assist Hulaina in acquiring a soul ring. Hanley, causing his heart to race with trepidation. Ju Doloa had attained the rank of Title Doloa and possessed an exceptionally keen perception, capable of discerning that Xiaowu was a transformed being from a 100,000-year soul beast. If he were to uncover this truth, Xiaowu's life would be in grave danger. Sensing the impending peril, Xiaowu instinctively retreated behind Hanley, visibly distressed. In a moment of urgency, Hanley exchanged a year of Xiaowu's lifespan in the system shop for concealed skill. By employing this skill, he could shroud Xiaowu's identity, even from the likes of Qian Dalu himself, ensuring her safety. With this, Hanley's anxiety began to dissipate. Chapter 23. Judo Amidola, bow to me as your master. With Xiaowu's predicament resolved, Hanley felt a sense of relief and turned his attention to Ju Doloa and Hulaina, who were not far off. He sensed that Hulaina's soul power was approximately at the 30th level, indicating her quest for a 3rd soul ring. At the same time, Ju Doloa noticed the corpse of a face-devouring spider, estimating it to be around 2,000 years old. The signs of battle were evident, suggesting it had perished recently. Observing the surroundings, he noted that apart from the 2 children, there was no one else present. Ju Doloa's expression shifted to one of curiosity as he inquired, Hey, those 2 children, did you slay this face-devouring spider? Hanley shook his head lightly, indicating that they had just arrived, intending to gather herbs nearby, and had stumbled upon the soul beast carcass while preparing to collect it before encountering Ju Doloa and Hulaina. Since you're interested in this soul beast, I shall relinquish it to you, he remarked, preparing to depart with Xiaowu. Ju Doloa was undoubtedly the most powerful individual Hanley had encountered since traversing into the Doloa continent. A tidal daw, an intimidating force. The presence of such a formidable expert was exceedingly dangerous. Should a conflict arise, Hanley would have no chance unless he resorted to extreme measures. The cost of such actions was far too great and not worth the risk. Halt! Ju Doloa commanded, his voice resonating with authority. Do you think I will let you leave? He was unconvinced by Hanley's words. 2 children, barely above a meter tall, daring to venture into the stark doe forest alone to gather herbs. Even in the relatively safer outskirts, he found it hard to believe. Of course, Zhu Deluo did not believe that these children could have slain a 2,000-year-old face-devouring spider, but the situation was clearly more complex than it appeared. Reluctantly, Hanley halted his retreat upon hearing Zhu Deluo's words. "Show me your martial souls," Zhu Deluo demanded, having sensed the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the two. Xiao Wu was filled with anxiety, her face reflecting an unprecedented panic, as she feared that he might discern her true identity. Hanley exchanged a reassuring glance with Xiao Wu, urging her to comply with Zhu Deluo's request. One by one, they revealed their respective martial souls, a scythe and a soft-boned rabbit. In the presence of a titled Deluo, Hanley chose to conceal his true strength, revealing only 2 soul rings, both yellow, indicating a 100-year soul ring. Had he displayed a purple soul ring, it would have drawn Zhu Deluo's attention immediately, leading to dire consequences. Given Zhu Deluo's temperament, he would certainly take Hanley to the Spirit Hall. Hanley was left with 2 paths, either submit to the Spirit Hall or face annihilation. This was one of the reasons for the Spirit Hall's enduring dominance. Xiao Wu remained tense, but noticed that Zhu Deluo seemed unaware of her peculiarities. Zhu Deluo, well-versed in various matters, found their martial souls rather ordinary, not particularly remarkable. However, he was astonished to see such small children possessing 2 soul rings, indicating their soul power was above the 20th level. Hulaina, standing beside him, displayed a look of disbelief. She had almost believed these children were mere innocents seeking herbs. To her surprise, their soul power levels were unexpectedly high. Her impression of them shifted, considering they might be offspring of a prominent family or sect, as such accomplishments were rare at their tender age. Although Hulaina had just broken through to the 30th level, it was largely due to the support of her teacher, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, who had invested substantial resources in her development. Standing at around 1.5 meters tall, Hulaina was clearly several years older than the 2 children, who were just over a meter in height. If they reached her age, it was highly likely they would also surpass the 30th level. The only drawback was their unremarkable martial souls, which lacked any distinctive features. "What is your soul power level?" Hulaina inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. 22. Hanley replied, followed by Xiao Wu, 23. "And how old are you?" Hulaina pressed on. 7 years old, they answered in unison. This confirmed Hulaina's earlier suspicion that they were indeed younger than her. Very impressive. Even Zhu Deluo, a titled Deluo, offered his praise. In the next moment, Zhu Deluo inhaled deeply and unleashed his martial soul, 9 dazzling soul rings illuminating beneath him, creating a stunning spectacle. "You too should become my disciples. After all, I am a titled Deluo. This is a rare fortune for you." Zhu Deluo exuded an overwhelming presence that made it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Even at a distance, Hanley and Xiao Wu felt the weight of his aura, their bodies responding with discomfort. Hanley instinctively pulled Xiao Wu back several steps, managing to maintain his composure. Zhu Deluo and Hulaina were taken aback. The fact that the 2 children could still stand firm in the face of a titled Deluo's pressure spoke volumes about their extraordinary talent. After a moment of contemplation, Hanley spoke up. "I am Wang Dong, and this is my sister, Wang Xiu'er. We are students of Balak Academy and Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall. Thus we cannot casually accept a master." It must be said that Hanley's psychological resilience is truly remarkable. Under the watchful gaze of the titled Deluo, he brazenly spun tales and lied without so much as a flicker of embarrassment. "The master of the Spirit Hall informed us that when we mature a bit more, he would take us to the Spirit Hall's headquarters in Spirit City, allowing us to further our studies at the Spirit Academy, with future prospects beyond imagination. Thus, I express my gratitude for your kind intentions, but I must respectfully decline the invitation." This segment flowed with an effortless grace, leaving no room for criticism. Upon finishing his words, Hanley produced the Spirit Hall's token from his pocket, a memento from their registration as Great Soul Masters in Soto City. Zhu Huaguan and Hulaina exchanged glances. How ironic that they were indeed from the Spirit Hall. What a coincidence. To be candid, I am an elder of the Spirit Hall, Zhu Huaguan said with a beaming smile. He then produced the token that signified his status as an elder. "There are no further doubts, I presume. May we proceed?" Chapter 24. Hulaina faces off against Xiao Wu. Hanley shook his head once more, his determination unwavering. "No, we must return to Balak City. Our parents and teachers are there. When we have grown older, we can accompany the master to Spirit City." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Huaguan's expression visibly darkened, revealing his displeasure. Were it not for the rapid growth in the children's soul power, he would have wasted no breath and simply struck them down. It is essential to note that Zhu Huaguan is a highly influential elder within the Spirit Hall, a titled Deluo of level 95, capable of performing martial soul fusion techniques with the Ghost Deluo, making him exceedingly formidable. Countless individuals would eagerly seek to apprentice under him, yet he would scarcely cast a glance in their direction. Now, Zhu Huaguan, having exhibited his impressive prowess, sought to take these 2 children as his disciples, only to find them dismissive. Simultaneously, Hulaina felt a surge of irritation. Throughout her journey, she had been hailed as an extraordinary talent by the members of the Spirit Hall, and apart from her brother, Xieu, she was the most powerful among her peers. Yet, today she encountered two children with even greater potential. Hulaina yearned to defeat them. Not only would it elevate her spirits, but it would also restore some dignity to Zhu Huaguan. After all, as a titled Dao and an elder of the Spirit Hall, it would be inappropriate for him to engage in battle against two children, as it would tarnish his reputation for bullying the weak. Being of similar age, it would be most fitting for Hulaina to step in. Humph, how audacious of you to refuse the offer of such a distinguished figure as Elder Zhu. You two self-important brats. Do not presume that possessing a soul power of over 20 at the age of 7 makes you exceptional. Allow me to show you what true genius looks like. As she spoke, Hulaina approached, adopting a combat stance. I am currently a 31st level battle soul master. Do not claim I am bullying you. I shall refrain from using my third soul skill and limit my soul power to merely 70%. You two may come at me together. I shall demonstrate what genuine talent entails. Hulaina regarded Hanley and his companion with palpable disdain. Xiao Wu, possessing a competitive spirit, could hardly tolerate such provocation and felt her fighting spirit ignite. How arrogant can you be? One of me is sufficient to handle you. This confrontation between women is undeniably fair. The two girls advanced toward an open space, while Hanley and Zhu Huaguan positioned themselves to observe the match. A fierce battle was imminent. Both Zhu Huaguan and Hulaina believed that with a single move, they could defeat Xiao Wu, given the nearly 10-level disparity in soul power between them. Mesmerize. Hulaina seized the initiative, unleashing her most adept skill, Mesmerize. Her ability could disrupt the opponent's mental state through auditory and visual stimuli, rendering them devoid of combat awareness. Just as Hulaina felt assured of her victory, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xiao Wu appeared unaffected by the Mesmerize skill. How can this be? Hulaina's composure faltered, her face a mask of astonishment. It turned out that Xiao Wu's martial soul was the soft-bone rabbit, which bore a certain immunity to such enchanting effects. Free from the clutches of enchantment, Xiao Wu swiftly dashed toward Hulaina. Capitalizing on her speed advantage, she reached Hulaina before her opponent could react. Hulaina, realizing the situation, attempted to retaliate, but Xiao Wu's agile physique allowed her to evade the attack with grace. Yet, that was not the end of it. Xiao Wu skillfully entwined Hulaina with her limbs. Naturally, Hulaina was not one to remain passive, continuously channeling her soul power in an effort to break free. However, Xiao Wu resembled a sprightly sprite, darting around Hulaina, causing her considerable distress. In the current scenario, it appeared that Xiao Wu held the upper hand. The unfolding performance of Xiao Wu increasingly astonished Zhu Doa. He had not anticipated such formidable combat capabilities from this seemingly unremarkable girl. Even Zhu Doa could not help but offer a few words of praise. With proper training, Xiao Wu could become the next Hulaina. No, her potential may even surpass that of Hulaina. Zhu Doa found himself puzzled. Ideally, a talent of this caliber would not be without adult guardianship. Such prodigies, regardless of their family or sect background, would be cherished and protected. For instance, when Hulaina was set to acquire her soul rings, the Spirit Hall dispatched Zhu Huaguan, a titled Delaw, to ensure her safety. Zhu Huaguan speculated that these two children had likely sneaked away. They had heard tales of the Star Doe forest, which had drawn them here. At that moment, a distant intermittent howl of a beast echoed through the air. The roar was terrifying, akin to a wave of sound with overwhelming force, causing many soul beasts to flee in panic, creating a considerable commotion. Hanley recognized that the cry emanated from the Titan Great Ape, the ruler of the Star Doe forest, likely drawn out by Xiao Wu's presence. Zhu Deluo felt some uncertainty, but did not consider the howl significant. In his view, it was probably the result of powerful soul beasts clashing over territory. The sound came from far and would likely have no impact here. Turning his attention back to the battlefield, the situation appeared to have shifted. As the combat dragged on, Xiao Wu began to struggle, her stamina and soul power evidently dwindling. This was hardly surprising, as Hulaina was a formidable opponent at the soul zone level, and the nearly 10-level difference was akin to a chasm. Even with Hulaina restraining her strength, it was difficult for anyone of the same rank to defeat her. Consequently, Xiao Wu found herself retreating under Hulaina's relentless onslaught, clearly unable to endure much longer. That's enough, Xiao Wu, you should step back, Hanley interjected. Xiao Wu, reluctantly suppressing her aura, retreated with great reluctance. She was headstrong but not foolish, recognizing that continuing the fight would yield no benefits for her. Naturally, Hulaina would also experience some fatigue, but the toll on Xiao Wu was far greater. Hanley stepped forward, glancing at Hulaina, and stated, "You should rest. I have no intention of taking advantage of the situation. We shall resume our battle later." Hulaina let out a cold snort and arrogantly declared, "No need. Even in my diminished state, dealing with you will be more than sufficient." "Very well, those are your words. Let us commence," Hanley replied, no longer inclined to be courteous. The recent battle with Xiao Wu had drained a considerable amount of Hu Laiina's energy, allowing Hanley to conserve his strength and refrain from revealing his capabilities too soon. The two stood on opposite sides of the clearing, locked in a tense standoff, the air thick with the scent of impending conflict. Be cautious. Hu Laiina unleashed her martial spirit and activated her charm skill. Charm is an exceptionally useful opening move. I refuse to believe you can be immune like that, little girl. Hu Laiina scoffed. Huh? How do you know I can't be immune? Hanley responded with an innocuous smile. It is worth noting that not long ago, Hanley had acquired the charm skill as a reward from the system. Consequently, he was indeed impervious to her charm. This revelation only served to infuriate Hu Laiina further. The charm was her most trusted and powerful technique, having aided her in vanquishing numerous opponents. Yet today, confronted with both Hanley and Xiao Wu, her charm skill had repeatedly failed her. Deprived of this ability, Hu Laiina's overall prowess would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow, and it was only natural for her to feel angered. Hanley, undeterred by her frustrations, activated his martial spirit, brandishing a sharp scythe and charging forward with fierce determination. In an instant, Hanley and Hu Laiina were locked in a fierce melee, the intensity of their battle palpable. Compared to Xiao Wu, Hanley appeared far more at ease. His offensive rhythm was methodical, each slash and maneuver executed with precision, directness, and efficiency, devoid of any superfluous movements. Hu Laiina sensed a grave threat. She thought to herself, this fellow truly possesses remarkable skills. Could it be that she would genuinely suffer defeat this time? Watching from the sidelines, Zhu Deluo focused intently on Hanley, singing his praises. This lad's potential rivals that of Xieyu. They are indeed two little monsters. This realization solidified Zhu Deluo's resolve to take these two children as disciples and nurture them within the Spirit Hall. In time, delivering two extraordinary talents to the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly earn him significant recognition from the Pope. Zhu Deluo's thoughts were grandiose, as he began to envision the accolades he would receive in the future. Simultaneously, the distant roars of beasts grew louder, indicating they were approaching. Could they have sensed the aura of a titled Deluo like me? Zhu Deluo instinctively considered this possibility. If it were only him, he would indeed be curious to see what those soul beasts looked like. However, it was evident that he could not act on this impulse. Accompanying him was Hu Laiina, a superlative genius of the Spirit Hall and a direct disciple of Pope Bibidong. Should Hu Laiina find herself in peril, any misstep would result in grave consequences for him. With this thought, Zhu Deluo quickly interjected, Hu Laiina, cease fighting. A powerful soul beast is approaching. We must leave at once. Just a moment longer. I must defeat him. Hu Laiina, consumed by her anger, was deaf to Zhu Deluo's words. She was a fiercely competitive young woman, stubborn in her ways. Recognizing he could not persuade Hu Laiina, Zhu Deluo conceded, urging her to finish the battle swiftly. Time was of the essence, and Hu Laiina resolutely elevated her soul power to the 30th level, deciding to hold nothing back. Yet, even so, Hanley effortlessly parried Hu Laiina's attacks, contrary to her expectations. At that moment, Hu Laiina disregarded any notions of fairness. In her desperation, she instinctively unleashed her third soul skill. Hu Laiina's third soul skill, the Fox transformation, was an auxiliary technique that enveloped her entire being in a dazzling pink light. During this period, her mental prowess and attack power surged by 150%, while her speed and strength doubled. This was indeed astonishing. Zhu Deluo had not anticipated that Hanley would withstand such an onslaught. The young man displayed remarkable resilience, and Zhu Deluo found himself increasingly impressed. Zhu Deluo was unwilling to undermine Hu Laiina's pride and chose to observe Hanley's limits. When Hu Laiina activated her third soul skill and revealed her full strength, he believed Hanley had no chance of turning the tide. However, Zhu Deluo still harbored a sliver of hope. He was curious to see how Hanley would respond. To Hu Laiina, a soul master of her age, her skills and soul power were formidable. Yet to Zhu Deluo, a titled Deluo, they were insignificant. Should Hanley find himself in genuine danger, Zhu Deluo would undoubtedly intervene to save him. Faced with Hu Laiina's relentless advance, Hanley resolved to invoke his third soul skill, Blade Light Emergence. Upon executing this move, a brilliant sheen enveloped his scythe. When he struck again with his scythe, the power would be terrifyingly amplified. Furthermore, Hanley unleashed approximately 35 levels of soul power, determined to settle the battle with a single clash. Of course, to avoid arousing suspicion, Hanley concealed his soul power and skills, leading Zhu Deluo and Hu Laiina to perceive a significant increase in his soul power without comprehending its true extent. They unconsciously assumed Hanley had been hiding his strength, estimating his true power to be close to the 30th level. Soon, Hanley and Hu Laiina engaged in their final confrontation. The two opposing waves of energy intertwined chaotically, causing the ground to buckle and stir gusts of wind. Hanley felt a tingling sensation in his arm, then feigned retreating 2 steps to avoid appearing overly formidable. In contrast, Hu Laiina was launched backward, her position exceedingly precarious. Fortunately, Zhu Deluo reacted swiftly, catching Hulaina in midair, preventing her from suffering further harm. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating Hulaina. You may exchange Hulaina's 5-year lifespan. The system's notification rang in Hanley's mind. However, at that moment, Hanley had no time to contemplate how many levels of soul power or other rewards he could obtain from Hulaina's lifespan. Struck by a tremendous force, Hulaina spat blood, her face devoid of color. Ju Elder, kill them. Hulaina's pupils chilled, seething with rage as she pointed at Hanley and Xiao Wu, unwilling to accept her defeat. After witnessing the previous 2 battles, Zhu Doluo felt an increased fondness for Hanley and Xiao Wu and was reluctant to dispose of them. Miss Hulaina, please calm yourself. Do not act impulsively, Zhu Doluo urged gently. They are also members of the Spirit Hall, just like you and me, and promising ones at that. You must not speak such nonsense again. Zhu Doluo's words jolted Hulaina back to her senses, and she instantly regained her composure. Fortunately, with Zhu Doluo's reminder, she avoided making a grave mistake, though a sense of frustration lingered in her heart. Perhaps sensing this, Zhu Doluo added, we cannot resort to killing, but you may challenge them any time in the future. Hulaina nodded thoughtfully, slowly rising with Zhu Doluo's assistance. Hulaina let out a long sigh, casting a begrudging glance at Hanley and Xiao Wu. Consider yourselves fortunate. Just wait. I shall become your nightmare. The moment those harsh words escaped her lips, she succumbed to a profound faint, utterly unconscious due to her immense exertion. Fortunately, Hulaina was not gravely harmed, and Zhu Huaguan had little cause for concern. This, in fact, presented him with an opportunity to further entice Han, Li, and Xiao Wu. Children, follow me. I shall escort you to the Spirit City, where the mightiest soul masters reside and the finest resources abound. With your exceptional foundations and boundless potential, I assure you that you will emerge as the most radiant talents across the continent, Zhu Huaguan earnestly declared, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the two. I am quite confident in my ability to cultivate you into titled Duluos, the pinnacle of soul masters. As long as you agree, I will send someone to speak on your behalf to your school and parents. Hanley discerned the sincerity in Zhu Doluo's words, recognizing the substantial earnestness he displayed. Of course, Zhu Doluo's motivation stemmed entirely from Hanley and Xiao Wu's extraordinary gifts. However, Hanley was disinclined to venture to the Spirit City, where he would be treated as a specimen for experimentation and training. The Spirit Hall was no ordinary faction. Should he choose to join, he would undoubtedly find himself ensnared. His freedom a challenging pursuit. Such a subjugated existence was not what Hanley desired. Thus, Hanley spoke slowly. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, Doluo, but I would prefer to return to school first and consider attending the Spirit Academy once I have matured. Throughout his discourse, Hanley maintained a vigilant demeanor, closely monitoring Zhu Huaguan's every action, apprehensive that the latter might resort to coercive measures. Should Zhu Doluo indeed attempt such a thing, Hanley had a contingency plan to sacrifice his own life force to resist. Even if it meant death, he would refuse to be captured by Zhu Doluo. Quickly, stop dawdling. Zhu Doluo gently lifted Hulaina and surged towards Hanley and Xiao Wu. Hanley realized that the man had indeed made such a decision. Xiao Wu, run, he shouted without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, both Hanley and Xiao Wu darted into the forest, concealing themselves. It appeared they had quietly conferred beforehand, opting to flee in different directions. Upon noticing this, Zhu Doluo contemplated briefly and decided to prioritize capturing Hanley, as he was the one with the most remarkable talent and served as the backbone of the duo. Subsequently, Zhu Doluo cradled Hulaina and launched his pursuit of Hanley. I knew you would come after me first, Hanley remarked, sensing the presence behind him. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. He swiftly sacrificed 5 years of Hulaina's lifespan, frantically exchanging for speed-enhancing soul skills in the system marketplace. With several soul skills stacked together, Hanli's speed surged astonishingly, creating distance between himself and Zhu Doluo. Zhu Doluo was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such hidden cards, enabling him to flee with such swiftness. No wonder he dared to enter the Star-Do Great Forest with a little girl. Alas, in the forest, Zhu Doluo found it difficult to leverage his advantages, especially while carrying Hulaina, rendering him less agile than Hanley. It became clear that catching up to Hanley would not be a simple task. Nevertheless, Zhu Doluo remained confident. After all, he was a titled Doluo with an abundance of soul power, his greatest asset. If this continued, Hanley would eventually exhaust his soul power. Just then, Zhu Doluo's expression dramatically shifted. A colossal soul beast approached rapidly, resembling a gorilla with a body akin to rock, deeply etched with crevices, towering as high as a mountain. The roar of the giant soul beast resonated loudly, and with each step it took, the ground beneath it buckled, toppling numerous trees, truly terrifying. Yudolu panicked. He had heard rumors of 2 sovereign-level soul beasts residing in the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape. Both beasts had cultivation levels exceeding 100,000 years, their power formidable enough that an ordinary title de loi stood no chance against them. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, was currently scheming to slay these two soul beasts to acquire their coveted red 100,000-year soul rings. Zhu Doluo never imagined that he would be the first to encounter the true form of such a sovereign soul beast. Merely observing from afar, he was struck with fear by the immense aura radiating from the creature. It seemed that this was indeed the legendary Titan Great Ape, unmatched by any ordinary soul beast. Logically, one of such dominance should inhabit the core area of the forest. What could have provoked the Titan Great Ape to venture to the forest's outskirts? Zhu Doluo muttered softly to himself. He had no time for further contemplation. He hastily departed the ominous area with Hulayina at his side. As for Hanley and Xiao Wu, he could not concern himself with them, prioritizing their safety before devising his next steps. The emergence of the Titan Great Ape sent all soul beasts and soul masters within a 10-kilometer radius trembling in fear, fleeing in panic. No one wished to encounter such a terrifying creature. The Titan Great Ape sensed a powerful human presence near Xiao Wu and feared for her safety, prompting its urgent concern. After relentless searching, it finally located Xiao Wu in a secluded corner. Relieved to find her unharmed, the Titan Great Ape delicately raised its massive hand. Ming, what brings you here? Xiao Wu asked in astonishment, leaping into the Titan Great Ape's palm. The Titan Great Ape then carried Xiao Wu toward the core region of the forest. At the same time, having evaded Zhu Doluo, Hanley also tracked down Xiao Wu's whereabouts. However, he chose not to reveal himself, opting instead to observe from the shadows. He understood the bond between Xiao Wu and the Titan Great Ape and was confident that the latter would never harm her. Thus he remained unhurried. A bold idea suddenly took root in Hanley's mind. He resolved to follow the Titan Great Ape closely, allowing it to pave the way for him. With the Titan Great Ape's presence, no other soul beasts or soul masters would dare approach. They preferred to maintain their distance. Thus, with the unwitting Titan Great Ape serving as his protector, Hanley safely traversed the inner regions of the Stardow Great Forest without a scratch. Upon arriving at this location, Hanley wasted no time and immediately began his sign-in process. Chapter 27. Infiltrating the inner regions of the Stardow Great Forest. The Stardow Great Forest is roughly divided into 3 areas based on danger levels: the outer region, the inner region, and the core area. The core area refers to the lairs of the 2 dominant soul beasts near a small lake. At present, Hanley dared not venture into such perilous territory. Should he stray there, he would easily attract the attention of the 2 soul beasts, leading to unnecessary trouble. Signing in within the inner region was already a source of great satisfaction for Hanley Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Ding, you have received rewards. Soul power increased by 5 levels, along with 2 10,000-year soul rings. Hanley was instantly overjoyed with this enhancement. His soul power level had reached 52. At hand was the latest gift from the system, a Millennium Soul Ring. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanley chose to absorb this soul ring. Moments later, he successfully fused with the Black Millennium Soul Ring, elevating his soul power by 1 level. At just 7 years old, Hanley had already attained the rank of a Soul King at level 53. The news of this achievement would undoubtedly stir up tremendous waves. After careful consideration, Hanley resolved to remain in the forest for the time being. The formidable Zhu Doluo would not likely let this matter rest. He could very well be lying in wait at the Soul Master gathering outside the forest, hoping for Hanley to walk into his trap. With this conviction, Hanley returned to the periphery of the Stardow Forest, a relatively safe haven for him. Spending a day or two in such an environment posed no threat to him. As night fell quietly, the primitive forest was devoid of city lights, enveloping everything in an inky darkness. The entire night passed peacefully, fleeting by in an instant. The following morning, a bright hue of dawn broke in the distant sky. After a few hours, Xiao Wu returned, having come to the place where the Titan Giant Ape had taken her, loudly calling out Hanley's name. Upon hearing her voice, Hanley quickly poked his head out, and the two reunited joyfully. "That's wonderful, Hanley. You're safe," Xiao Wu exclaimed, throwing her arms around him in elation. Her greatest worry had been that Hanley might have fallen into the clutches of Zhu Doluo. "As long as we are both safe, that is the best outcome," Hanley replied softly, refraining from inquiring how Xiao Wu had managed to escape. He already had an inkling of the circumstances. However, Xiao Wu volunteered a vague explanation, saying, "I was captured by that enormous soul beast, and I even spoke to it. Perhaps it released me after playing with me, thinking I was just a harmless child." To anyone unaware, such a narrative might indeed seem plausible. Hanley chose not to unravel Xiao Wu's fib, instead chuckling in agreement. He soon noticed that Xiao Wu's soul power had increased significantly. Just the previous day, she had been at level 23, but overnight, she had soared to level 31. Hanley surmised this was due to her cultivation at the Lake of Life, aided by 2 powerful soul beasts. Such progress was entirely reasonable. Upon reflection, he realized that Xiao Wu had not previously shown much enthusiasm for cultivation. It was likely spurred by Dai Mu Bai and Hulayina's influence, igniting her competitive spirit and desire to enhance her strength. However, Hanley was already a Soul King at level 53, and if Xiao Wu were to discover this, it would surely astonish her. Shall we head back now? Xiao Wu asked, her large eyes blinking inquisitively. Hanley decisively shook his head, indicating that it was still perilous to venture out. They could not guarantee that Zhu Delaw was not lurking outside, waiting for an opportunity. While the Stardow Forest is fraught with danger, it also presents opportunities. Remaining here to hone our skills is indeed a wise choice, Hanley mused thoughtfully. Xiao Wu found his reasoning sound and concurred with his perspective. The two continued their training within the Stardow Forest, gradually venturing closer to its inner depths as the outer regions no longer suffice for their growth. Consequently, they encountered increasingly powerful soul beasts, including formidable ones exceeding 5,000 years in age. Although these soul beasts were not exactly rulers of their domain, they held considerable sway within the Stardow Forest. Hanley and Xiao Wu engaged in fierce combat with the 5,000-year soul beasts, the battles proving to be intensely challenging for both. However, their prowess was not to be underestimated, and they ultimately achieved a series of victories. They had vanquished numerous 5,000-year soul beasts, although a few had managed to escape. The 3,000 and 4,000-year soul beasts posed no challenge. Against such foes, Hanley and Xiao Wu were overwhelmingly dominant. In no time, they had thoroughly overwhelmed the 3,000 and 4,000-year soul beasts in the area, leaving them so intimidated that they would flee at the sight of the duo. As for the more powerful Millennium Soul Beasts, Hanley exhibited a distinct timidity, displaying no inclination to engage them and hastily retreating with Xiao Wu whenever encountered. In truth, had he relied on the system's life-costing mechanics, Hanley would have been confident in defeating these Millennium Soul Beasts. However, the rewards for defeating such formidable foes, while substantial, came at a considerable cost. Weighing the risks, Hanley preferred to act within his means, valuing the purity of rewards gained through his own strength. However modest they may be, after all, who could resist a surefire profit? Time flew swiftly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Through Hanley's relentless efforts, he had accrued enough life reward from soul beasts to exchange for a level 4 soul power. Hanley was now a 5-ring Soul King. Yet the meager rewards from defeating soul beasts below 5,000 years were scarcely worth the effort, akin to mere handouts. To attain substantial rewards, Hanley needed to challenge those soul beasts with ages reaching 8,000 or 9,000 years, or even millennium. Yet it must be acknowledged, the strength of such soul beasts was formidable. Without relying on the system's life-costing mechanics, Hanley could not be entirely confident. Furthermore, with Xiao Wu accompanying him, the likelihood of encountering danger was heightened. Xiao Wu, I believe it is time for us to take a break from this perilous Stardow Forest. Remaining in such a treacherous place demands our utmost vigilance, and maintaining peak condition is quite exhausting. All right, I shall follow your lead. I've made substantial progress recently, Xiao Wu replied, stretching her waist with satisfaction. Her practical experience had noticeably improved, and her soul power had also grown by nearly 2 levels, now standing at 33. Chapter 28. The First Encounter with Qian Renxue. Meanwhile, 2 individuals familiar to Hanley had arrived in the Stardow Forest, the Snake Spear de Luo and Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue had now ascended to the rank of Soul King, aided by the Snake Spear de Luo to procure her 5th soul ring in the Stardow Forest. Notably, during this period, Qian Renxue had assumed the role of an undercover agent within the Heavendoe Empire, disguising herself as the Empire's eldest prince, Xueqinghe. Having stealthily ventured out, Qian Renxue, concerned about being recognized, had removed her disguise to reveal her true appearance. As Hanley and Xiao Wu conversed, they suddenly heard a commotion not far away, as if a battle was unfolding. Exchanging glances, they understood each other and decided to investigate. They soon reached an optimal vantage point, where they beheld the Snake Spear de Luo and Qian Renxue in pursuit of a formidable Millennium Soul Beast, which was wounded and desperately fleeing. The Titan giant ape, residing deep within the core area, suddenly stirred, sensing the presence of a tidal daw near Xiao Wu, a significant threat to her safety. Without uttering a word, the Titan great ape charged forth once more, barreling straight towards the Serpent Spear de Luo. The Serpent Spear de Luo was taken aback, astonished at the disturbance caused by the overlord of the core area of the Stardow Forest. It was evident, by the opponent's demeanor, that the assault was directed at him. Young master, the situation has changed. A terrifying entity of 100,000 years has arrived. I shall confront him. You must stay here. The safety of Qian Renxue, the granddaughter of the Grand Priest, was paramount. Nothing must happen to her. Just as the Serpent Spear de Luo prepared to rush in a battle with the Titan Great Ape, he turned back with concern and cautioned, Young master, do not be reckless. If it becomes too overwhelming, wait for my return. With that, the Serpent Spear de Luo swiftly took flight. At the same time, perhaps sensing the disappearance of that dangerous aura, the injured 10,000-year spirit beast halted its advance, viciously glaring at Qian Renxue. It seemed to convey that the formidable adversary it feared was no longer present, allowing it to unleash its fury unrestrained. Undeterred, Qian Renxue swiftly engaged in combat with the 10,000-year spirit beast, yet she ultimately underestimated its prowess. Even wounded, the ancient beast remained overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond the capabilities of a newly ascended spirit king like her. Hanley and Xiao Wu soon arrived at the scene. Recognizing Qian Renxue, Hanley felt a surge of indignation at her plight, having cherished her in his previous life. Witnessing her in distress, he could not stand idly by. Without hesitation, he approached her side. "Who are you?" Qian Renxue inquired, bewildered. Given the urgency of the situation, they could postpone introductions until after vanquishing the spirit beast. Hanley maintained an air of remarkable composure. Subsequently, Hanley concealed his true power, revealing only 3 spirit rings, demonstrating the strength of a spirit elder. A sharp scythe materialized in his hand as he brandished it, charging valiantly to intercept the 10,000-year spirit beast. "I will cover you." Seize the opportunity to deliver a lethal strike, Hanley shouted without glancing back. Qian Renxue was taken aback. Despite being merely a spirit elder, he exhibited such audacity in the face of a 10,000-year beast. In this initial encounter, she regarded Hanley with newfound respect. Hanley created an advantageous moment, and Qian Renxue did not squander it, promptly unleashing her most potent abilities. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, they successfully defeated the wounded 10,000-year spirit beast. At that moment, Hanley received a reward from the system. However, since the victory was a collaborative effort, his reward was considerably diminished. He only obtained a year of the spirit beast's life essence. Nevertheless, considering the beast's status, a year's worth of life essence could be exchanged for a level of spirit power. As the spirit beast perished, a black spirit ring slowly materialized in the air. "Quickly, claim the spirit ring. We shall protect you," Hanley remarked calmly. Qian Renxue nodded and promptly seated herself on the ground, channeling her inner spirit power. After approximately the duration of a fragrant incense stick, she successfully assimilated the black 10,000-year spirit ring, significantly enhancing her strength. Rising, Qian Renxue cast a gaze filled with gratitude towards Hanley and Xiao Wu. Had it not been for their assistance, not only would she have struggled to absorb the spirit ring in peace, but she might have perished at the hands of the 10,000-year spirit beast. "Thank you ever so much. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Qian Renxue, hailing from the spirit hall," she said warmly. She attentively scrutinized Hanley and Xiao Wu before her. Despite their tender ages of merely 7 or 8 years, they had already attained the status of spirit elders. Moreover, Hanley's display of power earlier left no doubt about their genuine strength. "Might I inquire if you would be interested in joining us at the spirit hall? Should you choose to do so, I will ensure you receive the finest treatment. Fulfilling your desires will be but a mere word away." As the young mistress of the spirit hall, Qian Renxue's tone was imbued with greater confidence than that of Zhu Dola. "We are grateful for your kind offer. However, we are already registered spirit masters of the spirit hall, currently students of Balak Academy. Other matters can be considered when we are older," Hanley replied, echoing the sentiments he had previously expressed to Zhu Dola. Unlike Zhu Dola, Qian Renxue did not press the issue further, but acknowledged that such a decision required careful contemplation. "Very well. The doors of the spirit hall shall always remain open to you. Just let me know when you wish to come," she replied. Hanley nodded and suggested, "Now that you have acquired the spirit ring, why not join us as we leave? It is safer to have companions." Qian Renxue accepted Hanley's proposal. Without the company of the serpent spear Doa, traversing the Stardow forest alone was indeed perilous. Considering the immense assistance these two had provided, they appeared trustworthy. Thus, the trio journeyed together, making their way out of the forest. As they ventured into the inner regions of the forest's outskirts, they encountered a mercenary squad comprising 10 members. While they advanced cautiously, 10 shadowy figures suddenly descended from the sky, encircling them. "Halt! This is a robbery," the leader of the black-clad figures bellowed. They were not ordinary individuals. Without exception, they were all spirit masters, the most formidable among them being a spirit king of 5 rings. The black-clad figures radiated an aura of malevolence, their eyes sharp as blades, fixated on the trio. It appeared these marauders had been hunting spirit beasts in the Stardow forest, seizing the opportunity to rob passing spirit masters. In summary, this mercenary squad possessed formidable overall strength, almost unparalleled unless they encountered someone far beyond their level. "We are all under 30 years of age and possess no valuables," Hanley stated matter-of-factly. However, the assailants were unconvinced. "Whether you have valuables or not, we shall see when we search your belongings." With that, several black-clad figures began to advance menacingly toward them. "How do you search us?" Such audacity, Qian Renxue, unaccustomed to such indignities, immediately retorted. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and a fierce confrontation seemed inevitable. "This girl has quite the fiery temperament. Let's show her our true strength." The leader of the black-clad figures coldly declared as his subordinates assumed a battle stance. They were no ragtag group. Though the mercenary squad featured only one spirit king, their numbers were significant, accompanied by extensive combat experience. 5 brilliant spirit rings ignited beneath Qian Renxue, who was undeterred and promptly summoned her sacred angel spirit. The numerous black-clad figures were taken aback, astonished that this young girl was also a spirit king of 5 rings. Qian Renshue initiated the attack, surging towards the leader of the black-clad figures. He raised his hand to block, yet he underestimated her strength and was forced back several steps. Truly a rare angel spirit. The leader of the black-clad figures mused inwardly. You two, join me in dealing with this little girl. No sooner had he commanded than a spirit master and a spirit elder positioned themselves beside him to assist. The 3 of them besieged Qian Renshue, leveraging their numerical advantage, which rendered her exceptionally strained. Meanwhile, the remaining dark-clad figures had set their sights on Hanley and Xiao Wu. The 30-level Xiao Wu found herself entangled with a soul master and 2 great soul masters. Despite her remarkable speed, she was still at a disadvantage. Just as Hanley intended to assist Xiao Wu, he was encircled by 4 adversaries, 1 soul sovereign, 2 soul masters, and 1 great soul master. Little one, let us entertain you for a while, declared the 4 dark figures as they revealed their martial souls. Hanley meticulously assessed the battlefield. Although both Xiao Wu and Qian Renshue were engaged in a 3-on-1 struggle, they appeared capable of holding their ground for the moment. Since they were not in immediate peril, Hanley deemed it unnecessary to waste his life seeking assistance from the system. He resolved to swiftly vanquish his current foes and then rush to his companion's aid. The 4 adversaries exhibited remarkable synergy, their coordination so seamless that Hanley found it challenging to gain the upper hand. The battle raged fiercely. This little fellow may be young, but his combat prowess is impressive, one of the dark figures remarked in astonishment. Despite their combined efforts, they were still unable to subdue Hanley. You've made a grave mistake by crossing me, Hanley retorted, his demeanor unfaltering. In the next moment, he unleashed the White Tiger King Kong transformation, a soul skill recently rewarded to him by the system. During its activation, Hanley's attributes, such as attack power and speed, saw a significant enhancement. Before the dark figures could react, Hanley darted into their midst with astonishing velocity. The chilling scythe moved with a chaotic grace, each strike ruthless and precise. The weakest of the great soul masters could not withstand such ferocity, succumbing to a flurry of blows, blood erupting in a gruesome display. Scatter! One of the dark figures shouted urgently. Escaping would not be so simple. Hanley keenly tracked the movements of the 2 soul masters, swiftly lunging toward them. The earlier struggle had already drained their stamina, leaving them unable to withstand Hanley's subsequent onslaught. Hanley showed no mercy to his enemies, methodically dispatching them one after another. Soon, only the last soul sovereign remained to face him. What manner of monster are you? The soul sovereign stammered, fear evident in his trembling voice. Hanley, uninterested in idle chatter, surged forward, launching another attack. The scythe danced in his hands with an effortless fluidity, as though it were an extension of his very being. The soul sovereign, however, did not resign without a fight. He grit his teeth and resolved to engage in one final desperate struggle. He had hoped that, even if he could not defeat Hanley, he might at least inflict a significant injury upon him. Yet, he was sorely mistaken. Throughout the confrontation, Hanley remained unscathed, while the soul sovereign was left with a multitude of lacerations, blood gushing from his wounds, painting a rather macabre scene. With no time to rest, her adversaries, a soul master and 2 great soul masters, posed no challenge for him. With a thunderous display of power, Hanley swiftly dispatched the trio, showcasing his remarkable battlefield dominance. Xiao Wu, rest here for a moment. I shall assist Qian Renshue, he instructed. Shaking her head, Xiao Wu replied, I can still fight. I want to help you. Upon witnessing the unwavering determination in her eyes, Hanley acquiesced. Together, they swiftly joined Qian Renshue's side of the battlefield. The arrival of the duo left the leader of the dark figures astounded, instinctively glancing around. The other members of the mercenary squad lay defeated, sprawled across the ground in various states of distress. How is this possible? They are merely children. How could they have bested my subordinates? The leader regarded Hanley and Xiao Wu with a gaze reserved for monsters. With the addition of Hanley and Xiao Wu, Qian Renshue found herself considerably relieved, now facing only the Soul King. However, despite this advantage, she lacked the means to swiftly conclude the battle. The leader was no ordinary foe, having ascended to the rank of Soul King years prior. He possessed profound experience and substantial soul power. Even with the advantage of her martial soul, Qian Renshue could only manage a stalemate against him. The outcome of this confrontation ultimately hinged on Hanley. True to expectations, while Qian Renshue engaged the Soul King, Hanley unleashed his full capabilities, swiftly eliminating the 2 soul masters and the soul sovereign. With all obstacles cleared, only the formidable Soul King remained. The tide had turned. Now, it was the Dark Leader facing overwhelming odds. This useless lot cannot even handle 2 children. He seethed, barely containing his urge to curse. Chapter 30. The Willful Meng Iran. The leader was not to be underestimated. He unleashed his full power, intent on eliminating all 3 of them. Die, all of you! He roared, releasing a torrent of soul power. Yet, his triumph was short-lived. Hanley struck from behind, his scythe carving a meter-long gash across the leader's back. The leader let out a pained scream, reaching behind him, blood coating his hand. This was an opportune moment. Seizing the chance, Qian Rinxue darted to the side, conjuring an angelic sword, and struck with a speed that was almost blinding. The leader sensed the imminent danger and attempted to evade, but the angelic sword had already locked onto his essence. Ultimately, the leader was struck head-on by the angelic sword, meeting his demise on the spot. Upon his death, a storage bag fell from him, revealing a trove of treasures pilfered from elsewhere. This was tantamount to a bounty for Hanley and his companions. Moreover, Hanley also reaped a reward from the system. He utilized the life essence harvested from the defeated foes, converting it into a level up for his soul power. Now, Hanley's soul power had ascended to level 59, only one step away from becoming a soul emperor. As the three divided the spoils, Qian Rinxue cast a gaze of admiration toward Hanley. He was undoubtedly the most formidable soul master she had ever encountered, his combat prowess nearly rivaling her own as a soul king. Had it not been for Hanley's heroic intervention during their ambush, the outcome might have been dire. This encounter had undeniably deepened the bond among the three. After resting briefly, they resumed their journey toward the outskirts. As they walked, a sudden commotion erupted from their left rear. Could it be another enemy? Qian Rinxue voiced her concern. Unlikely. It sounds more like a battle against a soul beast. Hanley remarked, his gaze calm as he peered in that direction. The noise grew louder, the ground trembling beneath them, as a massive serpent burst forth from the underbrush. Its head adorned with a bright red comb, it sported two pairs of small wings that flapped incessantly. This is a phoenix-tailed rooster serpent. Its frantic demeanor suggests it has encountered human soul masters. Qian Rinxue immediately recognized the species. Xiao Wu, her eyes wide with curiosity, inquired, "Are we going to fight this serpent? Better to avoid trouble than to invite it." Hanley decisively shook his head. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from nearby. "Make way. Do not obstruct my pursuit of the soul beast." The speaker was a woman clad in a tight black outfit, her short hair exuding a certain allure. Hanley recognized her. It was none other than Meng Iran. She hurriedly approached, but his warning came too late, and the crowd failed to react in time to clear her path. As she was about to collide with Hanley and his companions, Meng Iran quickly halted, intending to navigate around them. However, in that brief moment, the 600-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent had vanished, slipping out of sight with astonishing speed. Renowned for their swiftness, there was no hope of catching up now. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't blocked my way, that phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent wouldn't have escaped." Frustrated by her failure, Meng Iran unleashed her anger upon Hanley and the others. Xiao Wu immediately bristled, retorting heatedly, "What do you mean we blocked your way? It was you who carelessly ran into us. Your inability to capture that soul beast is solely due to your own incompetence." Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Meng Iran fumed, charging towards her with a fierce demeanor. Both girls possessed fiery tempers and were quick to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. Not far behind Meng Iran was an elderly woman, her grandmother, Granny Shipa Zhaodian. This time, Meng Iran had ventured into the Stardow forest under her grandmother's guidance to acquire her second soul ring. This indicated that Meng Iran's current soul power level was merely above 20, rendering her no match for Xiao Wu. The outcome of the skirmish was thus devoid of suspense, with Meng Iran being soundly defeated by Xiao Wu. Stunned, Meng Iran marveled at the prowess of this petite girl, who appeared younger than herself. How could someone so diminutive possess such formidable strength? It dawned on her that Xiao Wu was, in fact, a three-ring soul master. This unexpected encounter with a girl of extraordinary talent further ignited Meng Iran's competitive spirit. However, recognizing her own limitations, she turned to her grandmother and implored, "Grandma, they're bullying me. Please help me defeat them." The trio's gaze fell upon Granny Shi, whose husband was the renowned Long Gong Meng Shu, a famous couple among the soul masters of Dolua continent. While their individual soul power might not have been particularly high, together they could execute a martial soul fusion technique. After employing this technique, they could even contend with titled Doluos, making their strength formidable. At that moment, Long Gong Meng Shu was absent, possibly not accompanying them, or perhaps preoccupied elsewhere in the forest. Meng Iran, acting with a spoiled and reckless demeanor, hurled accusations at Hanley and his companions, demanding that Granny Shi incapacitate them. This infuriated Hanley, who refused to back down and was determined to stand his ground. Even if fortune were to turn against him and Long Gong arrived, Hanley felt confident with his system as a trump card. "If you entangle with my granddaughter, you shall consider yourselves unfortunate." Granny Shi was exceedingly indulgent towards her granddaughter and would not let her suffer indignities. Upon hearing Meng Iran's demand, Granny Shi gripped her serpent staff and prepared to engage. Hanley and Qian Rinxue exchanged glances, stepping forward to confront her directly. Their scythes and angelic sword clashed against her serpent staff, creating a tremendous gust of wind, and they held their ground firmly. Granny Shi initiated her assault with a series of sweeping and thrusting strikes from her staff, expecting that such a relentless barrage would overwhelm her opponents. However, to her astonishment, Hanley and Qianrenxue exhibited flawless coordination, effortlessly countering each attack, much to Granny Shi's shock and Meng Yiran's disbelief. Though Qianrenxue was slightly older and stronger than Meng Yiran, the sight of Hanley, appearing similar in age to Xiao Wu, battling against Granny, she was utterly unexpected. The clash of the three combatants was intensely fierce, with Granny, she failing to gain a significant advantage. In a daze, an elderly man with white hair and beard approached, revealing himself to be Meng Yiran's grandfather, Long Gong Mengshu. Chapter 31. The Savior Arrives, the Serpent Spear Doloa. Long Gong's tardiness was due to his curiosity about the commotion caused by the Titan giant ape's appearance. Upon his return, he was met with a remarkable scene. A young woman and a small boy were evenly matched against Granny Shi, exchanging blows with equal fervor. "Grandfather!" Meng Yiran exclaimed, joyfully bounding towards him. "I was just about to acquire my second soul ring, but these three interfered, causing me to lose my chance. Please help me take them down," she declared defiantly, pointing at Han Li and the others. On the other side, Xiao Wu overheard Meng Yiran's boastful remarks, her teeth clenched in irritation. She yearned to rush over and deliver another thrashing to Meng Yiran, but now was not the time for such actions. Xiao Wu anxiously surveyed the battlefield. Although Han Li and Qianrenxue had not faltered, victory seemed elusive. The arrival of an unknown powerful opponent would only exacerbate the situation. If Long Gong joined the fray, the consequences will be dire. All Xiao Wu could do was fervently pray for their safety. Granny Shi's soul power was approximately at the 62nd level, while Long Gong stood at 72. As one a soul emperor and the other a soul sage, their martial soul fusion technique could even rival a tidal Doloa. Qianrenxue sensed Long Gong's arrival, and, though she could not ascertain his exact strength, the overwhelming pressure radiating from him suggested he was at least at the 70-level threshold. Feeling an impending sense of doom, Qianrenxue's expression turned anxious. There was a real possibility they could meet their demise here today. Hanley shared her apprehension, furrowing his brow as he readied himself for the worst, contemplating exchanging for a powerful soul skill to counter Long Gong's impending attack. If he could intercept Long Gong's assault in time, there might still be a chance to escape. Long Gong did not act immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Han Li and his companions closely. Their remarkable combat prowess at such a young age hinted at significant backing. "Grandfather, why are you dawdling? Hurry and assist Grandma," Meng Yiran urged impatiently. Yet, Long Gong remained unfazed, meticulously surveying his surroundings for any hidden experts. After a thorough examination, he discerned that the area was devoid of anyone else, suggesting that these three youngsters had slipped away on their own or had become separated from their companions. Having confirmed this, Long Gong felt unencumbered by any concerns. Even with formidable backing, if no one witnessed his actions, he would not attract scrutiny. "My dear granddaughter, I shall take revenge for you now," Long Gong declared slowly. Just as he was about to make his move, a powerful voice resonated through the air. "Long Gong, Granny Shi, how dare you challenge the people of the Spirit Hall?" Accompanying the voice was an astonishing aura. "I shall not spare you today." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qianrenxue felt an unexpected surge of joy. The newcomer was none other than the snake spear Doloa, who had been drawn away by the Titan giant ape. Clad in resplendent yellow armor and sporting a sharp crew cut, the snake spear Doloa was typically a man of few words, wielding a razor-sharp spear. Without hesitation, he swung his spear towards the Dragon Duke, who had no choice but to parry, instantly feeling an overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, the snake matriarch found herself ensnared by Qianrenxue and Hanley, rendered incapable of escaping in the short term. They had no opportunity to execute their spirit fusion technique. Without the enhancement of their spirit fusion, the Dragon Duke was no different from an ordinary soul sage, subjected to a relentless beating by the snake spear Doloa. In truth, even if they had unleashed their spirit fusion technique, they might still not stand a chance against the snake spear Doloa. Their formidable technique was merely a manifestation of their combined power, with one being a soul emperor and the other a soul sage. As long as the snake spear Doloa moved swiftly enough to evade their strikes, he could effortlessly take their lives. After a tumultuous exchange, the battle tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the snake spear Doloa. The Dragon Duke and the snake matriarch found themselves retreating, eventually regrouping, yet their soul power was nearly depleted, leaving no room for further futile struggles. They exchanged glances, quickly offering apologies and admitting their faults. This debacle stemmed from Meng Yiran's actions. "If you truly have sincerity, then allow me to teach her a lesson," Hanley stated coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Though the Dragon Duke and the snake matriarch felt deep sympathy for Meng Yiran, they found themselves with no other recourse. As the saying goes, when under a roof, one must lower their head. In the world of soul masters, the strong always dominate, and the weak must succumb. Subsequently, Hanley swaggered over to Meng Yiran, swiftly delivering several resounding slaps across her face. The force of these blows brought her to tears, large droplets cascading down her cheeks. The bright red handprints stark against her skin. "Do you understand why I have struck you?" Hanley asked, fixing his cold gaze upon her. Because you deserve it. You are boorish and unreasonable, distorting the truth. You allowed the soul beast to escape due to your own inadequacy, yet you seek to cast blame upon us. Hanley continued to enumerate Meng Iran's transgressions, then turned his attention to the snake matriarch. And your excessive indulgence of your granddaughter is more accurately described as pampering, leading you to lose all sense of right and wrong. You too deserve punishment. The snake matriarch, being an old hand in such matters, obediently lowered her head, repeatedly acknowledging her mistakes. That is all I wish to say. You both ought to be more cautious in the future, Hanley remarked indifferently. After resolving this matter, the four of them departed, their figures gradually fading from sight. Meng Iran watched their retreating forms, her eyes brimming with hatred, her fists clenched tightly. Fortunately, the snake spear de law harbored no intent to kill us, otherwise we would have been, the snake matriarch said, still shaken. The absence of loss of life is indeed a stroke of good fortune. The dragon duke sighed deeply. This should serve as a lesson for us. Iran, you must temper your headstrong nature and be more mindful in the future. Do not provoke others carelessly. The dragon duke looked at Meng Iran, speaking earnestly. At your age, you ought to act with maturity, yet you continue to behave like a child, throwing tantrums. It was rare for the usually indulgent dragon duke to chastise Meng Iran for such an extended period, leaving her feeling deeply unsettled, tears streaming down her face once more. She had never endured such humiliation before. Meng Iran felt as though the grandparents who had once catered to her every whim no longer held the same affection. This stark contrast filled her with profound sorrow. Chapter 32. Return to Shrek, Xiao Wu seeks revenge. Later, under the escort of the snake spear de law, the journey was uneventful, devoid of any incidents. Outside the Stardow forest, Qianrenxue eagerly addressed Hanley and Xiao Wu. I am delighted to encounter you once more. I extend an invitation for you to return with me to the Spirit Hall. Only there will your talents not be overlooked. With unwavering sincerity and anticipation, her gaze was fixed upon them. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, but let us defer this until we are older. Hanley once again declined. This outcome left Qianrenxue somewhat disappointed, yet she did not impose further, continuing to express her gratitude. It was clear that without Hanley and Xiao Wu's companionship, Qianrenxue would not have emerged unscathed. This time, consider it a favor owed to you. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, she declared before departing with the snake spear de law. Hanley and Xiao Wu chose not to return directly, opting instead to rest briefly at a gathering place for soul masters outside the forest. As the region with the highest concentration of soul beasts on the continent, the Stardow Forest attracted many visitors, stimulating the development of surrounding industries. Though it lacked the bustling vibrancy of a large city, numerous establishments provided various services. They lingered at a small inn for 2 days before finally returning to Soto City. Perhaps the Judo Loa had grown impatient and vacated this wretched place long ago. The journey was smooth, with the two of them walking and playing, arriving at Soto City without any hindrances. Hanley mused that since Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had arrived at Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were likely not far behind. Thus, he intended to return and explore Shrek Academy once more. In his previous life, Hanley had been fond of the two girls, especially Zhu Zhuqing, whose aloof demeanor and shapely figure rendered her a paragon of beauty. He was unwilling to see these two beauties fall prey to Dai Mubai and Oscar. Xiao was particularly exhilarated. Brother Hanley, shall we head directly to Shrek Academy? What do you say? During this time, Xiao Wu had made rapid progress. Her strength significantly enhanced, and she was eager to return and unleash her fury upon Dai Mubai and the others. Clenching her two rosy fists, she was brimming with anticipation, exclaiming, "Watch how I defeat them this time." Hanley had initially contemplated resting for another 2 days in Soto City before setting off. But Xiao Wu could hardly contain her excitement, impatiently dragging him along. In the vicinity of Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu urged, "Brother, hurry up, I can hardly wait." She led the way, pressing him on. "They won't run away. Whether we arrive early or late makes no difference," Hanley replied with a hint of exasperation. Just then, 4 boys and 2 girls came sprinting towards them from the direction of the academy, presumably following Yu Xiaojiang's training regimen. They were panting heavily, sweat dripping from their brows. The 4 boys were old acquaintances, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Tang San. "Isn't that Tang San from Notting Academy? I never imagined he would come here to study." Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Hanley merely acknowledged her with a nod. This revelation held little surprise for him. At that moment, his attention was entirely captured by the 2 girls. Xiao Wu, too, noticed the newly arrived Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, but merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting her focus. Her primary intention was to confront the bothersome boys. "Let's go." In the next moment, Xiao Wu stormed over, and Hanley had no choice but to follow closely behind. The members of Shrek Academy were in the midst of a hurried dash when 2 children suddenly obstructed their path, forcing them to halt. "Qiao, Fenli, is it you?" Tang San greeted the two. With a tone dripping with sarcasm, Xiao Wu retorted, Tang-san, what on earth are you doing at such a dilapidated school? Are you not aware that the people here are nothing but lecherous old fools? She then turned her attention to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, earnestly warning, you must keep your distance from these boys, otherwise, you may find yourselves at their mercy. Xiao Wu proceeded to divulge the embarrassing incidents involving Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun being relentlessly pursued by girls at the school gate. Upon witnessing the dark expressions on Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's faces, the two girls realized the truth in Xiao Wu's words. They cast scornful glances at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. The fury of Dai Mubai and the others ignited instantaneously, their anger palpable. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. At that moment, they were almost driven to the brink of wanting to kill Xiao Wu. Look at you. Are you itching for a fight? Well, I came here precisely to teach you a lesson. Xiao Wu slowly displayed a provocative gesture. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were taken aback by Xiao Wu's boldness. They had witnessed the prowess of Dai Mubai and his companions, who were extraordinary talents amongst their peers, regarded as monsters by the Academy's dean. In contrast, Xiao Wu appeared to be of similar age to them, and despite her commendable talent, she was expected to be no match for Dai Mubai and the others. Yet, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were not intimidated by Xiao Wu's fighting spirit. Rather, they seemed somewhat pleased. After suffering a humiliating defeat last time and enduring a lengthy scolding from a dean, they had been eager to find an opportunity to confront Xiao Wu and her companion again, determined to exact their revenge. Dai Mubai was not afraid of Xiao Wu, as she had once been his defeated opponent. What truly troubled him was Hanley. Upon spotting Hanley, memories of their previous encounter resurfaced, instilling a hint of apprehension. Ma Hongjun, more impulsive, wasted no time and charged forward, unleashing his martial spirit and launching a fiery phoenix flame toward Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu's speed was remarkable, and she swiftly evaded the attack. Thus, the battle commenced. The boys from Shrek Academy held great confidence in Ma Hongjun, believing he would surely redeem their prior disgrace. Learning from his previous failure, Ma Hongjun quickly created distance, convinced that as long as he kept Xiao Wu at bay, victory was assured. I will no longer underestimate my opponent. You cannot win, Ma Hongjun declared firmly, clenching his fists. He then unleashed a more ferocious onslaught, sending wave after wave of flames toward Xiao Wu. Child's play, Xiao Wu scoffed dismissively. With remarkable agility, she danced through the flames like a sprite, completely untouchable. Yet, Ma Hongjun had formulated a countermeasure. He leapt into the air, expending significant soul power to unleash 5 streams of phoenix flames, attacking Xiao Wu from various angles, leaving no escape. Even if Xiao Wu was swift, she had nowhere to hide. The battle raged on as Dai Mubai and the others began to applaud Ma Hongjun, celebrating what they believed would be his triumph. Yet, Xiao Wu remained unfazed by the flames surging towards her. Third soul skill, instantaneous movement. She silently chanted in her mind, vanishing from sight. Ma Hongjun, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. Victory seemed within reach, yet she had suddenly disappeared. He scanned his surroundings intently for any sign of her. In the next instant, Xiao Wu materialized behind him without warning. Taste my waist bow technique, she exclaimed, seizing Ma Hongjun with ease, twisting her waist to deliver a powerful kick. The waist bow technique instantaneously amplified her waist strength by 100% and her flexibility by 50%, further enhancing with her soul power. In simpler terms, any soul master of equal rank who fell victim to Xiao Wu's close-range attack was doomed. Ma Hongjun became a mere plaything in Xiao Wu's hands, subjected to a relentless barrage of brutal kicks. The scene was utterly horrific. Throughout the ordeal, Ma Hongjun's cries of anguish echoed incessantly. Soon, he crashed heavily to the ground, utterly disheveled. The audience was left in stunned silence. Dai boss, avenge me. Ma Hongjun managed to raise his hand slightly, pleading pitifully. Seeing this, Dai Mubai sprang into action, revealing his martial spirit. Xiao Wu, unwilling to back down, also summoned her own martial spirit, 3 soul rings illuminating brilliantly beneath her feet. 3 soul rings? How is that possible? The members of Shrek Academy, led by Dai Mubai, were left dumbfounded. Among them, Dai Mubai was at level 28, Ma Hongjun at 24, Ning Rongrong at 22, and the remaining 3 were all at 23. Among their peers, they were indeed monsters. Yet, in the presence of Xiao Wu, they appeared overshadowed. How could you advance so rapidly? Dai Mubai exclaimed, his disbelief evident. He instinctively glanced at Hanley behind Xiao Wu, realizing that Hanley was even stronger, indicating that he was at least a soul master of the same rank. Just moments ago, they had been filled with confidence, ready to seize this opportunity for revenge. But now they sensed the gravity of their predicament. First, I find it rather mediocre, Xiao Wu retorted, her vanity greatly satisfied as she spoke with a sardonic tone. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, letting out a cold snort. So what if you've advanced to Soul Master first? You are not necessarily my match. In Dai Mubai's perspective, Xiao Wu had just recently ascended to Soul Master, being only 3 levels above him. with the strength of his martial spirit. He still held substantial confidence in his ability to win. During this time, Dai Mubai and his companions had endured humiliation whenever they encountered Flinder. The thought of it only fueled Dai Mubai's rage, intensifying his desire to teach these two a lesson. Suddenly, Dai Mubai signaled to Oscar, hoping he would summon reinforcements. Having been classmates for so long, Oscar understood Dai Mubai's intent immediately and nodded slowly. Before departing, Oscar remembered something crucial. He hurried over to Ma Hongjun, producing a super recovery sausage for him to consume. With the aid of the sausage, Ma Hongjun managed to rise from the ground, albeit still feeling sore all over. I didn't expect your sausage to be so effective in a pinch. I'll prepare 3 more for you. Keep them for later, just in case, Oscar advised. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention to him, Oscar dashed away from the scene. Dai Mubai then waved his hand, calling Tang San and Ma Hongjun over to assist him, keeping a vigilant watch on Han Li's every move. He planned to defeat Xiao Wu first, then join forces with the others to take down Hanley. With all preparations in place, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu commenced their battle. A spectral image of a white tiger materialized behind Dai Mubai, who charged forward with remarkable speed. Xiao Wu, not foolish enough to collide head-on with Dai Mubai, skillfully evaded his advances. Despite both being formidable assault-type soul masters, it was evident that Dai Mubai's strength held the upper hand. Utilizing her agility to its fullest, Xiao Wu darted back and forth, avoiding his attacks. With a flourish, she unleashed her second soul skill, the white tiger's fierce light wave. Under the watchful gazes of the onlookers, Dai Mubai raised both arms to his mouth, expelling a milky white orb of light. Yet, Xiao Wu deftly employed her teleportation, effortlessly dodging his assault. In their initial clash, Dai Mubai had expended a considerable amount of soul power, making this the opportune moment for counterattack. With a series of nimble leaps, Xiao Wu bounded towards him, executing a perfect 180-degree turn to deliver a kick with her heel. Dai Mubai crossed his arms above his head and narrowly blocked the blow. Following this, Xiao Wu repeatedly utilized her teleportation to launch a relentless barrage of strikes against him. Although Dai Mubai managed to fend off a few blows, he ultimately succumbed to Xiao Wu's relentless onslaught. Compared to Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai's performance in battle was markedly better. Far from disastrous. After all, his white tiger martial soul boasted exceptional quality, and his soul power was nearly on par with Xiao Wu's. Having thoroughly demonstrated her prowess by soundly thrashing Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu felt a surge of elation, wishing to celebrate with a spontaneous dance. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had been watching the spectacle with amusement, sharing in Zhu Zhuqing's delight at witnessing Dai Mubai's defeat. After a couple of minutes, Xiao Wu strode confidently towards Tang San. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over Tang San, leaving him feeling uneasy. It's been a while. Shall we spar? Xiao Wu said, her expression devoid of emotion. This startled Tang San, who was suddenly reminded of a painful memory. Sister Xiao Wu, you're a soul master now. Is there really a need to spar with me? Tang San weakly protested. Without the use of hidden weapons, he knew he stood no chance against Xiao Wu. His only recourse was to plead for mercy. However, Xiao Wu was unfazed by his plight, merely seeking her own enjoyment. Enough chatter. I'm coming in. Tang San, psychologically scarred by Xiao Wu's earlier display, found himself paralyzed by fear, even forgetting the instinct to flee. Thus, under the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, he was mercilessly pummeled by Xiao Wu. Yet, her thirst for victory was not yet quenched. She yearned to deliver another thrashing to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Ahem. Xiao Wu, you've already fought 3 matches. Perhaps it's time for a break? Hanley interjected, taking a deep breath. Let me stretch my limbs as well. With an imposing demeanor, Hanley released his martial soul, his soul rings illuminating in succession. Of course, in front of the gathered crowd, Hanley only showcased 3 soul rings, indicating his status as a soul master. Observing this, Ma Hongjun quickly retrieved the large sausage Oscar had given him earlier. Chapter 34. Shrek's level 39 soul master reinforcements appear. He shared the recovery sausage with the other 2, restoring a significant portion of their stamina and soul power. Even with the recovery sausages, you're far from your peak condition. Don't say I'm bullying you. Come at me, all 3 of you. Hanley wasted no time and charged forward. Be careful, this guy is quite strong. Dai Mubai warned, assuming a combat stance. Before he could finish his warning, a fist seemingly materialized from thin air, striking him with a howl of pain. Didn't your teacher teach you not to be distracted during battle? Hanley had unexpectedly appeared in the midst of the 3, delivering that fateful blow. The other 2 were momentarily stunned, but as they regained their wits, they immediately retaliated against Hanley. Hanley slightly leaned forward, deftly dodging their attacks, causing them to collide with one another. Tang San and Ma Hongjun's fists met with a painful impact. With an impassive expression, Hanley spread his arms and, with minimal effort, sent both of them sprawling several meters away. Take this. Dai Mubai, gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, attempted to seize Hanley by the neck. However, such an attack was futile against Hanley. With a swift knee strike, Hanley crashed into Dai Mubai's midsection, delivering a second blow to the same spot. The pain was excruciating. Overwhelmed by agony, Dai Mubai found himself unable to retaliate against Hanley. After all this time apart, I expected some growth. Yet it seems you've regressed since our last encounter. Hanley's words pierced Dai Mubai's pride like a sharp blade. A man of Dai Mubai's strong self-esteem could hardly endure such humiliation. He summoned all his strength, yet the disparity in their abilities was insurmountable. A left hook from Hanley sent Dai Mubai crashing to the ground, a blow that would take him considerable time to recover from. Hanley then turned his attention to the two who had been repelled earlier. Ma Hongjun and Tang San were panic-stricken, lacking the courage to continue the fight. Yet Hanley had no intention of letting them off easily. In the blink of an eye, he had reached Tang San, firmly grasping his neck. However, he refrained from attacking, swiftly moving to seize Ma Hongjun in a similar manner. He positioned all three of them together, facilitating a continuous barrage of strikes. They had no means of resistance, forced to endure Han Li's relentless assault. Before long, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San were left bruised and battered, unrecognizable even to their own mothers. Lying on the ground, they wailed in despair, utterly devoid of the strength to rise. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong watched in astonishment, contemplating just how formidable Han Li truly was. Even the strongest among them, Dai Mubai, could not withstand a single strike from him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating your opponents. You may siphon 1 year of life from Dai Mubai, 1 year from Ma Hongjun, and 2 years from Tang San. Having recently been bested by Han Li, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun offered meager rewards. However, since Han Li hadn't seen Tang San in over a year, he could extract more life from him. Collectively, the four of them only contributed 4 years of life, insufficient for Han Li to exchange for even a single level of soul power. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li decided to reserve these 4 years for future use when needed. Once he had dealt with the trio, Han Li shifted his focus to the two young women. Hello, ladies, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Han Li. You've come here to grow stronger, but Shrek Academy is rather mediocre. Your progress will be exceedingly slow here. If you're interested, you may accompany me. Han Li, exuding strength and a friendly demeanor, left a positive impression on them. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong did not immediately agree, indicating they needed time to consider. They paid no mind to the defeated Dai Mubai and the others on the ground, but remained cordial towards Han Li. At that moment, Oscar arrived with a man in tow, likely the reinforcements he had summoned. This man was taller and more robust than Dai Mubai, presumably a senior from Shrek Academy. Oscar quickly observed the dire state of Dai Mubai and his companions, feeling fortunate that he had not been present earlier, thus narrowly escaping a calamity. The senior, on the other hand, was visibly enraged, exuding an imposing aura. During their journey, Oscar had provided the senior with a brief overview of the situation. Therefore, he was aware that the troublemakers today were the same individuals who had previously attacked Dai Mubai, and they had all ascended to the rank of Soul Sovereign. Initially, when Oscar narrated the events, the senior had shown skepticism, his expression betraying doubt. In his view, his juniors were already formidable, yet they had only just surpassed level 20. How could individuals of the same age possess a higher soul power level than theirs? As the senior approached, he scrutinized Xiao Wu and Han Li closely. Though their statures were diminutive, they undeniably emanated the aura of soul sovereigns. Hearing was one thing, but seeing was believing, which left him somewhat incredulous. However, it must be said that even if these two children had indeed ascended to soul sovereign, it was likely a recent breakthrough, perhaps around level 31. He, on the other hand, was already at level 39. Admittedly, his age far exceeded that of Han Li, being in his 20s. You are quite audacious to lay such severe hands on my juniors. Do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the right to act with impunity. Today, I shall demonstrate to you that there are always individuals beyond your comprehension. The senior proclaimed loudly, revealing his martial spirit, adorned with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. This configuration was already quite impressive. Hearing the senior's voice, Dai Mubai and his companions finally revealed smiles, knowing that this senior possessed formidable strength and would surely avenge them. Han Li immediately sensed that the senior's soul power was nearing 40. Xiao Wu had a similar realization, despite the opponent also being a soul sovereign. The aura he projected indicated a significantly higher soul power level than her own. Just as Han Li was preparing to intervene, Xiao Wu stopped him. Let me exchange a few moves with him first, she declared with confidence. Do not underestimate him. This fellow is on the verge of breaking through to Soul Sect. Anliko Tunat. Little sister, I am a rough fellow, lacking in delicacy. You must be cautious, the senior coldly remarked. In the next moment, he swiftly darted toward Xiao Wu. Indeed, he was a master, his speed several times that of Dai Mubai and the others, causing Xiao Wu to nearly falter and almost lose the initiative. Unexpectedly, the senior smirked. I did not anticipate your agility. Xiao Wu barely managed to evade his initial onslaught through rapid movement. However, the Shrek Academy senior charged at her again, his speed seemingly increasing. Forced into a corner, Xiao Wu resorted to her third soul skill, teleporting to a safer location. At this moment, she recognized the sheer disparity in strength between them, even in her utmost effort. Victory seemed elusive. Yet, Xiao was not one to concede defeat easily. How could she simply give up? Spatial movement soul skills? No wonder Dai Mubai and the others fell to you, the senior mused. It is a pity that my soul power far exceeds yours, and my speed outstrips yours significantly. Your trick will not be effective against me. With that, he propelled himself forward with a burst of speed, leveraging his momentum. Xiao Wu attempted to teleport again, but this was entirely anticipated by the senior. His attacks were merely feints, creating a grand spectacle while utilizing minimal soul power. He anticipated Xiao Wu's teleportation, maintaining acute focus throughout. Just as Xiao Wu arrived at a secure spot, the senior lunged with blinding speed. The preceding battle had drained Xiao Wu's soul power considerably. She could no longer utilize her third soul skill consecutively. Thus, she was left with no choice but to confront the senior head-on. Channeling her remaining soul power into her arms, she braced for the impending blow. The senior's fist struck with overwhelming force, sending Xiao Wu sprawling several meters back. Dai Mubai and the others, witnessing Xiao Wu falter, felt a surge of joy, as if their own wounds had lessened in pain. Xiao Wu, allow me to take a turn against him. Although Xiao Wu's battle with the senior was far from over, the outcome was already evident. Hanley was naturally unwilling for Xiao Wu to endure further suffering, knowing it would only lead to greater disadvantage. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Xiao Wu obediently nodded and withdrew from the fray. Are you switching fighters? It makes no difference. Neither of you can match my strength, the senior boasted. Emboldened by his earlier success against Xiao Wu, even forgetting that he was bullying the smaller opponents, Hanley, disinterested in engaging with such arrogance, decisively unleashed his martial spirit. Wielding a sharp scythe as he strode forward, the scythe gleamed ominously, prompting a derisive expression from the senior. A scythe martial spirit? You might as well use it for farming, he scoffed. Ignoring the senior's taunts, Hanley closed the distance and swung his scythe with force. A wave of razor-sharp energy surged forth, an unstoppable assault. The senior, lacking any intention of defense, aimed to counter with an even fiercer attack. Standing tall, he spread his arms outward, channeling a massive amount of soul power. He extended his right hand, forming it into a blade, ready to meet the scythe's strike head-on. However, just as the senior believed he could effortlessly disperse Han Li's energy, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The energy was far more formidable than it appeared, unyielding and relentless. Ultimately, it was the senior who was sent flying, barely managing to maintain his balance. Had he fallen, his pride would have suffered irreparable damage. What a peculiar martial spirit this fellow possesses. The senior's expression turned grave. His right hand throbbed with pain. Had he not infused it with a substantial amount of soul power, it would have been rendered useless. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the grass as Han Li approached with urgency. Curse it! Do not think I will be intimidated. The senior gritted his teeth, advancing to engage. Initially, he could barely withstand Han Li's relentless assaults. With each clash, his body trembled uncontrollably. As time progressed, the intensity of their battle escalated, and ultimately, the senior succumbed to defeat. Fearing he might inadvertently kill the senior, Han Li, ever considerate, retracted his martial spirit, opting for barehanded strikes. One powerful punch after another landed squarely on the senior, leaving him battered and bloodied. The senior's senses dulled. He could hardly believe the Han Li before him was merely a newly promoted soul sovereign. The pressure Han Li exerted felt more formidable than that of a soul sect. The senior appeared utterly disheveled, continually on the receiving end of Han Li's merciless blows. In the end, he joined Dai Mubai and the others on the ground, incapacitated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating your opponent. You may exchange for 2 years of life. This reward left Han Li somewhat dissatisfied. Though the senior's rank was noteworthy, he likely lacked significant renown and his potential was not extraordinary. Thus, defeating him for the first time warranted only a mere 2 years of life. Dai Mubai and the others' original smiles were frozen, their faces ashen. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were once again astounded by the prowess exhibited by Han Li. That was splendid. Han Li, you are incredibly impressive. Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight, bouncing with excitement. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Li strode toward the senior, delivering a few kicks to his figure. If you lack strength, do not attempt to stand out like others. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire, Han Li remarked. His demeanor as cold as ice. He then turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai and the others not far away, approaching them with purpose. The expressions on their faces were frantic and fearful, resembling startled birds caught in a bowstring's tension. The oppressive aura emanating from Han Li left them devoid of even the courage to flee. And you lot, from now on, behave yourselves, Han Li stated, delivering 2 or 3 kicks to each of them indiscriminately. When it was Oscar's turn, he regained his wits somewhat and fled without a word. However, escape was impossible beneath Han Li's watchful gaze. Han Li swiftly apprehended him, coldly stating, "Did I permit you to run?" As a food-type soul master, Oscar's primary role was to provide support to his teammates, and his combat prowess was rather lacking. For this reason, he always kept his distance from the battlefield, being the only one among them who had not been thoroughly beaten. Hanley recognized this and clenched his fists, delivering rapid blows. Oscar, evidently less resilient than the others, soon lost consciousness, collapsing into oblivion. After defeating Oscar, the system rewarded Hanley once again, granting him a year of life to be spent. Such fragility, Hanley could not help but mock. Now, standing on the field, aside from Xiao Wu and Hanley, were only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. At this moment, Hanley extended another invitation to the two girls. You have all witnessed my strength. Do you not desire to possess greater power? An Likuaksa. A temptation too irresistible for the two girls. Chapter 36. A single punch sends Luo Sanpao flying. Zhu Zhuqing hailed from the Star Luo Empire, a family of significant standing, embroiled in fierce competition for her family's inheritance, leading to a tumultuous relationship with her sister. Zhu Zhuqing had narrowly escaped death at her sister's hands more than once. In a bid for self-preservation and to break free from her family's constraints, she left her home, yearning for immense power. Her desire to grow stronger was unparalleled by her peers. Ning Rongrong, the heir of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, was born with a golden key, doted upon endlessly. This was her first departure from her family, driven by a desire to prove herself. Hanley's invitation left both of them deeply moved. After a moment's contemplation, they agreed. Their addition brought immense joy to Hanley. Although Xiao Wu had long admired Hanley, she felt no jealousy and wholeheartedly supported this development. To her, having two more companions would enliven their journey. The four exchanged introductions, deepening their understanding of one another. Just as they were about to depart, the master, clad in a long black robe, approached with measured steps. The training of Shrek Academy was orchestrated by the master himself. He had not accompanied them throughout, but had awaited their arrival at the station. After such a lengthy period with no sight of them, the master ventured forth to investigate, suspecting they might be slacking off. Upon arriving, he first noticed Dai Mubai and the others sprawled on the ground, then caught sight of Hanley and Xiao Wu. These two were no strangers to him, having previously crossed paths in Nodding City, where they had left quite an impression. The master held a certain disdain for Hanley, yet he could not deny the latter's exceptional performance. Even Tang San was no match for him. Hanley had made a lasting impression during their time at the academy. When the master reached Shrek Academy, he had heard from Flander about the two extraordinary individuals. Based on Flander's description, the master surmised that these two were indeed Hanley and Xiao Wu. A year and a half had passed, and the master was astonished by the rapid pace of their advancement. Now, he was left utterly speechless. Not only had Dai Mubai's group invested, but even a senior soul master of level 39 lay defeated on the ground. To reduce Dai Mubai's senior to such a state, one would need a soul power of at least 45. Otherwise, even if that senior were bested, he would have been able to escape unscathed. Yet, this was simply unfathomable. For someone of Hanley and Xiao Wu's age to attain the rank of Soul Master was already remarkable. Should they ascend to Soul King, it would be nothing short of miraculous. The master felt a sudden suspicion arise in his heart. Could it be that these two had mastered a spirit fusion technique? If they possessed such an enhancement, they could indeed achieve such feats. Otherwise, it was far too incredible to believe. Taking a deep breath, the master inquired, "Did you do this?" "Indeed, it was I," Hanley replied, his tone laced with mockery. "Ah, master, it has been quite some time." Hanley's words dripped with irony, and anyone with keen perception could sense his insincerity. However, the master had no intention of engaging in combat. He understood his own limitations. At present, he was only at level 29, and attacking Hanley, who had just defeated a level 39 soul master, would be tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, after such a long absence, Hanley would not easily let the master off the hook. "Master, are all of your students this inept? They seem to be getting worse by the day." The master's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. These were his prized pupils, now ridiculed before him, with no retort available. "It seems your teaching leaves much to be desired. You truly have a knack for misguiding the youth. These two female students have such a solid foundation. I'll be taking them with me. Keeping them here would only squander their potential. As for you, you might as well join them on the ground." No sooner had he finished speaking than Hanley unleashed his martial soul, determined to deliver some bewildering surprises to the master. 3 purple 1,000-year soul rings glimmered beneath Hanley's feet, radiating a brilliant purple light. The master's expression turned one of sheer horror, his body trembling uncontrollably, struggling to articulate, 3,000-year. How is this possible? Hanley had anticipated the master's reaction. "Nothing is impossible. Your ignorance merely underscores your naivety." As Hanley prepared to strike, the master, though aware of his own inadequacy in facing Hanley, still summoned his martial soul, positioning Luo Sanpao as a shield. Yet, faced with such a scene, Luo Sanpao, the feeble martial soul, quivered in terror, devoid of any combat efficacy. Hanley advanced relentlessly, swiftly sending Luo Sanpao flying with a single punch. He then unleashed a flurry of blows upon the master, who was unable to mount any effective defense throughout the encounter. The master's frail form soon lay crumpled on the ground, unconscious. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the master. You may spend 2 years of his life. Hanley calculata briefly. The life he had acquired from the individuals at Shrek Academy could be exchanged for a level of soul power. Without hesitation, he conducted the exchange, elevating his soul power to level 60. He still possessed a black 1,000-year soul ring from his previous reward in the Stardow Forest region. Thus, Hanley seamlessly absorbed the soul ring, achieving perfect fusion in a remarkably short time. His soul power level ascended by 1 rank, officially elevating him to the esteemed status of a 61st Soul Emperor. If the village chief, Old Dog Egg, from the Imperial Soul Village were to learn that they had produced yet another Soul Emperor, he would undoubtedly rush to the neighboring village to boast to Old Jack. Let us depart, Hanley said slowly. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong disregarded the Shrek Academy group sprawled on the ground. Their resolve to follow Hanley was unwavering. On the journey back to Soto City, Hanley mused, since we have only just met, why not engage in a friendly spar? This will provide me with a clearer understanding of your strengths. Upon hearing such words, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were visibly startled, recalling the vivid memory of Hanley's overwhelming victory over Dai Mubai and the others. However, considering that battling Hanley could enhance their practical experience, and that he would likely not fight them earnestly, the two contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. They soon found an open area, preparing to engage in an intense clash. Zhu Zhuqing took the lead as the primary attacker, while Ning Rongrong positioned herself safely to provide support. 7 layers of 7 colors. The 7 treasures' glorious tower manifests. Ning Rongrong activated her martial soul, bestowing Zhu Zhuqing with the utmost enhancement. Chapter 37. Defeating Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Rich rewards await. There exists an unwritten rule in the Dolua continent. During a battle, if a 7 treasures' glorious tower soul master is present, they must be prioritized as the target. This is due to the fact that the 7 treasures' glorious tower is regarded as the continent's premier support martial soul, often capable of determining the outcome of a conflict. However, Hanley had no intention of adhering to such a strategy. With his current strength, even allowing Ning Rongrong to assist Zhu Zhuqing would not hinder his victory. Zhu Zhuqing, being an agile attack-type soul master, decided to take the initiative with her first soul skill, the Ethereal Piercing Strike. Her claws extended suddenly, doubling her speed to the point of leaving a trail in her wake. With the dual enhancement from her environment and Ning Rongrong's support, Zhu Zhuqing's velocity reached unprecedented heights. Not even soul masters of a higher rank could keep pace with her. Yet, this posed no challenge for Hanley. His eyes, rhythmically spinning, precisely tracked Zhu Zhuqing's location. How is this possible? Zhu Zhuqing gasped, sensing that her position was being pinpointed. Her strategy was straightforward, to utilize her extreme speed to catch her opponent off guard. However, Hanley's ability to locate her exact position rendered her efforts futile. Growing impatient, Zhu Zhuqing realized she could not simply exhaust herself in a stalemate against Hanley, especially since she and Ning Rongrong were already at a disadvantage in terms of soul power. In mere seconds, Zhu Zhuqing darted behind Hanley, unleashing her claws. As I anticipated, you cannot contain your impatience, Hanley remarked casually, effortlessly raising his arm to block her attack. Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal claws were formidable. Contact with them would surely result in grievous injury. Yet Hanley's arm remained unscathed, having previously concentrated his soul power upon it. Be cautious, Hanley suddenly turned serious, extending his other arm towards Zhu Zhuqing. She attempted to evade, but could not escape. After blocking her claws, Hanley seized her hand. In the next moment, his fingers pressed against her delicate neck, halting just short of further aggression, conveying a clear message. Had they been enemies, Zhu Zhuqing would have fallen at that instant. I concede, Zhu Zhuqing declared, resigned. Hanley slowly released her and turned his gaze toward Ning Rongrong, the only battle soul master among them to be defeated, leaving the support soul master unable to create any significant disturbance. In this contest, Hanley had swiftly asserted control over the situation, stopping just short of inflicting further harm. He had no desire to brutally assault such exquisite young women. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Zhu Zhuqing. You may siphon 5 years of her lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving an additional reward. Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Ethereal White Tiger. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Ning Rongrong. You may siphon 5 years of her lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving an additional reward. 7 Treasures Glorious Tower, Support Soul Skill. Hanley was overjoyed. The rewards were exceedingly generous. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's lifespans could be siphoned, yet Hanley had no intention of doing so. What truly delighted him were the 2 soul skills he had acquired, each more practical than the last. The Martial Soul Fusion Technique was an exceptionally formidable existence in the Dolua continent. It was not merely a simple addition of 1 and 1, but rather a manifestation of unparalleled power. The fusion technique executed by two soul kings could overpower a soul sage of a higher rank. The dragon and snake couple exemplified this, as one was a soul emperor and the other a soul sage. Yet they could perform a fusion technique that rivaled even that of a title de law. Moreover, Hanley had also obtained the Seven Treasures Glorious Tower support soul skill, which would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in future battles. Let us proceed. The sun is setting, and we must hurry into the city. Hanley sugesta. With spirits lifted, Hanley led the three young women back to Soto City. By now, the sun had dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloping the land as lights flickered to life, casting a soft glow that rendered the city even more vibrant. The two women gazed at the bustling streets with sparkling eyes. Hanley, noting their expressions, decided to show them around the city first. The night streets were teeming with pedestrians and tourists, while numerous shops beckoned patrons to enter and explore. The group arrived at a renowned local snack street, enjoying the sights and tastes, reveling in their delightful experience. The smiles on Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's faces lingered for quite some time. Such moments of joy were rare for them, particularly after enduring rigorous training under the master. Finally, they could experience the dazzling world of nightlife. Both women felt a surge of curiosity and anticipation for everything around them. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Flinder found it peculiar that the master had taken several students for training, yet darkness was approaching, and they remained unaccounted for. Had something gone awry? After waiting fruitlessly, Flinder rose to investigate the situation. He scoured the campus, but found no sign of the master and the others, ultimately deciding to check the school gate. As he approached, Flinder was taken aback to find the group sprawled on the ground, each member injured and in disarray. Shocked and angry at the sight, Flinder demanded, "What on earth happened?" Summoning Zhao Wujin to assist, he had the injured students carried back to the academy and laid upon their beds. After administering some basic treatment, the master and his companions gradually regained consciousness. "Xiao Gang, what transpired? Did you encounter an attack from others?" Flinder inquired with concern. "It is those two children you mentioned last time. They have come again," Yu Xiaojiang said weakly. "What?" Flinder exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity. "There is an upperclassman in the academy with a soul power of 39. He was also defeated. Are there others backing those two children?" Flinder calmed himself and inquired. The master shook his head, indicating that the upperclassman had indeed been vanquished by those two children. Upon hearing this, Flinder exclaimed in disbelief, as he distinctly remembered those two children, merely great soul masters. How could they possibly defeat a soul sovereign? Moreover, that soul sovereign was but a step away from becoming a soul sect. They have both already ascended to the rank of soul sovereign, the master side. Speaking in a low tone, Chapter 38, Flinder's Invitation, agreeing to 4 conditions. Upon receiving this news, Flinder's heart was tumultuous with emotion. Truly, these two extraordinary beings had once again reshaped his understanding. Ascending to the rank of soul sovereign at such a young age, what hope was there left for others? In comparison, Dai Mubai and the others suddenly seemed less remarkable. Hanley and Xiao Wu were the true prodigies that Shrek Academy desperately needed. This further solidified Flinder's resolve to recruit them into Shrek Academy. Under the influence of this thought, Flinder was filled with excitement and joy, casting aside any thoughts of revenge. Flinder briefly treated the master's injuries before leaving the room to summon the teachers for a meeting. The purpose of the meeting was to mobilize all the faculty to search for Hanley in Soto City. Just as they were about to set out, the master and Dai Mubai, among others, had nearly recovered and joined them. Flinder led the group into the city under the cover of night, commencing a thorough search. That night, the streets remained brightly lit, as Hanley and his companions indulged themselves in revelry before leisurely making their way to the hotel for rest. In the lobby of the Rose Hotel, as soon as Hanley pushed open the door, he was met with a throng of people tightly surrounding the area, causing the staff at the counter to tremble in fear. Flinder, Zhao Wujia, Yu Xiaojiang, and Dai Mubai were all present, seemingly having awaited their arrival for some time. Needless to say, they must have come for Hanley and his companions. Could they be seeking revenge? Xiao Wu said warily, her fists clenched, fully prepared for a confrontation. This was Flinder's first time seeing Hanley and Xiao Wu in person, and his eyes immediately sparkled with an unusual light as he hurried over. Flinder bore no ill will towards Hanley and Xiao Wu for defeating Dai Mubai and the others. In his view, it only proved that Dai Mubai and his cohort were insufficiently strong. The law of the jungle and survival of the fittest were immutable truths in the Doluo continent. In the next moment, Flinder directly summoned his martial spirit, unleashing a formidable aura as a blue cat eagle manifested behind him. "Hanley, shall we engage in battle?" Xiao eagerly proposed. "No need. This individual bears no malice and is likely not here to provoke us," Hanley reassured, grasping Xiao Wu's shoulder. As anticipated, Flinder's subsequent words left everyone in disbelief. "Do not be alarmed. I merely unleashed my martial spirit to demonstrate my strength." Flinder initiated the conversation. Flinder was a rank 78 agile attack type battle spirit saint, a figure of considerable renown in the realm of soul masters. I am Flinder, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, and I extend to you both a formal invitation to join our academy, he stated earnestly, his gaze fixed intently on Hanley and Xiao Wu. Before Hanley and Xiao Wu could express their astonishment, it was Dai Mubai and the others who lost their composure. What's going on here? Flinder had created such a commotion to seek out Hanley and Xiao Wu, and it was not for vengeance, but rather to recruit those who had previously bullied them. Dai Mubai and his companions were highly displeased, yet as Flinder was the headmaster, they could not voice their objections and had to swallow their indignation. All eyes turned to Hanley. Logically speaking, an invitation from a headmaster signified sincerity and made it difficult to refuse. Yet Hanley shook his head without hesitation, expressing his disinterest. Don't be so hasty in your decision. As long as you join Shrek Academy, you may set any conditions you desire. Flinder was reluctant to let these two extraordinary beings slip away easily. Hanley pondered briefly, casually extending 4 fingers, representing 4 conditions. Condition 1. All teachers at the academy, excluding support-type soul masters, must compress their soul power to match Han Li's level and spar with me. Condition 2. If we choose to confront Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Oscar, the academy's teachers must not intervene. Condition 3. The academy must pay me a salary of no less than 100 gold soul coins every month. Condition 4. Even if I, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong join Shrek Academy, we shall only hold nominal positions. We remain free and unbound by the academy's restrictions. If you can agree to these 4 conditions, I might consider it, Hanley said languidly. Flinder found no issue with conditions 1, 2, and 4, but the 3rd condition, requiring the academy to pay Han Li 100 gold soul coins monthly, pained him greatly. However, thinking of Han Li and Xiao Wu as rare treasures, Flinder gritted his teeth and resolved to comply, allowing the other matters to be addressed later. Flinder did not immediately acquiesce, but pretended to deliberate before finally consenting. In truth, he was already overjoyed at the prospect of welcoming 2 extraordinary beings into the academy. Dai Mubai and the others wore increasingly grim expressions, resembling individuals who had just suffered a personal tragedy. Yet, they were powerless, and their once proud talents paled in comparison to Hanley, leaving them to silently endure their discomfort. Welcome to Shrek Academy, Flinder exclaimed with delight. Having achieved his objective, Flinder departed with his companions, while Hanley took the 3 girls to their rooms to rest. In the following days, Hanley resolved to impart valuable lessons to Ning Rongrong and the others, ensuring they recognized their superiority over the academy's instructors. As a transmigrator, Hanley possessed an extensive understanding of all martial spirit theories, akin to a walking encyclopedia, omniscient and omnipresent. In class, Hanley passionately conveyed martial spirit concepts to Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, articulating his points with clarity and eloquence. The 3 girls were astonished. Despite their similar ages, Han Li's depth of knowledge was profoundly impressive. Truly, comparison was maddening. Han Li's teachings were accessible and engaging, allowing them to grasp the concepts with ease, quickly leading to a comprehensive understanding. They rejoiced at having found the right mentor. In addition to imparting fundamental theoretical knowledge, Han Li dedicated considerable time to guiding them in absorbing soul power, which would significantly benefit their future cultivation, enabling rapid advancement. Simultaneously, Hanley discovered a new realm of possibilities, perhaps owing to his enhanced strength, which unlocked new capabilities within the system. Now, Hanley could not only sacrifice his own vitality to strengthen himself, but also utilize the system to empower the 3 girls. Chapter 39. Zhu Zhuqing defeats Tang San, leaving him distressed. In order to validate the feasibility of this function, Hanley immediately sacrificed 2 years of Xiao Wu's lifespan, which astonishingly resulted in an instantaneous elevation of her soul power by 1 level. Subsequently, Hanley also sacrificed 2 years of lifespan from Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, each of whom experienced an increase of 2 levels in their soul power. The 3 women swiftly sensed the surge in their abilities. Although the rise was merely 1 or 2 levels, under normal training conditions, even with exceptional talent, such advancement would typically require several months to achieve. Naturally, they attributed this remarkable progress to Hanley, who received their heartfelt admiration. The efficacy of his guidance was indeed immediate, and joyous smiles illuminated their faces. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Flinder, the Master, and Zhao Wujin, upon encountering an even more outstanding talent, intensified the training regimen for their students, fervently pushing Dai Mubai and the others to the brink. Ma Hongjun and Oscar lamented incessantly, crying out for their parents, wishing for an escape from the relentless grind. In contrast, Dai Mubai and Tang San gritted their teeth and persevered, striving harder than ever, driven by a desire to grow stronger and seek revenge with their own power. After a while, Hanley arrived at Shrek Academy with Xiao Wu and the others, calling for a sparring match with Dai Mubai and his companions. Although it appeared to be a friendly contest, it was akin to a duel. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, recalling the last time they were soundly defeated, were filled with trepidation and fled without a second thought. You two did not run away. Does that imply your acceptance of his challenge? Reincarnated legally. Directing his gaze towards Dai Mubai and Tang San. Dai Mubai and Tang San had already recognized the significant disparity in strength between themselves and Hanley and Xiao Wu after their previous encounter. Your and Xiao Wu's power is far too formidable. Even if we challenged you 100 times now, we would still fall short. Let us battle again once we break through to Soul Sovereign. Tang San sighed deeply, conceding. However, if Zhu Zhuqing wishes to fight, we would be more than willing to oblige. Or perhaps Xiao Wu could take on both Dai Mubai and me. That would be acceptable as well, Tang San proposed cunningly. Hanley turned his attention to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, seeking their opinions. Both women, characterized by their competitive spirits, readily agreed. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who had previously fled, sneakily returned to observe from a hidden corner. After some deliberation, it was decided that Tang San would face Zhu Zhuqing first. The two stepped onto a spacious clearing, poised for battle. Zhu Zhuqing, now at level 25 in soul power, unleashed her martial spirit and launched the first attack. Aware that engaging a speed-oriented soul master in close quarters would spell doom for him, Tang San resolved to maintain distance. He directed his palms toward the ground, summoning numerous robust blue-silver grasses that surged toward Zhu Zhuqing. If he could exploit the wide reach of the blue-silver grass to ensnare her, victory would be his. Having anticipated Tang San's intentions, Zhu Zhuqing acted preemptively, retreating to a safe distance as the blue-silver grass emerged. However, Tang San's relentless pursuit with the blue-silver grass aimed to secure a decisive victory. Zhu Zhuqing, agile as a nimble cat, darted back and forth, evading Tang San's attempts with ease. No amount of blue-silver grass could hinder her. Tang San was perplexed. He had expected Zhu Zhuqing to close the gap recklessly, thereby exposing herself to vulnerabilities. Yet, aside from her initial attack, she had no intention of pressing further. Was there a hidden scheme of play? Tang San, are you truly capable of nothing more? Zhu Zhuqing remarked icily. This taunt ignited Tang San's irritation. While he conceded defeat to Hanley and Xiao Wu, he believed overcoming her would be far simpler. Disregarding his earlier doubts, he committed himself to a fierce offensive against Zhu Zhuqing. As time passed, however, Tang San's soul power began to wane, and his movements slowed significantly. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but smirk. Her plan had worked more effortlessly than anticipated. It is well known that control-type soul masters have a distinct advantage over agility-type ones, and Tang San specialized in control. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's recent growth, defeating him while facing such a constraint was no trivial matter. Thus, she devised a strategy to provoke Tang San into an unrelenting assault, ensuring his soul power would deplete rapidly over time. As Zhu Zhuqing anticipated, the situation unfolded accordingly. The moment had arrived for her to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, she activated her first soul skill, dashing forward with remarkable speed, leaving several afterimages in her wake. Tang San, recognizing the imminent threat, attempted to manipulate the blue-silver grass to obstruct her advance, yet excessive soul power consumption had significantly slowed its response. Consequently, the blue-silver grass could not keep pace with Zhu Zhuqing's velocity. In the next instant, Zhu Zhuqing stood before Tang San, her sharp claws striking out, leaving a purple shadow in their wake. Tang San was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground in a pitiful state. The outcome was clear, and Xiao Wu leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Zhuqing is amazing." Tang San, dejected, rose from the ground like a defeated dog, eager to find a hole to hide in. Following her victory, the system indicated that Hanley could sacrifice 3 years of Tang San's lifespan, which he promptly exchanged for a 3-level increase in soul power. Subsequently, Hanley also sacrificed 1 year of Zhu Zhuqing's lifespan, propelling her to level 29 in the blink of an eye. Zhu Zhuqing immediately sensed the transformation within herself, astonished by the magnitude of her progress after merely defeating Tang San. Instinctively, she glanced at Hanley, who offered her a knowing smile. Perhaps this practical experience had deepened her understanding of what she had gleaned from Hanley, catalyzing such results. Filled with gratitude towards him, Zhu Zhuqing reflected, "Little 3, I shall avenge you." Dai Mubai rushed forward, striking a reliable big brother pose. "Zhuqing, I'm not one to take advantage of others. You should rest for a moment." He feigned gallantry. Zhu Zhuqing resolutely shook her head, indicating that it was unnecessary. In her current state, she felt no pressure in confronting Dai Mubai. Chapter 40. Dai Mubai is also defeated, astonishing everyone. What a bold proclamation. Dai Mubai, harboring feelings for Zhu Zhuqing, was determined to seize this opportunity to showcase his prowess. Very well, then let us engage. The battle commenced. Zhu Zhuqing once again took the initiative, aiming to seize control of the encounter as she dashed toward her opponent. As she approached rapidly, Dai Mubai found himself lost in thought. He yearned to display his masculine strength to Zhu Zhuqing, yet he was also wary of harming her during their clash, fearing it would only incite her disdain. Therefore, he held back. using only 50% of his strength to counter her strike. However, it did not take long for Dai Mubai to regret his actions. Zhu Zhuqing descended with a lethal claw strike, forcefully sending Dai Mubai staggering back several steps. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have found himself in a most precarious position. Dai Mubai was taken aback. Was this truly the Zhu Zhuqing he remembered? Not much time had passed since their last meeting, yet she had transformed into such a formidable force. What astounded him even more was Zhu Zhuqing's soul power. Though he could not ascertain her exact soul power level, he could deduce that her strength was now on par with his, and he sensed an undeniable hint of superiority. Zhu Zhuqing pursued him, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that left Dai Mubai gasping for breath. It was evident that he needed to take this seriously. Seizing an opportunity, he activated his divine position, contemplating his next move. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai opened his mouth and released a milky white sphere of light towards the front. His soul ranged attack, capable of inflicting considerable damage. The speed of this attack was swift, yet Zhu Zhuqing's agility was decidedly superior. With a deft application of her phantom piercing strike, she evaded his assault with remarkable ease. Just as Zhu Zhuqing prepared to counterattack, Dai Mubai was already upon her. With a few years' advantage in age and absent Hanley's presence, he was the most powerful among them, possessing extensive combat experience. Dai Mubai was not a character to be easily subdued. Zhu Zhuqing was startled, quickly realizing that he had no expectation of actually landing a hit with a White Tiger's Radiant Wave. His true intention was to divert her attention and provoke her into utilizing her utmost speed. A speed-type soul master, after exerting their maximum velocity, would inevitably find themselves in a state of relative fatigue. This presented Dai Mubai with his opportunity. Zhu Zhuqing, indeed, was unable to evade further attacks with her previous swiftness. She could only shield her vital areas with her arms to minimize the damage. Dai Mubai's fist struck against her arms, each blow forcing her back a step. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing found herself retreating under his relentless assault, her situation increasingly dire. Little Wu watched with great concern. Zhuqing, you should concede. At this rate, your body won't withstand it. Dai Mubai reminded her as he swung his fists. The match is not yet over. The outcome is still uncertain, Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. She continually urged herself to remain calm, knowing that only with a clear mind could she devise a strategy to overcome her opponent. Moments later, Zhu Zhuqing feigned being unable to withstand Dai Mubai's attack and retreated significantly. Observing this, Dai Mubai felt certain of his victory. Yet the next instant, Zhu Zhuqing charged at him once more, claws poised. She had deliberately staged her apparent exhaustion to create the illusion of fatigue, hoping to deter Dai Mubai's relentless pursuit. Once the distance between them widened, Zhu Zhuqing escaped her passive predicament. It was time to strike back. Dai Mubai, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, immersed himself entirely in a battle. The two soon became entangled in a fierce skirmish, the intensity of their combat escalating. As time passed, both their soul powers were depleting at an alarming rate. However, prior to the battle, Zhu Zhuqing had ascended to the higher level of 29, granting her a distinct advantage in soul power. After a grueling struggle, Dai Mubai was utterly exhausted and could no longer continue the fight, ultimately being knocked to the ground by Zhu Zhuqing. Yet this victory was far from the simplicity of his previous encounters with Tang San. Compared to the fallen Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing's condition was not much better. Her soul power was nearly depleted, leaving her in considerable discomfort. She stood there, feeling dizzy, on the verge of collapsing. In a moment of urgency, Hanley rushed over to support the wavering Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you, Hanley, Zhu Zhuqing said weakly. After defeating Dai Mubai, she received a system reward, allowing her to siphon 3 years of his life. Hanley exchanged 2 levels of soul power for her within the system. Zhu Zhuqing, now having broken through to level 31, felt revitalized, her robust soul power nourishing her body. Dai Mubai was immensely frustrated, never having anticipated being defeated by Zhu Zhuqing. It left him wondering where he could hide his face. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who had been covertly observing the battle, chuckled quietly, relieved they had managed to escape punishment. Dai Mubai and Tang San hastened their recovery, preparing for a 2-on-1 challenge against Little Wu, intent on reclaiming their honor. Hanley noticed Ning Rongrong standing idly by and called out, "You two come out, do not lurk like mice." When he received no response, he raised his voice further, shouting, "Do you require an invitation to emerge?" This provoked a response, as Oscar and Ma Hongjun timidly poked their heads out. "Oscar, you and Ning Rongrong are both support-type soul masters. You should have a match," Hanley stated nonchalantly. Ning Rongrong, "Sure, no problem." Upon hearing that his opponent was the harmless little princess Ning Rongrong, Oscar readily agreed. Unable to contend with Little Wu and Hanley, he deemed taking on Ning Rongrong a simple task. Moreover, Oscar had long harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong, and perhaps this opportunity could draw them closer. The battle between Ning Rongrong and Oscar commenced swiftly. As both were support-type soul masters, their combat revolved around a contest of soul power and stamina. They exchanged blows back and forth, yet it was Oscar who found himself at a disadvantage. Although his physical prowess slightly surpassed Ning Rongrong's, she leveraged her 26th level soul power to suppress him effectively. Feeling increasingly overwhelmed, Oscar struggled valiantly, but ultimately succumbed. What? I can't believe I lost to Ning Rongrong. He lamented, grappling with the cold reality of his defeat. Chapter 41. Dai Mubai and Tang San joined forces against Little Wu. Ning Rongrong, having just tasted the fruits of victory, appeared exceptionally jubilant. As Little Wu approached briskly, the two girls embraced joyously, their eyes sparkling with delight. Achievements in defeating an opponent are rare for support-type soul masters, making Ning Rongrong's triumph all the more precious. Following her victory, the system rewarded her with the ability to siphon 3 years from Oscar's life, and Hanley promptly exchanged 3 levels of soul power for her. In an instant, Ning Rongrong ascended to level 27. In a secluded corner, a figure cloaked in black, Master, observed the unfolding events with growing frustration. Hanley. He had frequently found himself perplexed by matters he could not comprehend. It was worth noting that Dai Mubai and Tang San were prodigious talents among their peers, rare and exceptional geniuses. He often had the premonition that if Tang San continued along his usual path of cultivation, he would undoubtedly become one of the continent's most formidable powers. Yet, in the face of Zhu Zhuqing and the others, Dai Mubai and Tang San suddenly appeared diminished. Master vividly recalled that Zhu Zhuqing had maintained her soul power at level 23 during her time at Shrek Academy, before following Hanley. After only a few days apart, how could one suddenly defeat the 28th level Dai Mubai? Yu Xiaojiang pondered this to no end, unable to fathom that just moments ago, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power had surged to the 29th level, matching his own. Yet, in terms of sheer strength, Zhu Zhuqing undoubtedly surpassed him. Xiao Wu, not one to let this opportunity slip by, arrogantly challenged both Dai Mubai and Tang San to a duel. Their spirits reignited, they stared intently at Xiao Wu. If they couldn't best her in a one-on-one, surely they could in a two-on-one? The duo brimmed with confidence, believing that their combined efforts would surely vanquish Xiao Wu and reclaim their honor. After a brief period of recuperation, Dai Mubai and Tang San were nearly back to full strength. Xiao Wu, let us get started, Tang San exclaimed eagerly. Xiao Wu, with a contemptuous expression, stepped forward, warning them not to cry for their mothers when she defeated them. Dai Mubai and Tang San clenched their fists, aware that words would be futile against Xiao Wu. They would let their prowess speak for itself. The three took their positions, and the battle commenced. During their earlier recuperation, Tang San had conferred with Dai Mubai on tactics and devised a foolproof strategy for victory. Don't think Xiao Wu is bullying you. I'll let you make the first move, she taunted, making an obvious gesture of provocation. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged quick glances, selecting the optimal positions. As a control-type soul master, Tang San positioned himself behind Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu, I acknowledge your strength. Either of us alone is no match for you, but together, we are a force you cannot easily shake, Tang San asserted confidently. Enough idle chatter. Make your move, Xiao Wu urged. In the next instant, Tang San unleashed his first soul skill, Bind. The resilient blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, launching toward Xiao Wu. Such a feeble attack posed no threat to her. With her nimble speed, she deftly maneuvered around it. Even abundance of blue-silver grass could not endanger her. I thought you were formidable, yet you resort to such pitiful tactics. You won't win this way, Xiao Wu scoffed, her taunts revealing her composure. However, she soon realized that the situation was not as simple as she had presumed. Despite her brazen mockery, her opponents remained unfazed, engaged in a calm, focused battle. This was not a promising sign. Xiao Wu suspected that the duo was concealing some hidden cards. All right, it's time to conclude this battle, Xiao Wu declared suddenly. Even though she sensed a possible trap, she charged forward resolutely, aware that prolonging the fight would not be wise. As a soul master of the soul sovereign rank, she held a clear advantage in soul power, but faced with two opponents, their combined strength would undoubtedly surpass hers. To secure victory, Xiao Wu needed to take the initiative. Before long, she accelerated her speed, resembling a bolt of lightning. The obstacles posed by the blue-silver grass were negligible. In no time, she was before Dai Mubai, executing a powerful kick mid-air. Dai Mubai, seeing this, unleashed his martial spirit to counter. In a straightforward clash of strength, he was unafraid of Xiao Wu. However, just as they were about to collide, Xiao Wu activated her third soul skill, instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. The next moment, Tang San sensed a dangerous presence behind him and turned to see Xiao Wu's foot hurtling towards him. He was sent sprawling onto a large mound of earth. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai charged at Xiao Wu with a vigorous assault. Xiao Wu staggered back, once again utilizing instantaneous movement to create distance. At this juncture, she appeared to hold an undeniable advantage, likely destined to emerge victorious. This match is far from over. Dai Mubai, shedding his prior caution, surged toward Xiao Wu. She felt an unsettling inkling. Did he not fear her using instantaneous movement again? If so, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly exhaust himself, hastening their defeat. You will never catch me, Xiao Wu retorted coldly. Just as she prepared to employ instantaneous movement once more, Tang San suddenly emerged from the dirt mound, preemptively activating his second soul skill. Second soul skill, Parasite. A mass of blue-silver grass erupted from Xiao Wu, ensnaring her movements and rendering her incapable of executing instantaneous movement. Surprised, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San from afar, finally grasping their strategy. It dawned on her that Tang San and Dai Mubai had deliberately arranged themselves in such a formation to create a deceptive appearance. Anyone witnessing such a scenario would instinctively recall the cardinal rule of Soul Master combat. Prioritize eliminating the control-type Soul Master. Xiao Wu, too, had fallen prey to this notion, laboring tirelessly to strike Tang San, unaware that he had intentionally absorbed her kick. As she struck him, he implanted seeds of blue-silver grass upon her, allowing him to unleash his second soul skill. Now you have nowhere to run, Dai Mubai exclaimed, exhilarated, as he tightened his fists and launched his offensive. With the binding of blue-silver grass, Xiao Wu's movements were restricted, robbing her of her speed advantage. In direct combat, Dai Mubai could easily surpass her. Watching from the sidelines, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged concerned glances. Hanley, could Xiao Wu really be losing? Ning Rongrong asked anxiously. One could not deny that Dai Mubai and Tang San had invested considerable effort into their strategy. Had Xiao Wu been merely a great soul master, defeat would have been inevitable. Yet, Xiao Wu was a soul sovereign, possessing an absolute level advantage. She would not succumb so easily. Brace yourself. Dai Mubai swung his fist toward Xiao Wu. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, Xiao Wu unleashed an astounding surge of soul power. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Though this was her initial soul skill, it possessed a rare potential for growth. For every level she ascended in soul power, her strength and resilience during the use of Waist Bow would increase by 1%. Utilizing her formidable waist strength, Xiao Wu shattered the blue-silver grass, ensnaring her. This prevented Dai Mubai from launching an immediate attack. The game is over, Xiao Wu declared earnestly. The fragments of blue-silver grass obscured Dai Mubai's vision, and amid the chaos, Xiao Wu stealthily approached him. 8 diagram toss. What followed was Xiao Wu's solo performance. With a swift kick, she sent Dai Mubai soaring into the air, then ascended to continue her relentless assault. The 8 diagram toss was a unique technique intertwined with waist strength. Once Xiao Wu closed the distance, there was no escape until the entire sequence was completed. The onlookers witnessed Dai Mubai being tossed around in the air by Xiao Wu like a mere plaything. Dai Mubai is outmatched. In a short span, Xiao Wu concluded the 8 diagram toss, sending Dai Mubai crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Dai Mubai completely lost consciousness. His eyes closed as he succumbed to the void. Next, Xiao Wu remarked nonchalantly, clapping her hands. At this moment, Tang San stood trembling in the wind, shivering uncontrollably. How could this be? According to his calculations, this tactic should have been entirely feasible. He had also anticipated Xiao Wu's spirit power level, thus employing a fierce assault with his blue-silver grass to deplete the opponent's stamina prior to executing the strategy. Even with this additional preparation, he still miscalculated. How did you break free from my restraints? Tang San inquired, his voice laced with frustration. Isn't it obvious? I'm a bona fide spirit master. Though our levels are quite close, there exists a significant disparity between us. As a spirit master, Xiao Wu possessed an extra spirit ring, resulting in astonishing enhancements to her physical attributes. Hence, she could employ her first spirit skill to shatter Tang San's bindings. Following this succinct explanation, Xiao Wu darted forward, swiftly overpowering Tang San with ease. Before her, Tang San stood defenseless. Thus, Xiao Wu triumphed in this contest, achieving the remarkable feat of single-handedly taking on 2 opponents. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing rushed to her side to celebrate, continually marveling at her prowess. This greatly satisfied Xiao Wu's vanity. Like Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu too was rewarded. She could siphon 3 years of life from both Tang San and Dai Mubai. Hanley exchanged all 6 years of life. And since Xiao Wu was now a spirit master, her level surged to 34. Dai Mubai and Tang San, weary and bruised, managed to open their eyes and struggled to rise from the ground. Their faces were etched with disappointment. Once, they had regarded themselves as geniuses among their peers. Yet Hanley and the others had imparted a harsh lesson. A profound sense of disparity weighed heavily upon their hearts, leaving them tormented. The 3 women who followed them had amassed considerable rewards from today's battle, inciting a twinge of jealousy in Hanley. Without hesitation, he advanced, visibly intent on taking action. Brother, please spare us. We are no match for you, Tang San pleaded urgently. I know, but I simply want to give you a good beating. Hanley's reasoning was brutally straightforward, leaving Tang San and Dai Mubai at a loss. Subsequently, Hanley relentlessly pummeled the two, leaving them in a state of utter misery. Soon enough, Tang San and Dai Mubai bore the marks of their defeat, resembling two battered swine. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Tang San and Dai Mubai. You may siphon 6 months of life from each. Hanley understood that, given his current cultivation, defeating them again would not yield satisfactory rewards. Nonetheless, he found immense satisfaction in thrashing the two. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong laughed joyously, reveling in their substantial gains. All of this was thanks to Hanley, and they felt fortunate to be on his side. In their moment of exuberance, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the master quickly fled the scene. They dared not linger nearby, knowing that if Hanley turned his gaze upon them, they would be fated to suffer a similar fate. Hanley, what shall we do next? Shall we return? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously. Hanley waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was in no rush to return. You all enjoyed your sparring. I too wish to engage in a couple more exhilarating battles. Thus, they made their way deeper into the academy, where they encountered Zhao Wujin at the entrance of the teaching building. Zhao Wujin, the vice principal of Shrek Academy, was a 7-ring spirit saint, renowned for his legendary feats in the spirit world, often referred to as the Immutable King. Within Shrek Academy, apart from Principal Flander, Zhao Wujin was the second most prominent figure. Zhao Wujin, I challenge you, Hanley stated directly. Are you serious? Zhao Wujin replied, surprised. He recalled that Hanley had previously defeated a student with a spirit power of 39, leading him to deduce that Hanley's spirit power must also be at least 39, likely just a step away from becoming a spirit master. Otherwise, he could not have bested his carefully nurtured elite. Hanley nodded, his demeanor unwavering. Very well, you truly deserve the title of a super monster. Such courage is commendable. Zhao Wujin acknowledged. In that case, I accept your challenge. To be honest, I am currently over level 70, but I will not take advantage of you. During our battle, I will compress my spirit power to 39 level. I shall also refrain from using my 4th spirit skill. Zhao Wujin contemplated for a moment before speaking slowly. He intended to be conservative, knowing Han Li's strength was formidable. During the fight, he could easily employ around level 45 spirit power. As a spirit saint, his physical resilience and experience far exceeded that of lower-ranked spirit masters, allowing him to challenge opponents beyond his level even when limiting his spirit power. However, Zhao Wujin could not foresee just how extraordinary Han Li truly was, reaching levels of prowess he could hardly imagine. Li wished to keep some of his cards close to his chest. If Zhao Wujin did not reveal his full strength, neither would he, for he wished to avoid expending his life force seeking assistance from the system, a matter to address later. For now, he would begin at a lower level, hoping to reap some favorable rewards. The two decided to battle in the open space at the entrance of the teaching building, and the others quickly cleared a space for them. Meanwhile, Flander and several teachers hastened to the scene, selecting a prime vantage point for observation. At last, we can witness the battle of a super monster with our own eyes, Flander exclaimed with great excitement, having awaited this day for so long. Chapter 43, Han Li's Victory. How could this be? Until now, Flander had only heard of Han Li's formidable prowess through others. He had long harbored the desire to observe Han Li in combat up close. Little did he expect that Han Li's first challenge would be Zhao Wujin, and now he had encountered a formidable opponent. Many teachers began to murmur among themselves, their opinions in unison. Hardly anyone believed Han Li could emerge victorious. Although Flander praised Han Li as a super monster, he was still only a spirit master. Even with Zhao Wujin compressing his spirit power, he still possessed extensive combat experience and formidable physical strength, attributes that Han Li could not hope to rival. Principal, isn't Han Li your prized pupil? You must be cautious. Should he find himself in danger, be ready to rescue him, a teacher cautioned. That's difficult to predict. Have you not considered the possibility that Han Li may ultimately be the victor? Flander replied thoughtfully. The battle commenced. Many teachers initially expected Han Li to be utterly overwhelmed by Zhao Wujin, but soon they were astounded. Han Li struck first, delivering a punch that Zhao Wujin dismissed as inconsequential, intending to withstand it with his formidable physique. To their astonishment, Han Li's punch sent Zhao Wujin flying. The entire assembly was left in shock. Flander, the gathered teachers, Oscar, and the 3 women, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, stood agape, their expressions reflecting disbelief. What unfolded before them transcended their understanding. Only Han Li himself was aware that he currently held the esteemed rank of a 61st Soul Emperor. The notion that Zhao Wujia could thwart his assault with mere 39th level soul power was utterly preposterous, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. With a single punch, he decisively defeated Zhao Wujia. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing Zhao Wujia. You may siphon 2 years from his lifespan. Upon hearing the system's notification, Han Li promptly accessed the system interface, eager to exchange for soul power. However, he discovered that the 2 years of lifespan he had claimed were insufficient even for a single level of soul power. Although his opponent was Zhao Wujia, who was of a higher rank, the latter had not unleashed his full strength, relying solely on 39th level soul power, which accounted for the unexpected outcome. Gradually rising from the ground, Zhao Wujie was seething with fury, brushing the dust from his clothes. That doesn't count. I wasn't prepared. Let us have another go, he insisted. Unyielding, Zhao Wujie, let it be. A loss is a loss. There are no excuses, Flandre intervened, keen to prevent his prize student from suffering further humiliation at Zhao Wujie's hands. If Zhao Wujie desires a rematch, then let him come, Hanley responded, his tone devoid of concern, instilling in Zhao Wujie an even greater ire. While he acknowledged Hanley's strength, he was determined to demonstrate his own prowess. This time, Zhao Wujie resolved to harness 49th level soul power, intending to employ his 4th soul skill. He was confident that this would be sufficient to contend with Hanley. As the battle commenced, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding ground. Hanley, however, was reluctant to reveal his full capabilities. Should he eliminate Zhao Wujie once more, his plans for concealing his strength would be thwarted. Nevertheless, he matched Zhao Wujie blow for blow. During the clash, a triumphant grin spread across Zhao Wujie's face, as he believed this time he would finally exact his revenge, continuously amplifying his soul power. Seizing an opportunity, Zhao Wujie unleashed his 4th soul skill, target tracking. This auxiliary skill allowed his 4th soul ring to dart forth, locking onto Hanley's position. As long as Hanley remained within 100 meters, Zhao Wujie could reach him with unparalleled speed, delivering a devastating strike. You've met your end, kid, Zhao Wujie declared, suddenly appearing before Hanley, his right arm charged with concentrated soul power. Come at me, Hanley responded, undaunted, brandishing his scythe to meet the challenge. The collision of fist and scythe produced a shockwave. What? Zhao Wujie exclaimed, aghast. Having deployed his 4th soul skill, why did Hanley still show no signs of defeat? After that exchange, the two retreated, locking eyes. Zhao Wujie believed that even if Hanley was a soul master, his soul power must be nearing exhaustion. In contrast, Zhao Wujie, as a soul sage, possessed abundant soul power and could continue utilizing his skills in battle. 3rd soul skill, gravity amplification, he bellowed. As the technique took effect, Hanley felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if he had sunk into a quagmire. Now, let us see how you would stand my assault. With that, Zhao Wujie lunged forward once more, full of vigor. Hanley's lips curled into a slight smile. He sensed the time was right to unleash his own soul skill. Silently, he intoned 4th soul skill, souls beneath the blade. In the next instant, numerous blood-red phantoms materialized around him, evoking a spectral presence. These spectral forms infused Hanley's scythe, transforming it into a crimson weapon exuding a palpable aura of death. During the execution of souls beneath the blade, all negative statuses on Hanley were dispelled, and his strength surged by 50%. Moreover, the scythe acquired a death attribute, doubling its lethality. With a swift motion, Hanley swung his scythe at Zhao Wujie, secretly channeling the soul power of a soul king. Supported by this unending reservoir of power, Hanley turned the tide, defeating Zhao Wujie. This time, Zhao Wujie was not left in such a pitiful state. Though he bore only minor injuries, he felt no sense of pride. Having drawn upon 49th level soul power, yet still succumbing to Hanley was a reality he found difficult to accept. The onlookers were astounded, gazing at Hanley as though he were a monster. A shared question arose among them. What level was Hanley now? To their eyes, he possessed merely 3 soul rings, yet as a soul master, he had managed to defeat Zhao Wujie, who wielded 49th level soul power. The sole explanation lay in Hanley's unique soul ring configuration. With 3 purple soul rings, all of millennial age, could the enhancements they conferred truly be so formidable? Could 3 purple soul rings enable Hanley to effortlessly contend against opponents of higher tiers? The spectators found themselves perplexed. Even a knowledgeable master Yu Xiaojing struggled to comprehend the phenomenon. He began to question his own understanding of reality. How had Hanley achieved such remarkable feats? The master's mind remained in turmoil. Chapter 44, Zhao Wujie's Defiance, Hanley's Challenge to Flandre. Ma Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong applauded, their admiration for Hanley growing exponentially. With Hanley's guidance, they believed they would rapidly ascend to unparalleled strength, a feat beyond the reach of others. This sentiment was most strongly felt by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had first-hand experience of Hanley's impactful instruction. Just days prior, they had been the lowest-ranked students at Shrek Academy, possessing the weakest soul power and scant combat experience. Yet, under Hanley's mentorship, they had risen to the point of being capable of defeating the likes of Dai Mubai and Tang San. Flandre, while astonished, was primarily elated. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Hanley, wielding the power of a soul master, was nearly on par with a soul king. Yet he had managed to defeat Zhao Wujie, who employed 49th level soul power. As a 7-ring soul sage, Zhao Wujie's combat experience, soul power, physical strength, and martial spirit were all formidable assets. Within the realm of 70 levels, he was undoubtedly an unrivaled force, and with 49th level soul power, He could easily surpass those of 55 levels and below. Fate has smiled upon our Shrek Academy. Flandra felt compelled to sing in jubilation. This was truly exhilarating. The Academy's finances had always been strained, barely scraping by, and Flandra had thought Dai Mubai and his peers would be the last cohort. Once they graduated, he planned to close Shrek Academy and retire. However, Hanley's emergence had rekindled endless hope within him. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were utterly flabbergasted. The terror of Hanley had repeatedly shattered their perceptions, and exchanging glances, they reached a silent agreement. From now on, upon seeing Hanley, they would turn and flee without hesitation. They no longer dared to provoke Hanley. In their minds, he was a formidable demon. Should we inform Dai Mubai and Tang San about what transpired here? Oscar timidly inquired. Those two foolish individuals remain oblivious to their circumstances, likely still harboring thoughts of challenging Hanley. Let us refrain from engaging them further. Let them continue in their ignorance and fearlessness. This way, we can enjoy the spectacle uninterrupted, and with Hanley having thoroughly bested them, they should no longer pose us any trouble. After contemplating for a moment, Ma Hongjun spoke with a hint of malice. Oscar could not help but give Ma Hongjun a thumbs up, remarking on his cunning, and added that he found the plan entirely feasible. It is worth mentioning that the senior who had been defeated by Hanley, a 39th level student, was also present to witness this confrontation. The senior had never anticipated Hanley's formidable strength. He initially believed his defeat was merely a stroke of luck. Now, however, he was genuinely convinced of Hanley's prowess. At such a tender age, Hanley was already capable of repelling the 49th level Zhao Wujia, placing him on par with the Soul King. It appeared he had yet to unleash his full potential, and one could hardly fathom the extent of his limits. If this individual were to reach the age of nearly 20, he would likely ascend to the rank of title de law. No, given his extraordinary talent, he might even achieve this remarkable feat before reaching 20. The mere thought of a title de law under 20 years old was utterly terrifying. This senior suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Among his peers, he was regarded as a genius, poised to advance to soul master status by the age of 20. Yet, when compared to Hanley, he felt like nothing more than a novice. Zhao Wujia, overhearing the murmurs around him, felt like a mere clown, his dignity shattered. Still unwilling to concede defeat, driven by his competitive spirit, he once again challenged Hanley. Hanley, let us have another match. This time I shall summon the power and techniques of a Soul King to combat you, Zhao Wujia declared. Believing that Hanley was nearing his limits and feeling confident about his chances this time, Hanley, maintaining his calm demeanor, waved his hand dismissively and replied, Zhao Wujia, perhaps you should rest for now. I will engage you again in a few days. Having already defeated Zhao Wujia twice that day, Hanley saw no merit in continuing the fight, as victory would yield no reward. Zhao Wujia wished to persist, but under the scrutiny of the crowd, he had no choice but to retreat. Subsequently, Hanley's gaze shifted to the other side, landing on Xiao Xan. Xiao Xan, a teacher at Shrek Academy, with a food-type martial soul known as Jelly Bean, was a soul sage specializing in support rather than combat. Noticing Hanley's attention, he quickly stepped back and stated, I am a support-type soul master and not skilled in battle. Hanley merely smiled and pointed towards the Dean Flinder, indicating that he was the opponent he wished to challenge next. Oh, I didn't expect my turn to come so soon. Flinder, without hesitation, stepped forward, eager to engage. He was keen to ascertain the limits of Hanley's abilities and announced, Hanley, I will employ my 5th soul skill and my 55th level soul power. So be wary. Hanley nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. As the Dean, Flinder was the most powerful individual at Shrek Academy, and the spectators eagerly selected their vantage points to witness the impending battle, eager to see if Hanley could secure another victory. Zhao Wujia, feeling dejected at being dismissed by Hanley, realized he would not have the opportunity to redeem himself today. He could only hope that Hanley would return to Shrek Academy for another challenge. If Hanley did not come back, Zhao Wujia resolved to seek him out personally to teach him a lesson and relieve his frustrations. The moment Flinder took the stage, Zhao Wujia became animated again. Before the battle commenced, he approached Flinder and leaned in to whisper conspiratorially, Flinder, you must help me teach this kid a lesson. Flinder responded with a casual dismissal, sending Zhao Wujia away, as he had no intention of reprimanding Hanley. Unlike Zhao Wujia, who was rather simplistic in his approach, Flinder, known for his frugality, was the most far-sighted individual at Shrek Academy. He had placed all his bets on Hanley, eager to discover the extent of his capabilities. The stronger Hanley became, the more pleased Flinder felt. Although Hanley was merely an honorary member of Shrek Academy, for now, Flinder recognized through their brief interactions that Hanley was not one to be easily swayed. On the contrary, Hanley exhibited remarkable shrewdness, and given the right circumstances, he was undoubtedly someone with whom Flinder could collaborate. It was conceivable that, when the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition arrived, Flinder might invite Hanley to represent Shrek Academy. Chapter 45, Flinder's Defeat. Hanley as a Soul Emperor? With Hanley's astonishing prowess, even if his teammates were of inferior quality. He would undoubtedly accomplish the remarkable feat of single-handedly overcoming 7 opponents. Would Shrek Academy really have to worry about securing the championship title at the Advanced Soul Master competition? As long as they could cling to Hanley's coattails, Flinder was confident that Shrek Academy would flourish, potentially becoming a globally renowned institution in the future. Just the thought brought him immense joy, and he recalled Zhao Wujia's earlier words. Turning to the gathered teachers, Flinder took a deep breath and addressed them, saying, "While normal challenges are permissible, as educators, you must not intentionally harm Hanley or his companions. I expect you all to heed my words. Should anyone act excessively, do not blame me for being unyielding as the dean." The teachers nodded in agreement, while Zhao Wujia appeared quite helpless. "All right, Hanley, let's engage in battle." Unlike Zhao Wujia, whose combat relied heavily on brute strength, Flinder's cat eagle martial soul emphasized speed. This made him a more suitable sparring partner for Hanley, aiding him in honing his abilities further. Both combatants excelled in both offense and defense, resulting in a closely matched exchange. Flinder was thoroughly impressed by Hanley's performance, affirming his belief that Hanley was indeed the super talent he had envisioned, fully deserving of the high praise he received. "Hanley, Beko Dos. I am about to unleash my 5th soul skill," Flinder declared earnestly. The onlookers, including Flinder himself, believed the decisive moment was upon them, and that Hanley might very well face defeat. However, even if Hanley were to lose, there would be no shame in it. Rather, it would only heighten the admiration he garnered from others. To the outside world, Hanley's soul power level seemed to cap at around 40, possessing merely 3 soul rings, placing him at a significant disadvantage in terms of resources. Flinder, as the strongest at Shrek Academy, had intentionally restrained his soul power, yet his displayed strength remained formidable. It was entirely normal for even a 55th level Soul King or a 60th level Soul Emperor to be bested by Flinder. In the next moment, Flinder soared into the air, his cat eagle martial soul manifesting a fierce yellow light. He swung his wings, unleashing 10 razor-sharp blades that hurtled swiftly toward Hanley. "I cannot possibly lose," Hanley murmured to himself, determined to defeat Flinder and reap the rewards from the system. Once more, he secretly summoned 4th greater power. 5th soul skill, Void Slash. Merely invoking the 5th soul skill was insufficient to guarantee victory, so he channeled his 60-level soul power with unwavering resolve. A continuous surge of soul power erupted from Hanley's body, causing the scythe in his hand to appear even sharper. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Hanley grasped the scythe with both hands, raising it high above his head. Once he had gathered enough energy, Hanley executed a horizontal strike, known as the Sky Splitter. A beam of pearlescent light shot forth, imbued with unparalleled might, sweeping through the air with an aura of lethal intent. The 10 wind blades unleashed by Flandra collided with this formidable strike, akin to a mere novice facing a master, and were instantly obliterated. The Sky Splitter remained unscathed as it continued its relentless trajectory towards Flandra's location. That single blow had drained Flandra's entire 55 levels of soul power. In a moment of desperation, he was forced to draw upon additional soul power to shield his body. A thunderous explosion erupted from Flandra's vicinity, and thick clouds of smoke billowed outward. The spectators held their breaths, their hearts in their throats, as they awaited the outcome of this fierce battle. "You have won." Moments later, Flandra emerged from the smoke, disheveled and in a state of disarray. Had Flandra merely been a 55-level Soul King, enduring Hanley's attack would have left him grievously injured, if not dead. The only reason he still stood was due to his utilization of additional soul power, albeit in violation of the competition's rules, rendering him ultimately defeated. The audience was struck dumb, enveloped in stunned silence. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Flandra. You may siphon 5 years of his lifespan." Hanley promptly absorbed the 5 years, enabling him to nearly elevate his soul power by 1 level. After the exchange, Hanley successfully ascended to level 62. Flandra, seated on the ground, hastily began to recover from his injuries, yearning to return to peak condition. "Hanley, wait a moment. Let us engage in another battle." Flandra spoke slowly, unable to fathom that despite expending his entire 55-level soul power, he had still failed to vanquish Hanley. How could he accept not having tested Hanley's true limits? He resolved to use his 60-level soul power along with his 6th soul skill to continue the fight until he could genuinely ascertain Hanley's boundaries. "I have already fought several battles today and feel somewhat fatigued. I shall retreat to consolidate my gains. I will return in a few days for another match." Hanley rapidly, nonchalantly. While Flandra felt a tinge of regret, he could not dispute Hanley's reasoning and simply nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us return." Hanley waved to the 3 women standing beside him, leading them out of the Shrek Academy, as their figures receded into the distance. The onlookers at Shrek Academy buzzed with discussion. "That kid Hanley is simply extraordinary. He is merely a Soul Zune, yet possesses the combat prowess of a Soul King or even higher." Flandra exclaimed, astonished. After a moment of contemplation, Master Yu Xiaojiang articulated his thoughts, suggesting that Hanley must have been tirelessly cultivating his soul power, delaying the acquisition of soul rings until reaching the corresponding level. Based on my estimations, Hanley's soul power level must have already surpassed 60. Otherwise, how could a person with such an ordinary martial soul manage to defeat a 55-level soul king? His reasoning was sound, convincing the others that this was perhaps the closest approximation to the truth. Yet even so, they found it utterly unfathomable. The notion that Hanley, at such a tender age, could have reached level 60 was astonishing. Could it be that Hanley has simply been fortunate enough to encounter rare opportunities, bestowing him with such abilities? Zhao Wujia speculated thoughtfully. My goodness, the more I think about it, the more exhilarating it becomes. This boy is only 7 or 8 years old, and already so formidable. Flanders stood up bewildered. Chapter 46. Changing locations. Off to the Soto, Great Soul Arena. He is even younger than Daimu Bai. How is he so exceptional? Yu Xiaojing brightened with renewed interest and proposed a fresh theory. Could he be a prodigious disciple from the Spirit Hall, or of the Haotian sect? These two factions are universally recognized as the most powerful in the Soul Master realm, and whenever a mysterious strong figure appears, people inevitably ponder these two places. Though the Haotian sect's inherited martial soul is the Haotian hammer, Hanley clearly does not conform to that notion. Yet, who could guarantee that his scythe martial soul is not a variation? Regardless of his origins, one thing is certain. He stands before us now. Such a remarkable talent must be given our utmost attention and careful cultivation. We cannot allow him to slip away, Flandra asserted earnestly. Meanwhile, on the road to Soto City, the trio led by Xiao Wu showered Hanley with praises. Hanley, you are truly incredible. Thank goodness you insisted on inviting us. Otherwise, we might have missed out. Ningronggrong ethlimet ethitedli. Standing beside her, Zhu Zhuqing, typically reticent, nodded in agreement, deeply impressed. Clearly, my discerning I was ahead of the curve. I recognized Hanley first, which is why I am now ahead of you both. Xiao Wu could not resist boasting. Upon hearing her words, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances of envy. Indeed, Xiao Wu had followed Hanley earlier than they had, and despite their similar ages, she had already become a soul zone. If only they had encountered Hanley sooner. Perhaps they too would have reached that level by now. Hanley, when we return, I want to attend your lectures. I must strive to catch up to Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong declared, clenching her fists in excitement. However, Hanley gently shook his head. He did not wish to refrain from teaching the three women. Rather, he believed they required extensive practical experience at this moment. Practical combat is the most effective means of strengthening yourselves. I have already decided where we shall go tomorrow. You may simply follow my lead. The trio immediately became curious, inquiring about their destination for the following day. Yet, Hanley only smiled, choosing to keep them in suspense. After fruitlessly pressing for an answer, the three women eventually relented, recognizing that the next day was just around the corner and that it was not worth fretting over. Upon returning to Soto City, they frolicked through the bustling streets for a while before retreating to their hotel to rest. Time flew by, and as night faded, the sky brightened with the first light of dawn, heralding a new day. Hanley rose early and roused the other three women. After breakfast, he set off with them. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they arrived at their destination, the Soto Great Soul Arena. This magnificent structure, in an elongated elliptical shape, stood over 120 meters tall. Inside the arena, there was a main battle arena and 24 sub-arena, offering ample space. Surrounding it were rows upon rows of spectator seats, reputed to accommodate over 60,000 viewers simultaneously. This arena could be considered a landmark of Soto City. This will be our training ground for today, the Soto Great Soul Arena, Hanley stated calmly. Such an architectural marvel is not something every city can boast. Only major cities like Soto City have the privilege to construct such edifices. The Grand Soul Arena serves as a battleground for soul masters to engage in combat, where prowess reigns supreme. Little Dance's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired about the competition's rules. Upon securing her first victory, a badge would be awarded, and with each subsequent triumph, she would accumulate points. Once her points reached a sufficient threshold, she could earn a higher tier badge. The badges are categorized into 9 ranks: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. That sounds splendid. Let us strive for a copper badge today, exclaimed Little Dance, brimming with enthusiasm. However, this endeavor is not without its challenges. Hanley chuckled in response. In the Grand Soul Arena, the lowest rank is the iron badge, and ascending to the copper badge requires 100 points. Yet, each victory only grants a single point, while a loss incurs a deduction of 1 point. What? If that's the case, isn't it nearly impossible to level up? There are shortcuts, however, if your strength is formidable enough to achieve 5 consecutive victories. Each one thereafter will earn you an additional 10 points. Winning 10 matches in a row will result in a 100-point increase upon your next victory. Upon hearing this, the three women breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, their ascension might indeed take an eternity. Soon after, Hanley led the trio into the Grand Soul Arena. arriving at the registration desk to sign up. The registration process required them to provide basic information such as their names, ages, places of origin, and soul abilities. After completing the necessary forms, the staff verified their details and awarded each of them an iron badge. The verification process was straightforward. The Grand Soul Arena would dispatch personnel to assess their soul power levels and abilities. Naturally, each participant was also required to submit 10 gold soul coins upon registration. 10 gold coins was no trifling sum. An ordinary family might toil for an entire year without earning such an amount. Nevertheless, this fee was manageable for soul masters. How frustrating. We spent 10 gold coins without doing anything. Lamented little Dance, her spirits dampened. Hanley, unable to suppress a chuckle, reassured her, "Worry not. You will soon earn it back." Victories in the arena guarantee a minimum reward of 10 gold coins. This comforted little Dance considerably. Following the assessment of their soul power, it was revealed that little Dance possessed a soul power level of 34. Hanley had 31, Zhu Zhuqing was at 30, and Ning Rongrong stood at 27. Among the four, Hanley deliberately concealed his true power level, a skill he had mastered long ago. As for Zhu Zhuqing, though she lacked a third soul ring, her actual power level was 31, resulting in a discrepancy with the reported results. The staff member responsible for the assessment was utterly astonished. These children, all under the age of 10, had already achieved such remarkable soul power levels. Is there a problem? Hanley inquired nonchalantly. No, there are no issues. Your registration has been successful, the staff member replied promptly, rising quickly to report this noteworthy occurrence. Hanley and his companions were destined to receive special attention. Not only the staff member, but even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were equally astonished. Chapter 47. Little Dance takes the stage. First, little sister, perhaps you should concede. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing acknowledged their own power enhancements, but were taken aback by the extent of their growth. They suddenly comprehended why they had been able to defeat Dai Mubai and Oscar at Shrek Academy the previous day. Of course, they did not forget that it was all thanks to Hanley's assistance. Without him, their current prowess would have been unattainable, and they felt an overwhelming gratitude towards him, resolving to remain by his side for life. After registration concluded, the quartet was assigned to the second-tier soul arena. To compete in the main arena, one must achieve 5 consecutive victories and possess a badge of a certain rank. Although it was merely a secondary arena, it still exuded an impressive aura. The central platform was spacious enough for battles, surrounded by multiple tiers of seating filled with spectators. The next contestant to enter was a newcomer, embarking on her inaugural battle at the Grand Soul Arena. Let us witness her performance. The host announced loudly, microphone in hand. Behind the host, a massive screen displayed Little Dance's figure alongside her opponent. Wow, it's my turn already. How exhilarating. Little Dance exclaimed, rushing forward. Ning Rongrong watched her sister's silhouette intently, remarking, "With such prowess, she will surely advance before us." Hanley, however, shook his head, expressing skepticism. This is not a certainty. For the Grand Soul Arena employs a strict system of matchmaking based on power levels. Even if you are at level 31 and have just ascended to Soul Elder, you may encounter an opponent of level 39. Little Dance is indeed formidable, but if she faces a rival on the verge of becoming a Soul Master, victory will not come easily. Unlike you two, who are both nearing level 30 and participating in this 20-level competition, your chances of winning are considerably higher. Ning Rongrong's face reflected concern. But I am a support-type Soul Master. Even a mere level 10 attack-type Soul Master could easily defeat me. I shall not allow you to fight alone. You can form a duo with Zhu Zhuqing or Little Dance to increase your points and accumulate practical experience, Hanley advised. Taking a deep breath, as the three conversed, Little Dance had already ascended the stage, with a soul power level of 34. Fortune favored her as her opponent matched her level exactly. He was a burly man, sporting a pronounced beer belly and an air of nonchalance. Little sister, this is no place for you. Perhaps you should return home to do your homework, the man mocked derisively, drawing bewildered gazes from the surrounding spectators, who had never before witnessed such a young child in the Grand Soul Arena. Such arrogance. You will soon learn the extent of my abilities, Little Dance thought to herself, refraining from her usual impulsive attacks and instead adopting a seemingly innocent demeanor. Oh dear, big brother, I too find this place rather perilous. I certainly do not wish to be harmed. She cooed, her voice laced with enchantment as she activated her second soul skill, Charm. Despite possessing equal soul power, the man, being a high-attack soul master, made a critical error by lowering his guard and falling prey to Little Dance's skill. Fear not, little sister. I shall protect you, he declared, oblivious to the impending turn of events. The burly man's eyes appeared as if they were about to transform into 2 heart shapes. His mental focus utterly fragmented and his movements sluggish. This presented an opportune moment to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu hastened to the man's front, unleashing a rapid barrage of kicks. The man was completely caught off guard, unable to muster any defense against Xiao Wu's relentless assault. After enduring this flurry, he sustained significant injuries and finally realized he had fallen victim to her soul skill, filled with regret. "You little girl, how dare you employ such cunning tricks? I will not let you off lightly," the man exclaimed angrily. He advanced toward Xiao Wu, his hefty frame causing the floor to tremble beneath him. Had he been at his peak, he might have had a fighting chance against Xiao Wu. However, in his current state, he was powerless to resist and soon found himself toppled to the ground. The arena fell into an astonished silence, the audience left dumbfounded. The underestimated Xiao Wu, despite her tender age, had triumphed over the seemingly formidable giant. This stark contrast captivated the onlookers. Once they regained their composure, thunderous applause erupted. A notification from his system indicated that Xiao Wu could siphon a year from the giant's lifespan. Hanley facilitated the exchange, unwittingly elevating Xiao Wu's soul power by 1 level. Thus, Xiao Wu descended from the stage in triumph, rejoining Hanley and the others. "Sister Xiao Wu, you were absolutely magnificent. Ningronggrong marvelet. You know, I am capable of anything. Only Hanley surpasses me slightly," Xiao Wu declared, her confidence swelling to its zenith. She immediately expressed her desire to continue fighting, yearning to challenge a soul master of level 35 or above. Alas, each soul master was permitted to engage in only 1 personal match per day. Upon learning this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel despondent. How could there be such a rule? It's utterly ridiculous, she lamented. While each soul master can only participate in 1 personal duel daily, they are still eligible for various other types of competitions, Hanley explained calmly. A 2-on-2 team battle would be an excellent choice. Xiao Wu's spirits lifted once more, resolving to partake in a 2-on-2 skirmish shortly. Next up was Zhu Zhuqing, who made a striking entrance clad in a form-fitting black outfit. Upon hearing the host's call, she bid farewell to the others and approached the arena. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong cheered her on, wishing her an early victory. The sight of Zhu Zhuqing astonished the host and the audience anew. Another child of such tender years? What on earth is happening at this grand soul fighting arena today? Zhu Zhuqing's current soul power stood at 31. Although the testing had only revealed level 30, she remained unaware of her true potential, known only to Hanley. Chapter 48. The appearance of level 30 Great Soul Master Zhu Zhuqing. She declared her intent to challenge a level 31 Soul Master. And while the host acknowledged her youth and impressive soul power, he cautioned that high soul power did not necessarily equate to formidable strength. Novices often faltered under pressure, diminishing their capabilities. Conversely, some lower-level soul masters, rich in combat experience or possessing exceptional martial spirits and skills, could indeed fight above their rank. The arena's rules stipulated battles against opponents of equivalent rank, meaning Zhu Zhuqing, still recognized as a great soul master, would face challengers within the 20 to 30 level range, merely a practice exercise for her, devoid of significant challenge. Typically, soul masters reaching level 30 could hardly contain their eagerness to hunt for soul rings. Few could withstand the impatience. Once a 3rd soul ring was acquired, a soul master S level would invariably ascend, most often to 31. Zhu Zhuqing sought a 30-level opponent but found none, allowing the arena to assign her a match. She thought that once she showcased her strength, they would allocate her a soul master opponent. "I shall challenge her," a voice declared. It belonged to a 29-level soul master on the verge of advancing to 30. Judging by his appearance, he was at least in his 20s, tall and robust, a quintessential power-type soul master. "Look, it's Li Chongliang. Good heavens, it truly is him." The audience recognized the individual and erupted in cheers. It turned out that Li Chongliang had previously risen through the ranks by challenging stronger opponents. In doing so, he garnered substantial popularity, amassing numerous supporters. He had also previously faced legitimate soul masters, but failed to succeed against opponents armed with 3rd soul skills, which effectively served as an additional trump card. He had attempted several times without success. Naturally, this did not include support-type soul masters, who would not foolishly engage in direct confrontations with others. "Your timing is impeccable," the host exclaimed with excitement. Li Chongliang's arrival undoubtedly alleviated the host's concerns. Otherwise, it would have been a significant oversight for the grand arena. Then, noticing Zhu Zhuqing nearby, the host inquired, "Do you have any objections?" Zhu Zhuqing simply shook her head, accepting the forthcoming battle. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Zhu Zhuqing and Li Chongliang took their places on the stage. "You are the youngest soul master I have ever faced," Li Chongliang remarked. According to the host, "This is your debut match in the arena. Encountering me is your misfortune." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by the man's enigmatic confidence. Her typically aloof demeanor prevented her from responding as she contemplated the upcoming battle. As the match commenced, Li Chongliang promptly unleashed his martial spirit. As anticipated, he was indeed a power-type soul master, with a ferocious guerrilla martial spirit typical of that class. He took the initiative, leaping gracefully into the air and descending towards Zhu Zhuqing's position. Such an ostentatious attack was effortlessly evaded by Zhu Zhuqing. Missing his target, Li Chongliang crashed to the ground, creating a substantial crater, a testament to his terrifying strength. Seizing the opportunity during Li Chongliang's landing, Zhu Zhuqing accelerated towards him, launching her assault. However, Li Chunliang was no pushover. He immediately raised his arms to defend. Though a power-type soul master, he possessed commendable defensive capabilities. His outstretched arms resembled a sturdy shield. Zhu Zhuqing's strikes felt to him akin to mere tickles. Have you forgotten to eat? Li Shangliang Donda. Zhu Zhuqing disregarded his words, swiftly maneuvering to his rear. Seeing this, Li Chunliang quickly pivoted, raising his arms to block once more. After this round of probing, Zhu Zhuqing discerned his weakness lay in his back. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to turn and defend. Thereafter, Zhu Zhuqing seized complete control of the match, utilizing her agile form, supplemented by her soul power, to relentlessly target Li Chunliang's rear. Initially, he held his ground, but as time elapsed, beads of cold sweat began to adorn his forehead. He had underestimated Zhu Zhuqing. This little girl was far more formidable than she appeared. Furthermore, as Li Chunliang was already fighting above his level, the prolonged confrontation clearly placed him at a disadvantage. Li Chunliang understood that he could not allow the situation to unravel any further. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. Yet, nothing was more tragic than watching himself march towards failure with wide eyes. Zhu Zhuqing was simply too swift. Despite Li Chunliang exerting every ounce of his strength, he could not lay a finger on her. Minutes later, Li Chunliang was utterly exhausted, his soul power completely depleted, resulting in his loss. Like Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing also received a reward. Li Chunliang's lifespan was diminished by a year. Due to Li Chunliang's inferior soul power level compared to Zhu Zhuqing, Hanley could only exchange half a level of soul power for her. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing emerged victorious in this match. However, she too had expended considerable energy, her complexion deteriorating, necessitating some time to recuperate. Ning Rongrong, let us participate together in the 2-on-2 team battle. Xiao Wu exclaimed eagerly. I would love to join the competition, but I am merely a great soul master at present. If I team up with you, we would face opponents who are all at level 30. The assistance I can provide is minimal, and winning would be exceedingly difficult, Ning Rongrong lamented, not wishing to hinder Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu hesitated. Previously, when facing an opponent of the same 34th level, her victory had largely stemmed from the opponent's underestimation. Had the burly man been vigilant from the outset, achieving victory would have undoubtedly required substantial effort, akin to what Zhu Zhuqing had expended. Teaming up with Ning Rongrong would mean confronting two level 30 soul sovereigns simultaneously. Even with her exceptional martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, Ning Rongrong could not offer Xiao Wu significant support. Hanley, why don't you accompany me? Xiao Wu inquired softly. Xiao Wu refrained from directly inviting Hanley to join her, not wanting to impose upon his formidable strength, which had left a profound impression on them. At Shrek Academy, Hanley had even triumphed over Flender, who possessed a soul power of 55. Facing opponents of over 30 levels would surely be as effortless as slicing through melons for him. Against such novices, Hanley wouldn't even need to employ his soul skills. A mere punch would suffice to defeat them. However, relying solely on Hanley's power would deprive Xiao Wu of substantial gains in battle. Yet at that moment, she had no more suitable candidates. Very well, let us proceed to register. Hanley nodded in agreement. Soon, the two arrived at the registration desk. Please choose a name for your team, said the staff member, a blonde beauty with a gentle tone. What should we name it? Hanley, do you have any suggestions? Xiao Wu pondered, turning to Hanley for assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Hanley replied, let us go with the 95 combination. After all, the name is merely a code name and not of great significance. Chapter 49, the 95 combination, unstoppable. The staff member registered their team name, as per protocol. The two received their team badges and departed the counter. It wasn't long before it was their turn to compete. The host, microphone in hand, enthusiastically announced. The next teams to face off are the 95 combination and the frenzied force combination. Now, please have the members of both teams take the stage. Hanley and Xiao Wu's opponents were two robust men, quintessential power-type soul masters. It must be noted that power-type soul masters hold a significant presence on the Dolua continent. Both were incredibly strong, their bare torsos displaying pronounced muscle definition. I'm Danyu, Iam Dahu. The two muscular men introduced themselves, appearing to be in their 20s, with the former possessing a soul power of 33 and the latter 34. They stood like two towering mountains, exuding a formidable aura. In contrast, Hanley and Xiao Wu appeared diminutive, thus losing the psychological advantage in terms of presence. Are those two kids here to amuse us? They probably can't even reach the knees of their opponents when they jump. Those little brats, do you think you can join the soul arena with such stature? You'd best go home before you embarrass yourselves. The audience, noticing the stark physical disparity, could not help but jeer at Hanley and Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, seated in a corner, scoffed at the behavior of the spectators. The match begins. The host shouted. Hanley turned to Xiao Wu, speaking softly. I'll engage one of them. You take on the level 34 one. To enhance Xiao Wu's practical combat skills, Hanley could not unleash his full power. He swiftly charged forward, skillfully managing his strength to entangle the 33-level Danyu. Xiao Wu's opponent was the 34-level Dahu. Having trained with Hanley in the Stardow Forest for over a month, Xiao Wu had significantly improved her combat abilities. Although she could not match Da Hu in strength, her speed and agility allowed for a back-and-forth exchange. Hanley was fully focused on Daniu, a task that was child's play for him. Daniu grew increasingly frustrated. No matter how much strength he exerted, Hanley remained steadfast, akin to a rock. This left Daniu without any viable options, merely grappling with anxiety while fighting. Prepare to witness my strength. Da Gao Sudani Uliashid, Apo Virfu Punch. Xiao Wu, possessing a fiery temperament, retaliated fiercely against Da Hu. Their fists collided, and both were forced back several steps, though Xiao Wu retreated farther. It was only natural, given that Da Hu was a standard power-type soul master. She even felt a tingling sensation in her arm, an unpleasant feeling indeed. Brother, could you refrain from using such force? It frightens me. Xiao Wu inhaled deeply, employing her charm skill with an alluring tone, momentarily taken aback. Da Hu's hesitation provided Xiao Wu with an opening. Swiftly, she utilized her third soul skill to appear beside Da Hu. Take this. Xiao Wu delivered a powerful kick, sending Da Hu crashing to the ground. Who would have thought you possessed such charming skills? However, a true man never falls in the same place twice. Da Hui's Gao Zihardant. Regaining his composure, Da Hu charged towards Xiao Wu once more. Utilizing her agility, she adeptly evaded his attacks while seizing the right moments to counterattack. This became a protracted tug-of-war. Xiao Wu's timing skills were exceptional, consistently draining Da Hu's stamina. After a short while, Da Hu, fatigued, could no longer continue the fight. Hanley had been closely monitoring Xiao Wu's battle. Upon witnessing her victory, he resolved to act without further delay. With a swift punch, he struck Daniu, who instantly lost consciousness. The system's notification echoed once more. Hanley could drain a year from Daniu's lifespan, but due to the significant difference in their soul power levels. Even with Daniu's 10 years of life, it could not be exchanged for a single level of soul power. He knew that even the smallest fly was still meat. He understood that quantity would eventually lead to qualitative change, and through accumulation, achievements would inevitably follow. Furthermore, such an enhancement poses no risk to Hanley, rendering it exceedingly safe. The host was taken aback and, tremblingly, announced the results of the match only after Hanley's prompt. The 95th combination emerged victorious. Both their opponents and the surrounding spectators were left in a state of shock, struggling to regain their composure. The two robust men in their 20s had been defeated by these seemingly innocuous children. What manner of world had they stumbled into? The duo's remarkable performance further attracted the keen attention of the Grand Spirit Arena. Previously, Hanley and his companions had already garnered the interest of the internal staff due to their high spirit power levels. To their astonishment, their combat prowess proved equally impressive, leaving spectators in awe. As Hanley and Xiao Wu descended from the stage, they noticed Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat disheartened. Thus far, she was the only one among their quartet who had yet to participate in a match. Patience is a virtue. After all, as a support-type spirit master, one must take things gradually. Rest assured, there will certainly be opportunities for you to showcase your abilities in due course, Hanley reassured as he patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder. Upon hearing these words, Ning Rongrong's spirits lifted considerably. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were fatigued from the competition, indicating that their day would conclude here. The group decided to leave and collect their reward of 40 gold coins, effectively recouping their registration fees. Upon exiting the Soto Grand Spirit Arena, they opted to indulge in some refreshments to unwind. When night fell, they returned to their hotel to recuperate and gather their strength for the upcoming match. The Grand Spirit Arena held an excellent evaluation of Hanley, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing's combat capabilities and would continue to monitor them closely. Since they arrived together with Ning Rongrong, the arena speculated that they were also affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, explaining their extraordinary talents. Consequently, information regarding the quartet had been reported to the Spirit Hall headquarters. Hanley was aware that he and his companions would be under the scrutiny of the Spirit Hall. During their registration as Spirit Masters and Grand Spirit Masters, they had already attracted attention, though at that time it had not reached the main headquarters. Now, it was likely that even the Pope, Bibi Dong, would become aware of their existence. However, she had probably already heard about them from Hulaina, as he had shared fabricated information during their encounter in the Stardow Forest. The report from the Grand Spirit Arena could cause some complications. Nonetheless, it was not a significant concern. The headquarters would require time to process the information, and by then, they would most likely have departed from Soto City. With Flander, a soul sage by his side, and several soul sages from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School covertly nearby, as well as guards of Soul Emperor Strength. The Grand Spirit Arena would regard the five of them as representatives of this prestigious sect. Without explicit orders from Bibi Dong, they would merely track and observe, posing no threat to Hanley and his companions. Early the next morning, the quartet arrived promptly at the Grand Spirit Arena once more. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong appeared eager and ready for action. This time, Hanley took the lead, having effortlessly triumphed over a level 33 soul master the previous day, and now faced a level 34 opponent. This adversary was also a power-type spirit master. Before the match commenced, the spirit master cast a disdainful glance at Hanley. However, once the match began, Hanley demonstrated through his actions a vivid lesson to the arrogant spirit master. The entire battle concluded in under 10 seconds. Hanley, moving with lightning speed, approached his opponent and delivered a straightforward punch that rendered him unconscious. Chapter 50. Zhu Zhuqing versus the Soul Master. The opponent was still oblivious to what had transpired when he lost consciousness. In a one-on-one battle, Hanley emerged victorious. The arena fell silent, with everyone collectively gasping in astonishment. The scene was simply too incredible to comprehend. Two spirit masters of similar power levels had concluded their combat with such astonishing swiftness that it even led some to suspect foul play. Next up was Xiao Wu. She faced a level 35 spirit master, and unlike her previous opponent, this time she would contend with a speed-type spirit master named Swift Wind, whose martial spirit was a cheetah, known for its remarkable speed. Although not the pinnacle of beast martial spirits, the cheetah exhibited impressive agility. Swift Wind did not underestimate the youthful Xiao Wu as his predecessors had. Instead, he remained focused and alert, ready for the battle ahead. As a speed-type spirit master, Swift Wind did not engage in a direct confrontation like his power-type counterparts, instead opting to test Xiao Wu repeatedly. This strategy proved somewhat challenging for her. Fortunately, Xiao Wu's speed was also formidable, and the exchanges did not allow her opponent to gain a significant advantage. You are indeed strong. If I were of your age, I would not stand a chance against you. However, being a few years your senior, I shall be the ultimate victor in this match, Swift Wind arrogantly declared. Following this proclamation, he unleashed his third soul skill, further augmenting his strength. With this enhancement, Xiao Wu found it difficult to keep pace with Swift Wind's velocity. As he closed in on her, Xiao Wu quickly devised a plan and activated her third soul skill. Can you surpass spatial movement? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu vanished from her original spot. Swift Wind, taken aback, quickly regained his composure and began searching for her whereabouts. Utilizing her teleportation, Xiao Wu reappeared behind Swift Wind. Yet, he, employing rapid movements, launched an attack first. However, Xiao Wu's teleportation was not a one-time skill. As long as she had sufficient spirit power, she could execute it repeatedly. Once more, Xiao Wu disappeared and reappeared before Swift Wind. This cycle continued for 5 or 6 rounds until Swift Wind's body could no longer withstand the strain and he could no longer respond with his utmost speed. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Wu grasped her opponent's body and executed a powerful 8-stage throw. After enduring the relentless barrage of kicks, Swift Wind ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. I declare Xiao Wu the winner of this match, the host exclaimed after a brief moment of astonishment. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Xiao Wu triumphantly descended from the stage to rejoin Hanley and the others. Next to enter the arena was Zhu Zhuqing, who had demonstrated her prowess yesterday and now faced a soul master. The opponent was a level 31 spirit master, shorter in stature, but possessing an exceptionally sharp gaze, signifying that he would not be easily subdued. Young lady, you possess quite the audacity, challenging me before acquiring your third soul ring, the arrogant spirit master proclaimed. Though our spirit power levels may be similar, your lack of a crucial third soul skill renders you hopeless. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, choosing not to engage with his provocations. You're quite the feisty one. Remember, the one who will soon defeat you is Zhao Gang. As the match commenced, Zhao Gang unleashed his martial spirit, revealing an ugly bat with dark fur and peculiar wings. This martial spirit was exceedingly rare, with scant documentation available. First soul skill, Black Mist. The bat's phantom swiftly flapped its wings, projecting 2 dense clouds of black smoke. However, the smoke moved at an exceedingly slow pace, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to effortlessly evade it. Black smoke descended upon the ground, unexpectedly triggering a small-scale explosion. It was quite a headache to encounter. Zhao Gang spoke slowly, yet his tone bore no hint of panic, indicating that he had already devised a countermeasure. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, leveraging her speed advantage, continuously closed the distance to her opponent. For a soul master like Zhao Gang, whose attack range was relatively expansive, being forced into close combat would inevitably lead to his defeat. Zhao Gang quickly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's intentions and was determined not to let her succeed so easily. With his second soul skill, Black Smoke, Zhao Gang became the epicenter, unleashing a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped a 5-meter radius around him. This dark fog obscured visibility, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to retreat hastily as she prepared to charge in. If her adversary could see through this black smoke, entering it would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Why have you stopped your advance? Zhao Gang's voice echoed. As you surmised, my close combat abilities are rather abysmal. Once you close the distance, my defeat is assured. Zhu Zhuqing recognized that Zhao Gang was deliberately luring her in, a cunning trap. Her response was straightforward and unyielding. She stood her ground, waiting for his next move. Approximately a minute passed before the black mist dissipated, revealing Zhao Gang once more. Quite perceptive, it seems my second soul skill has proven ineffective against you, he conceded. With the trap lifted, Zhu Zhuqing charged forward once again, intent on concluding the battle swiftly. Little sister, why are you in such a rush? Have you not pondered why I so confidently dispelled my second soul skill? It is because my third soul skill is certain to overpower you. Zhu Zhuqing feigned ignorance and continued her relentless advance. With her speed, no attack could possibly catch her. As the distance between her and Zhao Gang diminished, he began to feel a pang of anxiety. Initially, he had hoped to showcase his prowess, but now he was compelled to act quickly. With his third soul skill, Bats Take Flight, the spectral bats behind him swiftly ascended, splitting into several small black dots. These dots expanded, transforming into a horde of bats that surged towards Zhu Zhuqing from various directions. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, breathtakingly intense. Many spectators were already concerned for Zhu Zhuqing's safety. Phantom Strike. Zhu Zhuqing remained unperturbed. After all, Zhao Gang had expended a considerable amount of soul power by unleashing 3 soul skills consecutively. She maximized her speed, determined to weave through the swarm of bats. The multitude of bats barreled toward her, yet she adeptly dodged each one, sustaining no harm throughout the entire ordeal. Top der viskumendux, ningrongrongs auxiliari entrance. Both Zhao Gang and the audience were left dumbfounded. Zhu Zhuqing's speed surpassed their wildest imaginations. It was as if a nimble black cat danced upon the arena, eluding all attempts to touch it. Zhao Gang's heart raced. The bats he had summoned were now left far behind. In this desperate situation, he had no choice but to dispel his third soul skill and unleash the black smoke once more. However, unbeknownst to him, Zhu Zhuqing had already anticipated his next move. During the activation of Zhao Gang's second soul skill, her gaze remained fixed on him. What did it matter if the black smoke obscured vision? As long as she memorized his position beforehand, she could close the gap with her breathtaking speed and deliver a decisive blow, leaving him no room to defend. Zhao Gang's speed would not be augmented by the black mist. Upon releasing the black smoke, Zhao Gang instinctively darted in all directions, unaware that Zhu Zhuqing had silently approached from behind. With her razor-sharp phantom claw, she struck him, and in an instant he lost consciousness. Both women emerged victorious, receiving rewards from the system, which would extend their opponent's lifespan by a year, given that their adversaries were of comparable strength. This extra year could be exchanged for a level of soul power. Consequently, Xiao Wu's soul power increased to level 36, while Zhu Zhuqing's rose to 32. If they continued to progress at this rate, both women would soon attain the rank of soul ancestor. Why don't you two take a well-deserved rest? Next, I will partner with Ning Rongrong for a 2-on-2 team battle. Hanley addressed the two women. Ning Rongrong appeared elated and promptly followed Hanley to sign up. As a mere great soul master, she would undoubtedly face opponents composed of 2 soul ancestors when paired with Hanley. The staff contemplated advising them to reconsider, as the disparity in strength was excessively vast, rendering the match rather uninteresting. Moreover, their chances of victory appeared bleak. However, recalling Han Li's impressive performances from the previous day and today, the staff ultimately decided to register them. After some deliberation, Han Li and Ning Rongrong's opponents were confirmed. The Grand Soul Arena assigned them a level 34 Battle Soul Master and a level 32 Support Soul Master. In the Grand Soul Arena, it was rare to find a one-on-one combination of a primary and auxiliary role, should their opponents not be similarly matched. Such a combination would find itself at a distinct disadvantage, significantly increasing the likelihood of defeat. This pairing was specifically chosen by the Grand Soul Arena. As the two teams faced off on the arena, Hanley glanced toward the opposing side, where the Battle Soul Master stood at the forefront, flanked by the Support Soul Master. How do we proceed? Ningronggrong inquired slowly. Do not feel any pressure. Simply provide me with your support, Hanley replied. To cultivate Ning Rongrong's auxiliary abilities, Hanley refrained from unleashing his full combat strength immediately, opting instead to engage the opponent gradually. Ning Rongrong summoned the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, employing her first 2 soul skills to bolster Hanley. It must be said that the sensation of being aided by the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda was utterly sublime. The Battle Soul Master found himself perplexed. To him, Hanley appeared unremarkable aside from his youth. He had initially assumed he could easily dominate his opponent. Yet no matter what techniques he employed or how much power he exerted, Hanley managed to counter effortlessly. This left the Battle Soul Master questioning his own capabilities, leading him to ponder a strange notion. Could this individual be far stronger than himself? Was he merely toying with him? The two remained locked in a stalemate for a while, during which Hanley noticed that Ning Rongrong's complexion had begun to deteriorate. Although she was not actively fighting, the prolonged exertion of her soul power for support was taking a considerable toll. Seizing the opportune moment, Hanley revealed his strength and commenced a fierce assault. The Battle Soul Master was utterly incapable of withstanding Han Li's onslaught, finding himself on the ground after just a few strikes, unable to rise. The opposing Support Soul Master promptly assisted him, alleviating much of his injury. Yet, Hanley unleashed another flurry of blows upon the Battle Soul Master, leaving him in dire straits. Subsequently, Hanley tightened his grip on the individual's hands, rendering him immobile. Ning Rongrong, hurry over and give him a few punches. He instructed. Obediently heeding Han Li's command, Ning Rongrong approached, her delicate fist poised as she delivered several strikes to her opponent. Despite her diminutive strength, the fact that Han Li had already incapacitated the Soul Master allowed her to knock him unconscious. The spectators in the stands observed Han Li's actions with perplexity, utterly bewildered by his intentions. Why would he, having already subdued his adversary, allow his teammate to deliver the finishing blows? Such behavior was utterly peculiar. Ning Rongrong herself felt a twinge of confusion, yet she had always adhered to Han Li's words without question. After rendering her opponent unconscious, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Han Li wished for him to experience the sensation of triumph over an adversary. This notion brought a radiant smile to her cherubic face, as she considered how thoughtful Han Li was, even accounting for such trifling details. The 34th level Battle Soul Master was seething with indignation upon realizing the humiliation he had endured. He had never anticipated such disgrace at the hands of his opponent. Fueled by a desire for retribution, he found himself too weak to even rise. Witnessing his companion's humiliation, the 32nd level support type, Soul Master, could no longer stand idly by. She exerted herself to unleash her soul techniques, but as a support type, her efforts, no matter how fervent, could not inflict any tangible harm upon Han Li. Desperate to avoid the same fate as her teammate, the support Soul Master hastily leaped off the stage, bringing the contest to an unambiguous conclusion. Whispers circulated among the audience. These two children are remarkably powerful, defeating Soul Masters significantly older than themselves at such a tender age. Truly, talent emerges in every generation, each leading the charge for centuries. Indeed, do not be deceived by the seemingly inconspicuous support Soul Master. Her martial soul is the unparalleled 7-treasure glazed tile, the foremost support martial soul in the realm. With such a martial soul, her future prospects are boundless. Increasingly, spectators directed admiring glances toward Han Li and Ning Rongrong. Power, after all, is the most persuasive of authorities. As Ning Rongrong had delivered the final blow to the Battle Soul Master, the system deemed Han Li as an assistant in securing victory, consequently diminishing his rewards to merely siphoning half a year from his opponent's lifespan. Conversely, Ning Rongrong's rewards were lavish, as she had triumphed over a foe several levels above her own, directly earning a 3-year lifespan to be converted into 3 levels of soul power. Fuluing, Fan, Li's Manawaring. Ning Rongrong dramatically ascended 3 levels, raising her soul power to the 30th tier. Will you continue to battle us? Hanley Kidat, nonchalantly. Gazing at the opposing support Soul Master, with a resigned sigh, the latter leaped down from the stage, an act tantamount to surrender. Remaining on stage any longer would likely lead to a fate similar to that of his teammate, being thoroughly beaten by Ning Rongrong. Such an indignity was intolerable. The 7-treasure glazed tile, as the pinnacle of support martial souls in the continent, indicated that this girl was undoubtedly a descendant of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. In the audience, several knowledgeable spectators recognized her lineage. Upon hearing this, astonished expressions spread across many faces. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect ranks among the top 3 of the 7 great sects, possessing immense strength. However, in this battle, Ning Rongrong had not showcased her abilities to their fullest. It was primarily Han Li's formidable prowess that overshadowed her contributions. In the shadows of lesser-known corners, many were observing Han Li and Ning Rongrong's every move discreetly. Within the Great Soul Arena, one staff member mused, "This Han Li is truly exceptional. I have never encountered a Soul Master with such prodigious talent. We must find a way to befriend him." As he noted down additional information, it was evident that Ning Rongrong, as the heir of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, was expected to cultivate within her sect. However, driven by a desire to prove herself, she had stealthily slipped away. Unbeknownst to her, her father, Ning Fengji, the sect's leader, was fully aware of her escapade and had dispatched individuals to protect her from the shadows. As his only daughter, he was naturally inclined to cherish and shield her from danger. Members of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect were also covertly observing from a secluded spot within the Great Soul Arena. They relayed their findings back to the sect, concluding from their sustained surveillance that Han Li was indeed trustworthy. Earlier, when Ning Rongrong had followed Han Li away from Shrek Academy, she had, alongside Zhu Zhuqing, challenged him. The observers had witnessed this encounter, yet since Ning Rongrong had faced no peril, they refrained from intervening. Their continued observations only deepened their astonishment. The pampered young lady had achieved victory in the 2-on-2 team battle at the Great Soul Arena. Although she had not exerted herself to a great extent, her joy was palpable, a rare and precious sentiment. If the sect leader, Sword de Law, and Bone de Law were to receive our correspondence, they would surely be delighted for the young lady. A disciple of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect remarked thoughtfully. Others nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Yet, many events remained unseen by these sect members. Previously, when Hanley had taken 3 young women to challenge Shrek Academy, they had refrained from delving deeper into the academy for fear of exposure. thus missing the spectacle of Ning Rongrong's victory over Oscar. Had they witnessed it, they would have undoubtedly been left in utter astonishment once more. Very well, you may continue observing here. I shall return to the sect to deliver the message. In the opulent office at the highest level, where the upper echelons of the Great Soul Arena convened, Hanley and his companions' prodigious talents had already captured their keen interest from the moment they registered. They were also aware of Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the seven-treasure glazed tile, a unique treasure of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, unmistakably marking her as a direct descendant. As for the other three, they had not discerned anything particularly special about their martial souls. However, since they accompanied Ning Rongrong and exhibited astonishing talent, they naturally assumed that Hanley and his companions belonged to the seven-treasure glazed tile sect as well, likely on an excursion. The higher-ups of the Great Soul Arena remained discreet, carefully observing and reporting their findings. After Hanley and Ning Rongrong's match concluded, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had also recovered. In a seamless collaboration, they decided to form a duo for the 2-on-2 battles, aptly naming themselves the Qing Wu Duo. With a sense of familiarity, they swiftly completed their registration, and the competition was set to commence. Upon ascending the stage, they encountered their opponents for the forthcoming battle. Before them stood a man and a woman. The man appeared to possess a soul power level of 35, identifying him as a pure strength-type soul master, while the woman, with a soul power level of 33, was a control-type soul master. Both exhibited commendable prowess, their synergy remarkable, particularly since they had been engaged in battles here since their days as great soul masters, having participated in hundreds of such contests. This indicated an extraordinary level of coordination between the two. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves in a predicament, as their opponents were considerably stronger than those they had faced previously, as Hanley pointed out from the sidelines. Really? I thought our last opponents were quite formidable. Ning Rongrong expressed her confusion. The strength of support-type soul masters lies in their ability to amplify groups, effortlessly assisting 6 or 7 individuals or even more. However, in a 2-on-2 battle, a support-type soul master has only one ally, thus their effectiveness becomes markedly constrained. It was no wonder that combinations involving support-type soul masters often face challenges. Ning Rongrong came to this realization. However, when we team up, you need not worry about this. Even against 10 soul venerates, they would not pose a threat to me, Hanley declared confidently. The duo Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing faced was seasoned, having accrued extensive combat experience, with a favorable win-loss record in battles where soul power levels were comparable. They had recently earned the Copper Soul Badge in a 2-on-2 contest and were now striving for the Silver Soul Badge. Within the Grand Arena, they had also garnered considerable popularity, the majority of the audience favoring them. Flyhammer team, crush your opponents. You are the best. The crowd erupted in cheers. The combination of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing was known as the Flyhammer team, with a man named Wang Shan and the woman named Qiu Shui. The name Flyhammer team bore little relation to their names, but was connected to their martial souls. Chapter 53. The Flyhammer team is formidable. Wang Shan's martial soul is a hammer, focused on strength. Although it cannot compare to the Haotian hammer, it is nonetheless a robust weapon-type martial soul. Qiu Shui's martial soul is also a weapon type, known as the Celestial Green Vine, resembling the blue silver grass but exhibiting greater resilience. Had it not been for the remarkable performances of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing in their one-on-one matches, the Grand Arena would not have assigned them such a challenging adversary. This 2-on-2 match took place in a different arena than the previous one, with an entirely new audience unfamiliar with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. They were unaware of the true extent of the girls' abilities. Judging solely by their appearances, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing appear to be petite girls, lacking the imposing presence of skilled fighters. I saved up to witness an intense battle of equals, yet I'm confronted with these two little girls. Surely, they will be thoroughly beaten by their opponents. One spectator remarked. Indeed, my friend, I frequent this venue. The Flyhammer team is quite formidable, and I doubt those two girls can endure even 3 rounds, another added dishearteningly. I might as well refund my ticket and watch a different match. The audience engaged in fervent discussions, with almost no one betting on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, having already resigned themselves to their inevitable defeat. How can these spectators be so dismissive? Sister Xiao Wu and Zhuqing are undeniably strong. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists in indignation, feeling protective of the two girls. However, she too had come to understand the prowess of the Flyhammer team. A concern crept into her heart for Xiao Wu and Zhuqing. Hanley, do you think Sister Xiao Wu and the others will be alright? I'm so afraid they might get hurt in the arena. Ning Rongrong expressed her worry. Hanley, however, remained unfazed. Rest assured, while the Flyhammer team may be stronger than most, they cannot exert excessive pressure on Xiao Wu and Zhuqing. I firmly believe they will emerge victorious, he stated resolutely. In Hanley's view, the Flyhammer team provided an excellent opportunity for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to hone their skills. His primary objective in bringing the 3 girls to the Grand Arena was to enhance their abilities. Only when faced with formidable adversaries can one truly progress and unleash their potential. As the match commenced, the host announced the beginning of the competition. Qiu Shui was the first to strike, summoning a multitude of celestial green vines that lashed out like sturdy tentacles toward the two girls. Yet, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, agile and nimble, effortlessly dodged the onslaught of the vines. You two little girls have decent speed, but mere swiftness will not secure your victory against us. Wang Shan boasted arrogantly. He unleashed his martial soul, revealing a massive hammer in his grasp. Shielded by the celestial green vines, Wang Shan advanced toward Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, wielding his hammer with intent. Though the match had only just begun, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves at a disadvantage, needing to evade Wang Shan's direct assaults while remaining vigilant against the sudden strikes of the celestial green vines. It was their first team battle, and their coordination felt awkward and unrefined, failing to achieve a synergy of 1 + 1 equaling more than 2, instead inadvertently hampering their capabilities. This was most evident as they dodged their opponent's attacks. Although both girls moved swiftly, the space was exceedingly constricted. Twice they nearly collided, narrowly avoiding disaster through quick reflexes. Had they not, they would have exposed a vulnerability, allowing their opponent to capitalize on the opening. Zhuqing, if we continue like this, we will surely lose. From now on, follow my lead, Xiao Wu suddenly asserted. Given that Xiao Wu's strength surpassed that of Zhu Zhuqing, the latter slowly nodded in agreement. Let South first drive Wang Shan back, and then find a way to attack the control-type Soul Master, Xiao Wu proposed. Thus, they decided that Zhu Zhuqing would disrupt the opponent with her speed, while Xiao Wu would wait for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Zhu Zhuqing activated her first soul skill, significantly enhancing her speed to the point of creating afterimages. Observing Zhu Zhuqing darting around under his very nose, Wang Shan became visibly flustered, losing the steady composure he had previously maintained. Those who infrequently become more concerned with victory and the potential for errors, leading to greater chances of mistakes. Wang Shan exemplified this scenario. Despite outwardly dismissing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, he was internally apprehensive about their potential tricks that could lead to his downfall. As all of Wang Shan's focus fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu seized a moment to teleport behind him using her third soul skill. What are you shaking your head about? Sister Xiao Wu is right behind you, she exclaimed loudly. Wang Shan, taken aback, turned around but was a step too late. Xiao Wu channeled a surge of soul power into her foot and delivered a powerful kick to Wang Shan's back. Following that, she swiftly maneuvered to his front, executing another fierce and forceful kick. Wang Shan was propelled several meters away, and it was fortunate that Qiu Shui promptly utilized the sky blue vine to pull him back. Otherwise, he would have plummeted beneath the stage and been disqualified. These two little girls were certainly not as simple as they appeared. It seemed we must now showcase our true abilities, Qiu Shui stated earnestly. Wang Shan nodded in agreement, suggesting they employ that particular move. As the duo assumed their stances, the audience erupted with excitement. The Flying Hammer duo was finally about to unleash their combined technique. No opponent, no matter how formidable, could unravel their synergy. I concede that those two girls have indeed surprised us greatly. Yet if the Flying Hammer duo executed their combination move, victory would be out of reach for them. The spectators chattered amongst themselves. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qiu Shui activated his second spirit skill, the grappling vine. From his back emerged several thicker, more resilient sky blue vines, which firmly ensnared Wang Shan. Wang Shan shifted to a double-handed grip on his hammer, poised and ready. Subsequently, Qiu Shui maneuvered the sky blue vines, flinging Wang Shan forward. Hence the origin of their name, the Flying Hammer duo. With the assistance of the sky blue vines, Wang Shan's agility saw a significant enhancement, effectively compensating for his soul deficiency. Qiu Shui could manipulate the vines according to the flow of battle, controlling the battlefield. Chapter 54. Exhaust their spirit power. Qiu Shui could effortlessly launch or retract Wang Shan, accomplishing maneuvers ordinarily unattainable. Furthermore, the inertia imparted by the sky blue vines would amplify the power of the hammer. This move was an enigma for the vast majority. No wonder their reputation in the soul arena was so grand, Xiao Wu realized. Their combined technique was indeed quite formidable. How should we respond? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. I have yet to devise a strategy. Let's first evade their onslaught and gradually seek an opportunity, Qiu Shui replied, swinging Wang Shan with remarkable speed toward them. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing leapt aside, narrowly escaping the initial wave of assault. The iron hammer crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a deep crater, the earth trembling beneath it. Should one be struck directly by that blow, even survival would likely result in incapacitation. Undeterred, Qiu Shui continued to wield Wang Shan, pursuing the fleeting figures of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. An idea struck Xiao Wu suddenly, and she spoke up. Both of us prioritize speed. Our offensive power pales in comparison to theirs. Engaging them head-on would only lead to our swift defeat. Thus, we shall compete in endurance instead. Xiao Wu asserted confidently. She and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly dispersed to the far corners of the arena. The flying hammer duo could not simultaneously attack both of them. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's task was to continuously evade their strikes. Eventually, their opponent would run out of spirit power. The battle gradually evolved into a contest of spirit energy, a scenario most favorable for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Such a strategy. Qiu Shui's expression soured. In doing so, they had inadvertently placed themselves at a disadvantage. What troubled her most was that even if she discerned Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's intentions, it would be futile. After all, their agility was unparalleled. Even with the enhanced speed from the sky blue vines, Wang Shan's hammer struggled to connect. If that is the case, I shall match you blow for blow. Qiu Shui clenched her fists, resolved to engage in this protracted battle to determine the victor. The contest persisted for over 10 minutes. The flying hammer duo, utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Zhu Zhuqing was not in much better condition. Among the four, her spirit power level was the lowest, and her energy was likewise depleted. However, thanks to her extraordinary talent, she remained standing until the final moment, leaning against Xiao Wu, her complexion pale. Xiao Wu, though slightly out of breath, exhibited the best condition, owing to her superior spirit power. Come, let us deliver a few final blows to them, Xiao Wu urged, taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand and approaching. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing delivered several punches to Wang Shan and Qiu Shui, rendering them unconscious. The entire arena was in shock. What? These two little girls actually defeated the flying hammer duo. Good heavens, am I dreaming? How could this happen? Oh no! I placed 10 gold soul coins on the flying hammer duo before the match. I am on the verge of bankruptcy. Who could have predicted their victory? The crowd was astounded. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have believed that the flying hammer duo could fall to two little girls. Hanley Ramainat Faja. Fully anticipating this outcome, while simultaneously receiving a notification from the system, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had vanquished their opponents, allowing them to siphon half a year of their lifespan. Due to Xiao Wu possessing the highest spirit power level, she could not exchange it for a primary spirit. But Zhu Zhuqing could. After a series of operations by Hanley, Zhu Zhuqing's spirit power unknowingly ascended to level 33. Just as Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing intended to leave the stage, the host called out to them. Ladies, you have triumphed over the competitors bearing the Copper Soul badge. According to the regulations of the Grand Soul Arena, you shall be promoted directly. The host proclaimed while handing the newly minted Copper Soul badges to the two. Following this battle, the Qingwu duo emerged as the star team of the Grand Soul Arena and rightfully deserved its accolades. Each of you shall receive 50 gold soul coins as a reward from the Grand Soul Arena. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were elated. To put it into perspective, winning a single match in the individual competition only awarded 10 gold soul coins. Thus, receiving 50 was a significant windfall. Meanwhile, some staff members and mid-level officials of the Soul Arena had gathered to observe the battle. They were all astonished, never having anticipated such outstanding performance from these children. They could confidently assert that, in terms of talent and potential, these kids had surpassed the geniuses of the Spirit Hall. After a brief discussion, they unanimously decided to report this matter immediately. Soto City, Spirit Hall, Main Hall. The Hall Master received the intelligence transmitted from the Grand Soul Arena and was left utterly dumbfounded. He was aware of Hanley and Xiao Wu. These two had recently registered as Soul Masters here, causing quite a stir due to their youth. After verification, the Hall Master was astounded by their talent and contemplated recruiting them, though they had declined. A 7-year-old Soul Master was terrifying to even consider. One could only imagine the heights they might achieve in the future. In such a short time, both had ascended to Soul Sovereign. Wait, is that Ning Rong Rong? The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda spirit. The Hall Master suddenly understood. Could it be that all of them hail from the 7 treasures glazed tile school? No wonder their talents are so extraordinary. This finally provided a plausible explanation. He resolved to maintain his vigilance regarding this matter, keenly observing Han Li and his companions, while relaying any pertinent information to the Spirit Hall's headquarters. After Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing descended from the stage, they could be said to have narrowly triumphed. Their stamina severely taxed, and they harbored no intention of continuing the battle. Consequently, they decided to first proceed to the office to collect their rewards in gold soul coins. At the office, a crowd had gathered, alongside several mid to high-level officials from the Great Soul Arena. You are here to claim your rewards, I presume? The staff promptly produced the prepared gold soul coins and carefully handed them over. Just as Han Li and his group were about to turn away, a voice emerged. You 4 possess remarkable talent. I have never encountered such exceptional soul masters as yourselves. Thank you, Han Li replied nonchalantly, his expression betraying no emotion. If the 4 of you have no immediate plans, I have a rather enticing proposition. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a resonant, magnetic voice, who appeared to hold a position of some authority. His words hinted at a desire to recruit Han Li and his companions. I appreciate your offer, but we are accustomed to our freedom and prefer not to align ourselves with anyone. Han Li interjected decisively, leading the 3 women away from the scene. The onlookers from the Great Soul Arena could only watch them depart, faces adorned with regret. Having achieved several victories that day, Xiao Wu and her companions appeared even more jubilant, though the intensity of the matches had taken a toll on their physical and spiritual energy. Instead of returning directly to their hotel, they ventured to a bustling commercial street, where they indulged in a hearty meal at a fine restaurant. After satisfying their appetites, they returned to rest and gradually recuperate their soul power in preparation for the battles of the following day. Hanley sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed in meditation, when a sudden knock at the door startled him. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Flinder, an old acquaintance. "What brings you here? Anlikaria, Takenabak. You haven't gone to sleep yet? I noticed you haven't returned to Shrek Academy in several days and became somewhat worried. Has something happened recently?" Flinder's urgency was palpable as he bombarded Hanley with questions. "Nothing of consequence. We've merely been training at the Great Soul Arena," Hanley replied, not concealing the truth from Flinder, as such matters were easily verifiable with a bit of time. "I see. The Great Soul Arena is indeed an ideal place for soul masters to hone their skills. Are you planning to return there tomorrow?" Flinder continued to inquire. Hanley nodded impassively, thinking to himself how chatty Flinder had become. Had it not been for Flinder's usual astuteness, he might have been tempted to unleash his frustrations upon him. "I would like to accompany you tomorrow, if that is permissible," Flinder asked cautiously. "Very well. Do as you wish," Hanley replied without opposition, before closing the door and returning to his bed. The night passed swiftly, and the following morning dawned bright and vibrant, life flourishing all around. Xiao Wu and her companions exited the hotel with enthusiasm, rejuvenated and ready to tackle the Great Soul Arena once more. They commenced their day's journey, with the exception of Ning Rongrong, the support-type soul master. The other three engaged in a series of one-on-one duels. Today's opponents boasted slightly higher soul power levels than those of the previous day, yet they emerged victorious without any unforeseen difficulties. Hanley, in particular, showcased a breathtaking display of prowess, executing a swift elimination that left the audience in awe. Xiao Wu, too, exerted minimal effort. After extensive training, she had grown capable of handling her own battles, securing victory with relative ease. Zhu Zhuqing, however, faced a more arduous challenge, despite her own soul power exceeding level 30. She had yet to acquire a third soul ring, leaving her at a disadvantage without a third soul skill. Struggling, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately achieved victory in her match. The three of them could each claim a year's lifespan from their respective opponents. For Hanley, this year's lifespan was but a trivial morsel, yielding no significant returns. After the exchange, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing both elevated their soul power by one level. Xiao Wu's reached 37, while Zhu Zhuqing's climbed to 34. Flinder observed Hanley and the others from the audience, his astonishment never waning. He was already aware of Hanley's formidable strength. Even with his own 55-level soul power, he found himself no match for Hanley, who could dispatch ordinary soul masters with a single strike. What truly astonished Flinder was the prowess displayed by the two women. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were indeed formidable, clearly capable of challenging opponents beyond their levels. Particularly impressive was Zhu Zhuqing, who had previously been only at level 23. Since aligning with Hanley, she had triumphed over Dai Mubai, who was at level 28. And now, as a soul master with 2 soul rings, she had defeated a soul sovereign. Amidst his astonishment, Flinder could not help but overhear the murmurs of the surrounding audience. "Those 2 little girls are incredibly strong. Despite their youth, they achieve victory. Brother, are you new here? I saw those 2 girls fight yesterday. They are truly remarkable. If you knew them, you would understand that their success today is entirely deserved." The spectators of the Great Soul Arena, along with the hidden members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, had grown accustomed to the strength of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, as if it had become a commonplace occurrence. "Ning Rongrong, let us go. I can see your eagerness. I shall take you to participate in a 2-on-2 team battle," Hanley said, rising slowly. Without a word, Ning Rongrong immediately followed. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing resolved to team up once more, the clear dance combination poised to achieve further glory. "Wow, it's the 7 Treasure sword combination. That guy inside is incredibly strong. The girl is formidable too. She wields the continent's premier support type martial spirit. I wonder which 2 unfortunate souls will face them." The 7 Treasure sword combination had successfully garnered a significant following due to their previous performances. Upon their entrance, the fans erupted in cheers, eagerly rallying behind them. As the match commenced, Hanley, as before, feigned engagement with his opponents, allowing Ning Rongrong to deploy her support soul skills. When a moment was right, he would unleash his true power, decisively overpowering his adversaries and ensuring Ning Rongrong knocked one out. Flinder focused intently on Hanley and Ning Rongrong as they took the stage. Their victory was seamless and without suspense. Hanley's overwhelming strength rendered such contests a mere exercise in futility. Flinder could not comprehend Hanley's rationale for involving Ning Rongrong in the match, especially allowing her to knock out their opponent, akin to hunting soul beasts for soul rings. Was it merely to provide Ning Rongrong with the experience of achieving victory herself? Such a notion seemed plausible to Flinder. In contrast, the opposing team realizing they stood no chance, promptly withdrew from the arena, unwilling to face humiliation. Ning Rongrong could claim a year of lifespan from the opponent she knocked out, while Hanley could only claim a month. Hanley paid little heed to the matter, primarily focusing on assisting Ning Rongrong and her companions in their training and growth. As for himself, he planned to visit Shrek Academy in a few days to engage in battles against Zhao Wujin and Flanders, where he anticipated reaping substantial rewards. Currently, he was at the 62nd level of Soul Emperor, and to procure significant rewards, he needed Zhao Wujin and Flanders to exert their 61st level soul power, which would certainly elevate the battle pressure, making it far more challenging than facing opponents in the 40s or 50s. Hanley exchanged a level of soul power for Ning Rongrong, elevating her to the 32nd level. He contemplated allowing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to reach their 40s in a few days, so they could collectively venture into the Stardow Forest to acquire soul rings. Seizing the opportunity, Flanders lavished praise upon Hanley and Ning Rongrong, much to Ning Rongrong's delight. Soon, it was time for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to take the stage. After defeating the Flying Hammer duo, they ascended into the ranks of the Copper Fighting Soul team. However, their opponents were also from the Copper Fighting Soul team. Flanders was astonished. How could these two youngsters face a Copper Fighting Soul team? Had they truly reached that level? Despite Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's formidable skills, their adversaries were not to be underestimated. Firstly, their opponents possessed an absolute advantage in soul power levels. Secondly, unlike the Qingwu duo, who had swiftly ascended to the Copper Fighting Soul team, these opponents had honed their skills through extensive practical battles, indicating their rich experience and consistent victories, rendering their strength far from trivial. Flanders, having just arrived, had missed Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing as previous match and couldn't he help but worry for the two girls. Observing Flanders' anxious demeanor, Hanley stifled a chuckle and conceived a playful idea. "Flanders, why don't we place a bet?" he proposed. "On what?" Flanders inquired, taken aback. "On whether Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing can win. I wager 100 gold soul coins that they will triumph," Hanley replied nonchalantly. Flanders paused momentarily. Although he had witnessed their individual battles, he still doubted their capability to secure victory in a team match. "Hanley, you must think carefully. A 2-on-2 team battle is not the same as an individual fight. It not only tests the contestant's strength, but also their coordination and synergy, which is a stern trial," he cautioned while observing Hanley's expression. "Enough with the chatter. Are you in or not?" Anli urja, gruing sumawatim patien. Flanders sensed the gravity of the situation. Hanley did not seem the type to casually part with 100 gold soul coins. That amount was not insignificant, and should Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing truly win, Flanders was reluctant to part with such a sum. "Forget it. I've never been one for gambling," he concluded after a moment's thought. "What a letdown. It seems I cannot count on Flanders for a windfall," Hanley mused. Meanwhile, the battle in the arena commenced as Flanders had anticipated, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing facing formidable opponents. However, while they may not have had the same level of synergy as their adversaries, they were still able to engage in back-and-forth exchanges, resulting in a balanced contest. Overall, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing did not appear to be at a significant disadvantage. "Remarkable," Flanders exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment. The duo's performance exceeded his expectations. They not only held their ground, but also gradually developed a seamless cooperation. After a series of challenges, through their combined efforts, they ultimately triumphed over their opponents. The Qingwu duo is unparalleled. Many spectators cheered, their voices ringing out in jubilation. Flanders was rendered speechless. How did the two girls secure victory so effortlessly? He felt relieved that he had not taken Hanley's bet. Otherwise, 100 gold soul coins would have vanished in an instant. Hanley received another notification from the system. Just like the previous day, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu could each siphon half a year of lifespan from their opponents. Coupled with the remaining siphoned lifespan Xiao Wu had, they could precisely exchange for a level of soul power, raising her to the 38th level, while Zhu Zhuqing reached the 35th level. As the two descended from the stage, the cheers from the audience grew louder, accompanied by thunderous applause. This signified that Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's fame was steadily rising, garnering them even more admirers. "Everyone, this battle took a heavy toll. I may not be able to continue competing," Zhu Zhuqing said, her complexion pale upon reuniting with Hanley and the others. Given Zhu Zhuqing's current condition, she would require some time to recover her soul power. "All right, let us call it day then. Let us go," Hanley replied. The group arrived at the counter of the Great Fighting Soul Arena to collect their rewards, as usual. The staff continuously handed them freshly minted gold soul coins. Flanders, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming envy. "Goodness, this makes me want to join the competition." Among the four of them, the most anyone fought was twice. Yet they received so many rewards, Flanders thought, increasingly tempted. As Hanley and his companions exited the Great Fighting Soul Arena, they were met with the bustling streets. "Flanders, shouldn't you be heading back?" Anli iswa asupladis misal. Allowing Flanders to accompany them to the arena was already a generous gesture on Hanley's part. He did not wish for Flanders to cling to them like a burden. Your performance today was truly exceptional. To celebrate your victory, allow me to treat you all to a meal, Flanders eagerly offered, hoping to strengthen their bond through this gesture. Hanley was taken aback. Everyone knew Flanders was notoriously stingy, so his sudden generosity was quite surprising. Are you serious? Hanley stared intently at Flanders, questioning him. Flanders nodded rapidly, forcing a cordial smile. After all, I am your elder. What's wrong with treating you to a meal? All right then, you said it. Let us find a restaurant, Hanley said as they made their way to a commercial street, bustling with people and numerous shops. After a brief selection process, Hanley discovered an upscale restaurant. The establishment was exquisitely decorated, featuring the finest marble stone, and the interior design leaned toward European aesthetics, with music wafting from within. It was evidently a high-end venue. How about we settle for a meal here? Hanley asked, smiling innocently at Flanders. Settle for a meal? Flanders was at a loss for words. Could this truly be considered settling? Such a high-class restaurant was one he wouldn't dare glance at normally. Dining here would undoubtedly consume a vast amount of soul coins. Flanders hesitated, but resolved to endure the pain of his earlier boast. Once they were seated, Hanley took the menu and began ordering the most expensive dishes one by one. Ahem, Hanley, there are only 5 of us, and with 3 young girls here. Won't we end up with too much food? Flanders weakly protested. Not to worry. If we can't finish it, we'll take it to go. Rest assured, we will not waste any food, Hanley assured him, leaving Flanders momentarily speechless. Throughout the entire dinner gathering, Hanley and the 3 women indulged in joyous laughter, while Flanders appeared lost in thought. The mirthful laughter from Hanley and the trio nearly escaped their lips uncontrollably. Once everyone had eaten their fill, they decided to depart, at which point the waiter presented the bill to Flanders. Gritting his teeth, Flanders reluctantly settled the tab, silently enduring the financial burden imposed by Hanley and the 3 women. However, Flanders was not as fragile as one might expect. He continually reassured himself that as long as he could cultivate a good relationship with these few youngsters, any amount of money spent would be worthwhile. Now that we've finished our meal, shall we take a stroll outside? Flanders suggested. The thought of the substantial expense incurred by Flanders weighed on Hanley and the others, inducing a slight pang of guilt, which led them to eagerly acquiesce to the idea. They strolled along the broad streets, lined with numerous vendors selling their wares. Chapter 57. The Great Demon Returns to Shrek. Run. Flanders felt that merely treating these youngsters to a meal was far from sufficient. Thus, he continued to feign generosity, purchasing exquisite jewelry for Xiao Wu and the other 2 girls from roadside stalls. Flanders, you've truly spoiled us today, Hanley could not help but express as they prepared to part ways. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong also pretended to offer their thanks. Flanders waved his hand dismissively, outwardly maintaining an appearance of magnanimity. What are you being polite for? Although you are merely nominal members, you are ultimately part of Shrek Academy. We're all family here. Flanders feigned a calm demeanor, patting Hanley on the shoulder. Hanley chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the apparent wisdom of Shrek Academy's headmaster, which filled them with warmth. Hearing such words from Hanley stirred a sense of warmth within Flanders' heart, confirming that his efforts today had not been in vain. However, his expression soon stiffened again. Under these circumstances, might I trouble the headmaster to book us a hotel room? Hanley saw an opportunity to exploit Flanders' desire to appear generous, and he was determined to take advantage of it. Why not let him go all the way in his good-heartedness? At that moment, Flanders' expression was beyond description. If one were to attempt to characterize it, it would convey a bittersweet resignation, tinged with sadness. Of course, we would never impose upon Headmaster Flanders to foot the bill. If you find yourself financially constrained, we can cover it ourselves, Hanley stated, pulling the 3 women along, secretly counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Wait. I never said I was unwilling. As anticipated, Flanders quickly blocked their path, asserting that as the headmaster, arranging a few rooms for the academy's students was well within his means. Hanley had already adorned Flanders with praise, and how could Flanders easily relinquish such an opportunity? Hanley and the 3 women were elated. They had not anticipated Flanders would go to such lengths. With a heavy heart, Flanders trudged to the Rose Hotel, instructing the front desk to book the most luxurious rooms available. You've been competing all day. Make sure to rest well at the hotel. I've decided to accompany you to the Great Fighting Soul Arena tomorrow. We shall meet again then. Flanders initially intended to find opportunities to intensify the training of Dai Mubai and the others over the next few days. However, what he had observed today led him to completely disregard his plans for Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and the rest. At this moment, his singular focus was on pleasing Hanley and the trio, especially Hanley, who had brought him countless surprises. As long as he could establish a solid emotional foundation with them, Flanders was confident he could lead them to search for Lu Erlong in Heaven-Do City. Lu Erlong operated the Blue Tyrant Academy in Heaven-Do City, an esteemed institution with a teaching license and complete credentials. Whereas Shrek was merely a mid-tier academy and lacked the qualifications to participate in the elite tournament for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. Only by relying on the Blue Tyrant Academy could they obtain the qualification to compete in the prestigious tournament. Flander was convinced that with Hanley in their midst, victory in the competition would be assured. His original plan was to participate in the next Advanced Soul Master competition, but it now appeared that securing Hanley's involvement would enable them to contend for the championship in the upcoming event as well. After all, Hanley could already defeat Zhao Wujia, who was at level 61, and himself at level 62. The most formidable opponents from other Soul Master Academies would likely only be at the Soul Sect level, and perhaps only a couple might reach the Soul King tier. Hanley would undoubtedly overpower them. When that time came, Shrek Academy would rise to prominence, garnering acclaim throughout the continent. An influx of students would seek to enroll at Shrek Academy, and as headmaster, Flander would also gain recognition and elevate his status, amassing an immeasurable fortune in soul coins. The journey might be fraught with challenges, but the future shone brightly. In comparison to the eventual rewards, today as sacrifices seemed trifling. With this realization, Flander became remarkably enlightened, and the sting of expenditure faded away. As time flowed on, night fell, and then receded, ushering in a new day. It was the fourth day. The three women rose early and gathered at Hanley's room. "Let us head to the Fighting Soul Arena," Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. However, Hanley shook his head, deciding that the four should first rest and postpone their visit to the Great Fighting Soul Arena for a couple of days. "Your abilities have been visibly advancing at an astonishing rate in the arena. While that is undoubtedly a positive development, maintaining a constant state of heightened tension in battle is not conducive to your growth," Hanley explained gently, especially for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. They could both intuitively sense that their opponents were becoming increasingly formidable, making battles more arduous. Taking a break now and then could indeed be a delightful reprieve. "What shall we do today, then?" Ning Rongrong inquired with wide eyes, brimming with curiosity. "Let us find some amusement at Shrek Academy," Hanley suggested. The three women immediately grasped his intention. The thought of potentially getting a chance to beat up Dai Mubai and the others again brought great joy to Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. As they prepared to set off, Flander arrived as anticipated. Learning of their destination for the day filled him with delight. He had hoped fervently that these four children would frequently visit the academy. Ideally, Flander wished that they could remain at the academy indefinitely. As for Dai Mubai and the others, if they would be thrashed by Hanley and his companions, it was simply a consequence of their own inadequacies. On the running track surrounding Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were still being subjected to running drills under the supervision of Yu Xiaojing. Deprived of the use of their soul power, they quickly broke into a sweat, their speed diminishing significantly. "Boss Dai, I think I see some figures up ahead," Oscar said, feeling a bit lightheaded. At this hour, who would be outside the school? Dai Mubai confidently asserted. "Not true. I saw them too. Xiao Ao must be telling the truth." Ma Hongjun chimed. With a shared curiosity, the four of them gradually quickened their pace, finally discerning the figures ahead. It was Hanley and his companions. Hanley and his group were undoubtedly their nightmares, and memories of past encounters where they were soundly beaten flooded back. "Run for your lives." The four individuals, understanding each other's intentions, swiftly turned and fled, genuinely terrified by the beating they had received. In private discussions, they had lamented that ever since encountering Hanley, not only had they frequently endured severe thrashings, but they also felt a marked decline in their mental state for considerable time afterward. Their physical capabilities seemed to have aged as well, particularly evident during their last encounter. They deemed Hanley particularly sinister, concluding that the best strategy was to flee at the sight of him. The ancient adage, "the best retreat is a swift escape," echoed in their minds. Unable to overcome him, they reasoned, could they not at least run? Truly, they were a pitiful lot. Observing their retreat, Hanley quickly pursued, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Before the four could react, one of them received a stinging slap across the face, leaving a fiery imprint. Chapter 58, defeating Dai Mubai and Tang San with level 29 soul power. "You truly are a bunch of worthless cowards, fleeing at the mere sight of me. Are you even men?" Hanley scolded them, his words dripping with derision. Since he intended to use these four as sparring partners, Hanley refrained from knocking them unconscious, instead herding them back toward the academy. Dai Mubai and the others were left bewildered and at a loss. "I am granting you an opportunity. If you are men, find a way to defeat me honorably," Hanley proclaimed from his lofty position. Oscar, dejected, replied, "With your strength, how could we possibly be your match?" Hanley reassured them, stating that he would only employ his level 29 soul power and utilize merely 2 soul skills. "I can challenge both of you at once. Do you dare step up?" He challenged, pointing at Dai Mubai and Tang San. Among the four, only these two possessed a level of strength that could be considered respectable. Tang San and Dai Mubai stared at Hanley, sensing that he was not jesting. If Hanley's claims held true, they felt it might be a viable opportunity to redeem themselves. However, they were still somewhat apprehensive and saw Flander not far off. Voicing their request, Dean, could you serve as our referee and ensure that Hanley maintains his soul power at level 29? Flander nodded silently in agreement. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, eager to participate, exclaimed, I want to challenge him too. Once Hanley finishes, I will also use just 2 soul skills. But since I'm not as strong as him, I will use level 30 soul power, with Xiao Wu and Hanley taking the lead. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were soon swept up in the excitement. Zhu Zhuqing declared that she would not use all her soul power against Ma Hongjun. As a support-type soul master, Ning Rongrong naturally chose Oscar as her opponent. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were taken aback. They had intended to sit back and watch, but were unexpectedly confronted by those two. Witnessing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's confident demeanor, they hesitated. We're not feeling well. We'll sit this one out, they synchronously declined. Flander observed the unfolding situation with keen interest. He recognized that Xiao Wu and her companions had undergone significant training recently, resulting in notable improvements. If they managed to control their soul power and not exert their full strength while battling the students of Shrek Academy, and still lost, it would be utterly disgraceful. Even he, the dean, would find it unbearable to watch. The commotion soon attracted more onlookers, foremost among them Zhao Wujia, Yu Xiaojiang, and a senior student of level 39. Other teachers also drifted over, seeking a vantage point to witness the event. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the battle was about to commence. Staying true to his word, Hanley regulated his soul power to level 29 and waved toward his opponents. The pent-up resentment within Dai Mubai and Tang Sen surged forth, and they charged at Hanley with fervor. Dai Mubai unleashed his martial spirit, and with the strength of his spirit combined with Han Li's restrained power, they found themselves evenly matched. The clash was intense, and each encounter sparked a flurry of energy. However, as time passed, Dai Mubai and Tang Sen gradually fell into a defensive stance. Han Li's extensive combat experience allowed him to navigate the confrontation with ease, even in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Seizing an opportunity amidst their struggle, Han Li struck with his scythe, landing a blow on both adversaries. His martial spirit bore a toxic quality, and both Dai Mubai and Tang Sen soon found themselves poisoned, their physical abilities waning. He has poison in his martial spirit, Tang San exclaimed, his face ashen. Being a master of poison himself, he never expected to be outdone in that regard by another. Dai Mubai's constitution, however, was markedly superior to Tang San's. Han Li chose to target the weaker of the two first. He feigned an attack on Dai Mubai, and when the latter braced himself for a confrontation, Han Li stealthily maneuvered behind Tang San. At that moment, Tang San was deeply afflicted by the poison, incapable even of self-defense. No, he cried out in panic. In the next instant, Tang San was felled by Han Li and lost consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Dai Mubai hastily pursued, but he too had succumbed to Han Li's poison. Recognizing that victory required swift action, he pressed on, aware that prolonging the fight would only worsen his condition. Yet, the more urgent he became, the more susceptible he was to making mistakes, compounded by the increasing effects of the toxin. After a fierce exchange, Dai Mubai too collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have defeated your opponents. Each may sacrifice a year of life. Han Li felt a surge of delight, surprised by the bounty of rewards, likely due to his compression of soul power. However, being a soul emperor now, this small increment of life was insufficient for him to elevate his soul power. The system store offered alternative options, suggesting that Han Li could exchange for lower-tier soul skills or enhance the longevity of his soul rings. After pondering briefly, he resolved to invest these 2 years into improving the quality of his martial spirit. At that moment, Dai Mubai and Tang San began to experience the eerie sensation they had felt after their previous defeat at Han Li's hands. Their physical capabilities gradually diminished, and they felt as if they had aged prematurely. Their spirits were crushed. They had not anticipated that even with Han Li restraining his soul power, they would still fall short. The damage inflicted was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. The most affected was Dai Mubai. His white tiger martial spirit was among the finest beast spirits, and he had previously believed that at level 28, he had no rivals within the same tier of soul masters. Yet fate had led him to encounter Han Li. Han Li's martial spirit was unremarkable, almost inconspicuous, and his soul power was only slightly superior to Dai Mubai's. Now, with Dai Mubai nearing level 29, he still required the collaboration of Tang San to stand any chance against Han Li. Although Tang San's martial spirit had a reputation for being inferior, through techniques such as entanglement and parasitism, he could still produce excellent control effects. However, despite their combined efforts, they remained unable to shake Han Li's dominance. They felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy, even beginning to doubt themselves. Have I suddenly grown weak? Dai Mubai muttered to himself. Tang San shared similar sentiments. He too began to question whether his blue-silver grass was indeed the worthless spirit others claimed it to be. After all, why did he always end up being so brutally beaten by Han Li? Chapter 59, Shrek, a group of inept individuals. The day's first confrontation ended in a resounding victory for Han Li. Zhao Wujia and Yu Shaojiang shook their heads and sighed upon witnessing the event. They had initially hoped that Dai Mubai and Tang San could reclaim a victory, but they were once again ensnared in the fate of defeat, suffering a significant blow to their morale. The three girls, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, cheered and even mocked, saying, "Tang San, Dai Mubai, you two are truly the most useless of the useless." Hanley, in consideration of you, deliberately suppressed his soul power to level 29, and he still fought against two of you. Don't even think about winning. You couldn't even manage to give him a bit of trouble. Why are you always so inept? Can't you bring us a little surprise? Ultimately, it seemed futile to say anything to these two good-for-nothings. It was better to conserve their energy. The girls' words pierced Dai Mubai and Tang San like sharp swords, striking at their vulnerable spots and leaving them feeling utterly heartbroken. Being unable to win was already disheartening enough. They hadn't anticipated the humiliation that would follow. Flender, however, bore no discontent, as his focus was now entirely on Hanley. The defeat of Dai Mubai and the others further underscored Han Li's formidable strength, a result Flender had not anticipated. He was aware that Dai Mubai's soul power would soon rise to level 29, and his martial soul was of exceptional quality, being a top-tier beast martial soul. Although Tang San's martial soul was notorious for its inferiority, under the Master-S guidance, his strength surpassed that of ordinary soul masters, allowing him to effectively support Dai Mubai in offense. In contrast, Han Li's martial soul was significantly inferior to Dai Mubai's. His scythe martial soul was only marginally stronger than the blue silvergrass. Han Li had skillfully controlled his soul power, maintaining a small gap in strength. Yet he easily defeated the two of them as a duo. Flender suddenly recalled a classic saying, "There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters." Han Li's performance was a perfect testament to this notion. Oscar hurriedly utilized his martial soul ability to create super recovery sausages for Dai Mubai and Tang San. After consuming the sausages, their soul power rapidly restored. As Dai Mubai and Tang San began to recover, Xiao Wu eagerly stepped forward, exclaiming, "All right, it's my turn to challenge you now. I may not be as monstrous as Han Li, and being a girl, I will fight with my soul power controlled at level 30. You have no objections, do you?" Xiao Wu looked at the dirt-covered duo with eager anticipation, as if she could hardly wait to thrash them. Dai Mubai and Tang San, in perfect harmony, closed their mouths, pretending not to hear. They genuinely did not wish to seek further humiliation. Was it not better to live modestly? Why must they invite another beating for no reason? You accept being called worthless so readily. How truly pathetic. Xiao Wu remarked sarcastically, observing the two pretending to be oblivious. She then shifted her gaze to Ma Hongjun, who, while not as strong as Dai Mubai and Tang San, was still quite formidable among soul masters of the same age. Moreover, Xiao Wu recalled that Ma Hongjun was not a good person either, so it might not be a bad idea to give him a beating as well. However, Ma Hongjun was even more cowardly than Dai Mubai and the others, turning his head away and ignoring her completely. Were all the students of Shrek Academy a bunch of cowards? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing held their peers' cowardice in disdain. Zhao Wujia shot an exasperated glare at Dai Mubai and his companions, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. It was one thing to lose. It was another to lack the courage to accept a challenge. This was truly embarrassing for him as a teacher and for Shrek Academy as a whole. How could such individuals be worthy of being part of an academy that only accepted monsters? Minutes later, someone finally broke the silence and stood up resolutely. It was a senior of Dai Mubai and the others. As a senior, he felt it was his duty to set an example and serve as a role model for the younger students. Finally, a person of resolve has emerged. Xiao Wu remarked lightly, "Rest assured, I will not bully you. In battle, I will only use soul power equal to yours," the 39-level senior stated. Xiao Wu, unconcerned, stretched her limbs and replied, "No need to hold back. Give it your all." The senior asked with surprise, "Are you serious? You should understand that fists are unpredictable." "No worries. You won't be able to hurt me," Xiao Wu confidently declared. Her soul power had reached level 38, although she was unaware of this fact, as Hanley had secretly helped her raise her soul power level. Xiao Wu merely felt that her soul power had been steadily increasing, and she had recently defeated a 37-level soul sovereign in the Great Soul Arena. Although her current opponent was stronger and at a higher soul power level, she viewed this as a challenge. Xiao Wu relished the sensation of battling above her level. If her adversary did not exert their full strength, and she easily overpowered them, it would be rather uninteresting. Flender had witnessed Xiao Wu's prowess in surpassing levels during battles at the Great Soul Arena, and he immediately shouted a warning to the senior. "Do not underestimate her. Use all your strength, and do not repeat their mistakes." The senior nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of the situation. With that, he resolved to give it his all, bearing the honor of Shrek Academy on his shoulders. The battle commenced. The senior charged forward at lightning speed, preparing a powerful punch. Just as his fist was about to strike Xiao Wu, she vanished in an instant. The senior, remaining vigilant, carefully observed his surroundings, knowing Xiao Wu could appear anywhere. Approximately 3 seconds later, Xiao Wu reappeared and delivered a kick from behind the senior. The senior, seemingly prepared, utilized the physical enhancement from his martial soul to evade the kick with minimal effort. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to regain control of the battle. However, Xiao Wu would not grant him such an opportunity. With another burst of instant movement, she disappeared once more. This is your third soul skill. I refuse to believe you can keep using it, the senior shouted. Compared to before, he had become much more cautious and composed, not underestimating Xiao Wu this time and opting for a more measured approach. He conserved his strength from the outset, planning to counterattack once she could no longer employ her third soul skill. Your sister Xiao Wu is here. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu teleported above the senior and launched her attack. The senior was thrown into disarray, clearly not anticipating that a nightgown could elevate someone into the air. She landed a kick squarely on him, sending him flying several meters away. Chapter 60. Xiao Wu also defeats the 39-level Soul Sovereign Senior. You are indeed much stronger than those few worthless ones. But I still don't see you as my match, Xiao Wu proclaimed, clapping her hands in triumph. The senior, now enraged, replied, the battle has only just begun. Do not presume victory is in your grasp. The senior was aware that Xiao Wu was deliberately provoking him to incite his loss of composure. Rather than hastening for revenge, he chose to remain steadfast and observe the unfolding situation. Xiao Wu realized that this individual was indeed formidable, and to defeat him, she would have to exert her utmost effort. With her second soul skill, enchantment, she initiated her attack. Observing this, the senior swiftly raised his hand to shield his eyes. A true man never stumbles in the same place twice. The lesson from his past was etched in his memory, and he was not without a sense of caution. Xiao Wu's enchantment primarily triggered through visual means. By merely covering his eyes, he could easily counter it. You've fallen for it. Xiao Wu's voice rang out beside him. In the next moment, she delivered a kick that sent the senior soaring into the air. Having previously suffered under Xiao Wu's enchantment, it would be exceedingly difficult to ensnare him again. Xiao Wu capitalized on this knowledge, feigning the release of her enchantment to lure him into covering his eyes, which granted her an excellent opportunity to close the distance. With a swift motion, she executed a series of graceful techniques, unleashing an unrelenting barrage of attacks upon the senior. Suspended in midair without a place to land and lacking the ability to fly, he could do nothing but endure her onslaught. The scene was nothing short of brutal. After a relentless flurry of smooth, consecutive strikes, the senior soon found himself defeated, collapsing helplessly to the ground. That's a wrap, Xiao Wu remarked nonchalantly. Yuxia Gang, Zhao Wujia, Tang San, and Dai Mubai stood agape, as if they had witnessed a ghost. They could hardly fathom the extent of Xiao Wu's progress during this time. Her opponent was a level 39 Soul Master, merely a step away from becoming a Soul Sovereign. Although Xiao Wu had expended considerable soul power, she ultimately triumphed. Hanley and Flender, along with the others, were not surprised by the outcome. They had witnessed Xiao Wu's rise in strength and had anticipated her eventual victory. The members of Shrek Academy were left utterly humiliated. As expected, the victorious Xiao Wu received a system reward, which cost the senior half a year of his lifespan. Hanley exchanged it for a level 1 soul power for Xiao Wu, elevating her to level 39. Zhao Wujia felt profoundly embarrassed since the inception of Shrek Academy alongside Flender. He had never encountered such a loss of face. Determined to reclaim his honor, Zhao Wujia resolved to confront Hanley directly. Let me be your opponent, Zhao Wujia declared as he stepped forward. Hanley nodded without hesitation, sharing the same intention. He had brought the girls along primarily to challenge Zhao Wujia and Flender, aiming to secure substantial rewards from the system. In their previous encounter, Hanley had faced Flender, who had unleashed his 55-level soul power, yet still succumbed to Hanley. However, Flender had managed to hold his ground for a while, indicating that Hanley was nearing his limits. Unlike when he faced opponents in the 40s. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Wujia concluded that Hanley's true soul power must be around level 60. Yet he could not fathom how Hanley had acquired such formidable strength. It was a mystery that seemingly only Hanley could elucidate. We fought before, and I have experienced your prowess. This time, I shall employ level 61 soul power and my 6th soul skill. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Zhao Wujia's proposition was a strategic move to avoid another defeat, for that would be a complete loss of face. Onlookers were left astounded. Flender, Zhao Wujia, the master, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and even Xiao Wu were incredulous. The conditions proposed by Zhao Wujia seemed utterly unreasonable and unfair. They had assumed Hanley would decline, yet his affirmative response took them by surprise, signaling his confidence in the battle ahead. At the very least, it implied that he possessed the strength to challenge an early-stage Soul Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have acquiesced so readily. In truth, this confrontation posed a significant challenge for Hanley as well. Even if Zhao Wujia was only utilizing level 61 soul power, there was no doubt that his actual combat strength would surpass that of later-stage Soul Emperors. His extensive combat experience and robust physique were not to be underestimated. At that moment, Hanley's soul power level stood at 62, marking the first time he had lost his advantage in this regard. In previous skirmishes against Flinder and Zhao Wujie, they had only employed their powers in the 40s, allowing Hanley to easily conclude the battles. Zhao Wujie's martial spirit. The Great Strength Diamond Bear was not a top-tier martial spirit, but it was of exceptionally high quality. For Hanley, his only advantages lay in the longevity of his soul rings and the soul skills he possessed. Apart from his 6 innate soul skills, he also had access to some acquired through the system. These skills required relatively little soul power to execute, providing him with a distinct advantage. Hanley turned to Flinder and said, "Please officiate our match and ensure that he adheres to the use of only level 61 soul power." Zhao Wujie was a man of pride. Should he encounter any difficulties during the battle, he might unscrupulously bend the rules. Hanley's caution was entirely warranted. Thus, the duel between Hanley and Zhao Wujie commenced in earnest. Zhao Wujie's Great Strength Diamond Bear possessed formidable defensive capabilities, with virtually no weaknesses. In terms of raw power, few could rival him. The sole drawback of this martial spirit was its speed. If Hanley aimed solely for victory, the optimal strategy would be to remain elusive, using his agility to wear down his opponent. However, Hanley chose a bold approach, charging directly at Zhao Wujie to engage him head-on. With his scythe in hand, Hanley clashed against Zhao Wujie's bear claws, each collision generating a powerful gust of wind. In the early stages of their battle, the two exchanged blows evenly, neither gaining a clear upper hand. Hanley grimaced. In this intense confrontation, his arms were predictably left tingling from the impact. Furthermore, his soul power was depleting rapidly. Though fortunately, Zhao Wujie was exhausting himself even more. The members of Shrek Academy, led by Zhao Wujie and Flinder, had anticipated that Hanley would adopt a flexible and dynamic strategy. When they witnessed Hanley advancing to meet Zhao Wujie's strikes head-on, they nearly believed he was on the verge of defeat. Even with level 61 soul power, Zhao Wujie still falters, he lamented. While Hanley might not fall immediately, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly under Zhao Wujie's relentless assault. Yet, the outcome was far from what they expected. Led by Xiao Wu, the trio of girls remained acutely aware of the battlefield's dynamics, their hearts filled with anxiety. They had spent countless hours with Hanley, but were still uncertain of his true strength. It was only when they saw Hanley successfully block Zhao Wujie's attack in their first exchange that they finally exhaled in relief. "Hanley, keep it up. Try to bring that big oaf down as soon as possible." Xiao Wu cheered excitedly. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing joined in, offering their encouragement. The cacophony of cheers was a source of irritation for Zhao Wujie, who thought to himself, "Let us see how long you can endure under my might." The third soul skill, gravity amplification. Zhao Wujie abruptly clapped his hands, and immense pressure instantaneously bore down upon Hanley. It was as though he were ensnared in a quagmire, his body rendered extraordinarily heavy. "Such trifles cannot affect me," Hanley replied nonchalantly. He unobtrusively activated the soul skill bestowed upon him by the system, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. For duration, Hanley's attributes experienced an astonishing enhancement under this extraordinary state. With such formidable augmentation, he effortlessly shattered the constraints of the gravity enhancement. Zhao Wujie was taken aback, not expecting Hanley to possess a soul skill that bolstered his own capabilities. "Now allow me to demonstrate my next move," he declared, the fifth soul skill, gravity compression. Following the execution of this technique, Hanley found himself involuntarily subjected to pressure from all directions. As Zhao Wujie's fifth soul skill, the gravity it invoked was vastly superior to the previous one. Hanley's body seemed to be acting of its own accord as he was propelled toward Zhao Wujie. Diamond Palm. Zhao Wujie swiftly advanced, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Hanley. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of Ning Rongrong and her companions raced. In a moment of desperation, Hanley unleashed his third soul skill, Blade Light Emergence. All negative effects that had befallen him were swiftly eradicated. He halted midway, employing his agile form to deftly avoid Zhao Wujie's onslaught. After consecutively utilizing 3 soul skills, Zhao Wujie appeared visibly fatigued. A suplas milagrosa Hanley's leaves. This was his strategy. By engaging directly, he encouraged his opponent to lower their guard. Given Zhao Wujie's temperament, even if he sensed Hanley's abnormality, he would seize the opportunity to launch a relentless assault. In such circumstances, Zhao Wujie's soul power would rapidly deplete. Prepare yourself. Hanley cleverly seized the moment of Zhao Wujie's waning energy, unleashing a wave of blade aura. Zhao Wujie, having previously encountered this soul skill, understood its primary effects. The elimination of all negative states, coupled with a subsequent attack imbued with blade aura. To him, this blade aura attack seemed merely an afterthought. Initially, he intended to counter with his first soul skill, Immutable King Body. However, considering his dwindling soul power and the seemingly unremarkable nature of Hanley's attack, he opted to endure it with his formidable physique. As the blade aura struck Zhao Wujie, it was precisely as he had anticipated, pain-free and inconsequential. Thankfully, He hadn't resorted to using his first soul skill. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of soul power, Zhao Wuji mused. Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he clutched his chest where the blade aura had struck, staring intently at Hanley. Is there poison in your blade, aura? Zhao Wuji exclaimed incredulously. My scythe martial spirit once absorbed a human-faced demon pearl as a soul ring, which inherently possesses toxicity. I merely transferred that toxin into the blade aura, Hanley explained calmly. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's regret was palpable. He had known of the poison in Hanley's blade, but he never imagined that even the blade aura, a ranged attack, could carry toxins. Fortunately, this toxin was not lethal, but it still possessed paralyzing and weakening effects, exacerbating Zhao Wuji's already limited soul power. Zhao Wuji, what say you? Are you considering surrendering? Hanley slowly. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wuji clenched his fists tightly. How could I possibly concede? Let us continue. Reluctantly, he summoned a portion of his soul power to suppress the toxin in his chest and charged once more toward Hanley. Hanley chose not to evade, fully aware that prolonging the confrontation would lead to his inevitable victory. Nonetheless, he opted for a direct confrontation. During their clash, Hanley could sense that Zhao Wuji was already on the decline. His strength and speed had noticeably diminished, and his soul power was no longer as vigorous as before. Zhao Wuji was acutely aware of his dire predicament. If he wished to prevail, it seemed he would have to stake everything on a decisive blow. Zhao Wuji distanced himself, utilizing his remaining soul power to unleash his sixth soul skill, the mighty diamond roar. He opened his mouth and bellowed toward Hanley's direction. A powerful wave of energy surged forward, shattering stones in its path and causing the air to tremble ominously, indicating the extraordinary nature of this attack. Dai Mubai appeared exceedingly excited. Despite Zhao Wuji's earlier disadvantage, should he unleash this attack, Hanley would undoubtedly be defeated. The thought of Hanley's impending downfall filled Dai Mubai and his companions with a sense of triumph, as they believed someone would finally avenge them. However, their joy was premature. The sixth soul skill, sweeping across the armies, Hanley silently recited. He hurled his scythe into the air, where it spun rapidly, emanating a resplendent blue light. As it whirled at high speed, the scythe began to split, transforming into hundreds of sharp blades of light. The sweeping attack clashed against the mighty diamond roar. The relentless barrage of light blades surged forward, gradually eroding the energy wave. Flinder was utterly astonished, having never witnessed Hanley employ this soul skill before. Could it be that he had withheld his true capabilities during my previous combat? The master also found this perplexing. It should not be the case, for Hanley was merely a three-ring soul master, and he should only possess 3 soul skills. Is it possible that Hanley has developed several unique soul skills? Flinder mused softly. There is indeed such a possibility. Historical records in the Soul Master realm tell of exceptionally gifted individuals who have comprehended self-created soul skills, the master stammered. Could it be that Hanley, relying on his remarkable talent, has grasped multiple self-created soul skills? That would be truly terrifying. I doubt anyone would believe it. At that moment, the toxin in Zhao Wuji's chest flared up, sapping much of his strength, rendering him unable to maintain the mighty diamond roar. Chapter 62, Zhao Wuji in defeat. Unwilling to submit, challenges Xiao Wu. Hanley's array of light blades surged forth with overwhelming force, creating a breathtaking spectacle, while poor Zhao Wuji could only defend passively. Countless light blades rained down upon Zhao Wuji, resulting in a series of explosive impacts that enveloped him in a thick cloud of smoke, punctuated by his anguished cries. Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai, and the others cast worried glances. After a while, the smoke dissipated, revealing Zhao Wuji sprawled feebly on the ground, incapable of continuing the fight. The contest had determined a victor, Hanley. The entire arena was enveloped in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Hanley could defeat Zhao Wuji, who wielded 6th-level soul power and the 6th soul skill. This signified that the young Hanley possessed strength at the Soul Emperor level. Truly terrifying. The crowd could not help but gasp in disbelief. It was not that they had never seen genius before. It was just that they had never encountered such an abnormally formidable talent. Dai Mubai and Tang San hurried to Zhao Wuji's side, eager to assess his injuries. Zhao Wuji forcefully pushed them away, his face a mask of rage and confusion. Hanley, let's have another match. Zhao Wuji bellowed defiantly. This contest had left Zhao Wuji utterly humiliated, his pride shattered. He could not come to terms with the outcome. In his view, while Hanley was indeed formidable, he too had underestimated his opponent. Had he been more cautious, he believed he would not have suffered defeat. Next time, I shall surely prevail. Hanley resolutely declined without a change in expression. His arrival at Shrek Academy was to challenge the crowd in pursuit of the system's rewards. Having just defeated Zhao Wuji, he realized that even another victory would yield little in terms of valuable gains. Although he appeared calm after the battle, he had expended considerable energy. Despite seemingly having a higher soul power level than his opponent by 1 rank, the actual advantage lay heavily with Zhao Wuji, making the challenge exceedingly difficult. It was only Hanley himself who could achieve this feat. Any ordinary 66th level Soul Emperor would have struggled against Zhao Wujin. Consequently, the rewards Hanley received were substantial. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Zhao Wujin. You may exchange 3 years of his lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving an additional reward. The Soul Skill, Powerful Golden Palm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring an additional reward. A Soul Ring with a lifespan of 5,000 years. As Zhao Wujin had utilized 60 first-level soul power, which was not far from Hanley's own, the 3 years of lifespan he could exchange equated to an increase of 2 levels in soul power. Hanley proceeded with the exchange, elevating his soul power to 64. Meanwhile, a sense of discomfort enveloped Zhao Wujin, as if he had suddenly aged, with a slight decline in his physical abilities. Could it be that losing to a mere child had destabilized his composure, leading to such feelings? Zhao Wujin pondered quietly. Unwilling to concede defeat, Zhao Wujin resolved to challenge another opponent, determined to reclaim at least a modicum of his dignity. After surveying the surroundings, he fixed his gaze on the nearby Xiao Wu and declared, "Let us engage in a match. I shall only use 39th level soul power." Zhao Wujin was aware of Xiao Wu's considerable strength, having previously defeated his 39th level student, which was no small feat, however. He sensed that their earlier battle had been intensely fierce, and he could tell that Xiao Wu had not yet reached the soul zone level. Her notable skills in battle were primarily her teleportation and charm abilities, which he believed he could counter with careful attention. He doubted Xiao Wu possessed the same extraordinary capabilities as Hanley, thinking she would not hold back. With this in mind, Zhao Wujin's resolve to challenge Xiao Wu solidified. Should she refuse, he could always concede further, perhaps by compressing his soul power to 38th or even 37th level. Xiao Wu, a true warrior at heart, immediately accepted the challenge without hesitation. Hanley and Flander took on the role of referees for the impending duel. "Big Clumsy Bear, you've just finished a battle. Shouldn't you take a breather? I wouldn't want you to claim I took advantage of you, Sister Xiao Wu," she taunted. "There is absolutely no need for that." "Wait a moment, what did you just call me?" Zhao Wujin realized something was amiss, glaring at Xiao Wu. "I called you Big Clumsy Bear. Are you disputing that?" Xiao Wu snorted defiantly. Frustration boiled within Zhao Wujin, his fists clenched tightly, nearly driven to the brink of violence against Xiao Wu. "I have no desire to bicker with you, Junior. We'll settle this in the arena." Zhao Wujin gritted his teeth. The battle commenced swiftly. Aware of Zhao Wujin's formidable strength and balanced offense and defense, Xiao Wu refrained from mimicking Hanley's direct assault. Instead, she relied on her superior agility to evade and maneuver. As Zhao Wujin charged towards her position, just as he seemed poised to capture her, she vanished in the blink of an eye. "Big Clumsy Bear, I'm right here. Come and catch me." Xiao Wu taunted from safe distance, pouting playfully. Zhao Wujin turned back, intent on teaching her a lesson for her insolence. The two engaged in a series of exchanges, but despite Zhao Wujin's efforts, he could not lay a hand on her. Xiao Wu's speed was exceptional, further complemented by her teleportation ability, making her even more elusive than a rabbit. Zhao Wujin felt increasingly frustrated, his brute strength rendered ineffective. If the situation continued in this manner, he would soon exhaust his 39th level soul power. To secure victory, he needed to revise his strategy. Zhao Wujin composed himself, halting his futile assaults. "Big Clumsy Bear, why aren't you coming after me? Are you planning to give up?" Xiao Wu continued her mockery. In the next moment, Zhao Wujin concentrated his soul power and unleashed his third soul skill, gravity enhancement. Xiao Wu, caught off guard, felt an overwhelming pressure envelop her as if a great mountain had descended upon her. Although she was an offensive-type soul master, her emphasis on speed rendered her unable to swiftly escape the confines of this technique. "Oh no, I've miscalculated." Xiao Wu gasped. Zhao Wujin, emboldened by his advantage, charged forth, exclaiming, "This time, I shall see how you escape." Soon, Xiao Wu was struck directly by Zhao Wujin's palm, sending her flying several meters away. All her soul power was devoted to resisting the gravitational force and Zhao Wujin's strike, leaving her in a state of utter exhaustion. Witnessing this, Hanley leapt forward, catching Xiao Wu just before she hit the ground. Xiao Wu had been defeated. Zhao Wujin smirked triumphantly, reveling in his victory. As Hanley safely landed with Xiao Wu in his arms, he assessed her condition and found she bore no significant injuries, merely exhausted of energy and soul power. Upon seeing Zhao Wujin's smug expression, Xiao Wu seethed with indignation. "How could I lose to this clumsy bear? This is utterly infuriating," she exclaimed, fuming. Hanley offered consolation, regardless of the outcome. Zhao Wujin is, after all, a soul sage. Even when suppressing his soul power, he is not someone of your rank can easily contend with. The fact that you held out against him for so long is already quite impressive. Indeed, I share your sentiments. With Hanley's encouragement, Xiao Wu's spirits lifted considerably, dissipating the sting of her loss. It was hardly a disgrace in itself. After ensuring Xiao Wu was settled, Hanley approached Zhu Zhuqing, saying, having observed the match for some time, "I imagine you are eager to step in? Why not take your turn against Zhao Wujin?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, She recognized her inferiority compared to Xiao Wu. If Xiao Wu could not overcome Zhao Wujin, how could she? Yet, upon reflection, she believed Hanley must have his reasons for this arrangement. Thus, she acquiesced. Zhu Zhuqing's actual soul power stood at 35. And lacking a third soul ring, she still presented as a great soul master. I was just beginning to feel the thrill of battle. Your timing is perfect. Zhao Wujin readily accepted the challenge. You may use 33rd level soul power, but you cannot employ your third soul skill. How does that sound? Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before asking. Having just triumphed over Xiao Wu, Zhao Wujin was brimming with confidence, dismissively waving his hand. 30 level soul power will suffice. Yu Xiaojiang, having recently engaged with Hanley, had validated his martial spirit theory, that when soul power reaches a critical point, even without acquiring a soul ring, a soul master can still enhance their power through continued training. Zhu Zhuqing insisted on Zhao Wujin employing 33rd level soul power, and Yu Xiaojiang inferred that her insistence stemmed from her own soul power reaching that level. Zhao Wujin, do not underestimate her, Yu Xiaojiang cautioned. Xiao Gang is right. We must not view Han Li and his companions through a mundane lens, Flander added, echoing the sentiment. Having previously accompanied Han Li's group to the Great Soul Arena, Flander had witnessed Zhu Zhuqing triumph over opponents of the soul respect level with his own eyes. Certainly, Flander understood that even if Zhao Wujia were to utilize only the 30-level soul power and the first two soul skills, he could easily dominate soul masters below the 35th level. Engaging in combat with Zhu Zhuqing should pose little challenge. However, Flander also wished to ascertain the extent of Zhu Zhuqing's limits. The reminders from his two friends echoed in Zhao Wujia's ears, prompting him to err on the side of caution by resolving to fight with merely 32 levels of soul power. Once again, Flander and Hanley took on the role of referees to oversee the battle. Zhu Zhuqing similarly refrained from confronting Zhao Wujia head-on, instead adopting a stance conducive to evasive tactics. Zhao Wujia seized the initiative, pressing forward with determination. Yet, each time their paths were destined to cross, Zhu Zhuqing would deftly alter her direction, always maintaining a safe distance from her opponent. This maneuvering left Zhao Wujia feeling irked and unfulfilled. Yet he found himself at a loss encountering Zhu Zhuqing's agility. Her martial soul boasted considerable quality, although not at the pinnacle. It could be deemed part of the elite echelon, effectively rivaling Zhao Wujia's formidable bear of strength. The focus of their martial souls diverged, one inclined towards power and defense, the other towards speed and explosive force. In his match against Xiao Wu, Zhao Wujia had triumphed through enhanced gravity, but against the formidable Zhu Zhuqing, he was unable to employ his third soul skill, leaving him in a decidedly passive position. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Wujia instinctively altered his strategy, ceasing his reckless charges to conserve soul power and stamina. However, Zhu Zhuqing was not one to grant him such leniency. Transitioning from mere evasion to occasional strikes, she compelled Zhao Wujia to remain in a heightened state of alertness, wary of potential attacks from any direction. Consequently, rather than saving his energy, Zhao Wujia found himself expending it at an accelerated rate. As time passed, Zhao Wujia grew increasingly fatigued, his condition deteriorating. This presented Zhu Zhuqing with the perfect opportunity to launch a full-scale counterattack. First soul skill, Phantom Puncture. Zhu Zhuqing's claws extended suddenly, her speed doubling as she darted towards Zhao Wujia's back with incredible swiftness. Realizing the peril, Zhao Wujia, drawing from his extensive combat experience, hastily activated the immovable king body. In the next instant, golden light radiated from his form, deflecting any ordinary attack at a distance of 3 meters. Indeed, he is the immovable king of the Soul Master realm, Zhu Zhuqing murmured. Yet, she was far from relinquishing her assault. Second soul skill, Phantom 100 Claws. Zhu Zhuqing began to spin rapidly, the centrifugal force augmenting the penetrating power of her claws. Within a mere heartbeat, she unleashed a barrage of relentless strikes upon the same target on her opponent's body. Moreover, each attack was imbued with a piercing effect. Any wound inflicted would allow Zhu Zhuqing's soul power to silently seep into her opponent, wreaking havoc upon their meridians. What a formidable technique! Zhao Wujia exclaimed, astonished. Had he been at his peak, he could have surely withstood this assault. Alas, his prolonged exertion had left him drained, with diminishing soul power. Struggling under the weight of the immovable king body, he found himself momentarily disoriented as Zhu Zhuqing successfully inflicted several wounds upon him. Instantly, she summoned her soul power to invade. Zhao Wujia cried out in agony, unable to endure further. Faced with such a dire predicament, he instinctively augmented his soul power, channeling it to 35 levels. An influx of energy surged through him, allowing him to barely withstand Zhu Zhuqing's relentless assault. Both combatants retreated several steps, achieving a stalemate. Zhao Wujia, you have violated the rules. The soul power you displayed was at least at 35 levels, Hanley remarked coolly. Zhao Wujia, though unwilling to concede, had no recourse but to acknowledge his defeat. His remaining pride was shattered, He felt utterly humiliated and wished to escape this cursed place, departing in silence. Zhu Zhuqing emerged victorious, yet intriguingly, Hanley's system remained unresponsive this time. Perhaps the system deemed that Zhu Zhuqing had not entirely vanquished Zhao Wujia, and Hanley dismissed it from his mind. After a moment, Hanley strode over to challenge Yu Xiaojiang. I shall use only 23 levels of soul power. Do you dare to accept? Yu Xiaojiang, visibly startled, shook his head in refusal. I'm not adept at combat. Hanley had anticipated that Yu Xiaojiang, being somewhat inept, would shy away from confrontation, so he turned his attention to the nearby Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun's face was ashen, shielding his head with his hands, embodying the very essence of cowardice. What a bunch of cowards. Chapter 64. Hanley versus Flinder at level 62. Hanley circled around, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Flinder. Why not engage with me? This time, you may employ your 6 soul skill and 62 levels of soul power, he suggested nonchalantly. Flinder readily agreed. In terms of strength and defense, Flinder could not rival Zhao Wujia, yet he proved to be a more formidable opponent. Hanley had previously battled Flinder, who possessed 55 levels of soul power, but the present encounter promised to be significantly more challenging. The two swiftly moved to an open area, assuming their stances, fully prepared for the ensuing duel. Flinder unleashed his martial soul first, soaring into the sky, thus seizing the initiative in the battle. Hanley, to be cautious. I shall show no mercy, Flinder called out. Bring it on. Hanley raplia, perturbat. Flinder recognized that although Hanley was not he possessed remarkable speed. Therefore, he initiated with his second soul skill, Cat's Eye. This skill allowed him to lock onto his opponent, enhancing the accuracy of his soul skills. Simultaneously, Hanley launched his attack, wielding a sharp scythe as he manifested his martial soul. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself into the air. Just as he was about to collide with Flinder, the latter quickened his pace, evading the strike with ease. Even against an opponent of my level, it is challenging to land a hit when I am at my best, Flinder declared. I refuse to believe you can evade indefinitely. As Hanley landa. Having failed to land a blow, he retorted, I certainly won't be dodging forever. It's my turn to attack now. Flinder unleashed his third and fourth soul skills in rapid succession. The unique perspective granted by Cat's Eye enabled him to pinpoint Hanley's weaknesses, following which he swiftly launched several energy blades. Hanley stood his ground, displaying no intention of evasion. He understood that with 2 auxiliary soul skills enhancing Flinder's prowess, the latter's attacks would not miss. Thus, Hanley had to devise a means to withstand the onslaught of these sharp energy blades head-on. First soul skill, Soul of the Earth. In Hanley's grasp, the scythe transformed into a formidable weapon, though it was initially merely an agricultural tool. Its purpose was rooted in cultivation and labor, deeply entwined with agriculture and the earth. This first soul skill deepened the connection between the scythe and the earth, the latter representing the soil attribute, naturally aligning Hanley's technique with defensive capabilities. In a moment of disorientation, numerous mounds of earth surged forth from the ground, encircling Hanley's body to form an impenetrable barrier. These mounds began to solidify, becoming extraordinarily hard. At that precise moment, several blades of light struck the barrier with force. What? Your first soul skill can actually withstand my fourth soul skill, Flinder exclaimed in astonishment. Once the barrage of attacks concluded, Hanley leisurely retracted the barrier. The strength of a soul skill is contingent upon its user, he remarked nonchalantly. Despite being merely a first soul skill, in terms of the corresponding soul ring's age, it may well surpass the age of your fourth soul ring. Having witnessed Hanley's extraordinary defensive capabilities, Flinder adopted a more cautious approach, refraining from launching blind assaults and instead engaging in a tactical dance with him. Nevertheless, the intensity of their battle remained exceedingly fierce. After the passage of what felt like an incense stick's burning time, the scales of victory began to tilt gradually in Hanley's favor. The reason was simple. Hanley expended far less soul power in utilizing his soul skills, while Flinder was consuming a significant amount. If this continued, Flinder would inevitably exhaust his soul power first. Flinder, this battle is about to reach its conclusion, Hanley stated, his gaze fixed intently on his opponent. With that, Hanley began to gather his strength, preparing to unleash his sixth soul skill, Sweep Across the Army. He had previously executed this move against Zhao Wuji, and Flinder recalled it vividly. This works perfectly for me. As long as I can withstand your trump card, victory shall be mine, Flinder pondered. He believed that Hanley's journey thus far had been too smooth, which could hinder his growth as a soul master. Therefore, he resolved not to hold back, determined to shatter Hanley's streak of victories and impart valuable lessons through defeat. Sixth soul skill, Cat Eagle's Guardian. Flinder expended a considerable portion of his soul power, enveloped in a layer of yellow light, as the phantom of the cat eagle flickered in and out of existence. Under Flinder's watchful gaze, countless sharp blades hurtled towards him, striking his form. For some inexplicable reason, Flinder felt an unsettling sense of peculiarity. He recalled the immense power of Hanley's sweep across the army, which had previously forced Zhao Wuji into retreat. It seemed that each blade possessed the potency of a first soul skill. Yet now, these blades posed no pressure upon him. Could it be that his dwindling soul power rendered this attack weaker? Or was it merely that his defenses were too formidable? As Flender contemplated, all the light blades dissipated. He swiftly broke through the defenses and turned his gaze back to Hanley. If my assumptions are correct, you have expended all your soul power on executing the sixth soul skill, haven't you? Unfortunately for you, child, no one can maintain an unbroken winning streak. Flender clenched his fists, ready to deliver a final blow to Hanley. At that moment, a slight smirk raised Hanley's lips. You have fallen into my trap. With a snap of his fingers, Flender suddenly found himself momentarily dazed, his vision blurring before returning to normal. What met his eyes was a sight that left him utterly astounded. Surrounding Hanley were countless white blades, exuding a tremendous sense of oppression. This is clearly Hanley's sixth soul skill. Impossible. The sixth soul skill consumes vast amounts of soul power. You just used it once and cannot possibly use it again. Flender exclaimed in disbelief. Allow me to ensure your defeat is unequivocal. In truth, I did not deploy my sixth soul skill earlier. I merely feigned emotion and employed a deceptive skill to mislead you. Hanley casually explained, his skill being the alluring charm granted by the system. As a man, Hanley's charm differed significantly from that of female characters like Xiao Wu and Huliena. Hanley could utilize this charm to disrupt his opponent's vision, crafting a vivid illusion. Flender's ease of falling for this trick stemmed entirely from his unawareness of Hanley's possession of such a skill. Without the ability to employ your sixth soul skill, do you believe you can withstand my sweep across the army? Hanley gently waved his hand, and the white blades surged rapidly towards Flender. Stunned, Flender realized he had been outmaneuvered by a mere child. In desperation, he resorted to utilizing the scant soul power remaining to defend himself. However, this amounted to a futile effort akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Though Hanley's attack would not kill Flender, sustaining serious injuries was inevitable, likely rendering him bedridden for several days. In the final moments, Flender hurriedly summoned additional soul power for protection, narrowly escaping the full brunt of sweep across the army. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Flender. You may siphon 3 years of his life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Cat Eagle's Guardian. Hanley's face lit up with joy. This Cat Eagle's Guardian was Flender's sixth soul skill, lacking offensive capability but boasting remarkable defensive strength. Subsequently, Hanley accessed the system's marketplace, meticulously selecting his choices, ultimately deciding to exchange 2 years of Flender's life for 1 level of soul power. The remaining year of life he siphoned would be utilized to enhance the age of his fourth soul ring. Upon completion of the exchange, Hanley's soul power level rose to 65, while the age of his fourth soul ring increased by 2,000 years. Flender, about to voice something, suddenly felt himself aging significantly, unable to suppress a series of coughs. How peculiar. My body feels drastically diminished all at once, Flender remarked in confusion. After a lengthy period of recuperation, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing returned to their prime state, ready to continue the fight. Hanley pondered momentarily before addressing the members of Shrek Academy. I will only utilize level 21 soul power and 2 soul skills. How about we 4 challenge all of you? Dai Mubai and Tang San instinctively shook their heads in vehement refusal. To them, Hanley was akin to a devil, having thoroughly trounced them numerous times, and thus becoming their nightmare. Even if Hanley insisted he would only use level 21 soul power, they remained wary, fearing he possessed other hidden methods. This guy is truly devious. We must not fall for his tricks. Tang San exclaimed, still shaken. Dai Mubai echoed his sentiment, believing it best to minimize interactions with Hanley. Oh, so you intend to decline my offer? Hanley's expression turned icy, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Dai Mubai and the others were immediately frightened into retreat, only for Hanley to swiftly block their path. Clenching his fists, he assumed a threatening demeanor. Before you refuse, consider carefully the consequences of denying my proposal. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the members of Shrek Academy, as if they had been transported to the depths of hell. Shivering in fear, they had every reason to believe that if they continued to defy him, they would face a one-sided beating. We accept, Dai Mubai said helplessly. Dai, are you not pushing us into the flames? Oscar lamented, tormented by the situation. Do we have any other choice? Dai Mubai countered. Accepting this challenge, at the very least, afforded them a sliver of hope for victory. Otherwise, should Hanley unleash his full force upon them, they would have no chance to retaliate. Good. That just about qualifies you as men, Hanley replied indifferently. However, we have one condition, Dai Mubai mustered his courage to assert. Hanley furrowed his brow and inquired about the conditions. Your strength is exceedingly formidable. Even Dean Flandra, wielding soul power at the Soul Emperor level, is no match for you. Even if we compress our soul power, we stand no chance against you. With your presence, this competition would hold no significance. Dai Mubai adopted a resigned demeanor, suggesting that it would be better for them to simply concede and allow Hanley to deliver a beating. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Let Xiao Wu Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing compete against the 5 of you. Is that acceptable? At this juncture, Hanley had already attained the rank of sole emperor, a vast chasm separating him from Dai Mubai and his companions. Even if he were to defeat them, he would gain no substantial reward. It would be prudent to reserve the opportunity for the 3 young women. A 5 against 3 scenario, especially when facing 3 girls, would significantly diminish the difficulty in the absence of Hanley. Dai Mubai readily agreed, fearing Hanley might reconsider. I shall grant you a stick of incense to devise your strategy, Hanley said nonchalantly. The Shrek Academy team comprised 5 individuals, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the senior Chen Hai, who was at level 39. They held a slight numerical advantage, and with proper tactical arrangements, they still had a chance of victory. Tang San articulated to the group. However, since aligning with Hanley, they had transformed and were no longer the same. Even Dai Mubai was no match for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Though we have been dubbed monsters by the Dean, we are on an entirely different level compared to them, Oscar weakly remarked. The match hasn't even commenced, and you are already inflating their confidence. Dai Mubai lamented in frustration. Indeed, Xiao Wu had just triumphed over Chen Hai, who possessed a soul power of 39, while Zhu Zhuqing had bested Zhao Wujin, who was at 28. However, during their battles, the opponents were relatively on par, unlike the unreasonable disparity presented by Hanley. Tang San devised an excellent strategy and promptly shared it with the others. First, Chen Hai would engage Xiao Wu, not to win but to buy as much time as possible. Next, Dai Mubai and I would team up to hold off Zhu Zhuqing, with Oscar providing support, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were embroiled in battle. Ning Rongrong would find herself isolated, leaving Ma Hongjun to easily defeat her. After besting Ning Rongrong, he would assist us in eliminating Zhu Zhuqing, before we collectively focused our efforts on taking down Xiao Wu. This straightforward yet effective strategy maximized their numerical advantage, boosting their chances of victory significantly. Dai Mubai and the others were elated, thinking that this time they could finally exact revenge and reclaim their pride. Upon learning that Hanley would not participate in the battle, Xiao Wu and the others felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. In a one-on-one duel, their 5 opponents were all previous subordinates, yet facing them collectively, they were outnumbered by 2, making it a far more formidable challenge. Among the 3 women, only Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing possessed significant combat prowess, while Ning Rongrong served merely as support, offering limited impact. Stating there was no need for undue pressure. They should simply give their all. The Dolua continent is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. In the future, you will encounter even more adverse situations and should be prepared in advance, Hanley imparted with earnestness. The 3 women etched Hanley's words into their hearts, recognizing he had their best interests in mind. Without experiencing storms, how could one witness the rainbow? So what strategy should we adopt? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. You 2 should guard in front of Ning Rongrong, protecting her. With your own strength, combined with Ning Rongrong's top-tier support, you can undoubtedly confront them head-on, Hanley replied without hesitation. As a stick of incense passed, the battle commenced. Chapter 66. No tactical considerations, full assault. Among the 5 from Shrek Academy, the strongest, Chen Hai at level 39, charged forth, directly aiming for Xiao Wu. Chen Hai, having previously fallen to her, believed he lost last time due to carelessness, having succumbed to her bewitching abilities. If a real contest were to occur, the outcome was uncertain. In the past, Xiao Wu, brimming with youthful impetuosity, would have rushed forward to challenge him, but today she stood resolutely alongside Zhu Zhuqing, guarding Ning Rongrong. 7 treasures, glazed tile. The renowned 7 treasures provided 2 enhancements, one for strength, the other for speed. A delicate, vibrant green 7 treasures glazed tower materialized in Ning Rongrong's palm, suffused with vitality. The 2 distinct enhancements were bestowed upon Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Just as Chen Hai was about to collide with them, Xiao Wu stepped forward to intercept. She unleashed a seemingly unremarkable kick, yet it forcefully repelled Chen Hai. What? Chen Hai exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Xiao Wu's power and speed had undergone a remarkable enhancement, making her appear significantly stronger. Something is amiss. Someone come assist me. Chen Hai called for help. Sensing the danger, Tang San and Ma Hongjun had no choice but to adjust their strategy and rush to support him. Dai Mubai also charged in, filled with confidence, eager to seize the opportunity to defeat Zhu Zhuqing. However, his smile froze the next moment. For after receiving Ning Rongrong's support, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed formidable power, pushing Dai Mubai back several steps. With Chen Hai advancing again, Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to join forces with Xiao Wu for a fierce assault. Chen Hai was quickly forced into retreat, struggling to withstand their combined onslaught. Xiao Wu discerned a flaw in Chen Hai's defense and activated her 3rd soul skill, instantaneous movement, planning a surprise attack. Yet, Chen Hai's allies were not to be underestimated. Tang San and Ma Hongjun maintained distance, leveraging their advantages to assist Chen Hai in evading catastrophe. Resilient blue-silver grass emerged from the earth, ensnaring Chen Hai's ankles and swiftly pulling him back. Xiao Wu, undeterred, aimed to continue her pursuit. But Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of phoenix fire, blocking her path. Had it not been for Tang San and Ma Hongjun's timely cooperation in delivering ranged attacks and control, Chun Hai would have likely been injured by Xiao Wu's onslaught. The expressions of the five from Shrek Academy shifted dramatically, and the observing instructors were equally astonished. They had never anticipated that Xiao Wu and her companions could exhibit such terrifying combat prowess. Flandra slowly shook his head. Not disheartened by the plight of Dai Mubai and his team, his focus had long since shifted to Xiao Wu, Hanley, and their companions. What should we do next? Tang San? Dai Mubai inquired loudly. Their previously devised strategy had faltered, disrupted by the enemy's counteroffensive. If they continued to engage haphazardly, victory would become increasingly elusive. At this point, I shall take control of the situation. You all must heed my commands. We must pursue victory with steadiness, Tang San asserted, embodying the responsibility of a control-type soul master. Under Tang San's direction, Ma Hongjun leaped into the air, unleashing indiscriminate fiery barges toward Xiao Wu and her companions. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing hastily retreated, ensuring Ning Rongrong's safety while dodging the streams of fire. Tang San found the situation increasingly tricky. He initially aimed to eliminate Ning Rongrong first, but regrettably, they had shielded her too well, leaving him with no openings. Then I shall focus on Zhu Zhuqing first, he resolved. With his left hand pressing against the ground, he activated his first soul skill bind. Using the cover of the flames, the blue-silver grass intertwined, binding Zhu Zhuqing's wrist and drawing her forth. Quickly, combine your efforts to defeat Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San urged. I'm not so easily subdued, Zhu Zhuqing retorted coolly. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing's other claw extended, tearing apart the restraints of the blue-silver grass. By the time Dai Mubai and Chun Hai arrived, Zhu Zhuqing had already regained her freedom and swiftly repelled the two of them. It was exceedingly difficult to take them down one by one. The seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda truly lived up to its reputation as the continent's foremost support-type martial soul, causing Tang San to break into a cold sweat. Given the circumstances, it was best not to deliberate on tactics any further, but to launch a full frontal assault. Although a comprehensive offensive was not their optimal choice and would inevitably incur some losses, there were no better alternatives at hand. Tang San contemplated their numerical advantage, believing that they could coordinate effectively, making it immensely challenging for Xiao Wu to defeat them. As the battle dragged on, the soul power consumption of Xiao Wu and her companions would undoubtedly intensify. Meanwhile, Tang San's side had Oscar, the auxiliary, who could gradually replenish their soul power. If they followed this script, victory would undoubtedly belong to them. Xiao Wu found herself once again facing her old adversary, Chun Hai, but this time she was not alone. As Tang San provided support, the pressure on Xiao Wu was immense. And Zhu Zhuqing felt the weight of her own challenges as she contended with both the frontal assault from Dai Mubai and the ambush from Ma Hongjun lurking behind. Furthermore, Tang San's blue-silver grass had an extensive range, allowing him to assist either party as the situation demanded. Oscar stood behind Tang San, tirelessly invoking incantations to produce sausages that replenished soul power. In this precarious situation, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong demonstrated a remarkable synergy, creating significant trouble for their opponents. Fortunately, their past teamwork in the Great Soul Arena had forged a tacit understanding, or they might have found themselves in dire straits today. However, the exertion was draining their soul power, leaving Ning Rongrong pale. Xiao Wu's expression darkened. Ning Rongrong's words rang true. They could not hold out for much longer. To alter their predicament, they had no choice but to take the initiative. Xiao Wu spoke softly, glancing at Ning Rongrong. On one hand, Ning Rongrong could provide the best support for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, but on the other, she was undoubtedly becoming a burden to the two. If they continued to protect Ning Rongrong, the two women would be unable to unleash their full potential. Go all out. I will wait for you in a safe place, Ning Rongrong said, her eyes glimmering with determination. Freed from the need to protect Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing could unleash their fists and feet. Fighting with abandon, it was as if they had found their true calling. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu exchanged a glance with the two, and with their long-standing camaraderie, they instantly comprehended her intent. Xiao Wu unleashed her soul power, overpowering the 39th level Chun Hai. With her third soul skill, she utilized teleportation. In an instant, she stealthily appeared behind Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing surged forward as well, and the two launched a coordinated assault from both sides. Dai Mubai was thrown into disarray, frantic and desperate in his attempts to respond, but ultimately, two fists could not contend with four hands. Chapter 67. Shrek faces defeat and trains hard in the Soul Arena. Under the combined assault of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai sustained grave injuries and collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong deliberately diminished her presence, maneuvering to a safe rear position to evade the enemy's attention. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. The scales of victory began to tip in favor of Xiao Wu and her companions, reversing the situation. Chen Hai clenched his fists, pursuing Xiao Wu in a bid to avenge his junior. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, unimpeded by Dai Mubai, charged forward, targeting Tang San and Ma Hongjun, who had been harassing them from behind. Tang San and Ma Hongjun found themselves in a quagmire, needing to fend off Zhu Zhuqing's fierce assault while simultaneously protecting the defenseless Oscar. They were ensnared in the throes of battle, lacking the energy to assist Chen Hai. Ning Rongrong activated 2 auxiliary soul skills, enhancing Xiao Wu's strength significantly. Xiao Wu unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Chen Hai. He had no means to defend himself. Initially, he managed to parry a few strikes, but it quickly devolved into a one-sided beating. "You will stay down," Xiao Wu cried out, decisively bringing Chen Hai to the ground. Gripping his leg, she swung him around in midair for several rotations before forcefully throwing him aside. With the loss of 2 of their main commanders, Shrek Academy's numerical advantage vanished. The original group battle transformed into 3 individual duels: Xiao Wu against Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing against Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong against Oscar. Without a doubt, Xiao Wu and her companions easily triumphed over the 3 men, declaring their victory. Seeing the 3 women emerge victorious, Hanley approached, applauding their achievement. While the system prompt echoed in his mind, Xiao Wu could siphon a year of life from Tang San and half a year from Dai Mubai. Due to the vast disparity in power, even combining their lifespans would not suffice for Xiao Wu to elevate her soul power by 1 level. As for Chen Hai, having already been defeated by Xiao Wu, he would not yield any rewards if vanquished again in a short span. Zhu Zhuqing could siphon a year of life from Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong could do the same from Oscar. Both women, having assisted Xiao Wu in defeating Dai Mubai, each received half a year of his life in return. However, the circumstances they faced mirrored Xiao Wu's, rendering them unable to exchange for an increase in soul power. The system shop offered more than just the option to exchange for soul power. It also provided the possibility to enhance the duration of soul rings or acquire other items. Yet, Hanley chose not to make any exchanges for them at this time, opting to save up first to prioritize the enhancement of soul power. After all, nothing was more tangible than soul power. It was astonishing for Yu Xiaojiang to witness not only Han Li's overwhelming strength, but also the transformative growth of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Today had truly opened his eyes. Flinder patted the master's shoulder, recounting the events of Han Li and the others' battles at the Great Soul Arena. Indeed, the most straightforward and effective way to enhance one's strength was through continuous real combat. I will take Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others to the Soul Arena for training tomorrow, aiming to help them catch up to Han Li's pace, Yu Xiaojiang resolved. During this return to Shrek Academy, Han Li had challenged everyone capable of facing him. They had thoroughly indulged in their battles and then moved on. Throughout this period, Han Li and the 3 women had not wasted a single moment, either engaging in battles at the Great Soul Arena or challenging others at Shrek Academy. That evening, upon returning to their hotel, Han Li advised the women to rest well the following day and not to venture out. Xiao Wu and the others had no objections, acknowledging that after such an extensive series of matches, they indeed required time to consolidate their experiences. The next morning, as dawn broke at Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang knocked on the door, calling out, "Little ones, awaken. It's time for training." Dai Mubai and the others groggily sat up, rubbing their drowsy eyes. "Master, we were beaten so badly yesterday. Can we have a day of rest?" Maon Gujun murmured softly. Rest? Rest is for the strong. You already pale in comparison to Han Li. Why aren't you striving to improve? The master's expression darkened. Originally, he had been quite pleased with the students of Shrek Academy. However, after witnessing Han Li's prowess, his disappointment in them grew. Truly, as the ancient saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. If you wish to continue living a life where you are beaten and cannot fend for yourselves, then lie down and keep sleeping. The master scoffed, slamming the door behind him. The master's angry. The group, resigned to their fate, reluctantly donned their attire and descended to the ground floor for roll call. This time, the master did not conduct their training around the academy, but instead led them towards Soto City. Before long, the day dawned entirely, the sun shining brightly, and they arrived at their destination, the Grand Soul Arena. This was to be the site of their second phase of training. Originally, guiding the students to the Grand Soul Arena was a part of the Master's teaching plan. But due to the success of Han Li and his companions, it was initiated ahead of schedule. The Master began to elucidate the origins of the Grand Soul Arena, its rules and important considerations, and subsequently escorted them to the registration desk. The Grand Soul Arena, he declared, will set a modest goal for you to obtain the Copper Soul Badge. The first to take the stage was Dai Mubai, currently at the rank of Great Soul Master, possessed formidable spirit power and a commendable martial spirit. During his duel, Dai Mubai effortlessly defeated his adversary, securing his first victory and rekindling his lost confidence. Perhaps he was not as weak as he had believed. Indeed, peers of the same rank proved no match for him. The only exception was Han Li, whose prowess was rather extraordinary. Tang San, whose martial spirit was somewhat inferior, nevertheless exhibited remarkable control under the Master's guidance and through his own exploration, leading to a considerable chance of victory. His opponent was a strength-type Soul Master, who charged at him with great ferocity as the match commenced. Utilizing the Tang Sex techniques, Tang San adeptly evaded the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a vast expanse of blue-silver grass, ensnaring his foe's limbs. The blue-silver grass, remarkably resilient, rendered his opponent unable to exert any force. Tang San swiftly claimed victory. "Xiao San, you look so impressive," exclaimed Ma Hongjun, unable to contain his admiration. The next moment, an announcement echoed through the arena, naming Ma Hongjun as the next combatant. He ascended the platform, his expression grim. Ma Hongjun's luck was unfortunate. He faced a late-stage Great Soul Master, whose spirit power was at level 29, on the verge of promotion to Soul Ancestor. Yet, Ma Hongjun did not surrender immediately, summoning his courage. He resolved to engage in battle. His strategy was simple: to exploit the long reach of his Fire Phoenix martial spirit to prevent his opponent from closing in, gradually depleting the enemy's spirit power. Alas, his opponent happened to be a swift attack-type Soul Master, presenting a formidable challenge. Ma Hongjun's fiery assaults failed to find their mark. Chapter 68. A powerful Soul Ancestor team emerges at the arena, seeking assistance. The relentless barrage of firepower caused Ma Hongjun's spirit power to dwindle rapidly. He yearned to pause and catch his breath, yet he understood that doing so would expose a critical vulnerability. His opponent would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Ma Hongjun found himself in a precarious position, and soon he was left exhausted, unable to escape the fate of defeat. His inaugural match at the Grand Soul Arena concluded with a disappointing loss. He descended from the platform, crestfallen and dejected. Ma Hongjun hailed from a humble rural background, where the villagers awakened martial spirits akin to livestock, save for him, who was an exception, awakening a top-tier Phoenix martial spirit. He had once believed that his life would soar to new heights, conquering challenges with ease, yet the reality had proven starkly different. Hanley. He had not tasted victory in quite some time. "Fatty, do not be disheartened. Wins and losses are uncertain. Dai Mubai consoled him. Why not participate in another match? You might just emerge victorious." Yu Xiaojiang interjected. "Soul Masters can only engage in one individual match per day, but you may register for a 2-on-2 contest." After some deliberation, they decided to form 2 teams, Tang San and Ma Hongjun together, and Dai Mubai with Oscar. First to take the stage was the fiery duo of Tang San and Ma Hongjun, corresponding to their respective martial spirits. Their opponents comprised a swift attack-type Soul Master and a strength-type Soul Master. Ma Hongjun felt apprehensive. He had just fallen to a swift attack-type Soul Master and feared he might falter again. Fortunately, Tang San proved to be a reliable ally. His blue-silver grass martial spirit effectively restrained their opponents, affording Ma Hongjun an invaluable opportunity. With a single strike of the Phoenix Fire line, he secured victory. "Third brother, you are truly incredible," Ma Hongjun exclaimed in excitement. "Just standard procedure," Tang San waved off, feeling a swell of pride within. After being bested by Hanley and his companions, battling in the Grand Soul Arena had restored some of his confidence. Upon reflection, Tang San realized he was not lacking. Indeed, Soul Masters of the same age were hardly his match. The primary reason was that Hanley and his companions were exceptionally strong. Soon, it was Dai Mubai and Oscar's turn to compete. Oscar opted to maintain a low profile, remaining at the back, ready to provide restorative sausages for Dai Mubai when needed. Dai Mubai was immensely powerful, nearing a breakthrough to level 30, and with his top-tier beast martial spirit, he was nearly unmatched. Even when faced with a combined assault from 2 opponents, they could not shake Dai Mubai. He effortlessly led Oscar to an easy victory. During their first visit to the Grand Soul Arena, aside from Ma Hongjun's defeat, the rest of the matches were triumphs. Their spirits soared, finally allowing them a moment of pride. However, this elation was short-lived, as they inadvertently overheard discussions among the audience. Those 4 newcomers who appeared are quite remarkable, showcasing impressive strength at such a young age. They truly excel, but they still cannot compare to Hanley and Xiao Wu. "Brother, I just arrived today. I am unfamiliar with whom you refer to as Hanley and Xiao Wu. You must be quite uninformed." The 4 newcomers who graced the Grand Soul Arena a few days ago were nothing short of extraordinary. They are all relatively young and have participated in several matches, with not a single defeat. Are they truly that formidable? Hanley and Xiao Wu had amassed considerable fame within the arena, becoming well-known figures. Every spectator who mentioned them spoke with reverence and admiration, as though in their hearts, Hanley and Xiao Wu were invincible beings, the gods of the Grand Soul Arena. Upon hearing of Hanley and his companions' illustrious deeds, the good spirits of Dai Mubai and the others evaporated instantly, leaving them dispirited. Hanley loomed over them like a colossal mountain, suffocating their hopes. "Do not lose heart, everyone. Progress is made step by step, and meals are eaten one bite at a time. Though you may not yet be Hanley's match, who can say what the future holds?" Yu Xiaojiang reassured them. He too believed that surpassing Hanley would be a daunting challenge, yet he wished not to shatter the confidence they had painstakingly built. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, the two administrators of the Grand Seoul Arena, holding a slip of paper with an address, walked down the street. Soon, they arrived at the presidential suite of the Rose Hotel and cautiously knocked on the door. Are you, Hanley? We are representatives of the Grand Seoul Arena and wish to entrust you with a matter. May we enter to discuss it in detail? The leading man, clad in a black tailcoat and sporting black-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of refinement. Hanley opened the door, allowing them entry. Recently, several noble individuals have united to form a formidable team that has been ruthlessly dominating the Seoul Arena in Soto City, with no opponents to challenge them. These nobles consistently place significant bets on this team, reaping astronomical profits. If this situation continues to escalate unchecked, the Grand Seoul Arena may find itself teetering on the brink of closure. Subsequently, the person in charge disclosed all pertinent information about this team. They call themselves the Royal Team of Tiendo, comprising 7 members, with the captain being a formidable assault soul master, boasting a soul power level of 41. The others are all soul masters, ranging from 33 to 38 levels, and their strength is equally formidable. Moreover, this team possesses a well-rounded structure, integrating support, control, and defense soul masters, making them particularly challenging to confront. They arrived yesterday afternoon and have faced no adversaries in 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or even 7-person battles, rendering them virtually invincible. Surely, your Soul Arena has soul masters at the soul master level? Hanley inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, but their talents are rather mediocre, relying solely on age to accumulate experience. The youngest among them is already 25, with most being 30 or older, the person in charge replied. He continued, stating that the stakes for tomorrow's team battle would be substantial, which is precisely why the nobles brought the royal team of Tiendo here. Noticing Hanley's hesitation, the official assured him that this battle was not a life-or-death struggle. Should they find themselves outmatched, they could concede at any moment. The Seoul Arena would also assign personnel to ensure their safety, mitigating any risk to their lives. It was communicated that as long as he agreed to assist, the terms could be negotiated freely. Furthermore, the Seoul Arena would provide them with 3 additional 18-year-old Soul Master teammates, each at a minimum of 34 levels. Hanley closed his eyes in contemplation, recognizing that this presented an excellent opportunity for Xiao Wu and the others to hone their skills. Chapter 69. High Odds. Flandra exclaimed joyfully. The person in charge observed Hanley's expression closely and quietly asked, "What are your thoughts?" Hanley suddenly opened his eyes and nodded in agreement. Capitalizing on the moment of mutual elation, Hanley proposed his own conditions. "If we assist you in this matter, you must provide a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins." Only 10,000 gold soul coins? The official was taken aback, thinking it rather modest. The nobles earned far more than that from single match. Hanley refrained from further escalating his demands, stating he had another request. The Seoul Arena must agree to assist him with a particular matter whenever he requires it. The specifics of this matter remained undecided in Hanley's mind. Not a problem. No need to consult higher-ups. We can authorize that. The official readily agreed. Eager to engage with a promising talent like Hanley, which promised to be a mutually beneficial arrangement, Hanley abruptly stood, his demeanor serious. "I hope the Seoul Arena will always remember this favor and refrain from antagonizing me in the future. I am aware of the formidable forces backing the Seoul Arena, but our 7 Treasures glazed tile school is not to be trifled with." Hanley was keen to avoid a situation where he would be easily victimized. Thus a prudent warning was warranted. "Such words are unnecessary. From now on, you shall be our esteemed VIPs at the Seoul Arena, receiving the highest level of treatment, be it in Soto City or any other locale," the official assured him without hesitation. Time passed swiftly. The following afternoon, the Soto City Seoul Arena was bustling with spectators. The stands filled to capacity. Prior to the match, various factions placed their bets on the anticipated victor. The nobles eagerly wagered on the royal team of Tiendo, as they had painstakingly arranged for their participation. While the odds for Hanley's team were high, many hesitated to bet on their victory, given the significant disparity in strength between the two teams. However, Hanley and his companions were not without supporters. Fans who had taken notice of Hanley's team in recent days placed their bets, confident in their success. Following their prior training, Hanley's group had gained considerable renown. Zhu Zhuqing's victory as a great soul master against a lower-ranked soul master was widely discussed, and Xiao Wu was equally celebrated for her ability to challenge higher-ranked soul masters, especially after she had previously defeated a 38-level soul master in the Grand Arena. This time, their adversary was a 41-level soul master, and while the difference in soul power was not insurmountable, merely an additional soul skill, there remained a chance for them to triumph against the odds. Among the underestimated team was a support soul master from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, who could provide unparalleled assistance to her teammates, significantly narrowing the gap between Xiao Wu and the royal team's captain. Some knowledgeable spectators speculated that during the match, this support soul master would effectively mitigate the disparity in power, allowing for closer contest. As for the young man named Hanley, his depths were inscrutable. Although he lacked a record of defeating a higher-ranked soul master like Xiao Wu, he had approached each match with remarkable ease. We have reason to believe he has reserved his strength. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he likely possesses the capability to challenge a higher-ranked soul master, the audience fervently discussed, their excitement amplifying the anticipation surrounding the battle. The Seoul Arena had extensively promoted this match, with everyone from top to bottom placing immense importance on it. In truth, the staff at the Seoul Arena felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain of the outcome. They hoped Hanley and his team would at least provide a significant challenge to the royal team of Tiendo, rather than being easily overwhelmed. Flandra, leading the Shrek Academy members, arrived early at the arena to train, well aware of the upcoming match. Ecstatic, Flandra approached the counter, pulling out his entire fortune totaling 1,000 gold soul coins, intent on making a grand wager. Feeling that it was insufficient, he eagerly scavenged additional coins from Yu Xiaojiang, Zhao Wujin, Dai Mu Bai, and Tang San, all to bet on Han Li's victory. The members of Shrek Academy did not attempt to dissuade Flandra. On the contrary, they wholeheartedly supported his actions. To them, Han Li was so formidable that he could effortlessly dispatch any of them, ensuring that victory was bound to be theirs. Watch closely. After this battle, many will suffer significant losses, and I shall be the greatest beneficiary, Flandra exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with visions of gold. The announcer took the microphone, raising it high above the arena, and proclaimed loudly, "Please welcome both teams to the stage." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the royal team of Tiendo and Han Li's team emerged from opposite aisles, positioning themselves on either end of the arena, ready to face off. Let the match commence. The members of the royal team of Tiendo adopted an air of superiority, seemingly dismissing their opponents entirely. Their captain, Wang Tianzhu, unleashed his martial soul, summoning a magnificent dragon that erupted behind him amidst a flurry of sparks. 4 soul rings illuminated beneath his feet, showcasing his 41-level soul power. My goodness, is it a fire dragon martial soul? I know, it is a powerful beast martial soul, second only to the fire dragon itself, endowed with terrifying might. No wonder he has reached the soul master realm at such a young age. The audience erupted into cheers. Such a formidable martial soul was a rare sight, and this display alone made the price of admission worthwhile. In the ensuing moments, the members of the Tiendo Royal Battle Team simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, illuminating their soul rings. A glance across the field revealed that, aside from the support role, standing at level 33, all 5 of the others boasted soul power exceeding 35, with the highest reaching an impressive 38. Hanley, however, was not to be outdone as he showcased his own martial spirit and soul rings, although in comparison, their display seemed somewhat lacking. Led by Hanley, the 5 were all soul masters, with 3 newly joined members comprising one at level 35 and the other 2 at 34, all of whom were battle soul masters, barely holding their own. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqin and Ning Rongrong were merely great soul masters. Is this the best the Great Soul Arena could conjure? When compared to us, they hardly seem to belong to the same echelon, the members from Tiendo Royal Academy arrogantly remarked. Suddenly, the vice-captain, Yi Tiantian, exclaimed in astonishment, "What? That martial spirit! She is of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's direct lineage." Ning Rongrong's presence took them by surprise, yet they harbored little concern, for she was still below level 30, incapable of causing significant turmoil. The only caution was to refrain from harming Ning Rongrong, as they had no desire to provoke the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 70. Astonishment at failing to overcome such weak opponents. Is there truly no young soul master left in Soto City? Even great soul masters have been dispatched to merely fill the ranks? The Tiendo side could not help but mock. Numerous spectators echoed their skepticism towards Han Li's lineup, finding the 2 second-ring great soul masters too conspicuous. Unable to comprehend why the arena insisted on featuring them, such a vast disparity in strength could only detract from the spectacle of the battle. Hanley, disinterested in squandering words on these ignorant individuals, began to direct the team with purpose. Ning Rongrong was stationed at the rear as support, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqin, and the 3 battle soul masters charged forth, each showcasing their unique abilities. As for Han Li, he meandered leisurely across the arena, appearing to outsiders as though he had already surrendered. Han Li intended to provide Xiao Wu and the others ample space to hone their skills. Thus, he had no plans to unleash his full potential just yet. However, the ranged soul masters from the opposing team unleashed their soul techniques, bombarding Han Li and simultaneously targeting Ning Rongrong in an attempt to sever her support. "I have no desire to intervene. Do not force my hand," Han Li mumbled softly. With a casual flick of his scythe, he effortlessly deflected all incoming attacks, ensuring Ning Rongrong's safety. Relieved, Ning Rongrong fully channeled her soul techniques to assist Xiao Wu and the others. 7 treasures glazed tile, 7 treasures renowned. First in strength, second in speed. In an instant, the power and speed of Xiao Wu and her comrades surged by 20%. With each soul ring acquired by the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, A new enhancement was granted, concurrently amplifying all previous soul techniques by 10%. This is precisely why the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda is celebrated as the foremost support-type martial spirit on the continent. By the time Hanley reached the center of the arena, Xiao Wu and the others had already engaged in fierce combat. The Royal Do team had dispatched 5 members, with the remaining 2 positioned at the back, a support and the earlier ranged attacker targeting Hanley and Ning Rongrong. Even when faced with seemingly weaker opponents, the Royal Do maintained impeccable organization and order, explaining their continual victories. Empowered by Ning Rongrong's support, Xiao Wu ensnared Wang Tianzhu, a level 41 Soul Master. Wang Tianzhu's Fire Dragon martial spirit was exceedingly domineering, his offensive capabilities formidable. Yet, Xiao Wu rarely engaged him head-on, instead utilizing her speed to outmaneuver him. This strategy rendered Wang Tianzhu unable to unleash his full power, resulting in a balanced exchange where neither side gained a distinct advantage. Zhu Zhuqing faced a level 35 Soul Master who, perceiving her as a mere Great Soul Master, initially underestimated her, aiming for a quick victory to assist his teammates. However, as the battle progressed, he increasingly sensed something amiss. How could this Great Soul Master possess such formidable combat prowess? The 3 newly joined Soul Masters found themselves under considerable pressure. Although they were seasoned through training in the Great Soul Arena, their opponents exceeded their expectations. At the outset, witnessing their 2 Great Soul Masters had left them gasping, bewildered as to why they were teamed with such individuals. Particularly, Han Li's languid demeanor intensified their dissatisfaction. Had it not been for the commencement of the match, they might have erupted in protest. Yet, as the conflict escalated, Xiao Wu successfully held her ground against the level 41 Soul Master, and with Ning Rongrong's assistance. They fought on equal footing, neither side yielding an inch. Their haphazardly assembled team did not falter as anticipated, surprising even themselves. The Royal Do team members were utterly astonished. They had expected to sweep through their opponents effortlessly, yet the latter had adeptly weathered their initial onslaught. Spectators from all directions were equally taken aback. What was transpiring? The staff of the Great Soul Arena collectively exhaled, their hopes rekindled, as they began to anticipate Han Li taking down several members of the Royal Do team, thus restoring the arena's prestige and avenging their earlier humiliation. Flander and the others from Shrek Academy were acutely aware of Han Li's formidable strength and were the only spectators unfazed by the unfolding events. Why do I feel that Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing appear even fiercer than before? Dai Mubai remarked weakly. Indeed, I have noticed as well, and Han Li has been deliberately concealing his power, moving at a leisurely pace, Tang San concurred. Even as Han Li concealed his true strength, his role remained pivotal. He not only restrained the opposing ranged Soul Masters, but also disrupted their support. In critical moments, Han Li could even provide timely assistance to his 3 Soul Masters. The intensity of the battle escalated, both sides locked in a stalemate, each depleting their soul power significantly. Damn it, why can't we secure a victory? Ye Tiantian exclaimed impatiently. We have sailed smoothly up to this point, yet we encounter trouble here, Wang Tianzhu lamented. Their opponents, seemingly so weak, had proven exceptionally resilient, and despite the time spent, they had yet to inflict any casualties upon the enemy. If we cannot best such feeble adversaries, how will we ever compete in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament? Wang Tianzhu expressed his dissatisfaction vehemently. Tianzhu, let's go all out. Ye Tiantian shouted. Under the leadership of the captain and vice-captain, the Royal Do team began an all-out offensive. Their combat effectiveness surged several-fold as they disregarded the excessive consumption of soul power and stamina, eager to conclude this humiliating battle swiftly. Hanley Sida. The 35-level Soul Master held his ground against a 38-level counterpart for a prolonged duration, but began to feel the strain. It was evident to the discerning that defeat was imminent. It was merely a matter of time. Yet, he remained unperturbed, satisfied to have endured for so long. Hanley glanced toward the other 2 34-level Soul Masters, who similarly struggled to maintain their positions. Were it not for Han Li's nearby support, intermittently harassing their opponents, they would have fallen long ago. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, however, provided Han Li with great reassurance, as they fought vigorously, remaining unyielded. Observing the entire battlefield, Han Li addressed Xiao Wu. It is time. Xiao Wu swiftly comprehended the situation, unhesitatingly activating her 3rd soul skill, instantaneous movement, launching an unexpected assault on Zhu Zhuqing's opponent. Zhu Zhuqing followed suit seamlessly, and together, they delivered a decisive blow that rendered their adversary unconscious. Simultaneously, the system advanced, granting each of the 2 women the ability to sacrifice 6 months of lifespan for the 35-level Soul Masters. Wang Tianzhu was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating Xiao Wu's sudden disappearance. By the time he regained his senses, his teammate had already been incapacitated. Chapter 71. A single punch sends the Royal Combat Team captain flying. Wang Tianzhu sought to provide support, but it was evident that he was already too late. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing vanished once more, this time targeting 2 of their own 34-level Soul Masters for assistance. with their inherent speed, augmented by Ning Rongrong's support. The two women danced across the battlefield like ethereal sprites, elusive and unpredictable. A sense of dread enveloped the Royal Combat Team's ranged Soul Master as panic set in. He attempted to pinpoint the whereabouts of the two women to thwart their assault on his teammates. His eyes darted incessantly, but despite his best efforts, he could not discern their positions or trajectories. As long as I am here, you shall not ambush them, Hanley declared as he intercepted the ranged Soul Master. Furthermore, he seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of blade energy toward Wang Tianzhu, hindering his ability to provide timely support. Hanley simultaneously restrained two members of the Royal Combat Team, exacerbating their plight. Seizing the moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exerted their strength, effortlessly overwhelming the two opposing team members, each capable of sacrificing 6 months of lifespan. You two retreat and rest, Hanley suddenly instructed the newly arrived 34-level Soul Masters. Though momentarily bewildered, they complied, retreating to the safety of Ning Rongrong's side. Recognizing the favorable turn of events as Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing displayed formidable prowess. After enduring intense combat, their soul power and stamina were nearly depleted, rendering them ineffective on the front lines. The 38-level Yi Tian sensed impending doom. The sudden shift in the tide of battle caught her off guard, and she instinctively realized that she was now the primary target of the enemy's assault. Wang Tianzhu, the ranged Soul Master, and the support Soul Master shared the same awareness and rushed to provide assistance. However, none of this escaped Han Li's keen observation. With a slight maneuver, he disrupted the efforts of the 3 members of the Royal Combat Team, keeping them at bay. Seeing the situation unfold, the support Soul Master, Zhou Shui Ro, hastily activated her soul skill to aid Yi Tian. Her martial soul, a rare daffodil, was renowned as one of the most powerful healing martial souls. The daffodil emitted a gentle glow, enveloping Yi Tian. Yet at that moment, Xiao Wu surged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks on Yi Tian. As a control-type Soul Master, Yi Tian's close combat capabilities paled in comparison to Wang Tianzhu's, and soon she found herself retreating under Xiao Wu's onslaught. Unable to withstand the assault, in a desperate bid, Yi Tian hastily retreated, seeking to unleash her soul skill and utilize poison to strike at Xiao Wu. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu's speed was too great. In the blink of an eye, she evaded Yi Tian's poison and found an opportunity to close in. This is bad, Yi Tian thought, her expression reflecting imminent crisis. Xiao Wu's individual showcase commenced. With a swift kick, she sent Yi Tian soaring into the air, activating her first soul skill, Waist Bow, and combining it with her agile techniques, delivering a crushing blow to Yi Tian. Moments later, Yi Tian crashed to the ground, unable to rise. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing was not idle. She stealthily approached the rear of the Royal Combat Team, fixating her gaze on Zhou Shui Ro. Given Zhou Shui Ro's formidable healing abilities, failing to subdue her quickly would spell significant trouble. As she sprinted, Zhu Zhuqing devised a strategy, first to defeat Zhou Shui Ro, then to capitalize on that momentum to take down the ranged Soul Master. You dare lay hands on Tian, I will kill you, Wang Tianzhu roared in a fit of rage. With 3 of their members already down, yet not a single opponent had fallen, the humiliation was unbearable. In a frenzy, Wang Tianzhu charged at the nearest target, Hanley. In that moment, Hanley, isolated and vulnerable, appeared to be an opportune target to eliminate. Despite his fury, Wang Tianzhu retained a modicum of rationality. He bellowed, fully unleashing his power, intent on delivering a lethal strike. The spectators gasped at the scene unfolding before them. Some children, accompanying their parents to witness the battle, were so frightened that they began to cry. Was the captain of the Royal Combat Team truly going to kill someone in the arena? The atmosphere in the arena shifted dramatically. Those present had vowed to protect Hanley at all costs, and they could not allow any harm to befall him. As they prepared to intervene, Hanley calmly waved a hand toward them, a faint smile gracing his lips. Flinder and the others remained unperturbed, having discerned that Hanley's primary objective was to train the 3 women, deliberately concealing his true strength. If he were to unleash his full potential, he could easily overwhelm the Royal Combat Team single-handedly. How formidable is this Royal Combat Team? Dai Mubai and Tang San remarked in unison. Witnessing their prowess only intensified the pressure on them. They resolved to strive harder to avoid being left behind. Just in time, Hanley stata nonchalantly. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and, with a subtle motion, sent Wang Tianzhu staggering backward. The entire arena, aside from the members of Shrek Academy, was left in stunned silence. Mouths agape in disbelief. How can this be? The audience at Soto's Soul Arena, including prominent figures from the Spirit Hall, were astounded. They had not anticipated Han Li's depth of concealment or the extent of his power. Is this young disciple from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School truly such a prodigy? If such a remarkable talent were to slip through the fingers of the Spirit Hall, they would undoubtedly resort to extreme measures. They believed Hanley to be associated with the prestigious seven-treasure glazed tile school, which tempered their inclination to act rashly. Even if they had ulterior motives, they understood the necessity of handling the situation with utmost care. I have reported on Hanley and his companions to the Spirit Hall headquarters. The course of action, whether to eliminate or spare them, rests entirely with the judgment of the Pope. The Hall Master addressed the individuals beside him, noting that due to the considerable distance to the Spirit Hall, no response had yet been received. In the audience, the hidden disciples of the seven-treasure glazed tile school marveled at Hanley's strength, noting that a 30-something level soul master could repel a 41-level soul sect member. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for the young master to befriend such a prodigious talent. Elder Jian, what is your perspective on this? Several disciples inquired, glancing toward the elderly figure with flowing white hair behind them. This individual was Elder Jian Daochen, a renowned sword de law in the Soul Master community. He had arrived after receiving reports of Hanley, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong's astonishing performance in the arena, having just made it in time for this match. This young man is remarkably powerful, the sword de law remarked slowly. He had observed the entire match and noted that prior to this moment, Hanley had not displayed any particularly impressive feats, appearing rather ordinary. Chapter 72. The Royal Combat Team is merely a bunch of novices. Based on what he observed, the sword fighting de law initially believed that Xiao Wu was the strongest, only to be astonished by the prowess exhibited by Hanley at this moment. This young man harbors a profound depth. The sword fighting de law could not help but exclaim. Unbeknownst to them, even now, Hanley had not exerted his full strength, otherwise the 41st ranked Wang Tianzhu would not have merely staggered back a few steps. A punch delivered by Hanley at full power could easily render Wang Tianzhu incapacitated, leaving him devoid of consciousness. Throughout this battle, Hanley adhered to the principle of refraining from action unless absolutely necessary, thereby allowing the stage to be dominated by Xiao Wu and her two companions. Xiao Wu and her allies desperately required practical combat experience, as well as the substantial rewards that victory would yield. At this juncture, Hanley's soul power had surpassed level 60, creating a significant disparity with the royal fighting team. Even if he triumphed, he would not secure any commendable reward. Wang Tianzhu found himself questioning his very existence, utterly perplexed as to how Hanley had managed to send him flying with a single punch. The opponent was, after all, merely a soul master at the initial rank, and logically, he should not possess such strength. As he cast another glance at Hanley, a newfound wariness crept into his gaze. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing successfully vanquished the adversaries before them. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, allow Rongrong to assist you in taking down that fellow, Hanley called out loudly, pointing towards Wang Tianzhu, who was not far off. The royal fighting team is merely a bunch of novices. Soul power does not equate to everything, Hanley pronounced deliberately. Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Had such a statement been made previously, it is likely that no one except those from Shrek Academy would have believed it. Yet now, it was regarded as an undeniable truth. The Spirit Arena, the Hall of Spirits, and the seven-treasure glazed tile school, including the sword fighting doll, along with various scattered soul masters, were all taken aback, truly having their eyes open this day. Following this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances and charged towards Wang Tianzhu. Ning Rongrong's assistance was as formidable as ever, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of the two girls, with both their strength and speed visibly augmented. The ferocious onslaught, combined with their agile movements, left Wang Tianzhu in a position of helplessness as he endured a barrage of attacks that he could scarcely withstand. Moments later, Xiao Wu launched a frontal assault with great momentum, prompting Wang Tianzhu to instinctively raise his arms in defense. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Zhuqing had stealthily maneuvered behind him and landed a powerful kick. Caught completely off guard, Wang Tianzhu felt a searing pain shoot through his back as he sustained an injury. You lack martial ethics, attacking two against one, Wang Tianzhu exclaimed in frustration. Who told you to be the strongest? Moreover, you cannot find any allies to assist you now, Xiao Wu retorted with a cold snort. Immediately after, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing unleashed a relentless assault, channeling a significant amount of soul power with the intent to decisively defeat Wang Tianzhu. Given that Wang Tianzhu was already in a precarious state, he found it increasingly difficult to fend off both opponents, falling deeper into a disadvantageous position. He could only defend against one attack at a time, unable to manage both assailants simultaneously. Before long, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to employ her agile techniques, executing a spinning jump that sent Wang Tianzhu crashing to the ground. Zhu Zhuqing quickly joined in, delivering several additional kicks. Though Wang Tianzhu attempted to struggle, he ultimately succumbed and lost consciousness. Having defeated Wang Tianzhu, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were able to exchange for a year's worth of lifespan. Throughout this team battle, every confrontation and every foe they vanquished bore the influence of Ning Rongrong. Without her support, their victory would not have been so seamless. The 7 members of the royal fighting team all possessed soul power levels superior to Ning Rongrong, and she accrued a total of 4 years of lifespan. Hanley exchanged this lifespan for 4 levels of soul power, elevating Ning Rongrong's level to an astonishing 36. Subsequently, Hanley rewarded the other 2 girls as well, granting Xiao Wu 1 level of soul power, raising her to 40, and giving Zhu Zhuqing 2 levels, advancing her to 37. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had a small amount of lifespan left to exchange, but were unable to convert it for another level of soul power. So Hanley did not intervene. At this moment, the entire spirit arena was enveloped in a profound silence, a palpable hush settling over the crowd. Were it not for their own eyes bearing witness, it is doubtful anyone would believe the outcome they had just witnessed. After a brief interval, the audience began to regain their composure, and thunderous cheers erupted. Hanley, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong. The spectators chanted their names, filled with admiration for them. Flander laughed heartily, his heart brimming with joy as he hurried towards the counter to collect his winnings. He had made up his mind to treat Hanley and the others to a lavish feast with this newfound wealth, thereby deepening their camaraderie. I have errands to attend to shortly. You all should return to the academy for a meal. Flander waved his hand dismissively. He was not keen on treating Dai Mubai and the others to an extravagant dinner, considering it a waste of money. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Spirit Arena, and those who had won their bets were all elated, while only those from the Hall of Spirits bore expressions of concern. Additionally, the nobleman who had placed hefty bets and the leading instructor of the royal fighting team were equally displeased, verging on despondency. Elder Jian, should we seek an audience with the young master? A disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School cautiously inquired. The sword-fighting Delaw shook his head, dismissing the notion. Their sole responsibility was to covertly protect Ning Rongrong. As Hanley and the others stepped down from the stage, they were greeted by the smiling face of Flander. Your performance today was nothing short of exceptional. I was applauding loudly from the stands. Congratulations to you all, Flander expressed warmly. To celebrate your victory, I have decided to treat you to a grand feast, he added, eager to ingratiate himself. With someone voluntarily offering to host a meal, Hanley found no reason to refuse, and he nodded in agreement. Before departing, they approached the counter to claim their gold coin rewards. A staff member presented a storage soul guide to Hanley, containing 10,000 gold soul coins within. Thank you immensely, Hanley. I humbly extend an invitation for you to join the Spirit Arena, the previous official said respectfully. Joining is out of the question, but I will certainly return for future competitions, Hanley replied. With Flander, a soul sage, backing them, and the support of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Spirit Arena personnel made no further moves, merely expressing a desire for increased cooperation. Exiting the Spirit Arena, Flander beckoned everyone to dine, and they selected a high-end restaurant along the bustling streets. Bring us a selection of your finest and most expensive signature dishes, Flander instructed. Oh my, Director Flander, what has prompted this sudden generosity? I can hardly recognize you, Hanley teased, unable to contain his amusement. Such is the nature of hospitality. When treating guests, one must provide the best. Furthermore, you are all still in your growing years, so nutrition must not be neglected, Flander replied. Chapter 73, The Quest for Soul Rings. Flander found himself at a loss for the whereabouts of certain individuals. Naturally, Flander did not disclose his substantial financial gains from Hanley and the others, as doing so would undermine his sincerity. However, Hanley immediately deduced that Flander, aware of his capabilities, would not miss out on a guaranteed profit opportunity. With Hanley possessing 10,000 gold coins from the Spirit Arena, he had no need to gamble. Before long, the waitstaff began to serve an array of fresh and delectable dishes, the aromas wafting temptingly through the air. They chatted and laughed as they savored this splendid feast. Meanwhile, the sword-fighting Delaw did not rush to depart, but sought out individuals from the Spirit Arena and the Hall of Spirits. I advise you to refrain from harboring any ill intentions towards those children. My sword does not discern between friend and foe, and you are well aware of the consequences that await you. As the warning was issued, the sword Delaw exuded an overwhelming aura of oppression, accompanied by a palpable sense of murderous intent. The individuals present were immediately struck with fear, trembling at the realization of the true identity of their opponent. When one thinks of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and its swordsmanship, it inevitably brings to mind the figure renowned as the continent's most formidable attack, Doloa, Jiandao Chenxin. Esteemed senior, we harbor no such thoughts. Please judge us fairly. They pleaded in desperation. That is for the best. With that, the sword Doloa elegantly flicked his sleeves and departed. The onlookers broke into a cold sweat, acutely aware that if the sword Delaw were to harbor murderous intent towards them, none would be able to escape. Is this the sense of oppression brought forth by the continent's pinnacle of power? Truly terrifying. After a hearty meal, Hanley and his companions bid farewell to Flinder, intending to return to their hotel. Will you be visiting the Soul Arena tomorrow? Flinder inquired, seemingly reluctant to part ways with them. However, Hanley shook his head, indicating that the 3 ladies had expended considerable energy in today's battle and would be resting the following day. Very well. Do let me know when you head to the Grand Soul Arena, Flinder said with a smile. Hanley did not refuse, although Flinder could be somewhat verbose. He treated them well enough that they could tolerate his company. The next day, Hanley and his companions devoted themselves to recuperation. By the dawn of the third day, a pale hue graced the distant sky as the sun began to rise. Flinder, having received no news, assumed that Hanley and the others continued to rest and thus did not rise early. Unbeknownst to him, Hanley and his companions had already left the hotel, renting a carriage to depart from Soto City. Their destination was the Star-Do Great Forest. In recent times, the three ladies had made remarkable progress, significantly enhancing their soul power, and it was time for them to acquire their soul rings. After the previous day's upheaval caused by the Sword de Loa, the Soul Masters tasked with monitoring Hanley and his companions at the Soul Arena and the Spirit Hall were frightened away and dared not pursue them further. As they journeyed in the carriage, which was somewhat bumpy, Hanley opened the window for fresh air and sensed a familiar presence. He was well aware that individuals from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had been discreetly guarding them, and today was no exception. However, Hanley chose not to acknowledge this, as it provided them with considerable support, and they could seek assistance in times of need. Meanwhile, at the Rose Hotel, Flinder, having awoken, sought to invite Hanley and his companions to lunch. After knocking at the door for some time with no response, he inquired at the front desk, only to discover that Hanley and the others had checked out. Flinder felt a surge of irritation. Why had they not informed him of their departure? After expending much effort to find them, he was left empty-handed and reluctantly returned to Shrek Academy. How peculiar! Where could these children have gone? He muttered to himself. Could they possibly have gone to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? If I cannot locate them later, I shall pay a visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Hanley and his companions encountered little difficulty on their journey and soon arrived at the outskirts of the Star-Do Great Forest, where a well-developed commercial street bustled with various shops. They'd chosen in to have a meal and rest for a while. Perhaps due to their prolonged period of tension, Xiao Wu and the others appeared particularly exhilarated, joyfully indulging in merriment. Unbeknownst to them, as night fell, they realized it would be too late to venture into the forest today. We shall rest here for the night and set out in the morning, Hanley stated calmly. Time passed swiftly, and the following morning, Hanley and his companions cautiously entered the Star-Do Great Forest. As Ning Rongrong was a support-type soul master, they unanimously decided to first obtain a suitable soul ring for her. After a period of searching, they located a 1,000-year-old defensive soul beast. I have yet to acquire anything that enhances my defense. I want this one, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Are you all right with facing a 1,000-year soul beast? Hanley inquired, looking at Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Without hesitation, the two ladies nodded and immediately charged forward to launch a fierce assault. With their astonishing speed, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes upon the soul beast. Unfortunately, its defenses were exceedingly formidable, even with Ning Rongrong's power enhancement. They failed to deliver a fatal blow. Observing the situation, Hanley decided to intervene personally. Not that he doubted the capability of the two ladies. They certainly could defeat the beast on their own, but it would require significantly more time. In the next moment, Hanley gripped his sharp scythe and leaped into action. With a swift strike, the soul beast's exterior shattered. Following that, Hanley executed a fluid series of moves, swiftly dispatching the soul beast, rendering it incapable of further resistance. Rongrong, go ahead and absorb the soul ring, Hanley instructed calmly. Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding, stepping forward to claim the soul beast's essence. A shimmering purple soul ring began to rise slowly. Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling her soul power and regulating her breathing. Under the protective watch of her companions, Ning Rongrong successfully absorbed the 1,000-year soul ring, elevating her soul power to level 37. The soul skill she acquired was, of course, a defensive enhancement ability. I sense a soul beast in the southeast, approximately 40 degrees, that is very suitable for me, Xiao Wu suddenly remarked, deep in thought. Let's hurry there, Ning Rongrong said cheerfully, eager to seize the opportunity to showcase her newly comprehended third soul skill. No need. That soul beast closely resembles my martial spirit and will flee at the slightest disturbance, making it difficult to pursue. I can handle this alone. With those words, Xiao Wu darted into the dense forest, vanishing from sight. Hanley extended his senses towards the distance and found no sign of the soul beast Xiao Wu had described, leading him to suspect she might be deceiving them. It seemed likely she intended to employ her cunning once more, seeking a secluded place to independently acquire a soul ring, a talent possessed by soul beasts that had transformed into humanoid forms over 10,000 years. Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat anxious. The Star-Do Great Forest is exceedingly dangerous. Hanley, should we follow Xiao Wu to protect her? There's no need. Xiao Wu is quite agile and can escape even in perilous situations. You need not worry. Despite Hanley's reassurances, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong remained visibly uneasy, fearing for Xiao Wu's safety. Chapter 74. An unexpected delight, triggering additional rewards. Before long, Xiao Wu returned, bouncing with joy and unharmed. Xiao Wu, you frightened us terribly. Please do not wander off like that again, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, still shaken. Xiao Wu nodded, secretly contemplating her next opportunity to employ the same trick, while outwardly displaying her newly acquired fourth soul ring. Upon obtaining her fourth soul ring, Xiao Wu's soul power level rose to 41. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing hurried to congratulate her. Simultaneously, Hanley received a notification from his system. Ding! Detected that the host assisted Ning Rongrong in elevating from Great Soul Master to Soul Sovereign, with significant contribution, rewarding an increase of 1 level in soul power and a 5,000-year soul ring, which can be exchanged for 5 years of lifespan. Ding! Detected that the host assisted Xiao Wu in advancing from Soul Sovereign to Soul Sect, with significant contribution, rewarding a 10,000-year soul ring and an exceptionally rare external soul bone, which can be exchanged for 5 years of lifespan. Hanley's face lit up with joy, as he had not anticipated that aiding others in enhancing their strength would yield such rewarding benefits. His soul power level ascended to 66, accompanied by an impressive array of treasures. The unexpected reward of an external soul bone left Hanley utterly astonished. In the realm of soul masters, the commonly recognized soul bones are categorized into 6 types: trunk bone, skull bone, right arm bone, left leg bone, and right leg bone. The external soul bone is a unique variant, regarded as the pinnacle of soul bones. Typically, external soul bones are rare and elusive, making them difficult for ordinary individuals to encounter. Subsequently, Hanley continued to explore the Stardoe forest with the 3 young women, specifically seeking soul beasts over 3,000 years old. Although the 3 intended to engage in battle together, Hanley called out to them, instructing, "You two return. Let Zhu Zhuqing fight alone." Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were quite perplexed by this decision, yet they chose to heed Hanley's advice, standing at a distance to observe without intervening. Over the next 2 days, Zhu Zhuqing triumphantly defeated several soul beasts of comparable strength. Such formidable opponents proved to be quite challenging for her, and without Ning Rongrong's support, each battle was arduous. However, after this rigorous training, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power surged by 3 levels, reaching the critical threshold of 40. I have actually reached level 40. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed with exhilaration. The initial plan was to seize this opportunity to acquire her 3rd soul ring, yet this turn of events might even allow her to obtain a 4th. The 3 women finally grasped Hanley's thoughtful intentions. It was evident that Hanley had discerned Zhu Zhuqing's imminent advancement, thus opting for her to combat solo, leading to her rapid enhancement in soul power. Next, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn to obtain a soul ring. Hanley, with his discerning eye, selected 2 soul beasts that were particularly suitable for her, successfully completing her 2 soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing's soul power level skyrocketed to 41, truly astonishing. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has assisted Zhu Zhuqing in advancing from Great Soul Master to Soul Sect. Reward: 1 level increase in soul power, and all soul rings years increased by 2,000. An additional reward included a martial soul fusion skill that could siphon 5 years of Zhu Zhuqing's lifespan. For Hanley, this bounty was equally generous, elevating him to level 67. His 6th soul ring, previously 5,000 years old, was upgraded to 8,000 years, and now Hanley resolved to replace it with a 10,000-year soul ring. Instantly, the purple soul ring transformed into a menacing black. Hanley's 4th and 5th soul rings were both 10,000-year rings, while the first 3 remained at 1,000 years. In due time, he anticipated their elevation to 10,000 years, even 100,000. Given some time, if Hanley were to reveal 9 soul rings of 100,000 years, it would undoubtedly instill fear in others. Having all acquired satisfying soul rings, should we not return? Ning Rongrong inquired gently. Hanley shook his head, revealing he had further plans. Rongrong, Zhuqing, do you know why Xiao Wu is so strong? Is it because her talent is superior? Ning Rongrong speculated. No, your talents are not vastly disparate. The reason she consistently outshines you is that she has trained here with me for a period. Hanley elucidated, providing the correct answer. The Stardoe Forest is a treacherous place, fraught with danger. However, it undeniably serves as an excellent training ground. In the Grand Soul arena, the opponents encountered are primarily human soul masters who seldom fight to the death, unlike here, where the ferocious soul beasts are intent on claiming the lives of soul masters. In such perilous circumstances, soul masters are more likely to unlock their latent potential, enabling them to surpass their limits and become stronger. From now on, for the next 2 days, I will not accompany you. You must confront all threats here on your own, Hanley stated impassively. On the periphery of the Stardoe Forest, the soul beasts present were relatively weaker, and the trio of young women was formidable. As long as they did not encounter soul beasts exceeding 5,000 years in age, they faced little danger. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong understood that Hanley's actions were for their benefit, and thus they obediently nodded, without a hint of complaint. Sword Law and the members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had been lurking in the shadows, concealing their presence while secretly observing Hanley and his companions' every move. Upon hearing Hanley's words, they were all taken aback. Ning Rongrong held the title of Little Demoness within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Due to her status as the Sect Master's daughter, few dared to provoke her, resulting in her having no substantial friends. Now, witnessing Ning Rongrong's growth and her newfound friendships filled them with genuine happiness. Ning Fengji's decision was indeed wise. Only by allowing Rongrong to leave the sheltered confines of the sect could she experience such significant growth, Sword Doluo murmured. All credit for this transformation went to Hanley. Sword Doluo regarded Hanley as remarkably mature for his age, exceptionally skilled, and contemplated making an effort to cultivate a relationship with him in the future. Gaining such talent would greatly benefit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Time flew swiftly, and the 2-day period came to an end. The three young women returned to the designated meeting spot to reunite with Hanley. During these 2 days, they had defeated numerous soul beasts of over 1,000 years in age, accumulating a wealth of practical combat experience while refining their teamwork. That's sufficient. There is an old saying, people strive to ascend, while water flows downward. Now that you're growing stronger, it is time to face even greater adversaries. Following this, Hanley led Xiaowu and the 3 young women deeper into the Stardow Forest. The deeper they ventured, the more formidable the soul beasts became. Not long after, they encountered a 10,000-year soul beast, a colossal bear, whose roar could send nearby soul beasts fleeing. Hanley signaled to the 3 young women to advance and engage in battle. Ning Rongrong remained at the rear, activating her martial soul to bestow 3 attribute enhancements upon her companions. Chapter 75. Unable to comprehend, Sword Doluo intervened. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing split their actions, launching a ferocious assault on the soul beast from different directions. Unfortunately, the beast's thick fur and robust physique rendered it impervious to their attacks, enduring several waves without faltering. To the soul beast, Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing's strikes were akin to mere tickles. Infuriated, the 10,000-year soul beast swung its powerful shoulders, unleashing a gust that forcefully repelled the 2 young women. From the battle, it was evident that the trio lacked experience in combating such large soul beasts. The prolonged struggle rapidly drained their soul power. If this continued, they risked becoming the soul beast's dinner. Hanley swiftly charged forward, wielding a glimmering scythe. The soul beast sensed the danger emanating from Hanley and attempted to strike him down with its powerful arms. Hanley adeptly evaded the beast's clutches, skillfully maneuvering to its side. With relentless strikes, the scythe carved through the beast's flesh, producing dazzling sparks. Most 10,000-year soul beasts possess a degree of intelligence. Recognizing Hanley as a formidable opponent, it attempted to ram into a nearby tree. In the soul beast's mind, this was a strategic retreat for Hanley. However, just then, Hanley pivoted, positioning himself behind the beast, the scythe poised for a decisive strike. Enraged, the soul beast raised its arms and let out a thunderous roar, unleashing an astounding force that sent Xiaowu and the others flying. Only Hanley remained motionless. It turned out that he had taken the initiative, gripping his blade tightly as he plunged it into the soul beast's body, stabilizing his stance. Without granting the soul beast a moment to contemplate, Hanley unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving the creature severely wounded. Ultimately, the soul beast could no longer endure and collapsed heavily to the ground. Thank goodness for you, Hanley. The 3 women sighed in relief. You must learn from your past mistakes. I have already demonstrated that when confronting a physically formidable soul beast, one should focus on attacking a single point. Continuous assault on that area will render it a weakness. Hanley expounded like a seasoned instructor. The 3 women absorbed his teachings earnestly, confident that one day they would prove beneficial. In future encounters with similar soul beasts, while they still faced considerable challenges, they no longer appeared as bewildered as before. However, the opportunities for their training became increasingly scarce, as the soul beasts they encountered grew ever stronger. Hanley took on these challenges alone, and when he began to feel overwhelmed, he would have Ning Rongrong assist him. Over the past few days, with his scythe in hand and Ning Rongrong's support, Hanley had vanquished several powerful 10,000-year soul beasts. Those lurking in the shadows, including Sword Doluo, were astounded. If memory served correctly, Hanley had registered as a 3-ring soul master in the Great Soul Arena. When had a mere soul master begun to single-handedly defeat 10,000-year soul beasts? Throughout his training, Hanley had triumphed over several 1,000-year soul beasts, as well as a few 10,000-year ones, without any mishaps, earning reward from the system. He converted all the lifespan he had obtained from the defeated soul beasts into soul power. Hanley's soul power level soared to an astonishing 70. He was now able to absorb a new soul ring. Rather than continuing to hunt soul beasts, Hanley opted to affix the 8,000-year soul ring he had previously removed as his 7th soul ring. Subsequently, under Hanley's adept manipulation, this 8,000-year soul ring successfully ascended to a 10,000-year soul ring. After integrating the soul ring, Hanley leveled up again, reaching level 71. Level 70 is a watershed moment. Upon becoming a soul sage, one can utilize their martial soul's true form, resulting in an exponential increase in overall strength and a significant enhancement of physical durability. Hanley boldly upgraded his first 3 soul rings to the 10,000-year mark, now boasting a complete set of black soul rings. within the realm of soul masters. Only BB Dong's second martial soul could rival it. This journey through the Stardow Forest had also been fruitful for the three women. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had nearly reached level 45, while Ning Rongrong had attained level 40. Hanley, how have I progressed so significantly? I can absorb a new soul ring so soon. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with delight. Please help me acquire a fourth soul ring, she implored eagerly. Linudda, sharing her sentiment. Yet the current location was evidently unsuitable for Ning Rongrong to obtain a soul ring. This was the inner region of the Stardow Forest, where encountering any soul beast would mean facing one with a 10,000-year cultivation. While it is true that higher-age soul rings are preferable, Ning Rongrong could not be compared to Hanley, a walking cheat. Absorbing a soul ring with too high of a year limit could easily result in her demise. Thus, it was prudent to venture to the outer regions of the Stardow Forest. Upon reaching the outskirts, Hanley quickly identified a target, a bird-type soul beast with nearly 3,000 years of cultivation. This soul beast possessed average combat power, but its endurance and resilience exceeded that of ordinary soul beasts. Absorbing this beast as a soul ring may enhance your 7-treasure glazed tile soul power. Hanley remarca nonchalantly. Excellent. That's the one. Ning Rongrong noted fervently. There was no need for Hanley to intervene in dealing with this soul beast. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu could easily handle the task. The two showcased their speed advantage, skillfully cooperating to bring down the bird-type soul beast, inflicting severe injuries. Ning Rongrong stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow, then began the absorption process. Soon, Ning Rongrong officially became a level 41 support-type soul master. In a hidden corner of the Stardow Forest, Sword de Loa was left speechless. Surely, I must be dreaming. What on earth is happening? Didn't T. Rongrong just acquire her third soul ring a few days ago? How could she suddenly possess a fourth? Sword de Loa exclaimed incredulously. He glanced around, noting the shock reflected on the faces of the disciples from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Puzzled, Sword de Loa, a man of straightforward disposition, decided to reveal himself without further contemplation. He descended from the heavens, landing before Hanley and the others. Grandpa Sword, what brings you here? Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, embracing him with a beaming smile. I had some free time at the sect, and thought I'd take a stroll, not expecting to run into you all. Sword de Loa fabricated a casual excuse. His appearance surprised Hanley as well. Chapter 76. A visit to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji was astonished. Hanley was aware that the members of the 7-treasure glazed tile school were lurking in the shadows, but he had not specifically used the sensing soul skill acquired from the system. Hence, he had no knowledge of Sword de Loa's presence. Hanley speculated that their remarkable performance in the Great Soul Arena must have prompted the disciples to inform Sword de Loa, leading him to come. Ning Rongrong led Sword de Loa to her companions, making introductions. I hail from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and this is my grandpa Sword, an elder of our sect, and a formidable title de Loa. Ning Rongrong spoke with a hint of pride. Sword de Loa greeted everyone warmly with a smile. He then turned to Ning Rongrong, feigning sudden realization, and exclaimed, Rongrong, how did you become a soul master so quickly? While appearing to converse with Ning Rongrong, his gaze remained fixed on Hanley. Hanley did not shy away and replied candidly. Ning Rongrong had not yet ascended to soul master status, but her experiences in the Great Soul Arena proved exceptionally beneficial. During that time, her soul power level consistently increased, surpassing 30. The training in the Stardow Forest has been even more effective, which explains her rapid progress. As an elder in the realm of soul masters with considerable strength, Sword de Loa recognized that training in the Great Soul Arena and the Stardow Forest would yield faster results than solitary cultivation. However, he could not help but harbor some doubts. Could it possibly be the Swift? When Ning Rongrong had departed home, she was merely at level 21. Yet in just 2 to 3 months, she had transformed into a level 41 soul master. No matter how he contemplated, Sword de Loa found this utterly perplexing. Since we've even met, it's fate. Rongrong has been in your care during this time. Why not accompany me back to the sect for a while? Sword de Loa proposed after a moment of thought. Yes. Hanley, Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, you all have yet to visit my sect. This is a perfect opportunity. Ning Rongrong chimed in enthusiastically, having missed home and eager to showcase her achievements before her father. All eyes naturally turned to Hanley, as he was the one with the most authority in this matter. Hanley nodded slightly, granting his assent. Thus, the group hurried towards the 7-treasure glazed tile school. This illustrious institution, also situated within the borders of the Heaven Do Empire, was neither too far nor too near, and under the guidance of the Sword de Loa, they swiftly arrived at their destination. True to its status among the upper echelons of sects, the 7-treasure glazed tile school exuded an air of opulence. The grand entrance was adorned with vibrant crimson paint, flanked by towering azure walls that conveyed an impressive majesty. As they approached, the disciples on guard respectfully bowed to greet the elders and the young master. Upon entering the sect's premises, they were greeted by what appeared to be a luxurious royal garden, which elicited admiration from Hanley and the others. Continuing along the stone steps, they soon arrived at the main hall. Fengji Bone, come quickly and see whom I have brought. The sword de law called out loudly. Moments later, two figures emerged from the hall. One was a middle-aged man clad in a white-blue long robe, possessing fair skin and a finely sculpted visage that evoked envy among many women. This man was the current leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the father of Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji. He held a cane in his right hand and wore exquisite silver adornments on his forehead, exuding a demeanor that was both cultured and refined, reminiscent of a learned scholar rather than a soul master. To his left stood another man dressed in black battle attire, appearing a few years older, with a somewhat gaunt face that gave him an air of capability and depth. This man was the other elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bon Doa, Rongrong. Upon catching sight of Ning Rongrong, both Ning Fengji and Bon Doa displayed palpable excitement, their faces lighting up with joy. Ning Rongrong hastened forward, twirling in front of her two elders. Did you miss me? Of course we did, our little princess, Ning Fengji replied indulgently. Rongrong, if you wish to return, just tell your grandpa Bone. Why seek that old fossil? Bon Doa remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the sword de law. The two pillars of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School often engaged in playful banter, each dismissing the other with jest. Just as the sword de law was about to retort, Ning Rongrong interjected, let me show you my progress during this time. In the next moment, she unleashed her martial soul, 4 soul rings illuminating sequentially beneath her feet. What? 4 soul rings? Doesn't that signify a soul sect? Ning Fengji and Bon Doa were taken aback, even rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Yet, the evidence before them was undeniable. How can this be possible? Since the moment you left the sect, it has only been 3.5 months. How could your soul power increase by 20 levels? Ning Fengji gasped, regarding his daughter with astonishment, as if she were a monster. Bon Doa sighed deeply, marveling at such rapid advancement, something he had never witnessed before. The two turned their gaze toward the sword de law, anticipating an explanation. However, the sword de law merely shook his head in bewilderment, indicating that he too was at a loss. Hanley, perhaps you could elucidate the situation for them, the sword de law implored, looking towards Hanley. Ning Fengji and Bon Doa then noticed Hanley and the others, having received word from their subordinates about Ning Rongrong's new companions. A wealth of practical experience has significantly enhanced Ning Rongrong's soul power, and later, she encountered fortuitous opportunities within the Stardoe Forest, Hanley stated confidently, neither timid nor subservient. Such a brief account, however, did little to assuage Ning Fengji and Bon Doa's skepticism. They were concerned that she may have utilized some nefarious soul master techniques to achieve such remarkable progress. Upon thorough examination, they found Ning Rongrong's soul power to be exceptionally pure and solid, devoid of any issues. Although Hanley did not provide a detailed account of the circumstances, it ultimately seemed to be a positive development. I am truly grateful for your assistance and companionship, as my daughter's rapid advancement would not have been possible without you, Ning Fengji stated earnestly. Ning Rongrong is our friend. Mutual aid is only natural, Hanley replied. Let's move inside. Ning Fengji, eager to extend his hospitality, ushered everyone in. Once indoors, Ning Fengji promptly instructed his servants to bring forth the finest tea leaves. Before long, the servants returned with several steaming cups of tea, serving each person a cup. In the course of their conversation, Ning Rongrong could hardly contain her excitement as she recounted her recent adventures, particularly their encounters with soul beasts in the Stardoe Forest, her words animated and vivid. Initially, we merely wandered around the periphery, but later we ventured into the inner regions where the soul beasts were ferocious, and we even faced numerous 10,000-year soul beasts. Even those formidable creatures ultimately fell before us. Hearing her words, Ning Fengji and Bon Doa were once again astonished, their expressions reflecting incredulity. The sword de law, however, exhibited less surprise, having previously concealed himself to observe Hanley and the others' actions and having already been amazed. The intelligence from the soul arena had already been reported by the disciples, so Ning Fengji and Bon Doa were well aware that Hanley could repel a level 41 soul sect, and that Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong had collectively triumphed over that same sect. Now to hear they could contend with 10,000-year soul beasts, even after acquiring their 4th soul ring, was indeed astonishing. Under normal circumstances, only a solid soul king would possess the strength to confront a 10,000-year soul beast. Generally, soul masters, even in groups from the soul sect, would instinctively flee upon encountering such beasts, lacking the courage to engage in battle. Ning Fengji quickly organized his thoughts, his mind racing with possibilities. He contemplated recruiting these 3 youngsters, more accurately, these extraordinary talents, particularly Hanley, whose support had been pivotal in the success of the 3 young women. Perhaps he could be invited to become a son-in-law, Ning Fengji mused, his gaze fixed on Hanley. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had an ancient teaching that the partner of an auxiliary soul master must be a combat-type soul master, as auxiliary soul masters cannot defend themselves and rely heavily on others for protection. In Ning Fengji's view, having Hanley as a son-in-law would mean he was one of them, ensuring Ning Rongrong's safety. Moreover, with Hanley's demonstrated talent, he could very well ascend to the title Duo Realm in 20 years. By that time, even if the sword and bone de law were no longer present, with Ning Rongrong's support, Hanley would possess the strength to maintain the glory of the seven treasure glazed tile school. Augustus, Hanley, Zuzuking, and Xiao Wu refrained from boasting about their past accomplishments. Ning Rongrong, however, seemed to have opened a floodgate, continuously sharing their tales. Don't you have even more impressive feats? Ning Fengji inquired with keen interest. Indeed, while at Shrek Academy, Zhu Qing, as a great soul master, defeated Zhao Wujin without using her third soul skill, compressing her soul power down to level 33. Ning Rongrong elaborated. You all know Zhao Wujin, right? The one nicknamed the Immovable King, whom you mentioned before. Ning Fengji, the Sword de Law, and Bone de Law listened in stunned silence, fully aware of Zhao Wujin's formidable strength. In the past, Zhao Wujia's formidable prowess as a soul emperor earned him the ire of the Spirit Hall. He managed to escape a siege by 16 bishops. A testament to his strength, Zhao Wujia was no ordinary individual. Even when compressing his soul power to 33rd rank, he could undoubtedly surpass soul masters of the same level. Could it be that your good friend possessed soul power exceeding 33rd rank back then? Ning Fengji pointed out. The three women, including Zhu Zhuqing, appeared perplexed, clearly unaware of the circumstances. Hanley interjected, explaining that Zhu Zhuqing's soul power during that period was likely around 34th rank. Otherwise, she would not have triumphed over Zhao Wujia. The group was bewildered, and Zhu Zhuqing herself wore a look of confusion, unable to recall possessing such high soul power. Zhuqing, although you had not acquired your third spirit ring at that time, through relentless training and experiences in the battle arena, your soul power has undoubtedly advanced without your realization. Hanley continua. Zhu Zhuqing simply failed to notice her own progress. Ning Fengji and the Elder Swordbone were taken aback. They had always believed that one must acquire spirit rings immediately upon reaching the corresponding soul power level, thinking that without spirit rings, further enhancement of soul power was impossible. It appeared, however, that reality was quite different. Sword de Law, curious, turned to Xiao Wu and Hanley, inquiring, have either of you fought against Zhao Wujia? Xiao Wu had battled Zhao Wujia at 39th rank, but at that time her soul power was somewhat lacking, leading to her defeat. After hearing Han Li's statement, Ning Fengji and the others finally felt it was within the realm of normalcy. And what about you? Hanley modestly replied, I might have had a slight edge over Zhao Wujia. Ning Fengji and the others assumed Han Li had defeated Zhao Wujia at 39th rank, which they deemed impressive. However, Ning Rongrong's subsequent remarks left them questioning their understanding of reality. Han Li is unlike us. He is extraordinarily powerful. He defeated Zhao Wujia when he was utilizing his soul king level strength. Even Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy, could not contend with Han Li. Ning Rongrong spoke with a tone of admiration. Sword de Law and the others were incredulous. Yet upon reflection, they realized there was some sense in it. If Han Li lacked such strength, how could he dare lead the women in challenging a 10,000-year soul beast? Han Li's true strength was even more formidable. Later, Zhao Wujia employed his 6th soul skill with 61st rank soul power, and Flender, with 62nd rank soul power, fought alongside him. Both were vanquished by Han Li. What? Sword de Law could no longer contain his composure, rising in astonishment and scrutinizing Han Li from a distance. Ning Fengji and Bone de Law shared similar expressions, gazing at Han Li with the eyes of someone beholding a monster. Xiao Wu and the other women were less surprised, having grown accustomed to Han Li's extraordinary abilities, though they too could not fathom why someone of their age was so remarkably powerful. Han Li, tell me honestly, how old are you? Ning Fengji asked, his gaze fixed intently on Han Li. You aren't experiencing some sort of youthful rejuvenation, are you? Otherwise, there seems to be no reasonable explanation for this. Those super sects or geniuses from the Spirit Hall who attain Soul Master rank at this age are considered prodigies. Yet here you stand with power rivaling that of a Soul Emperor. It is simply unfathomable. Hanley took a deep breath and began to recount. To tell you the truth, I once encountered an extraordinarily powerful master. He never disclosed his name, likely having long since renounced fame and fortune. I suppose he saw potential in me and decided to take me on as a disciple. My master is enigmatic, well-read, and possesses knowledge of everything under heaven. Serving as my role model, under his guidance, I have acquired many invaluable skills and insights unattainable elsewhere. Chapter 78. What? The Spirit Hall has over 20 Doloa. Hanley continued. Subsequently, I encountered some rare opportunities. I cannot explain why, but the speed at which my soul power has increased has been remarkable. As Hanley vividly described his experiences, Ning Fengji and the others accepted his words with conviction. Where's your master now? Ning Fengji asked anxiously. Although he had no clear leads regarding Han Li's master, he was certain that this figure was an extraordinary being. Establishing a connection with such a powerful individual would bode well for the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. My master taught me for a while before bidding me farewell. He mentioned he was going overseas to seek great opportunities for breaking through his own limits. Hanley rapidly, nonchalantly. Ning Fengji and the others bowed their heads, sighing in regret. I actually feel my situation is not particularly remarkable. My master once told me that there are geniuses within the spirit hall, with innate soul power reaching 20 levels, and their spirit quality is exceedingly high. His revelations were astonishing, and throughout this brief conversation, the group was left in a state of shock on numerous occasions. Is there truly such a thing? Ning Fengji and the others reacted strongly. This news was completely unknown to them. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were equally astounded, though they felt less envious given their rapid progress alongside Hanley. The Spirit Hall is teeming with talent, far beyond our imagination. In the past, the Dolua continent had never ceased its myriad conflicts, yet in recent years, the Spirit Master world had suddenly quieted. Ning Fengji suspected this was not a good sign, but rather an omen of an impending storm. Whenever something seems out of the ordinary, there is likely a hidden agenda. I suspect the Spirit Hall is scheming behind the scenes, Ning Fengji lamented. Hanley shared this sentiment, noting that although Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, was merely a woman, she harbored considerable ambition. The Spirit Hall was wary of the numerous mid-tier spirit masters within the two great empires, as well as the formidable superpowers among the top 3 sects. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall sought a legitimate rationale for unifying the continent, one that would command universal acceptance. Relying solely on brute force, no force on the continent could rival their might. My master informed me that the Spirit Hall's strength extends far beyond what is visible. In addition to the more than a dozen titled level elders, they also have 7 offerings with soul power levels exceeding 95. Among them is the mightiest, Qian Daolu. Known as the Unrivaled in the Sky, a 99th level limit Doloa, Qian Daolu was also the previous Pope of the Spirit Hall. Beneath Qian Daolu, I can recall another offering at 98 level. Sword Doloa and Bone Doloa could scarcely contain their astonishment, having previously heard tales of Qian Daolu and Tang Chun, those top-tier powerhouses, only to lose track of them later. Especially for Sword Doloa, whose father had perished after a defeat against Qian Daolu. Hearing news of him again filled the group with incredulity. If what you say is true, should the Spirit Hall decide to act, we would stand no chance of resistance. Sword Doloa stated weakly. Are you sure they are still alive? He inquired urgently. Hanley replied with calm assurance. They are likely still alive. My master mentioned he could not defeat Qian Daolu, which is why he chose to venture overseas in search of opportunities. He seemed to be heading to a place called Sea God Island. Hanley Fainat Ambigiti. Ning Fengji and the others had heard of Sea God Island in the past. The Spirit Hall had attempted to expand its influence by sending a large force to attack it, only to suffer a crushing defeat and lose many skilled individuals. The Sword Doloa has indeed ascended to the ranks of the continent's foremost powerhouses, possessing formidable strength. However, upon hearing of the existence of the 98th and 99th levels, a sense of helplessness washed over him. With a deep sigh, the Sword Doloa recalled his father's words before his passing. Once you reach above the 95th level, each subsequent advancement is akin to a rebirth, with a vast disparity in soul power. Challenging higher ranks is nearly an impossible feat at this moment. Ning Rongrong spoke confidently. It's all right. What you adults cannot achieve, we shall take upon ourselves. Perhaps we will even strive to reach the 99th level in the future. Ning Fengji and the others nodded with amusement, recognizing the extraordinary talent of these young individuals, which far surpassed their own at the same age. The prospect of them becoming titled Duluos appeared quite promising. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that they could indeed reach the 95th or 99th levels. As Ning Rongrong suggested, Ning Fengji held high hopes for them and could not help but fantasize about the advantages of a strong alliance with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Nonetheless, a hint of worry lingered on their faces, for the distant waters could not quench their immediate thirst. Even if Hanley and others could ascend to the ranks of top-tier powerhouses, it remained uncertain when that would occur. My master has mentioned that the offerings represented by Qian Daolu generally refrain from intervening in worldly affairs unless the Spirit Hall is facing a life-or-death crisis. They are usually preoccupied with their own pursuits of further breakthroughs, Hanley stated nonchalantly, upon learning that these formidable beings were indifferent to worldly matters. Ning Fengji and the others finally felt a sense of relief. However, Hanley continued, yet the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is also at the 98th or 99th level, and it seems she possesses some extraordinary opportunity. Her power is truly terrifying. Below Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall boasts around a dozen titled Duluos among its elders, along with a plethora of soul Duluos, soul sages, and mid-tier soul masters. Undeniably deserving of the title of the continent's most powerful faction, Ning Fengji was acutely aware of the Spirit Hall's might, as the sect had consistently dispatched disciples to gather relevant intelligence. The feedback indicated only that Bibi Dong was a titled Duluo, with no knowledge of her elevated rank. It appeared that Bibi Dong had yet to initiate any warfare, likely due to her apprehension of the power held by the top 3 sects in the 2 great empires. Moreover, the Spirit Hall lacked a justifiable reason to wage war, as doing so would instantly render them the continent's common enemy, a scenario Bibi Dong would certainly wish to avoid. Ning Fengji fell into deep contemplation, speculating about Han Li's master's identity, a top-tier powerhouse capable of contending with Qian Daolu. The only name that came to mind was Tang Chun. Otherwise, how could Han Li possess such extensive knowledge of matters unknown even to the powerful and influential? Hanley, may I inquire how the Spirit Hall would act if they were determined to wage war? Ning Fengti urgently sokt konsel. Hanley rebellia almost instinctively. My master says Bibi Dong is quite astute, not a foolish woman, so she would not act overtly. It is highly probable that she would devise ways to incite conflict among the various sects and kingdoms, even instigating war between the two great empires. In such a scenario, the Spirit Hall could present itself under the banner of justice, intervening to suppress the chaos, seizing the opportunity to annihilate the continent's major factions, including the Tian-Do Empire and the Xing-Luo Empire. Subsequently, the Spirit Hall could rightfully claim all territories, effortlessly unifying the entire continent. The Spirit Hall is indeed orchestrating a grand scheme. The sole piece of good news is that this eventuality will not materialize swiftly. At least for the next 3 to 5 years, the Spirit Hall is unlikely to take any significant action. India Ushatuna, Hanley Ramarka. My master has ventured overseas in search of breakthroughs, hoping to enhance his own strength to thwart Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall in the future. Of course, Hanley remained somewhat reserved with Ning Fengji and the others, not disclosing everything he knew, such as the fact that the crown prince of the Tian-Do Empire, Xue Qinghe, was an impersonation of Qian Renxue. Under Han Li's vivid narration, Ning Fengji and the others fully believed in the existence of Han Li's formidable master. After all, how could a mere child possess such profound insights and secrets unknown even to the powerful? In summary, this information was of paramount importance to them. As the sect leader, Ning Fengji was determined to prevent the seven-treasure glazed tile school from being crushed by the Spirit Hall. He needed to strategize before that could happen. He contemplated reaching out to the Haoyan sect and other major powers, as well as the Tian-Do royal family, to collectively address this grave matter. As night fell, a veil of darkness enveloped the seven-treasure glazed tile school, with dazzling lights illuminating the surroundings like a constellation of stars. To welcome Han Li and his companions, Ning Fengji hosted a grand banquet in their honor. On the smooth, polished table lay an array of delectable dishes accompanied by fragrant fine wine. The guests gathered together, relishing the culinary delights, toasting, and sharing laughter. Hanley, make sure to eat plenty. This is the perfect time for you to grow, Ning Fengji said with a smile. He had already informed the sect's chefs to ensure that the evening's offerings were not only delicious but also nutritionally rich. Observing the sumptuous feast, Hanley felt a sense of awe. The seven-treasure glazed tile school truly lived up to its reputation as the wealthiest sect, rivaling a full imperial banquet. After feasting to their heart's content, Ning Rongrong took Han Li, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing on a tour of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. The expansive grounds were akin to a small city, making it impossible to explore everything in a short span. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji convened with the Sword de Law and Bone de Law to discuss significant matters. That evening, Han Li and his companion stayed overnight at the seven-treasure glazed tile school, residing in luxurious accommodations comparable to a hotel suite. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, as dawn broke, while the four children indulged in sleep, Ning Fengji set out with the Bone de Law, eager to relay crucial information to the Haoyan sect. Ning Fengji could hardly wait. He was intent on forming alliances with other factions to unveil the Spirit Hall schemes. Shortly thereafter, Han Li and the others began to awaken. Grandpa Jian, will have my father and Grandpa Gu gone? Ning Rongrong inquired, rubbing her sleepy eyes in confusion. Having returned for a rare visit, she had expected her father and the two grandfathers to dote on her, as they once did, only to find them absent early in the morning. The Sword de Law succinctly relayed the news of their departure. The four had already explored much of the seven-treasure glazed tile school the previous day, and remaining there with nothing to do felt rather tedious. Since we have some time on our hands, why not engage in a friendly spar? Xiao Wu proposed. The others unanimously agreed. Xiao Wu, let us have a match. I want to gauge the difference between us. Zhu Zhuqing declared first. Typically aloof, Zhu Zhuqing seldom spoke, but her thirst for strength was unparalleled. All right, let us do this. Xiao Wu immediately accepted the challenge. The group exited the main hall and proceeded to a spacious clearing, where the two women took their stances. Zhu Zhuqing struck first, darting in from the side with impressive speed. What incredible speed! The observing Sword de Law could not help but exclaim. He was certain that no soul master of the same rank could match Zhu Zhuqing's velocity. However, Xiao Wu was no easy opponent either. She too favored speed and, with a higher level of soul power, effortlessly evaded the initial wave of attacks with a swift sidestep. Fourth soul skill, Phantom Shadow Clone. Zhu Zhuqing shouted. Since acquiring her fourth soul ring, This marked the first occasion for Zhu Zhuqing to unleash her fourth soul skill. In the next instant, her body manifested several clones, each identical to her original form, launching an assault on Xiao Wu from various directions. Zhu Zhuqing's shadow clones were not mere phantoms left in the wake of her extraordinary speed. They were tangible entities capable of inflicting damage. The addition of these clones significantly diminished the speed disparity between Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu found herself not only defending against multiple simultaneous attacks from the clones, but also remaining vigilant against Zhu Zhuqing, who lurked behind her, rendering the situation quite strenuous. Before long, Xiao Wu had expended a considerable amount of soul power, causing her movements to slow considerably. A golden opportunity. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes glimmered. With her third soul skill, Phantom Slash, her hands converged above her head, the tips of her 10 fingers merging into a formidable blade. As soul power surged into it, the blade emanated a terrifying black light. Zhu Zhuqing descended from the heavens, aiming directly at Xiao Wu. Is Zhu Zhuqing on the verge of victory? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. But at that moment, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Xiao Wu's mouth. Zhuqing, you've fallen into my trap. Suddenly, Xiao Wu unleashed her own fourth soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Soul power coalesced around her form, enveloping her in a dazzling golden exterior. While employing the Invincible Golden Body, Xiao Wu became immune to all physical attacks. Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Slash collided with Xiao Wu, inflicting no tangible harm whatsoever. In a swift motion, Xiao Wu seized Zhu Zhuqing, locking her neck and restraining her body. I believe this battle should come to an end, Xiao Wu declared triumphantly. Zhu Zhuqing nodded weakly. Having poured all her soul power into this final strike, should it fail, she would become a lamb awaiting slaughter. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had made significant progress. Hanley remarca calmly. Once Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had recuperated, a new round of sparring commenced. Let me engage in a fierce battle with you. As a means to test your abilities, Hanley stepped forward. Huh? The three women felt a twinge of trepidation. They were all too aware of Hanley's formidable prowess, which was beyond their capacity to challenge. Fear not. I shall, of course, compress my soul power in advance. Surely, the three of you working in unison will have a fighting chance. After a moment of contemplation, the three women resolved to accept this challenge. Chapter 80. Hanley versus the Sword Dolua. Although Hanley was indeed powerful, the progress made by the three women during this period had been remarkable. Each had ascended to the rank of Soul Master, each possessing 4 soul skills. Coupled with their prolonged cooperation, they had developed an impressive synergy, making them formidable adversaries. Rong, provide us with support from the back. Xiao Wu called out loudly. In the next moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing surged forward, their speed astonishing as they left several afterimages in the air. The Sword Dolua couldn't help but marvel. The speed displayed by the two women during their previous battle had already been remarkable, but with Ning Rongrong's assistance, they soared to new heights. Come, let me experience your advancements, Hanley stated nonchalantly. With that, he methodically countered the assault from the two women, even though their speed was astounding. In truth, if it were a genuine battle with real stakes, Hanley would prioritize attacking Ning Rongrong first. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, of which she was a member, was renowned as the strongest support-type martial soul on the continent, providing unparalleled benefits to its allies. However, Hanley's engagement with them was primarily to assess their strength and further hone their cooperation. Thus he chose not to adopt the most straightforward approach, but instead patiently exchange blows with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. You're still a bit slow, Hanley remarked coolly. Upon hearing Hanley's words, Zhu Zhuqing immediately activated her first soul skill, Phantom Thrust, which doubled her speed and significantly enhanced her attack power. Xiao Wu was equally undeterred, frequently employing her teleportation skill to execute a series of unexpected attacks. Hanley adeptly handled the encirclement from both women without faltering. I am about to unleash my full strength. Be cautious. He silently activated the soul skill granted by the system, transforming into the White Tiger, significantly enhancing all his attributes. It was as if Hanley had gained an additional support type, Soul Master, on his side. Wielding his scythe, he struck with deliberate care to avoid harming the two women, opting to use the solid blade for his counterattack. Hanley accurately anticipated Xiao Wu's next landing spot, delivering a powerful strike with the blade. The force was tremendous, sending Xiao Wu flying. Zhu Zhuqing, still intent on putting up a fight, found herself effortlessly subdued by Hanley without the use of any soul skills. This battle, where one faced three, concluded in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Xiao Wu and her companions sighed in resignation. After emerging from the Stardow Forest, they had been reveling in their newfound strength. Yet before Hanley, they felt exceedingly diminutive. You need not despair, compared to soul masters of the same rank. You are remarkably exceptional, Hanley encouraged. The three women nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Hanley was the true anomaly. They decided it would be best not to measure themselves against him, lest they feel a profound sense of imbalance. Of course, What you must strive for is continuous improvement. Regarding the previous battle, I observed numerous areas where you can still grow, Hanley continued. Firstly, Xiao Wu, in terms of pure speed, you cannot surpass Zhu Zhuqing, as she is a more extreme, agility-based soul master. With the aid of her teleportation skill, you can temporarily exceed Zhu Zhuqing's speed, but cannot compare to spatial mobility. Hanley expressed that while Xiao Wu's teleportation may seem elusive, it follows a certain pattern. Once her rhythm is discerned, anyone could easily counter her. Xiao Wu, you must take heed of this in future battles. Strive to control your teleportation more effectively, and introduce an element of unpredictability so that your adversaries cannot perceive your movements. Hanley adbiza earnestly. At that moment, the sword law approached casually and remarked, "Being with you youngsters makes me feel considerably younger. Count me in for the sparring." He added. At this declaration, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were left in a state of disbelief, their faces expressing utter incredulity. The sword law was a genuine title law, his martial soul, the 7-killing sword, recognized as a top-tier weapon martial soul, even among peers of the same rank. He was not to be underestimated. Regardless of how fierce their previous clash had been, it paled in comparison to a child's play in the presence of the sword law. Grandpa Jian, it is unbecoming for someone of your esteemed stature to bully children. Ning Rongrong approached, tugging at the sword law's attire, playfully protesting. The sword law reached out, gently stroking Ning Rongrong's forehead, smiling as he said, "How could I bully you? I merely wish to join in and experience the thrill of youthful combat." Since the sword law had expressed such intent, Hanley responded affirmatively. Then let us see how this unfolds. The sword law took a keen interest in Hanley, deciding to commence with a one-on-one duel against him. Yesterday, he had heard from Ning Rongrong about Hanley's victory over Flinder and Zhao Wujin, who wielded the strength of a soul emperor. To underestimate this young man would likely lead to his own defeat. Thus, the sword law raised the stakes, proclaiming, "What if I were to utilize my soul power at level 65? During Hanley's trials in the Star Do Great Forest, he successfully ascended to the rank of Soul Sage, elevating his soul power to level 71. Hanley nodded in affirmation, indicating his readiness. The three young women stood nearby, their attention fully captivated by the impending clash, eager not to miss a single detail. As the battle commenced, Hanley and the sword law unleashed their respective martial souls, both wielding weapon-based souls. One brandished a blade, while the other wielded sword. However, Hanley's weapon appeared to be an ordinary sickle, whereas the sword law's sword was renowned throughout the world as the 7-killing sword. In terms of martial soul quality, Hanley was at a distinct disadvantage from the outset. "Allow me to witness the prowess of your sickle," the sword law remarked. A formidable sword floated in midair, emanating a faint white light that resembled a chilling sword intent. The sword law gracefully leaped, his feet landing on the large sword, and soared through the air. In response, Hanley immediately swung his sickle with all his might, unleashing 2 swift blade strikes that hurtled toward the sword law. Second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian. The sword law softly intoned, and numerous small light swords coalesced around him, forming a protective barrier. The 2 blade strikes collided with his shield, failing to create even the slightest ripple. While the world recognized the sword law's unparalleled offensive prowess, few were aware of his equally formidable defensive capabilities. "Young man, there is no need to exert all your strength. You will find yourself defeated," the sword law advised. Hanley's attacks did not hinder the sword law's advance. He continued to fly forward on his sword, closing the distance between them. The consequences of being in close quarters with the sword law would be dire. Gripping his sickle with both hands, Hanley unleashed his 3rd soul skill, and a brilliant light emanated from the sickle. Chapter 81. A Visit to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Avalanche's Intrusion. In the blink of an eye, the sickle in Hanley's hands radiated an exceptionally bright light, significantly enhancing the power of his next strike. Just then, the sword law swung his sword in response. The clash of blade against sword produced a cacophony of metallic resonance, a sound that pierced the air. Observing from the sidelines, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing clasped their ears in discomfort, overwhelmed by the noise. "Taste my strike." Seizing the moment of their weapons' collision, Hanley's free hand formed a fist and struck toward the sword law. Might even drop palm. This was a system reward Hanley acquired after his victory against Zhao Wujin. The sword law was clearly taken aback by Hanley's unexpected maneuver, caught off guard and forced to retreat several steps. "Could this be your self-created soul skill?" the sword law exclaimed in astonishment. It was well known that Hanley's martial soul was a sickle, and thus the corresponding soul skills were expected to relate to it, making such a skill improbable. Hanley, with an expression unperturbed, nodded in tacit acknowledgement. There could be no better explanation. "How intriguing. It has been ages since I encountered an opponent of your caliber." The sword law laughed heartily. As a top-tier powerhouse of the continent, the more formidable the adversary, the more exhilarated the sword law became. 4th soul skill, Manifest Killing Intent. The moment this soul skill was deployed, an overwhelming aura of killing intent erupted from within the sword surging toward Hanley once more. The sword de Loa's attributes were significantly enhanced by this soul skill, rendering him even more formidable. In a critical moment, Hanley invoked the cat Eagle Guardian, a sixth soul skill of Flander, as a yellow light infused with life energy coalesced around him. With the formidable defense of the cat Eagle Guardian, Hanley successfully thwarted the sword de Loa's assault. The two engaged in a protracted exchange of blows, and when the time felt right, Hanley declared that he had exhausted his soul power, bringing the intense battle to a close. Hanley had refrained from deploying his full strength during this encounter, always holding back. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly simple for Hanley, as a soul sage, to deal with the sword de Loa, who was only utilizing soul power at level 65. Hanley had already showcased an abundance of terrifying prowess, yet it was prudent to temper his display. Naturally, even in defeat, the sword de Loa held Hanley in high regard. My victory over you is merely due to the advantage of age. I dare say that at your age, I would not have surpassed your current abilities, the sword de Loa generously praised. Previously, he had observed Hanley from the shadows, but experiencing a first-hand battle was a vastly different sensation, leading him to regard Hanley with newfound respect. In the days to come, the sword de Loa would engage with Hanley and his companions in sparring sessions, sometimes dueling Hanley alone, and at other times facing off against Xiao Wu and the others. Although the three young women held a distinct numerical advantage, they posed far less pressure on the sword de Loa. Even while compressing his soul power, the sword de Loa could effortlessly defeat them. Of course, he also attempted to confront all four of Hanley's companions simultaneously, which proved somewhat challenging. However, he ultimately emerged victorious without significant peril. 8 months swiftly passed, yet Ning Fengji and the others had yet to return. Bored after such a prolonged stay at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Hanley suggested an excursion. Ning Rongrong shared this sentiment, increasingly finding the outside world far more interesting than remaining at home. Why don't we visit Heaven-Do City? It is the capital of the Heaven-Do Empire, a sprawling metropolis not too far from here. Hanley initially intended to venture out with the three young women alone, but the sword de Loa, feeling somewhat uneasy, decided to accompany them. Soto City was a large urban center, yet Heaven-Do City surpassed it in scale. The city walls alone, which represented the city's grandeur, were far more magnificent than those of Soto City. Heaven-Do City boasted a vast population, thriving commerce and industry, and comprehensive infrastructure. The broad avenues were filled not only with locals, but also numerous visitors and merchants from all corners of the world. Heaven-Do City is immense. Xiao Wu exclaimed in awe. When I was young, Grandpa Jian often brought me here. I know of many delightful spots, Ning Rongrong excitedly declared. Following this, Ning Rongrong led the group to several renowned attractions before they ventured to a commercial center. The three young women browsed multiple clothing stores, purchasing numerous beautiful garments and feeling thoroughly satisfied. They spent 2 to 3 days in Heaven-Do City, exploring every enjoyable locale as if they were on vacation. Shall we pay a visit to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy? Although it only admits the nobility of the empire, it remains the most luxurious and prestigious academy in Heaven-Do, the sword de Loa suggested. The Heaven-Do Royal Academy was not established in the bustling city center, but rather in a serene suburb, allowing students to concentrate fully on their cultivation. The academy lacked protective facilities, with an open gate emblazoned with the institution's name. At the entrance, Hanley and his companions encountered a few students. The leader, tall and possessing light brown hair and a refined appearance, wore a uniform that exuded an air of entitlement. Hanley recognized him as none other than Avalanche, the third prince of the Heaven-Do Empire. Oh, what a splendid day it is. The academy is graced by several lovely ladies. Avalanche leered intently at Xiao Wu and the others. He approached, casting greedy glances at the young women. Do you know where you are? The Heaven-Do Royal Academy is not a place for ordinary folk, but on a good day I might consider allowing you to explore a bit. Avalanche said with a smirk, his demeanor decidedly lecherous. Jian de Loa could not help but furrow his brow. He had long heard tales of the many inept noble offspring within the Tiando Royal Academy, yet he was taken aback to encounter one so swiftly upon his arrival. Xiao Wu, being of an impetuous nature, could not restrain herself upon hearing such an affront directed at them. Do you not know how to address your elder sister, Xiao Wu? Are you seeking your demise? With swift strides, Xiao Wu charged forward, unceremoniously lifting Shui Peng as though he were a mere chick, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. What are you doing? Do you have any idea who I am? Put me down at once. Shui Peng exclaimed in panic, startled by the sudden aggression, which was far from what he had anticipated. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Xiao Wu retorted, delivering a powerful kick to Shui Peng's midsection, sending him hurtling towards a distant pillar. The pillar swayed precariously, nearly collapsing, while Shui Peng lay sprawled beneath it, utterly disheveled. Are you all right? One of his subordinates approached, flustered and at a loss. What are you still doing standing there? Go and take revenge for me. Shui Peng seethed, humiliated. The subordinates gathered their courage and began to encircle Xiao Wu. Chapter 82. The Tiando Royal Team Seeks Revenge. Excellent. Xiao Wu surveyed her surroundings, unperturbed. Hanley and the others remained steadfast behind her, showing no inclination to intervene, as they deemed these unworthy opponents easily manageable for Xiao Wu alone. The subordinates clenched their fists, advancing upon her, their average physique and weak soul power evident to all. With a swift 180-degree turn, Xiao Wu placed her right hand on the ground, supporting her entire body as she began to spin rapidly, her legs splayed. All the advancing subordinates were sent flying by her powerful kick, losing consciousness in an instant. In mere moments, Xiao Wu had effortlessly incapacitated everyone present. How about it? Do you wish to continue fighting your elder sister Xiao Wu? She said, fixing her gaze on Shui Peng with a nonchalant demeanor. Shui Peng stood up, declaring, "The best strategy is to retreat." Xiao Wu had already surmised his true intentions. She rose on her toes and leaped gracefully to block his path. "You shall not escape," she shouted. Before Shui Peng could react, Xiao Wu unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Although often brash, she possessed considerable intelligence. Shui Peng, a student at the Tiando Royal Academy, was surrounded by numerous subordinates, clearly not an ordinary individual, suggesting he had powerful backing. Thus, Xiao Wu refrained from delivering a fatal blow, merely administering a lesson to this audacious individual. Soon, Shui Peng lay defeated on the ground. "Remember this, do not bully girls," Xiao Wu proclaimed, dusting off her hands as she completed her task. Having dealt with these hindrances, Jin Doa and the others successfully entered the inner sanctum of the Tiando Royal Academy. Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian had recently accepted invitations from several nobles, leading the Tiando Royal team to the Soto City Great Soul Arena for training. Both were regarded as prodigies of the Academy's current generation, expecting to dominate the arena with ease, yet they encountered a disheartening defeat. They lost thoroughly. If their opponents had been teams with significantly higher soul power, they might have found some solace, but the reality was that they were bested by a group of children. Wang Tianzhu felt the brunt of the humiliation. Despite being a level 41 soul master, he was defeated by a soul scholar and a great soul master working in tandem. The indignation weighed heavily on him. Since returning to the academy, Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian had tirelessly trained day and night, striving to elevate their strength at an accelerated pace. However, this prolonged period of arduous training took a toll on them, and their teacher advised them to balance work with rest. Thus, they resolved to take a day off to leisurely explore the academy and alleviate their minds. "Tiantian, look over there. Is that not the group that defeated us in the arena?" Wang Tianzhu suddenly pointed to a nearby site. Indeed, Hanley and his companions were crossing a small bridge, engaged in jovial conversation. "Those four are the main force that bested us last time." Ye Tiantian affirmed. Having suffered such a significant loss to Hanley's group, they would recognize them, even if reduced to ashes. Wang Tianzhu clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Excellent. We have finally encountered them. Today is our chance for revenge." Previously, Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian had sought to challenge them, yet they had been unable to locate Han Li and his companions, which had caused them considerable frustration. At that moment, a few figures approached. "Seniors, where are you headed?" inquired a tall, handsome young man. His name was Yu Qianheng, the captain of the second team of the Tiando Royal team, distinguished by his long, golden hair and striking demeanor. Following him was Du Guiyin, a stunning figure with an alluring physique and captivating features. Her short purple hair and emerald green eyes a rarity in the Dolawa continent. "We're going to engage in a battle with those brats," Wang Tianzhu replied, his gaze fixed ahead. Yu Qianheng and Du Guiyin glanced in that direction, spotting Han Li and his companions, who were noticeably smaller than themselves. Assuming that Han Li and his group possessed inferior soul power, Yu Qianheng hastily remarked, "There is no need for seniors to intervene. We can handle such children ourselves." Wang Tianzhu turned to him, his expression unyielding. "Do not be deceived by their appearances. They are formidable opponents, and you are not their match." "Impossible." Yu Qianheng and Du Guiyin were incredulous. Wang Tianzhu said nothing further, striding ahead with determination, and the others closely followed. Xiao Wu was the first to spot Wang Tianzhu and his companions, unable to contain her amusement. "Ah, what a coincidence to encounter former adversaries in this place. Have you not yet had your fill of being beaten?" Her words dripped with scorn. Yu Qianheng, incensed, retorted arrogantly, "Who do you think you are, country bumpkins, to speak to seniors in such a manner?" Wang Tianzhu, maintaining his composure, quelled Yu Qianheng's outburst and addressed Han Li and his companions. "Do you have the courage to face us once more? You are outnumbered, so let's first engage in a series of one-on-one duels, followed by a 4-on-4 skirmish. What say you?" "Anli Shukulat, Samingli Amusabialusia Bantianzus foolishness." "Very well, I shall grant you the chance for revenge. However, let it be known that we are not bullies. You can challenge that vice-captain to a duel against Zhu Zhuqing." This infuriated Wang Tianzhu immensely. In Soto City, Zhu Zhuqing, despite being a great soul master, had managed to hold her own against a level 35 soul scholar, leaving a lasting impression on them. Yet Wang Tianzhu and Vice-Captain Yi Tiantian were a level 41 soul master and a level 38 soul scholar, respectively. Regardless of Zhu Zhuqing's impressive performance, Asking her to face both Wang Tianzhu and the vice captain was clearly a sign of disrespect. Yu Tianheng and Du Guiyin were bewildered by the situation. Yet they were equally provoked by Hanley's arrogance. You truly do not understand the gravity of the situation. Seniors, are you using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Allow us to take on this task. Yu Tianheng insisted again, with Du Guiyin echoing his sentiments. Meanwhile, Hanley subtly exchanged glances with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, both women immediately understanding and nodding in agreement. In the next moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, each illuminating the ground beneath them with 4 resplendent soul rings, a sight most striking. Good heavens! A soul sect. Wang Tianzhu, Ye Tiantian, Du Guiyan, Yu Tianheng, and the other team members, along with students from the Royal Academy who had gathered nearby, were utterly astonished. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, repeatedly glancing back to confirm if their vision had deceived them. Yet, the truth lay starkly before them. Disbelief was futile. Chapter 83. All of you come at us together. Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian found themselves questioning their very existence. All along, they had considered themselves the chosen ones, the pillars of the empire, rare geniuses. However, they were continuously undermined by Hanley and these seemingly insignificant children. In comparison, where was the essence of genius within them? Witnessing the profound changes in their expressions, Hanley and Xiao Wu erupted into laughter. Even the sword de law could not suppress a chuckle. What is the matter? Are you and your companions utterly dumbfounded? Xiao Wu taunted playfully. Wang Tianzhu snapped back to reality, his face betraying disbelief. Not long ago, weren't you merely a great soul master? And you are but a soul sovereign. He gazed incredulously at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Tianzhu muttered, seemingly losing his composure. Du Guiyin and Yu Tianheng, hearing Wang Tianzhu's words, widened their eyes and dropped their jaws. What? She was a great soul master just 2 months ago, and now she is a soul sect? They clearly struggled to accept this reality. Hanley responded nonchalantly. What is impossible about it? Did you not witness it with your own eyes? Are you all blind? Previously, they simply lacked soul rings, hence their lower realms. The world is vast. Don't presume that your studies at the Tiando Royal Academy place you above others. For you are merely frogs at the bottom of a well, mere novices. Rather than doubting, you should venture out and explore the world. Hanley chastised the crowd, his imposing demeanor silencing any rebuttal. Today, Hanley and his companions had vividly illustrated a lesson through their actions. By the way, weren't you here to issue a challenge? Why don't you step up? Hanley beckoned Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian to engage, but at that moment, they had lost their prior confidence and bravado, now feeling anxious and unsettled. The arrow was knocked, and it had to be released. After much internal conflict, they finally summoned the courage to advance. Zhu Zhuqing, eager to conclude the battle swiftly, decided to take the initiative. Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian unleashed their full efforts to withstand Zhu Zhuqing's onslaught, their faces displaying evident distress. Having acquired 2 soul rings consecutively, Zhu Zhuqing's power had significantly surged, placing immense pressure upon the duo. Nevertheless, relying on their numerical advantage, they managed to hold on for a time. Zhu Zhuqing recognized this and promptly devised a counter-strategy. 4th soul skill, Phantom Shadow Clone, she exclaimed. In an instant, several clones materialized behind Zhu Zhuqing, all tangible entities capable of sharing the burden of battle. She directed these clones to charge at Wang Tianzhu while setting her sights on Yi Tiantian. Yi Tiantian, a control-type soul master adept in mid-range combat, faced dire consequences if a melee soul master closed in. Since Wang Tianzhu was preoccupied with Zhu Zhuqing's shadow clones, he could not provide timely support. Under the relentless assault from Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Tiantian soon found herself defeated. Once Yi Tiantian was eliminated, Zhu Zhuqing could concentrate all her efforts on Wang Tianzhu. Without Yi Tiantian as assistance, Wang Tianzhu stood alone, and his defeat was merely a matter of time. Zhu Zhuqing triumphed, vanquishing the captain and vice-captain of the royal combat team, leaving the audience in awe. This cannot be real. Yu Tianheng was profoundly shaken. In his eyes, Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian were formidable seniors, always his aspirational targets. Yet, the 2 of them, even when united, were no match for that small girl. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, unable to contain her eagerness for battle, announced, "How about this? You 5 team members come at me together. I shall face you." She gestured towards the remaining 5 members of the first team, dismissing Yu Tianheng and Du Guiyin of the second team entirely. The individuals called upon by Xiao Wu turned pale with fear. Had it been earlier, they might have retained some confidence, but now, after witnessing their captain and vice-captain fall to Zhu Zhuqing, dread enveloped them. "No way. Do you lack the courage to even face me?" Xiao Wu mocked as they hesitated to respond. "Is this truly the renowned Tiando Royal Academy? I find it lacking." Such derisive words. They felt their dignity stripped away. Yet still, they dared not engage in combat. Hanley mused that these fellows must have been petrified. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, How about this? Both the first and second teams come at us together. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng shouted, "All right, let us do it your way." Their first and vice-captain had just been defeated, their morale shattered, and he, as the captain of the second team, felt compelled to step up. "If we win, you must apologize to us and to the Tiando Royal Academy." Yu Tianheng fixated on Hanley, asserting his demand. Hanley shrugged, indicating he had no objections, for they were bound to emerge victorious. A few individuals behind Yu Tianheng whispered their doubts about their chances of winning. Yu Tianheng inhaled deeply, his expression grave. "They are indeed strong, but we have the advantage in numbers." He planned to employ a strategy of attrition, continually draining the soul power of Han Li and his companions. Even the mightiest would eventually exhaust their energies. Once they were depleted, it would be the perfect opportunity for counterattack. Although this tactic appeared somewhat unsportsmanlike, Yu Tianheng was beyond such concerns. All he desired was vengeance, a release of pent-up frustration. They selected a spacious arena for the conflict, drawing an ever-increasing crowd. Students, teachers, and even members of the education committee arrived in droves. No one interrupted the battle. They merely stood aside, observing in silence. "Shall we formulate a strategy?" Xiao Wu inquired nonchalantly. "Same as always. You and Zhu Zhuqing will take the lead. Ning Rongrong will provide support, and I will protect Ning Rongrong from the rear. I'm the Suxing Li instructor." As the battle commenced, Ning Rongrong unleashed her martial spirit, summoning a crystalline seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda that radiated an emerald green light. The crowd gasped. The onlookers, all soul masters, were far more discerning than the ordinary spectators of the Grand Soul Arena, immediately recognizing the world's premier support martial spirit. Ning Rongrong deftly assisted Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. 3 beams of light enveloped the two combatants, significantly enhancing their speed, strength, and soul power for a brief duration. As Ning Rongrong had already attained the rank of a 4-ring soul sect, each enhancement she provided reached an impressive 50%. Chapter 84. The Royal Combat Team in Despair. The Dream God Machine invites. This is an exceedingly terrifying figure, ensuring that Ning Rongrong's companions can effortlessly engage in battles beyond their current level. Not to mention the ease with which they can handle opponents of considerably lower spirit power. When the spirit masters from the Tiando Royal Academy encounter the 2 young women, they are reduced to fragile, paper-thin figures. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing can inflict injuries with just a punch or a kick. The second team, comprising Yu Tianheng and Du Gaiyan, continuously harasses from the periphery, too intimidated to step forward for a direct confrontation. Given their current strength, advancing would only result in a single blow shattering them. Fortunately for the members of the Tiando Royal Academy, Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian have recently regained their vitality after a brief period of recuperation and rejoined the fray. Hanley had previously stated that the 4 of them would battle the entire first and second teams. Thus, Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian's participation in the conflict is not against the rules. As a level 41 spirit ancestor, he is undoubtedly the strongest on their side. He charges forward, crossing his arms to block Xiao Wu's kick. Empowered by Ning Rongrong's augmentation, Xiao Wu's kicking technique is even more formidable, propelling him back 10 meters. Is this the enhancement from the 7 treasures, glazed tile pagoda? Am I truly finding it this arduous to withstand a single strike? Wang Tianzhu is astounded. He surveys the battlefield, witnessing his comrades being sent flying and knocked down by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Before long, apart from a few second team members who wisely retreat upon sensing danger, the others are left sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. The 7 individuals led by Wang Tianzhu represent the pinnacle of the Academy's younger generation, preparing to participate in the prestigious All-Continent Senior Soul Master Competition scheduled for 6 months hence. Yet, they're being defeated by mere girls who had just turned 10. This is an utter disgrace. The head of the Academy's Board of Education, Dream Machine, gazes upon his once promising students being so thoroughly vanquished and feels a deep sense of helplessness. However, being a man of broad vision, he does not dwell on this incident for too long and instead shifts his focus to Xiao Wu and her companions. If he could recruit these exceptionally gifted children into the Academy, it would indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Dream Machine, an elderly man with a thick white beard and sideburns, tall in stature with a few wrinkles on his face, is clad in a black leather coat adorned with golden trim. Allow me to introduce these 4 young prodigies. I am Dream Machine, the head of the Tiando Royal Academy's board, he states. Hanley raises an eyebrow, casually inquiring, "Are you seeking an explanation on behalf of these students?" Dream Machine quickly denies this. No. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. In my view, healthy competition among soul masters is more beneficial than detrimental. Their defeat at your hands merely illustrates their lack of skill. I harbor no intention of placing blame. What are you trying to convey? The talent you have displayed has left me in awe. I have been in the field of education for many years, yet I have never encountered such outstanding prodigies as you, Dream Machine earnestly remarks. It is clear that he is not merely flattering them, but genuinely marveling at their abilities. Considering your youth, I would encourage you to join us at the Tiando Royal Academy. where we offer the finest educational resources and an exceptional faculty. You would surely receive the highest quality of education here. Dream Machine continues, speaking fervently. Hanley interrupts him directly, expressing his disinterest. The teaching quality at the Tiendo Royal Academy is inadequate. It cannot cater to the needs of the four of us, he asserts confidently. Were it anyone else, such words would surely provoke outrage. Yet Dream Machine remains unfazed, adopting a gracious demeanor. It matters not. Even if you do not wish to enroll, you're always welcome to visit. The Tiendo Royal Academy is in dire need of individuals like you. As long as you are willing to join, we can discuss any terms you desire. Being the head of the board, Dream Machine possesses this authority. At that moment, the Sword de Law stepped forward, positioning himself before Hanley and his companions. They are under my protection, Dream Machine. Do not entertain any notions regarding them, the Sword de Law declares with commanding presence. Dream Machine and the others scrutinize the Sword de Law closely, quickly recognizing his identity. It is the esteemed Sword de Law Chinshin. I am deeply honored. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. The Sword de Law's reputation resonates throughout the land, making him one of the most formidable existences even among titled WOs. In a realm where strength is esteemed, it is entirely appropriate for Dream Machine and others to refer to him as senior. Rest assured, we have no intention of poaching your students. We merely wish for them to be affiliated with our academy, allowing them to participate in the All-Continent Senior Soul Master competition in the future. Dream Machine hastily clarifies, concerned about any possible misunderstandings with the Sword de Law. These children will always belong to your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. We would not dare harbor any ulterior motives. You may propose any conditions you see fit. The Sword de Law glances at the children, pondering for a moment before asking, are there any external spirit bones or similar valuable items available? Dream Machine and the others exchange glances, shaking their heads. They had not anticipated that the Sword de Law would bring up external spirit bones right away. Such items hold immense value among soul masters, second only to 10,000-year spirit rings. To call them treasures would be an understatement. Well then, there is nothing more to discuss. The Sword de Law gestures dismissively. Money and power hold no interest for us. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect lacks for neither. What we seek is the means to enhance our strength. Dream Machine and the others sigh deeply, feeling a sense of regret but refraining from pressing further. They had not expected to achieve success in one fell swoop and instead hoped to gradually find opportunities for negotiation in the future. With sufficient sincerity, they believed they could eventually win the other party over. You are the most esteemed guests of the Tiendo Royal Academy. Allow me to extend my hospitality. Dream Machine states respectfully. He intends to personally guide them through the academy and treat them to a lavish meal. However, at that moment, several uninvited guests suddenly arrive. When did the academy become so lively? The voice precedes the appearance of its owner. The crowd turns toward the source of the sound, revealing an elderly man with a white beard, dressed in aristocratic attire of red and white, sporting a somewhat sinister expression. Following closely behind him is Shui Peng, who had previously been soundly thrashed by Xiao Wu, along with an older man clad in black-green combat attire. This latter figure appears significantly younger, robust, and enigmatic. Upon regaining consciousness, Shui Peng immediately sought out his uncle, Prince Xuexing, the very man at the forefront. Head of the Board of Education, Dream Machine, I salute you. Prince Xuexing and the third prince. The members of the Board of Education, including Dream Machine, respectfully greet Xuexing and his companions. The Tiendo Royal Academy is sponsored by the Tiendo Royal family, with the principal being Emperor Shuiyi, while Prince Xuexing oversees its day-to-day operations. The observing students quickly clear a path for the three royals. Shui Peng, still bewildered by the situation, suddenly spots Hanley and the others, pointing at them. Uncle, they are the ones who beat me, he exclaims, a smug expression on his face as he gazes at Hanley and his companions, implying that they would pay for having bullied him. The Avalanche assumed that Hanley and his companions had come to join the Heavenly Royal Academy, thus bringing along Prince Xuexing and the Poison de Law in an attempt to pressure the Academy into expelling them. Dream Machine discerned that the situation was amiss. Although he had previously referred to Shui Peng as the third prince, he held a deep-seated disdain for this frivolous scion, lacking both knowledge and skill. Prince Shui Peng, this is the Academy. Do not overstep your bounds or create disturbances, Dream Machine admonished directly. Unperturbed, Shui Peng gestured towards De Gubo, signaling him to take action. De Gubo subtly unleashed the oppressive aura of a title de law. De Gubo, who gave you the audacity to act tyrannically here? Is your skin itching for a beating? The Sword de Law's imposing demeanor countered, releasing an astonishing pressure that overshadowed De Gubo's presence. Observing this, Dream Machine hastily interjected. This is the esteemed Sword de Law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Both De Gubo and Prince Xuexing were taken aback. They had initially thought they were merely assisting Shui Peng in dealing with some juvenile adversaries, yet they found themselves confronting such a formidable de Law. Though De Gubo was also a titled de Law, his toxic abilities left him significantly weakened, rendering him rather inexperienced among his peers. In stark contrast, the sword Delo was immensely powerful. They had hardly interacted before, but Dugubo understood that the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Sword Delo, my apologies. I mean no offense, Dugubo quickly offered. It is not shameful to bow to the strong. Indeed. What a coincidence today. To have a venerable figure like the sword Delo gracing us. It truly enhances the prestige of the academy, Prince Shueshing declared. Even though he was a royal, he dared not offend a titled Delo lightly. The sword Delo may not be able to contend with the entire Heavendo Empire, but taking Prince Shueshing's life would be a trivial matter. Xuebong was left dumbfounded, slowly realizing that he had provoked a powerful entity. A Delo strong enough to intimidate even his royal uncle was far beyond his standing, and he, a mere figurehead, was utterly insignificant in comparison. At this moment, he was so frightened that he could scarcely move. The sword Delo spoke calmly. Whether to forgive you or not depends on the consent of Hanley and his companions. Dugubo looked towards Hanley for help. Forgiveness is indeed possible, but we were startled just now. It would be unreasonable not to receive some form of compensation. Hanley replied, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Dugubo finally breathed a sigh of relief, though he remained anxious about what conditions Hanley might propose. In the blink of an eye, Hanley approached Xuebong with ghostly grace and unexpectedly slapped him twice. Stunned, Xuebong crumpled to the ground, a prominent handprint marking his face. Xuebong, if you wish to seek revenge yourself, I welcome it at any time. However, it is your fault to neglect your training and instead seek out powerful individuals to bully us. Hanley chastised before unleashing a flurry of blows upon Xuebong, leaving him battered and bruised, howling in pain on the ground. A system notification chimed, indicating that he could extract a year of life from Xuebong. Prince Shueshing and Dugubo exchanged glances, remaining silent and offering no assistance to Xuebong. Hanley crouched down, causing Xuebong to fear another assault, but instead, he heard Han Li's quiet words. I know you are intelligent, merely pretending to be a wastrel. Please, do be more perceptive. Do not provoke me again, for it may grant you a few more years to live. Consider your current predicament alongside the strength of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Hanley whispered this directly into Xuebong's ear, audible only to them. Xuebong was profoundly shocked, staring blankly at Han Li as he began to re-evaluate this younger genius. It is all my fault. I failed to recognize the mountain before me. Please, do not hold my foolishness against me. Can we be friends, given my sincere remorse? Xuebong exclaimed, seemingly in a frenzy, slapping himself a few times. Hanley merely waved his hand dismissively. Dream Machine took a deep breath and called out to the onlooking students, disperse. What are you all gawking at? Instead of loitering here, you might as well return and devote your time to training. As the chairman of the Academy Committee, Dream Machine wielded considerable authority in the eyes of the students. They quickly scattered, returning to their respective pursuits. Gentlemen, it seems we have reached an understanding without conflict. Let us consider this matter settled. Regardless of whether one belongs to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the royal family, or even you, old poison master, we are all citizens of the Heavendo Empire. There is no need to sour our relations. How about we retreat to my office for a discussion? Dream Machine suggested, skillfully navigating social intricacies and diffusing tensions with just a few words, ensuring that everyone's dignity was preserved. Upon hearing Dream Machine's proposal, the atmosphere gradually calmed. May I inquire about the names of these young individuals? Dream Machine asked, turning his attention to Han Li and the others. I am Han Li. These are Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Han Li introduced them succinctly. Currently, he held a favorable impression of Dream Machine, recognizing a shared trait with Flender. Both possessed a grand vision. A fine name indeed. It is an honor for an old man like me to meet such talented youths, Dream Machine replied with a smile. If it is convenient for you four, would you care to join us in the office? He invited. Hanley, maintaining his composure, shook his head. I will pass. My purpose here is merely to observe, with no ulterior motives. Chapter 86. Dugubo, I see you are deeply poisoned. With Hanley declining, Dream Machine and the others could not press further, though they did express their willingness to assist should any needs arise. The Sword de Law did not follow Dream Machine, but instead remained close to Han Li and his companions for protection. As they toured the Heavenly Royal Academy, they encountered Dugubo on his way back. Han Li stepped forward to intercept him. Is there something you need? Dugubo asked, astonished. Had it been any other junior blocking his path, Dugubo would have reprimanded them. However, with the Sword Law standing nearby, he had no desire to provoke trouble. I know you cultivate some celestial herbs. Could you spare me a few? Han Li asked without reservation. Dugubo was taken aback, astonished that this child had uncovered his long-hidden secret. However, considering Han Li's affiliation with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Dugubo glanced at the Sword Law before nodding to Han Li. Han Li, do you often suffer from the backlash of toxins within your body, causing you great distress? He inquired, his surprise evident. At this, Dugubo was thoroughly astonished, instinctively stepping back 2 paces, unable to believe that Han Li knew this as well. The poison skills he had honed for decades were his pride and joy. In the realm of solitary combat, Dugu Bo may not surpass other title duos. However, when it comes to the art of poison, he proudly claims the title of the world's foremost expert. Alas, the very poison that has elevated Dugu Bo to greatness has simultaneously bestowed upon him immense suffering. The accumulation of toxins within his body has led to frequent repercussions, leaving him in a state of agony that is akin to living death. Observing the expression on Dugu Bo's face, it becomes evident that Hanley's words ring true. Even the sword law is taken aback, as he had failed to perceive the anomaly in Dugu Bo's condition. Upon learning that Dugu Bo is a poison user, Xiao Wu and her companions instinctively retreat, fearing the contamination of even a trace of toxin. Young man, how did you discern this? Dugu Bo appears calm, yet a tempest brews within his heart. I possess a modest understanding of medicine. Merely by your complexion, I can ascertain your suffering, Hanley replies, exuding the air of a sage. The Sword de Loi contemplates Han Li's audacity in speaking so freely. Though he harbors no fear of Dugu Bo, he prefers to avoid provoking a confrontation. Contrary to expectation, Dugu Bo does not chastise Han Li for his impudence. Instead, he reveals an expression of despondency. I am acutely aware of my condition. I have attempted countless remedies, yet none have yielded results. His eyes are filled with a mixture of helplessness and resentment. After enduring years of hardship to attain the rank of title de law, no one wishes to depart this world in such a muddled fashion. If you trust me, I possess a method to aid you, Hanley states. Is that truly the case? Dugu Bo's expression transforms with hope. Despite his youth, Han Li's ability to discern Dugu Bo's plight indicates that he is no ordinary child. I have one condition. You must allow me to freely gather and utilize all your medicinal herbs, Hanley states calmly. Dugu Bo ponders this. Having exhausted all his efforts without success, he sees no harm in allowing Hanley a chance, as those herbs are merely external possessions. Very well, we have a deal. Dugu Bo agrees on the spot. Hanley turns to the three young women and remarks, this old gentleman may appear intimidating, but he possesses a wealth of valuable treasures. Let us see them shortly. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Xiao Wu and her companions light up. For anything deemed a treasure by Han Li must be extraordinarily precious. The Sword de Loi is also piqued with curiosity by Han Li's words. Continuing his discourse with Dugu Bo, Han Li inquires, the girl with a blue phosphor serpent martial spirit must be your granddaughter, correct? Dugu Bo nods in affirmation. Hanley alaburatas. The blue phosphor serpent spirit has both advantages and disadvantages. She is evidently afflicted by poison, but due to her youth, the toxicity is not yet profound. Thus the chances of her recovery are significant. In stark contrast, Dugu Bo's own accumulation of toxins poses a far greater challenge, as his body has been ravaged internally. Yet hope remains for his healing. Dugu Bo appears visibly agitated. I have lived long enough. Even if I cannot be cured, it matters not. However, Yenner is still young. With a lifetime ahead of her to embrace, she must survive. It is evident that Dugu Bo harbors deep affection for his granddaughter. Please, do everything in your power to save her. If you succeed in healing Yenner, I would gladly serve you as your servant, dedicating myself to your service, Dugu Bo implores. This earnest display alters the perception of those present regarding Dugu Bo. There is no significant issue. I need to gather some herbs first to concoct an antidote. This is a step-by-step process, Hanley states nonchalantly. Very well, follow me. I shall take you to my secret lair. Dugu Bo's secret lair is located within the Sunset Forest, a place akin to the Stardow Forest, teeming with soul beasts, albeit with fewer species and numbers. Under Dugu Bo's guidance, they arrive at a towering hill, from which hot air billows forth, saturating the atmosphere with heat. Dugu Bo leaps into the valley below, and the others follow suit. Upon landing, they are greeted by several hot springs, their waters exuding an unusual hue of milky white and crimson. This place is truly a treasure trove, endowed with unparalleled conditions, serving as a nexus for the convergence of heavenly and earthly spirit energy. The extreme climate renders ordinary vegetation unable to survive, yet it is a haven for rare celestial herbs. At last, I have encountered the Eye of Ice and Fire. Hanley exclaims instinctively. Dugu Bo, perplexed, inquires what is the Eye of Ice and Fire. Hanley hastily dismisses the question, stating that it is inconsequential. The Eye of Ice and Fire is an exceptionally rare spring, characterized by its duality and the opposing forces it embodies. It is a phenomenon that is not easily formed and is a treasure one can only hope to encounter. It is precisely this eye that has birthed the multitude of precious celestial herbs that blanket the mountainside. The Sword de Loi is astonished to see the vast array of celestial herbs cultivated by the Poison de Loi. Hanley, unlike Tang San, does not engage in the tedious process of proving his ability to detoxify and instead bypasses such rituals. Dugu Bo has long considered Hanley to be associated with the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Otherwise, the Sword de Loi would not remain so close to him. Chapter 87. The Pillaging of Dugu Bo's Herb Garden. Indeed, despite Han Li's tender age, he possesses knowledge far beyond that of Dugu Bo's granddaughter, articulating crucial insights that suggest he is not merely speaking frivolously. Thus, Dugabo places his trust in Hanley. In the original narrative, Tang San harvested the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom to cultivate an immunity to all poisons. However, Hanley deems these two herbs too extreme and unnecessary for his needs, choosing instead to focus on other celestial herbs. With Dugubo's permission, Hanley traverses the valley, continuously gathering various celestial herbs, naming them with ease. Some of these herbs are even unknown to Dugubo, yet Hanley identifies them accurately, demonstrating his proficiency in medicinal knowledge. Dugubo's trust in Hanley deepens as he observes this. Initially, Dugubo assumed Hanley would select only a few herbs that would benefit him most. Yet, Hanley resembles a merchant on a shopping spree, plucking herbs without pause. Each one he sees is swiftly harvested. This action causes Dugubo great distress, as he feels his heart bleed at the sight. Reflecting on their agreement, he realizes he did not impose any limits on the quantity of herbs Hanley could gather. Moreover, given his current dependence on Hanley's assistance, he must accept this reality. After a while, Dugubo can no longer bear it and decides to leave, choosing to avert his gaze from the scene. Hanley, on the other hand, enjoys a bountiful harvest, gathering a plethora of rare celestial herbs, including the exquisite Chua tulip, the heart-wrenching red of broken love, the water nymph's jade skin bone, the 8-petaled immortal orchid, and the fragrant Chua celestial product, among others. Each of these treasures is invaluable, worth more than mere gold, and cannot be acquired solely through wealth. Hanley, why do you wear such a cheerful smile? Xiao Wu inquires with curiosity. These celestial herbs possess the ability to regulate qi and blood, nourish the body, and enhance soul power. Once we return, we shall seize the opportunity to consume them, and our strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. Hanley replies, beaming with delight at the three young women. In Hanley's eyes, these celestial herbs are exceedingly rare. Apart from this location, only the core region of the Stardow Forest holds the potential for their growth, making them impossible to find elsewhere. At this moment, Jian Dao and the three women remained oblivious to the immense efficacy of the celestial herbs. However, given Hanley's assertions, their significance was undoubtedly profound. Once the gathering was complete, Dugubo's medicinal garden lay in disarray, utterly ravaged. A malicious grin spread across Jian Dolua's face. He mused that Dugubo would likely be driven nearly to madness upon witnessing such devastation. After dedicating much of his life to cultivating these herbs, he had lost the majority of them in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Comparing the state of the garden now to its former glory was akin to contrasting heaven and earth. Having achieved his goal, Hanley, satisfied, took his leave alongside the three women to bid farewell to Dugubo. I have seen your sincerity. Rest assured, I will not take these benefits from you without due recompense. Tomorrow afternoon, come to the Tiendo Royal Academy, and I shall concoct an antidote for you and your granddaughter. Hanley stutta. Upon hearing about the antidote, Dugubo's foul mood evaporated, and instead of lamenting the significant loss, he felt that this course of action was indeed worthwhile. Then I shall express my gratitude in advance, Dugubo replied, profoundly appreciative, and personally escorted them away. Once Hanley and his companions had faded into the distance, Dugubo slowly returned to his medicinal garden. What? Dugubo was utterly astounded. The garden could be said to have been completely pillaged, leaving a pitiful sight. Anger welled up within him, yet he ultimately chose to endure it. He held on to the hope that Hanley would indeed be able to cure the poison, at the very least for his granddaughter, Duguyen. Otherwise, even if Hanley hailed from the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Dugubo would ensure he held him accountable. Under the protection of Jian Dao, Hanley and his party safely exited the Sunset Forest, encountering no soul beasts along the way. Soul beasts possessed a certain degree of intelligence, and they could sense the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Jian Dao. Unless they were courting death, they would never take the initiative to approach. As night descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the radiant moon and a myriad of twinkling stars. Where do we head now? Jian Dao inquired calmly. To the Tiendo Royal Academy. I have just made arrangements with Dugubo, Hanley replied nonchalantly. Thus, while Hanley was reluctant to join the academy, staying there for a few days was of little concern. Besides the meeting with Dugubo, there was another reason for this decision. Hanley believed that after today's events, the academy's administrative committee would undoubtedly place immense importance on their group, and they would be warmly welcomed during their stay. As expected, upon Hanley's return to the academy, members of the administrative committee, led by Meng Xinji, rushed out to greet them as soon as they received word of their arrival. Welcome, welcome. It is our honor to have you, Senior Jian Dao and the four young friends, visit us once more, Meng Xinji said respectfully. May we stay here for a few days? Hanley inquired with an air of nonchalance. Of course, you are esteemed guests of the academy, and we shall treat you with the utmost courtesy. Stay as long as you wish, Meng Xinji beamed. Meng Xinji and the other committee members warmly hosted Hanley and his companions, treating them to a lavish banquet filled with delightful fare and engaging conversation. Once the feast concluded, Meng Xinji arranged for them to have the finest accommodations available. He refrained from broaching the subject of recruitment again, instead generously offering assistance with any needs they might have. In Meng Shenji's view, the fact that they returned indicated that they harbored positive feelings towards the Tiando Royal Academy. Had they disliked it, they would not have come back. Thus, Hanley and his companions settled in at the Tiando Royal Academy. This was indeed a wise decision. The rooms were spacious and luxurious, and the surrounding transport options were exceedingly convenient. As esteemed guests of the academy, they enjoyed complimentary lodging and meals, far surpassing any hotel in Tiando City. The feeling of being a guest is truly delightful, Xiao Wu exclaimed, reclining on the soft bed. All right, save the lounging for bedtime. Come here. I have something wonderful to share with you all, Hanley said calmly. Naturally, Hanley would not indulge alone. From the plethora of celestial herbs he had gathered from Dugabo, he selected a few to bestow upon Jianhua and the others. These celestial herbs have no adverse effects once consumed. You need not worry, Hanley declared earnestly. The group placed their trust in Hanley, quickly consuming the herbs in their possession. Chapter 88. My goodness, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. After distributing the celestial herbs, Hanley sent them off to rest, as the effects of the herbs would require time to manifest. The following morning, a brilliant light appeared in the distant sky. Jiandao gradually rose, recalling the events of the previous night, and immediately assessed his own condition. Jiandao discovered that although his soul power had not yet broken through to the next level, it had significantly solidified, showing signs of imminent advancement. The further one progressed as a soul master, the more challenging it became to level up, particularly for someone at Jiandolua's current rank. He had not felt this sensation of impending breakthrough in many years, and joy surged within him. Indeed, Hanli's herbs were remarkable. He resolved to seek Hanley again at the next opportunity. Upon awakening, the 3 women quickly sensed the changes within themselves. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's soul power had each increased by 3 levels, while Ning Rongrong had experienced a 4-level enhancement. Hanley, whose rank was comparatively higher, had only seen a 1-level increase. In the early morning light, the 3 women and Jiandao joyfully entered Hanli's room, eager to share their transformations. They all felt a significant boost in their soul power. This is the miraculous efficacy of the celestial herbs. You need not worry. Such enhancements in soul power are entirely normal and pose no drawbacks, Hanley reassured them. He then turned to Ning Rongrong. Release your martial soul for everyone to see. Ning Rongrong found it somewhat strange. Everyone present had already witnessed her martial soul, so what was there to display? Nonetheless, she complied with Hanli's request. Soul power began to overflow from Ning Rongrong's body, resulting in an unexpected development. Her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul had inexplicably evolved, transforming into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, radiating an even more dazzling light than before. Jiandolua and Ning Rongrong were left astounded. Is my martial soul truly evolving? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, from this moment forth, your martial soul has become the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Hanley said, patting her shoulder. Ning Rongrong was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to contain herself as she embraced Hanley and planted a fragrant kiss on his cheek. The atmosphere in the room shifted awkwardly. After a moment, Ning Rongrong realized her impulsiveness and retreated in flustered embarrassment, offering a sheepish laugh. Jiandao, too, was elated and remarked, Hanley, this significant change in Rongrong is all thanks to you. He prepared to immediately write to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to report this development, wondering if Ning Fengji and Gu Doloa had returned. After a casual exchange, they began testing their soul power, discovering that they had each increased by 3 or 4 levels, prompting the 3 women to leap about in excitement. Having witnessed their transformations firsthand, Jiandao gained a better understanding of why Hanley and his companions had progressed so rapidly. It seemed there truly were opportunities to be seized in this vast world, filled with wonders beyond imagination. The Sword Doll reflected that the experiences he had accumulated over several decades paled in comparison to what he had witnessed alongside Hanley in just a few months. Hanley, do you have any potent herbs to enhance soul power? Sword Doll could not help but inquire. Hanley nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, there are some, though they are far inferior to what you consumed yesterday. Perhaps we should explore the Star Doe Forest in the future. We may uncover even better treasures. Sword Delaw found this suggestion appealing and resolved to bring Bone Delaw along on the expedition. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. As promised, Dugu Bo arrived at the Heaven Do Royal Academy with his granddaughter, Duguyen. Upon seeing Han Li and the others, Duguyen instinctively recalled the events of the previous day and felt a flicker of animosity. Han Li, however, dismissed her hostility. Considering the substantial benefits he had gained from Dugu Bo, he exchanged some antidotes in the system shop and handed them to Dugu Bo. 1 dose every 3 days for a month should suffice. By then, the toxins in Dugu Yin should be eradicated. As for you, I cannot make any guarantees. We will need to monitor your condition closely before making a final determination. Han Li fixed his gaze intently on Dugu Bo, filled with joy. Gingerly accepted the antidote. Han Li, I cannot thank you enough. Without delay, he consumed a dose and urged Dugu Yin to do the same. Yanya, do you think your grandfather would harm you? Quickly take it. It will undoubtedly be beneficial. Gugubo implored earnestly. Yet, Dugu Yin resolutely shook her head. I'm fine. I don't want to take it. Yinner, I discovered my affliction too late, and I cannot guarantee a complete cure for you. You are still young. The toxins have not fully penetrated your marrow. You must seek treatment promptly. By the time you reach my age, it may be too late. Dugubo's heartfelt plea brought tears to Dugu Yan's eyes, and she ultimately succumbed to the antidote he offered, sobbing as she accepted it. If you experience any abnormalities in the coming days, do not hesitate to seek me out, Hanley advised as they were about to part ways. 10 days swiftly passed. Dugu Yan noticeably felt better, and Dugubo's health had also improved slightly. Their gratitude towards Hanley deepened significantly. They chose an auspicious day to visit the Heaven Do Royal Academy to express their thanks. Hanley, I initially sought your help with a mere hope, never expecting you would truly cure us. I am eternally grateful. You have saved our lives, and I will never forget your kindness, Dugubo expressed sincerely. Bring with him a gift. It was a soul guide device for storing items. While its internal space was modest, it had the remarkable ability to contain living beings. Although Hanley had no pressing need for it, he accepted the thoughtful gift. Hanley, I stand by my previous words. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I will offer my utmost support, Dugubo assured him. He then gestured toward his granddaughter, prompting Dugu Yin to express her heartfelt gratitude to Hanley as well. Chapter 89. Sword de Loi breaks through to level 97. Bone de Loi issues a challenge. After Dugubo and Dugu Yin departed, the admiration from Sword de Loi and the others towards Hanley intensified. They had not anticipated that Hanley could genuinely detoxify Dugubo, a feat that even the lifelong poison expert had struggled with. During their stay at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Sword de Loi continued to serve as a sparring partner for Hanley and his companions. Despite their combined efforts, they could not overcome Sword de Loi's formidable skills. Each battle left them utterly exhausted, necessitating periods of rest to recover their soul power. This rigorous cycle allowed Hanley and the others to improve at an accelerated pace. Upon learning of Hanley's return, Xuebong diligently stationed himself at their residence, catering to their every need with utmost eagerness. This led to a rather peculiar phenomenon. Whenever Hanley and his companions ventured out, Xuebong would immediately approach, inquiring after their well-being. Regardless of their requests, Xuebong would strive to fulfill them, resembling a sycophant. This transformation astounded many within the academy. The once arrogant third prince had inexplicably become a subordinate. Xuebong's behavior stemmed from his belief that Hanley was an extraordinary individual. The mere act of discerning Xuebong's deliberate facade showcased Hanley's exceptional insight. Furthermore, as a powerful soul master of youthful age, Hanley possessed unparalleled potential. After careful consideration, Xuebong was convinced that fostering a good relationship with Hanley would yield immense benefits in the future. One day, Hanley unexpectedly summoned Xuebong, holding a cup of steaming tea. I possess some knowledge of the heavenly arts, and can discern a certain imperial aura about you, Hanley stated in a remarkably calm tone. This revelation sent Xuebong into a frenzy of excitement, hastily inquiring if it were true. Hanley nonchalantly nudda, advising him to continue diligently cultivating in secret without disturbing him or wasting time. Overjoyed, Xuebong left with a broad smile. Hanley sighed with relief, finally rid of the bothersome fellow. On the 11th day of their stay at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Ning Fengji and Bone de Loi arrived, having just returned from their own journey. They had received a message from Sword de Loi and hastily made their way to meet with him. They were eager to uncover the truth behind Ning Rongrong's martial spirit. Additionally, Ning Fengji had ulterior motives for this visit. He intended to confer with the Emperor and the Crown Prince regarding countermeasures against the Spirit Hall. Dad, Grandpa Bone, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly, rushing to embrace them. She then eagerly unleashed her martial spirit, unable to contain her excitement in showcasing it to them. As mentioned in the letter, Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glaze tile had transformed into the 9-treasure glaze tile. Ning Fengji trembled with emotion, unable to articulate the depth of his feelings at that moment. The 9-treasure glaze tile. I once believed it to be a mere legend. I never imagined it to be real. The 7-treasure glaze tile, as the foremost auxiliary martial spirit on the continent, bore a significant flaw. Its wielders could only acquire 7 soul rings, limiting their cultivation to a maximum of level 79. Nevertheless, even so, the amplification provided by the 7-treasure glaze tile is unparalleled by any other auxiliary spirit. The 9-treasure glaze tile, however, has the potential to compensate for this shortcoming, signifying that Ning Rongrong may ascend to even higher realms in her cultivation. It is not impossible for her to eventually become a title Doloa of the auxiliary system. To witness the 9-treasure glaze tile in his lifetime fills Ning Fengji's heart with profound emotions. Hanley, I express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of Rongrong's father and the 7-treasure glazed sect. Ning Fengji gazed at Hanley with immense appreciation. Were it not for Hanley's provision of the immortal herb, Ning Rongrong would not have been able to undergo this transformation. You flatter me, sect master Ning. I merely offered a flower to present to the Buddha. Hanley replied humbly, downplaying his contribution, which only deepened Ning Fengji's admiration for him. The Bon de Law beside them also felt immense joy at Ning Rongrong's transformation. Hanley and the Sword Po recounted the events leading to their gathering of herbs at Dugobo's medicinal garden. After consuming the herbs, Ning Rongrong's spirit transformed in such a wondrous manner. Both Ning Fengji and the Bon de Law were utterly astonished by the extraordinary phenomenon. I too consumed an immortal herb, and my soul power has significantly advanced, being but a step away from breaking through to level 97, declared the Sword de Law. Ning Rongrong chimed in, expressing that her soul power had increased by 4 levels. Hanley, do you have any more of the herbs that facilitated Ning Rongrong's spirit evolution? Ning Fengti inquired excitedly, indicating his willingness to pay a handsome sum for any similar immortal herbs Hanley might possess, as the Seven Treasure Glaze sect has always been financially robust. However, Hanley merely shook his head, stating that he only had some spiritual herbs left, whose effects were far less remarkable than those of the immortal herbs, though they still held some efficacy. Subsequently, Hanley produced a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs from his spirit tool and generously distributed one to each person. The Sword de Law, Xiao Wu, and others had already absorbed most of the previous immortal herbs, and upon receiving the spiritual herbs from Hanley, they promptly consumed them. After a brief period of meditation, the 3 young women found no significant enhancement in their soul power, while Ning Fengji and the Bon de Law visibly felt their vitality and mental state had improved considerably. As for the Sword de Law, his gains were undoubtedly the most substantial, with his soul power directly breaking through to level 97. Excellent! After many years, I have finally advanced again, the Sword de Law exclaimed, filled with excitement. Everyone rejoiced at this news. The Bon de Law cast an envious glance at the Sword de Law, knowing that he remained at level 95. Old Bone, I am now confident I can easily surpass you, the Sword de Law boasted towards the Bon de Law. The 2 esteemed elders of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect often engaged in banter and sparring, yet their comparable strengths made it difficult to determine a victor. Do not think that just because your soul power has increased, you can defeat me. A soul master strength is not solely reliant on soul power. The Bon de Law retorted defiantly. The Sword de Law raised an eyebrow and gestured provocatively towards the Bon de Law. Shall we have a spar? Bring it on. Who's afraid of you? The Bon de Law replied boldly. Without further ado, the 2 stepped outside in perfect synchrony to select an open area for their sparring match. Chapter 90. To meet the Snow Knight Emperor at the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. The onlookers did not intervene, but hurriedly followed, bringing chairs to sit and prepare for the spectacle. The clash between 2 super duos was a rare opportunity, one that money could not buy. Hanley and the others were fortunate enough to witness such a high-caliber battle for free, their excitement palpable. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Rongrong, keep your eyes wide open. Observing powerful fighters up close is beneficial for you, Hanley instructed. Ning Fengti marvelet internally, understanding why the 3 young women had experienced such significant improvements under Hanley's guidance. Old Bone, quickly reveal your spirit. I fear you might lose before you even have the chance to showcase your strength, the Sword de Law arrogantly proclaimed. It's merely a level increase in soul power. Look at how smug you are, the Bon de Law retorted, brimming with indignation. The Bon de Law's spirit, known as the Bone Dragon, is an exceedingly rare and high-quality spirit, distinguished primarily by its formidable defensive capabilities. The Sword de Law ceased his banter, drawing his long sword and soaring forth. Though he was not a speed-oriented soul master, his velocity was no less impressive. From a distance, he appeared like a streak of lightning, and any ordinary individual encountering the Sword de Law would undoubtedly meet a swift demise. However, the Bon de Law was not easily dealt with. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned numerous sharp bone spikes from the ground, obstructing the Sword de Law's advance. The Sword de Law's 7-killing sword effortlessly cleaved through the obstructive bone spikes, allowing him to proceed with minimal delay. Yet it was sufficient time for the Bon de Law to prepare. The 2 collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that shook the very earth. The battle between super duos was nothing short of intense. Simultaneously, 3 members of the teaching committee, led by Dream Machine, arrived at the scene. All 3 were soul duos, and upon witnessing the duel between the 2 esteemed elders, they quickly took cover nearby to watch the spectacle. Initially, the Sword de Law and Bon de Law seemed evenly matched, neither gaining a definitive upper hand. However, as time passed, the Bon de Law gradually found himself at a disadvantage. After all, the Bon de Law's soul power was 2 levels lower than that of the Sword de Law, resulting in a significant disparity in total soul power. The Bon de Law began to sweat profusely, his speed and strength diminishing noticeably, while the Sword de Law grew increasingly emboldened. Ultimately, after a fierce exchange of powerful soul techniques, the Bon de Law was unable to withstand the onslaught and was forced back significantly. Fortunately, he managed to use the bone spikes as a buffer just in time, preventing a fall that would have cost him his dignity. I declare the victor of this battle to be Grandfather Sword, Ning Rongrong announced loudly. Upon hearing her words, the sword Doloa beamed with pride and satisfaction. The Bon Doa, resigned, straightened himself, appearing as if he had aged several years, letting out a deep sigh. Having sparred with the sword Doloa for nearly a lifetime, he never expected to be surpassed one day. Old Bone, if you are unsatisfied, feel free to challenge me anytime. The sword Doloa remarked, reveling in his triumph. He cast a grateful glance toward Hanley, knowing that all of this was made possible by him. Dream Machine and the others approached slowly, expressing their gratitude for the invaluable experience gained from witnessing the battle between the two elders. Dream Machine extended an invitation for a meal, but Ning Fengji declined, stating that he had more pressing matters to attend to. Dream Machine felt regretful, but said nothing further. If this opportunity is missed, we shall await the next. After Dream Machine and the others departed, Ning Fengji turned to Hanley and said, I wonder if you would be willing to accompany me to the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Ning Fengji hoped Hanley would join him in meeting the Emperor and the Crown Prince to persuade them to stand against the Spirit Hall. Hanley contemplated for a moment and nodded. If the Emperor inquires about my identity, I shall state that I am from the Seven Treasure Glazed sect to avoid any unnecessary complications. Absolutely no problem, Ning Fengji replied cheerfully, eager for someone of Hanley's caliber to join the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. Thus, the group departed from the Heaven Do Royal Academy, heading straight for the Imperial Palace of the Heaven Do Empire. On the way, Hanley contemplated something and specifically instructed Ning Fengji on a couple of points. This matter primarily concerns the Emperor, and he should refrain from disclosing too much to Prince Xuedo for the time being. Hanley expressed that persuading the two would be quite daunting. Although this reasoning might seem somewhat tenuous, Ning Fengji nonetheless acquiesced. From Ning Fengji's perspective, considering how much Hanley had assisted Ning Rongrong, it was unlikely he would bring harm upon himself. However, the reality was that the current prince, Xue Qinghe, was merely a guise for Qianren Xue, the young master of the Spirit Hall. Hanley had no intention of exposing Qianren Xue just yet, as it would pose certain dangers. Before traversing to the Doloa continent, Hanley had enjoyed reading novels and watching animations, where he had developed a fondness for Qianren Xue, often feeling empathy for her plight. Thus, rather than standing in opposition to her, Hanley preferred to protect her and alter her destiny. Before long, Ning Fengji and his entourage entered the Imperial Palace. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had always maintained close ties with the Tiando royal family. The Emperor of the Tiando Empire had long granted Ning Fengji the privilege to enter the palace, so they faced no obstruction. This was the first occasion for Xiao Wu and the other girls to visit the palace, and they eagerly explored their surroundings, filled with curiosity and anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. In the grand hall of the palace, upon receiving news of Ning Fengji's arrival, Emperor Xue had come out early to await them. Master Ning, it is a pleasure to see you, the emperor greeted warmly. Having aged considerably, Emperor Xue was hunched over, his hair a mix of white, and his face was etched with wrinkles. Yet as a sovereign, he exuded the formidable presence of a ruler. Ning Fengji, with his formidable soul power reaching level 79, was undoubtedly the most distinguished support-type soul master on the continent. Accompanied by two formidable super Doloa, this assembly could command respect and authority almost anywhere. Due to Ning Fengji's esteemed status and extraordinary prowess, there is no need for them to kneel before Emperor Xue. Rather, the emperor displayed utmost respect towards them. He greatly valued these three powerful figures, for if they were part of his royal family, he would possess significant leverage against the Xing Luo Empire. It is quite windy outside, and there are many eyes. Let us converse within, Emperor Xue suggested gently. The group followed him into a spacious room, well lit by streams of sunlight cascading onto the floor. It has been a long time. I have missed you greatly, Master Ning, the emperor remarked. I am deeply grateful for your majesty's kindness. In the future, should you find yourself unoccupied, I would welcome you to the palace more often, Emperor Xue replied with a smile. Ning Fengji and Emperor Xue exchanged pleasantries, creating a scene of warmth and harmony, as if the emperor were merely a kindly neighbor rather than a ruler. Chapter 91. The emperor's astonishment and anger despite Emperor Xue's jovial demeanor. He was secretly afflicted by a slow-acting poison. In its early stages, the poison did not manifest any peculiar symptoms. His consciousness remained clear, and his mental state appeared robust, suggesting he could continue to reign for quite some time. However, in a few years, he would find himself bedridden, his mind clouded. Master Ning, why have you brought these 4 children with you? Please introduce them to me. Emperor Xue smoothly shifted the topic to Hanley and the others. In his eyes, children accompanying Ning Fengji must possess extraordinary qualities. Ning Fengji introduced each of them, declaring that they were all young prodigies of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They are all under 10 years of age and have already reached the rank of Soul Master, he concluded. At this revelation, Emperor Xue's expression turned to one of astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. Among the vast population of the continent, Soul Masters constituted only a small fraction. Achieving the rank of Soul Master was a remarkable feat. The ranks of Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Soul Daw, and Title Daw were exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one emerging among 10,000. Given the scarcity of Soul Masters and their formidable combat prowess, this profession was immensely coveted. Both the Tiando Empire and the Xing Luo Empire placed great importance on Soul Masters, actively recruiting them despite their overall limited numbers. Thousands of mid-tier Soul Masters existed, serving as the backbone of each empire, complemented by numerous ordinary military forces. Even in the absence of high-level combat power, the Soul Master legions, alongside regular armies, could wield significant influence on the battlefield. This was one of the critical reasons the Spirit Hall regarded the two empires with trepidation. Emperor Shui Yi was elated. The Tiando royal family had cultivated a favorable relationship with the Poison Law and maintained a commendable rapport with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Master Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was also the mentor of the empire's prince, Shui Qinghe. The emperor began to envision the future. When the prince ascended the throne, these exceptionally gifted children would have matured. By then, they would undoubtedly have developed into Title de Law, and with 3 Title Law alongside a powerful support, their strength would be formidable. Simultaneously, the mid-tier Soul Masters of the empire would be well coordinated, and with efforts to recruit additional strong talents, they could potentially possess the capability to challenge the Xing Luo Empire. The emperor's long-standing aspiration was to see the Tiando Empire unify the continent. Hanley, Zhuzuqing, Xiao, and Ning Rongrong. The emperor recognized the significance of these 4 children and committed their names to memory. As the dean, I extend an invitation for you to join the Tiando Royal Academy and represent the Academy at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. The Empire and the Academy will offer you substantial rewards. I hope you can secure the championship and bring glory to the Tiando Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Emperor Zhu Yi project excitedly. Regarding this matter, had it been in the past, Ning Fengji might have entertained similar thoughts, but upon learning of the Spirit Hall's ambitions, he was reluctant to expose Hanley and the others too soon. For according to the Spirit Hall's modus operandi, they would stop at nothing to eliminate those talented individuals who resisted their allegiance. Ning Fengji wished to refuse on behalf of the children. Yet the emperor of the Tiando Empire was not someone to dismiss lightly. An abrupt refusal could lead to discontent. At this pivotal moment, Hanley stepped forward to ease the tension. Your Majesty, we are grateful for your kind offer. However, we are still quite young. Perhaps we can revisit this in the future. The 3 girls beside him promptly nodded in agreement. Emperor Shui Yi felt a sense of regret, unable to compel the 4 children to participate in the tournament, thinking there would be time to discuss it later. With the opportunity ripe, Ning Fengji decided to broach the main subject, delivering a thunderous revelation. Your Majesty, aside from being wary of the Xing Luo Empire, we must also be vigilant of the Spirit Hall. The current Pope, Bibi Dong, harbors grand ambitions, and given the recent movements of the Spirit Hall, it is quite possible they too aspire to dominate the world. Ning Fengji continued, for this reason, I am rather reluctant to have Han Li and the others participate in the tournament hosted by the Spirit Hall. Emperor Shui Yi was undoubtedly aware of the vast organization that the Spirit Hall represented. Nearly all Soul Masters under heaven were registered with them. I have always perceived the Spirit Hall as a formidable entity akin to a sect or family, much like your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I never imagined the Spirit Hall could rival a nation. Emperor Shui Yi candidly remarked, Your Majesty, we are not indulging in alarmist rhetoric. According to reliable intelligence, the Spirit Hall possesses no fewer than 20 Title de Law, with at least 3 having surpassed level 98. Furthermore, the numbers of Soul Daw, Soul Saints, and mid-tier Soul Masters are equally substantial, Ning Fengji stated. Upon hearing such words, the Snow Knight Emperor was utterly astonished. It appeared his understanding of the Spirit Hall had been fundamentally flawed. With so many formidable warriors mobilizing, a surprise attack could easily overwhelm the royal guards of the Tiando Palace, signifying that the Snow Knight Emperor's life could be in jeopardy at any moment. Skeptically, the Snow Knight Emperor queried, Does the Spirit Hall truly possess such an abundance of Doluo? It is worth noting that even the powerful Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has only 2 Title Doluo. Ning Fengji affirmed the high veracity of the intelligence, remarking that after years of accumulation, the Spirit Hall's formidable strength was entirely plausible. Even Ning Fengji himself had severely underestimated the Spirit Hall's capabilities. In addition to the inherent strength of the Spirit Hall, there's a possibility they are clandestinely recruiting support for various sects, kingdoms, and duchies, and may even be infiltrating or inciting factions within the Tiando and Xingluo empires, Hanley interjected. The 2 empires have existed for a long time and possess considerable national strength. Despite a weak Soul Master presence, they still command a vast military. If faced directly, the Spirit Hall would find it challenging to prevail. Should the Spirit Hall incite various factions, once those individuals begin to conspire, the empire would inevitably face disintegration. Hanley subsequently illustrated an example. If war erupted between the 2 empires, kingdoms and duchies would seize the opportunity to incite chaos. and once the turmoil reached its peak, the Spirit Hall could emerge, reaping the benefits and potentially unifying the continent. Hearing Hanley and Ning Fengji's discourse, the Snow Knight Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. If such scenarios materialized, even if the Tiando Empire did not face annihilation, it would be gravely weakened. The specter of national calamity loomed ominously. Your Majesty, do not panic. To avert speculation from becoming reality, I have already taken certain actions. Ning Fengji spoke slowly. Prior to his visit to the Tiando Palace, Ning Fengji, accompanied by the Bondua, had embarked on a journey. I have contacted the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. They have expressed their willingness to prepare and remain vigilant regarding the Spirit Hall's every move. Should the Spirit Hall indeed instigate war, they will not stand idly by. Finally, the Snow Knight Emperor received a piece of good news, and his furrowed brow began to ease. It is imperative that the Tiando Empire regards this matter with utmost seriousness, not only by forging alliances with external forces, but also by thoroughly investigating internal affairs, including the subordinate kingdoms and duchies. Moreover, we must not forget to strengthen our soul masters and military forces and strive to establish a connection with the Xinglua Empire for a united front, Hanley earnestly advised. Given our profound conflicts with the Xinglua Empire, do you believe they would be amenable to an alliance? The Snow Knight Emperor expressed his concern. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. The Tiando Empire fears the strength of the Spirit Hall, and the Xinglua Empire shares that fear. With a common adversary, they can certainly put aside past grievances and join forces. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Hanley. He held a deep admiration for the child, who, at merely 10 years of age, possessed such profound insight. It was likely that Ning Fengji was grooming him as the successor of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You speak wisely. Let us summon the Crown Prince and Prince Xuesheng to deliberate on strategies. There is strength in numbers, the Snow Knight Emperor proposed. It would be prudent to withhold too much sensitive information from them. First, we must maintain confidentiality. Second, we should avoid placing undue pressure on them. This approach also serves to protect the Crown Prince indirectly. Ning Fengji, being the tutor of Crown Prince Xuesheng, secretly wished for the Crown Prince's involvement, believing it would greatly benefit his future ascension by accruing prestige in advance. However, Hanley had previously advised him to keep such matters confidential from the Crown Prince and others. Ning Fengji sensed that Hanley likely possessed additional sensitive information, which he was temporarily unable to disclose, thus he nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, the Snow Knight Emperor deemed Hanley and Ning Fengji's suggestions to be sound and resolved to take the reins on this matter himself. Ning Songshu, although I am reluctant to admit it, the reality is evident before us. I have grown old, and my frail body struggles to manage so many affairs. The Snow Knight Emperor confessed with a troubled expression. The implication of the Snow Knight Emperor was unmistakable. He sought Ning Fengji's assistance in navigating these matters. On one hand, the Snow Knight Emperor genuinely required the support of Ning Fengji and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as having him step forward would facilitate the gathering of external powerful allies. On the other hand, the Snow Knight Emperor aimed to leverage this opportunity to further deepen the relationship between the Tiando royal family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji, fully aware of the Snow Knight Emperor's unspoken intentions, promptly declared, I can primarily take charge of contacting and investigating external forces. Internal affairs must remain the purview of the Tiando royal family. If manpower is lacking, the Crown Prince may participate, but it is crucial not to disclose the Spirit Hall's ambitions and strength to him, lest it frightens him. The Snow Knight Emperor quickly acquiesced. Hanley then stepped forward, scrutinizing the Snow Knight Emperor intently, as though something peculiar were etched upon his visage. After prolunga silenza, Hanley gravelli remarca. I perceive that your Majesty's mental state is less than optimistic. Fortunately, I possess some medical knowledge. Allow me to provide you with a remedy for your condition. In addition to regular medication, your Majesty must also be vigilant regarding your diet and ensure ample rest. Hanley said with a calm demeanor. The Snow Knight Emperor was taken aback, cautiously accepting the medicine and expressing his gratitude to Hanley. Very well, your Majesty. We have discussed all that needed to be said, and the hour grows late. We shall not intrude upon you any longer. Ning Fengji prepared to take his leave. The Snow Knight Emperor personally escorted them to the entrance of the palace, watching as they gradually departed. After bidding farewell to the Snow Knight Emperor, Ning Fengji and his companions made their way towards the Crown Prince's palace. As the Crown Prince's instructor, it would be somewhat remiss for Ning Fengji to visit the royal palace without paying his respects to the Crown Prince. Within the Crown Prince's residence, Qian Renxue was elated to learn that Ning Fengji had journeyed from afar, eagerly rushing out to greet him. This visit was unlike any previous. Ning Fengji brought with him a cadre of individuals, with 4 children of around 10 years of age being particularly striking. Is that them? Qian Renxue mused. Feeling a wave of surprise upon spotting Xiao Wu and Hanley, recalling the significant assistance they had rendered during her quest for the fifth soul ring in the Stardew Forest. At that time, Qian Rinxue had endeavored to cultivate a rapport with them, but regrettably, they had not acquiesced, leaving her feeling somewhat disappointed, albeit not vengeful. She had initially believed she would never encounter them again, only to find herself unexpectedly reunited at this particular moment and place. Since Hanley and Xiao Wu had accompanied Ning Fengji, Qian Rinxue naturally regarded them as members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. No wonder they are so extraordinary. But why has my teacher never mentioned such gifted individuals within the sect? Qian Rinxue pondered. Should these children mature, they would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Spirit Hall. However, considering their current age, that would likely be a matter of at least a decade or two. And Qian Rinxue felt no urgency to plan so far ahead. During their last encounter, Qian Rinxue had presented herself in her true form, whereas now she was disguised as the crown prince Xue Qinghe, donning male attire. Regardless of her appearance or voice, Qian Rinxue was confident that Hanley and Xiao Wu would not recognize her. As anticipated, Xiao Wu indeed treated her like a stranger, completely failing to identify her. Hanley, on the other hand, merely smiled at Qian Rinxue, leaving her somewhat perplexed. The Sword Daw and Bone Daw also approached, and with two super strong beings present, the Snake Spear Daw instinctively kept his distance, afraid to reveal any trace of his aura lest he be discovered. Your Highness, allow me to introduce them, Ning Fengji volunteered. Aside from Hanley and Xiao Wu, Qian Rinxue was familiar with the Sword Daw and Bone Daw, as they frequently accompanied Ning Fengji for his protection. The only unfamiliar faces to her were Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. After the introductions, both parties exchanged pleasantries, engaging in mundane small talk that created a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, Hanley remarked that he felt a sense of familiarity with the prince, as if they had met before. His unexpected assertion startled Qian Rinxue internally. Though she maintained a calm demeanor, she thought to herself that their appearances were drastically different, making it impossible for Hanley to recognize her. It was likely just intuition at play. The others did not take Hanley's words seriously, assuming he merely intended to bridge the gap between them. Chapter 93. The Auction. The Soul Bone Finale. Ning Fengji mentioned that they had just paid a visit to the Snow Knight Emperor and exchanged some information. Although he did not intend to divulge any secrets to the prince, he hinted at a few things. I sense that the Soul Master community is unusually tranquil. Perhaps too tranquil. It seems that the kingdoms and principalities under the empire are stirring. Could this be a harbinger of an impending storm? Qian Rinxue was quite surprised. She had not expected her teacher to have noticed something amiss, though it appeared he was still not fully informed. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I will certainly pay more attention with father, Qian Rinxue replied with poise and respect. Subsequently, she invited everyone inside and instructed the butler to prepare some meals. During dinner, Qian Rinxue engaged in light conversation with her guests, discussing trivial matters. After the meal, Ning Fengji stood up to bid farewell to Qian Rinxue and departed with the others. Once they had left, Qian Rinxue hurried to her room, relaying the presence of Hanley and the 3 children from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as well as Ning Fengji's suspicions, to the Spirit Hall headquarters. On the way back, Hanley speculated that their visit to the prince's residence might have stirred the hornet's nest, but he did not worry excessively. He hoped that Qian Rinxue would choose to retreat from this place of strife, although that was merely an ideal outcome. Should Qian Rinxue find herself in failure and return now, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly impose severe punishments upon her. This situation was indeed delicate, and Hanley preferred not to dwell on it further. He decided to let things unfold naturally. Where there's a will, there's a way, he mused. Daddy, are we going back now? Ning Grongrong inquired. Ning Fengji shook his head, revealing that he had just received news of an upcoming auction nearby and decided to take Hanley and the others to witness it, to broaden their horizons and experience things they would not ordinarily see. An auction? That sounds like it will be delightful, Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. The 3 girls were very much looking forward to the auction. The Sword Daw chuckled. I hope this auction has something worthwhile. It will be a perfect gift for you all. The auction venue was located in the bustling district of Tiando City, a spacious building not particularly tall, flanked by dazzling neon lights. Upon entering, they were greeted by attractive female staff members, each more alluring than the last, which Hanley couldn't help but glance at. This seemingly trivial act caught the keen eyes of the girls nearby. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong chimed in unison, no peeking. Hanley, faling avitam barasa, lowered his head, a rare sight for him. Ning Fengji, the Sword Daw, and the Bone Daw chuckled at the scene. As a frequent patron of the auction house, Ning Fengji had acquired numerous treasures, earning him the status of a super VIP. The staff warmly welcomed them and respectfully escorted them to the red seating area. Xiao Wu and the other girls gazed around the auction house, captivated by the plethora of novel sights, including the bidding buttons and various guests, all set against the grand stage. Gradually, the audience quieted as the host stepped onto the stage to commence the evening's bidding. The first auction item was a rare spirit herb. Following, that was a medicinal pill. All eyes on me. The coveted storage-type soul guide is up next. The initial items up for bid were not particularly rare, primarily serving to warm up the crowd in preparation for the main event. Nonetheless, some of the items were not commonly found in the market. Ning Fengji, with his generous wealth, casually purchased several items for Hanley and his companions. This gesture was a sign of care from an elder to their juniors, and Hanley and the others graciously accepted without decline. Attention, everyone! The prelude is over. The finale of the auction is about to commence, the host proclaimed with enthusiasm. The grand finale was none other than a soul bone aged over 10,000 years. A fervent excitement swept through the crowd, for soul bones were undoubtedly the most precious items in the Doloa continent, always subject to fierce competition. Many individuals vied for the soul bone, and the bidding process was intense, as no one wished to forego such an invaluable treasure. Notably, the Dream God Machine and Prince Shueshing, two familiar faces, also appeared at the auction. However, upon noticing someone persistently raising the bid without pause, they turned to see who this formidable bidder was. It's the head of the Ning clan. Recognizing Ning Fengji as the bidder, Dream God Machine and Prince Shueshing discreetly withdrew from the competition, feeling a tinge of regret. The financial prowess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was indeed unfathomable. In no time, the price of the soul bones soared, and no one dared to challenge Ning Fengji any further. Let us congratulate this esteemed guest for winning the highlight item of this auction, the host announced loudly. After acquiring the soul bone, Ning Fengji exhibited no intention of keeping it for himself. Instead, he promptly gifted it to Hanley, clearly seeking to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Hanley accepted it joyfully without further contemplation. Suddenly, Hanley recalled the original storyline, where Tang San came to the auction to sell Tang Sect as hidden weapons and successfully partnered with Ning Fengji. Lacking knowledge in the crafting of hidden weapons, Hanley had not paid much attention to that aspect. Those intricate weapons, such as the Mother-Child Pursuit Soul Lantern, were beyond his capability, but simpler hidden weapons should be manageable. Techniques for silent sleeve, arrows, and rainstorm pear blossom needles were not overly complex, and with some diligence, Hanley believed he could master them. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School primarily consisted of support-type soul masters, and their soul skills were all auxiliary, though their soul power was comparable to that of other soul masters. An idea began to form in Hanley's mind. Perhaps he could attempt to teach them hidden weapon techniques, which could prove to be immensely beneficial. If feasible, he might even try his hand at crafting the Juga Divine crossbow in the future. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is financially robust, having previously acquired properties in Heavenly Do City. After exiting the auction house, the night had deepened, and Ning Fengji resolved to host everyone for the night in nearby accommodations. Within the spacious interior, he declared, "We shall rest here for the night. I intend to return to the sect come morning. You are all welcome to accompany me." Hanley shook his head. "Ning's sect master, you may return first. I wish to remain in Heavenly Do City to tinker with some matters." Ning Fengji, curious about Hanley's intentions, suspected he was up to something intriguing, but his responsibilities as the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School necessitated his return, especially as he sought to investigate the affairs of other sections. "All right then, exercise caution while you are out here," Ning Fengji instructed. At that moment, Bon Delaw interjected. Pushing aside, Sword Delaw, "You've been with Hanley for quite some time. It's my turn to protect them now." Sword Delaw was reluctant, finding Hanley quite entertaining and unwilling to part ways easily. "Ahem, Chun Xian, your current strength surpasses mine. It would be prudent for you to safeguard the sect master. Wouldn't you agree?" Bon Delaw remarked with a smirk. Upon hearing Bon Delaw's words, Sword Delaw felt somewhat reassured. "It's rare for you to admit inferiority. Let us proceed, as you suggest." Thus, Sword Delaw acquiesced. Time swiftly passed, and, at the break of dawn, Ning Fengji and Sword Delaw bid farewell to the group and returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Hanley and the others also rose early, wandering aimlessly through the bustling streets of Heavenly Do City. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Wu asked, "What shall we do next?" "I wish to forge a special weapon. So, I need to find a reliable blacksmith," Hanley replied. When he thought of blacksmiths, the first name that sprang to his mind was Titan, the leader of the Strength Clan. The members of the Strength Clan were pure power-type soul masters, excelling in forging, and were renowned blacksmiths. Particularly Titan, as the vice president of the Continental Blacksmith Association, was one of the three great master-level blacksmiths on the continent. "Oh, you mean that old gorilla? I have some rapport with him," Bon Delaw chuckled. Subsequently, he took the initiative to lead the way, saving them considerable time. Before long, they arrived at the estate of the Strength Clan. The estate was vast and grand, with the main gate wide open. Even before entering, they could hear the sharp sounds of metal being struck. "What business do you have here?" the gatekeeper asked coldly. The unusual sight of 4 children and an old man appeared somewhat odd. "We seek Titan. We have significant business to discuss with him," Hanley replied nonchalantly. "Our clan leader is busy. You should find somewhere else to play." The gatekeeper dismissed them, clearly unimpressed by Hanley and his companions. At that moment, Talon, Titan's grandson, fortuitously emerged, encountering this scene. Talon, a few years older than Hanley, was robust and exemplified the archetype of brawn over brains. His gaze was instantly captivated by the three beautiful young ladies, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, causing him a halt in his tracks. Wow, three pretty girls. Talon exclaimed excitedly. Did the gatekeeper stop you from entering? He inquired. Clearly a man easily distracted by beauty, Talon quickly offered to escort them inside for some amusement. As a powerful assault-type soul master, he was around level 25 and had begun his studies at the prestigious Blazing Academy. Being a pure power-type soul master, Talon was nearly invincible among his peers, able to defeat opponents of higher ranks. Noticing the lack of response, Talon stepped forward. Come on, I'll take you in. Pervert, get away from me, Xiao Wu retorted, thoroughly disgusted by the lecherous brute, and unleashed a punch towards Talon. Talon noticed her movement and smirked. Little girl, you think you can hit me? Why don't you come into my embrace instead? He reached out, attempting to catch Xiao Wu's fist, but upon contact, he was met with an overwhelming force. A seemingly frail girl possessed such strength. Talon gasped in shock, realizing he had underestimated her. In the next moment, Xiao Wu's punch sent Talon sprawling to the ground, utterly defeated. The gatekeeper was left dumbfounded. He knew of his young master's formidable strength, yet a delicate girl had knocked him down, which was a truly terrifying revelation. The gatekeeper reacted swiftly, rushing inside, presumably to summon help. Hanley merely smiled as he watched the gatekeeper flee, harboring no intentions of intervening. Initially, he sought to engage in amicable negotiations with the Strength Clan, but circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. Very well, since this was the opening act, he would adapt his strategy and confront the Strength Clan with force. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong spat at Talon and delivered several kicks. The two young women muttered, "This big oaf is just like Dai Mu Bai, Ma, Hong Jun, Tang San, and Oscar. None of them are good news." Leaning closer to Hanley, Xiao Wu whispered, "This family ice and tea good people. Should we not consider another option?" Though the descendants of the Strength Clan appeared unimpressive, they still possessed some genuine skills. The gatekeeper has certainly gone to fetch assistance once they arrive. Do you think we can overpower them all? Xiao Wu inquired, her excitement palpable at the thought of a brawl. In the eyes of the three girls led by Xiao Wu, battling against Han Li and Sword Daw would leave them at a disadvantage. But if the opponents changed, it would be their domain to conquer. Bone de Loa was keen to watch the unfolding drama, with no intention of intervening unless a formidable soldier or a titled de Loa appeared. With me watching from the sidelines, feel free to unleash your chaos, Bone de Loa declared confidently. Before long, an enraged Tano emerged, followed by several clan members. Tano, Talon's father and Titan's son, instinctively assumed Bone de Loa was responsible for Talon's defeat, as he was the only adult among the four. When the gatekeeper reported the incident, he merely indicated that Talon had been attacked without specifying who had struck him. Was this your doing? Tano glared fiercely at Bone de Loa, his voice brimming with anger. Bone de Loa waved a dismissive hand, casually responding, "Such a weak opponent hardly warrants my intervention. Even you would not pique my interest." Tano was incensed by Bone de Loa's words. "What audacity! I shall see just how capable you are. Do not be surprised if I knock you down with a single blow." With that, Tano assumed a combat stance. Eager to prove himself, Xiao Wu swiftly intervened, blocking Tano's path. But that weakling doesn't even require Bone Grandpa to step in. I could take him down with one punch. Too pathetic. She cast a disdainful glance at the downed Talon and chastised. "You think you can fight?" Tano, incredulous, responded. "You were the one who hit Talon." In the eyes of Tainua, the 10-year-old girl, Xiao Wu, appeared to lack any genuine power to contend with Talon. Chapter 95. The Three Maidens of Xiao Wu battle the Soul King Tainua. Tainua scrutinized Xiao Wu before him, still convinced that her assertions were rather unrealistic. After all, his son was an exceptional student at the Lamba Academy, possessing formidable strength that was hard to find among his peers, let alone facing a mere young girl. Tainua assumed that Xiao Wu was merely speaking out of bravado, without any real capability to defeat Tai Long. "Little girl, since you're so enthusiastic, why not step forward?" Tainua called out to Xiao Wu. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu charged forward, her fist striking Tainua squarely. Upon impact, Tainua felt a surge of formidable power. Anyone exhibiting such strength must at least be a late-stage soul master. Tainua, being a level 55 soul king, effortlessly withstood her attack without budging an inch. Nonetheless, he was utterly astonished, his mouth agape. "At such a tender age, how could you possess such prowess?" Tainua inquired incredulously. Xiao Wu withdrew her fist, stepping back a couple of paces, and confidently remarked, "Is that all? I haven't even exerted my full strength yet. To withstand my punch earns you some credit. Far superior to that foolish son of yours." The onlookers from the Li family, gathered near the entrance, were equally astonished by the scene. Although Xiao Wu had not sent Tainua flying, they could perceive the fluctuations of her soul power as she threw her punch. Enough to confirm that she was no ordinary child. "Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, Rong, you three should join forces and fight him," Hanley stated calmly. The three girls nodded eagerly and approached, positioning themselves opposite Tainua. Tai Long, struggling to sit up against the wall, groggily witnessed this unfolding spectacle. In a daze, Tai Long rubbed his eyes and opened them again, realizing he was not mistaken. These three girls dare to challenge his father. You truly are fearless newcomers, Tai Long thought disdainfully. However, in the next moment, his contempt vanished, replaced by an indescribable shock. The three young girls unleashed their respective martial souls, their soul rings illuminating in succession. Each possessed 4 soul rings, indicating that they were all 4-ring soul masters. Tai Long stood dumbfounded, having believed himself to be a paragon among the younger generation, only to realize today that there were indeed others surpassing him. Tai Noir shared a similar sentiment, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Good heavens! For girls just over 10 years old, all soul masters. When did soul masters become so commonplace? Tai Noir pondered, considering that he had trained for decades and was merely an ordinary soul king, which was already commendable in the realm of soul masters. As the battle was about to commence, Titan, the leader of the Lee family, emerged with several clan members, drawn in by the commotion outside. Heavens! Am I dreaming? Titan exclaimed, utterly incredulous. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that anyone could reach such a level at such a young age. Xiao Wu's soul power was currently at level 49, Zhu Qing at 48, both nearing a breakthrough. As for Ning Rongrong, the support-type soul master, her soul power had astonishingly reached 45. The Li family members only knew that the three were soul masters, unaware of their exact soul power levels. This is unbelievable, Tai Noir muttered under his breath. Nevertheless, even when faced with formidable soul masters, he felt no significant pressure, being a higher-ranked soul king himself and a power-type battle soul master, capable of tremendous explosive strength. Even if he encountered a level 59 soul king, he would dare to challenge them. Come on, let me see if you truly possess the strength of soul masters. Tai Noir shouted emphatically. The battle finally began, and all eyes turned toward them. It was only when the real fight commenced that Tai Noir recognized how challenging these three girls truly were, having undergone numerous trials and practical experiences. The coordination among Xiao Wu and her companions was remarkably refined. Ning Rongrong's support played a significant role in the battle, as she not only was a 4-ring soul master, but also wielded the legendary first auxiliary martial soul, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. With Ning Rongrong's full support, the attributes of Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, soul power, strength, and defense, were immensely enhanced. It was no exaggeration to say that the two girls could now exhibit power comparable to an early-stage soul king, were it not for their lack of a 5th soul skill. Hanley had previously informed Xiao Wu and her companions that Tai Noir's soul power was level 55, focused on strength, with relatively weak attributes elsewhere, making him susceptible to exploitation. Yet, once engulfed in battle, the two girls lost their usual composure, especially with Ning Rongrong's assistance, becoming particularly emboldened. Zhu Qing, I think our strength gap with that guy ISN T2 significant. Shall we try to clash head-on? Xiao Wu suddenly suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Qing quickly nodded in agreement. The two girls rushed forward, colliding fiercely with Tai Noir. This maneuver played right into Tai Noir's hands. He was pleased, having worried that they would shy away from a direct confrontation. The three engaged in a chaotic melee, but Tai Noir soon sensed something amiss. To his surprise, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing were not primarily strength-oriented soul masters, and their soul power levels were beneath his. How could they withstand his attacks? It wasn't too long before Tai Noir discerned the truth. He spotted Ning Rongrong hidden in the rear. That's the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Wait, it has 9 tiers. Tai Noir was utterly astounded. No wonder these children were so extraordinary. They were from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. But why did the young girl's martial soul possess 9 tiers? Had the 7-treasure glazed tile sect grown even more formidable? After a prolonged standoff, neither side could claim victory. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing began to falter, having underestimated Tai Noir's formidable strength. However, despite their struggles, they held their ground, bolstered by their numerical advantage. Titan couldn't help but exclaim, it seems that the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda provided a tremendous boost to its allies. Hanley and Bon Dolois were visibly elated. Chapter 96, Titan, you truly exude authority. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing were too engrossed in their exhilarating battle to concern themselves with other sentiments, continuing their fierce combat against Tai Noir. As time passed, both sides began to feel the strain, yet Tai Noir was particularly agitated, surrounded by spectators while finding himself unable to overcome 2 young girls. Uncle, if this is all you're capable of, your time is running out, Xiao Wu shouted leisurely. Ning Rongrong let out a peal of laughter. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing. Release him. I can still assist you. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing nodded in agreement, and without reservation, they resolved to swiftly conclude the battle. In an instant, Xiao Wu executed a teleportation, rapidly advancing to the rear of Tai Noir for a surprise attack. Tai Noir barely managed to fend her off when Zhu Qing charged in, employing her first soul skill, Nether Stab, enhancing her speed and soon arriving before him. The formidable soul skills wielded by the two women posed a significant challenge for Tainua, the immense pressure threatening to overwhelm him. Reluctant to concede, Tainua contemplated unleashing his power to send the two flying, creating distance to strategize a means of defeating them one by one. Alas, it was far too late. With his soul power dwindling, he found himself unable to break free amidst their relentless assault, ultimately succumbing as his energy was entirely depleted, collapsing to the ground. Hanley couldn't help but applaud, and the system notified him of their rewards. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing could each siphon a year's lifespan from Tainua. Hanley exchanged a level of soul power for each of them. Consequently, Xiao Wu ascended to level 50, poised to officially become a 5-ring soul king upon acquiring a soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing reached level 49, merely one level shy of the soul king rank, while Ning Rongrong's soul power surged to level 46. Once the battle concluded, Tainua wearily rose, his face etched with disappointment. Did I lose? To 3 little girls? Both he and Titan wore grim expressions. In stark contrast, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Hanley, and Bondo rejoiced in celebration. We won. We actually defeated a soul king. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully. Each time they triumphed over a formidable foe, a profound sense of accomplishment blossomed within them. The incident of being attacked at the entrance of their clan could not simply be brushed aside. Titan, hearing the commotion, emerged to find his son bested, his face dark with displeasure. As a soul de law, it's beneath my dignity to deal with you children. I will summon an adult to handle this. Titan fixed a cold stare at Bone de la. The latter refrained from revealing his martial soul, opting for a low-key appearance in ordinary attire, which inadvertently fueled Titan's misguided confidence in his own superiority. Is this old man delusional? This is too amusing. Hanley and the 3 girls erupted in laughter. Ning Rongrong struggled to contain her mirth for half a minute before turning to Titan. Are you certain? Without hesitation, Titan nodded, clearly bewildered as to why these 4 children were suddenly laughing at him. However, he dismissed his irritation, convinced that once he subdued the adult, the children would become compliant. Forget it. It's best if the 4 of us take him on, Hanley remarked with a composed demeanor. Titan's boldness instilled newfound courage and confidence in his son, who became increasingly arrogant, boasting, my grandfather is a soul de loi. Even 4 soul masters would pale in comparison before him. Titan, a pure power-type soul master, despite being merely a soul de loi, possessed strength that could rival many titled Deluos. I advise you to apologize quickly. If my grandfather is in a good mood, he might spare you. Talon continued to brag. Hanley, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter again. Titan, losing patience, declared, if you don't back off, I will make my move. Don't say I'm bullying the weak. At that moment, Bone de la unexpectedly unleashed his martial soul. A formidable surge of soul power filled the air, and a spectral bone dragon materialized behind him, exuding an aura of majesty that commanded respect and fear. Accompanying his martial soul were 9 soul rings. What? The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The pressure, the presence, the soul rings. Before them stood a formidable title de law. Titan, having encountered title Deluos before, distinctly sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the man before him, recognizing him as an exceptionally powerful entity among title Deluos. The members of Titan's household were rendered speechless, some collapsing in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Only Titan maintained some composure, though his son and grandson were reduced to kneeling under the oppressive force. Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile martial soul, alongside this man's bone dragon martial soul, made Titan realize that he was indeed facing the elder of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Bone de la. Bone de la, this is all a misunderstanding. We failed to recognize you in time, Titan stammered, his demeanor shifting dramatically. We deeply regret our offense. Please, esteemed elder, do not hold it against us. Bone de la bellowed. Titan, you certainly possess a lot of gall. Were it not for my presence, they might have suffered under your bullying. Titan hastily assured him it was not the case, showering him with a torrent of flattery. Titan's attitude improved the situation. Bone de la gradually retracted his martial soul, allowing Titan's family to breathe a sigh of relief. Esteemed Bone de la and these talented youths, please come inside with me, Titan said warmly. Hanley interrupted, expressing his desire for a duel. Now that Titan recognized their affiliation with the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he dared not engage Hanley in combat, fearing he might inadvertently harm him and provoke Bone de la's wrath. Fear not, I will observe the match. No harm shall come to you, Bone de la assured. Faced with this, Titan reluctantly acquiesced. Curiosity pica Hanley's capabilities. Previously, the 3 girls had fought, with 2 on the offense and 1 providing support, while Hanley had yet to reveal his full potential, likely indicating he was a battle soul master. Please summon an auxiliary soul master to restore my friend's soul power. Hanley Rakasta. Chapter 97. Hanley and the 4 against Soul de la Titan. Titan did not dare to delay, fearful of reigniting Bone de la's ire. Although the Power Clan was a single attribute clan, They often invited auxiliary soul masters to maintain their estate and heal their members. An auxiliary soul master restored Ning Rongrong's soul power, who then turned to revive Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. In no time, the three women were fully revitalized. Brimming with eagerness, they were now set to battle alongside Hanley, this time against a stronger opponent, a soul de law, with unprecedented pressure weighing upon them. Titan, Dainuo, Talon, and others were perplexed. Why did the four children not exhibit fear against a genuine soul de law? Bone de law also pondered whether Han Li and the others could pose a threat to Titan. In any other scenario, it was unthinkable that they would withstand the onslaught of a soul de law. However, with Han Li's involvement, the possibilities were boundless. Han Li waved his hand, summoning the young girls to his side, and spoke. During the forthcoming battle, Ning Rongrong will continue her usual role of providing support from the rear. I shall take the lead in the offensive, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing will assist me from the sidelines. The power of the Titan was unparalleled. Few could rival it across the entire Dolua continent. Engaging such a formidable opponent head-on was clearly an unwise choice, particularly for the three young women, who could easily be sent flying by a single punch from the Titan. Hanley was the first to reveal his martial soul, as a sharp, glimmering scythe materialized in his grasp, followed by the emergence of four luminous white soul rings from beneath his feet. He had deliberately displayed 4 white soul rings, concealing the true age of his soul rings. The Titan and his grandson were taken aback, as they had initially assumed Hanley to be stronger than the three girls. However, they were astonished to discover that not only was his martial soul ordinary, but the age of his soul rings was also the most basic, 10 years. This was perplexing. If only the first soul ring was a white 10-year ring, it could be easily understood. It was rare for an ordinary soul master to obtain a 100-year soul ring at the outset. Yet the fact that all of Han Li's second, third, and fourth soul rings were also white rendered the situation incomprehensible. This lad, who had been by the Bone de Loa side, should presumably be affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Why then did his soul ring configuration appear so inferior? The Titan was filled with confusion, unable to fathom the reasoning behind it. To him, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was a powerful institution, and it was entirely reasonable for even the most ordinary disciples to possess optimal soul ring configurations. Could it be that this child had only recently joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Yet that made little sense. Why would such a prestigious sect accept a young man with such poor soul rings, merely because he had achieved the rank of Soul Master at a young age? Indeed, ascending to the rank of Soul Master at such a tender age was quite impressive, but the configuration of soul rings would undoubtedly impact future development. Among soul masters of the same rank, the decisive factor in strength lay in the configuration of their soul rings. The soul abilities granted by a 1,000-year soul ring would significantly surpass those granted by a 100-year soul ring. This was a consensus within the realm of soul masters. Otherwise, many would not expend such effort in search of higher-age soul rings. This young man surely harbored some secret, the Titan mused. The Bone de Loa and the others understood that Han Li could defeat an early-stage soul emperor, so they were not surprised by the 4 soul rings he displayed. Han Li's soul rings shouldn't be like this. Ning Rongrong whispered to Xiao Wu in confusion. Xiao Wu nodded and replied in a voice only they could hear. Han Li might be using a disguise for his soul rings. Xiao Wu was not particularly curious about the specifics of how Han Li accomplished this. In their eyes, Han Li was capable of anything. As the battle commenced, Ning Rongrong immediately unleashed her martial soul, prioritizing comprehensive support for Han Li. She activated 4 auxiliary soul abilities in quick succession. This resulted in a staggering 50% increase in Han Li's power, defense, soul power, and speed. In the next moment, Han Li launched a fierce assault towards the Titan. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing refrained from acting impulsively, adhering to Han Li's instructions to remain on standby, waiting for the opportune moment to join the fray. With his third soul ability, the blade light suddenly appeared. A layer of white blade aura enveloped Han Li's scythe, emanating a chilling brilliance and an overwhelming aura of death. He then executed a powerful slash, and the white blade aura surged forth like a sharp sword, charging towards the Titan with tremendous force. Unfazed, the Titan retaliated with a punch, demonstrating his terrifying strength, and directly shattered Han Li's soul ability attack. The Titan successfully neutralized Han Li's initial onslaught, yet a sense of unease crept into his heart. His expression turned grave. This boy's soul ability possessed at least the power of a soul emperor, which should not have been the case. Was he not merely a soul master? Moreover, judging by his appearance, Han Li did not seem particularly robust like those of the Strength Clan, and his martial soul was rather unremarkable. How could he be so powerful? The Titan found it utterly baffling. A multitude of thoughts coalesced into a single realization. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School truly was a breeding ground for prodigies. The Titan, having initially categorized Han Li as a talent cultivated by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, attributed the inexplicable to the might of this esteemed sect. After pausing momentarily, Han Li launched another attack, this time employing his first soul ability. Notably, as the age of his soul rings increased, Hanley's previous soul abilities had also undergone a certain degree of evolution. His first soul ability, Earth Soul, which had initially been a defensive skill, had now evolved to encompass control. Before the gazes of the spectators, streams of yellow light emerged from the ground, swirling around Hanley. This was Earth Soul, summoned forth through a scythe. The Earth Soul merged with Hanley's soul power, forming a brand new energy that radiated an ancient and profound aura. The Titan stared intently at Hanley, preparing to counter any impending attack. In the next moment, Hanley suddenly extended his palm and grasped the air. The ground trembled and swayed as 6 colossal bronze-colored arm apparitions erupted from the earth, swiftly heading towards the Titan's position. Without hesitation, the Titan retaliated with a punch, pushing back the enormous hand that approached him. However, other hands seized him from behind. The Titan, focusing his strength, was not particularly agile. Even upon realizing the disturbance behind him, he found it difficult to react swiftly. Consequently, 2 enormous bronze hands rapidly ensnared the Titan's waist, lifting him off the ground and spinning him several times in the air. The Titan, of course, was not one to sit idly by. Chapter 98. Poisoning the Titan. Straining for victory. The Titan summoned his soul power and, with immense strength, broke free from the constraints of the grasping appendages, charging towards Hanley. He dared not injure Hanley, but a lesson could certainly be imparted. As he charged, the Titan fixated his gaze on Hanley, seeking to detect fear in his eyes. However, Hanley remained utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of confidence as if victory were already assured. In the midst of the Titan's confusion, Hanley unleashed a soul ability granted by the system, Poison Cloud. Indeed, it was the very technique that had once incapacitated the master with poison. The toxin of Poison Cloud was not lethal. Its destructive power was minimal. Yet its advantages were evident. Silent and stealthy, it incapacitated the opponent. The Titan presented a far more formidable challenge than any adversary Hanley had previously encountered. Without the soul ability procured through the system, it would have been difficult for Hanley to defeat the Titan. The Titan, completely unprepared for Hanley's use of poison, inadvertently inhaled the toxin in a moment of distraction. Suddenly, he found himself immobilized, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. "You poison me?" The Titan's pupils dilated as he stared incredulously at Hanley. Seizing the moment of eye contact, Hanley subtly employed his charm soul ability. Aware that the toxin from Poison Cloud was weak and of limited utility, he utilized charm to induce feelings of dizziness and disorientation in the Titan. The aim of this tactic was to suggest to the Titan that he had succumbed to a potent poison. Even if his body later expelled the toxin, the psychological impact would inevitably diminish his combat effectiveness. Once engaged in battle with the Titan, Hanley was undoubtedly intent on securing victory. He was a meticulous strategist, aiming to achieve the ultimate triumph at minimal cost. "It's time. Let us strike together," Hanley bellowed to the 2 women behind him. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing his call, rushed over, and the 3 of them launched a fierce assault on the Titan. Ning Rongrong, as usual, remained at the rear, providing support for her companions. Before the Titan could assess his physical condition, he found himself entangled by the trio, appearing somewhat despondent. Tainhua and Tailong, the father and son duo, were left in awe, witnessing 4 soul masters capable of contending evenly with a formidable Titan. Such a spectacle, if it were to be relayed, would surely be met with disbelief. The members of the Li family were equally astonished, their jaws agape. They had never witnessed anyone endure such a prolonged battle against their clan leader. Bon Dao wore a knowing smile, as if he had anticipated these events. As time passed, the toxins within the Titan were nearly expelled, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He distinctly recalled feeling deeply poisoned moments ago. How could such a transformation occur in the blink of an eye? Immersed in combat, the Titan dismissed these thoughts and began to reveal his true prowess. He transitioned from a passive stance to seizing the initiative, launching powerful punches with astounding force. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, though valiant, found themselves in perilous situations, narrowly avoiding being struck down by the Titan's blows. Hanley fared slightly better, managing to withstand the Titan's onslaught. Gradually, the trio adapted their strategy, creating distance from the Titan and employing various soul techniques for ranged assaults, abandoning their Na'vi frontal collisions. This tactical shift proved troublesome for the Titan, despite his brute strength, had no means to exert effectively. A protracted battle decidedly favored Hanley and his companions, who not only held a numerical advantage, but also benefited from Ning Rongrong's continuous support. After an arduous skirmish, the Titan's stamina waned, and the depletion of his soul power significantly diminished his strength and speed. Recognizing this as a golden opportunity, Hanley led Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing in a decisive charge, denying the Titan any respite. Ultimately, the Titan could no longer withstand their relentless assault and was brought down to the ground by their combined efforts. Lying on the ground, the Titan felt a peculiar numbness enveloping his body, leaving him utterly discomfort. Tainhua and Tailong stood speechless in shock. They must be monsters. Tailong trembled, chilled to the bone. In his heart, Tai Long silently vowed never to provoke others lightly again, realizing the truth in the saying that one should not judge by appearances. Following their victory over the Titan, Hanley and the three women were rewarded by the system. Each of them could siphon 2 years of the Titan's lifespan. And as the primary attacker, Hanley received an additional reward, an entirely new soul technique, Mighty Diamond Fist. Although the name bore a resemblance to Zhao Wujia's Mighty Diamond Palm, its power was incomparably greater. Zhao Wujia's technique was a first-level soul skill, whereas Mighty Diamond Fist possessed the might of an 8th-level soul skill. Ecstatic, Hanley decided to exchange for soul power, considering that the Titan, being an 85th-level soul daw, was significantly superior in rank. This enabled Hanley and his companions to convert the siphoned lifespan directly into soul power on a one-to-one basis. In the blink of an eye, Hanley, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong each ascended 2 levels in their soul power. Presently, Hanley stood as a 74th level soul sage, Xiao Wu as a 52nd level soul king, Zhu Zhuqing as a 51st level soul king, and Ning Rongrong as a 48th level soul master. Their visit to the Li family had not only yielded fruitful gains before even initiating any business discussions, but had undoubtedly set a promising tone for the future. Hanley and Xiao Wu, along with the others, were brimming with joy. Tainua hurried over to assist his father, the Titan, to his feet. Strange, the Titan muttered to himself. I merely lost a battle, yet I suddenly feel so aged. Perhaps this defeat had shaken his confidence, causing his mentality to age prematurely? Father, are you all right? Tainua asked, concern etched on his face. I believe I have been poisoned, the Titan replied weakly. He was utterly perplexed. Moments ago, he had sensed the toxins dissipating from his body. So why had they suddenly resurfaced? The poison from the sky had indeed long since dispersed, but during the ensuing clashes, the Titan had repeatedly come into contact with Hanley's scythe, which was also tainted with poison, far more potent than the earlier toxins. Hanley was counting on the Titan to assist him, hastily moving forward to detoxify him. Initially, Tainua obstructed his path, fearing for his father's safety. However, the Titan gestured for Tainua to step aside, allowing Hanley to proceed. One must never underestimate the young, Hanley remarked casually while administering the antidote to the Titan. The Titan felt a mix of emotions, utterly helpless. With Bone Doa present, he lacked the courage to express his frustration. Experience is the best teacher. The Titan resolved to learn from this incident, vowing never to stumble in the same manner again. Soon, Hanley completely eradicated the toxins from the Titan's body. The Titan stood up, exhaling a deep sigh of relief, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort and clarity. Chapter 99. The Power of the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. The Efficacy of Hidden Weapons. Suddenly, Bone Doa spoke up. Old gorilla, we traveled a great distance only to be met with rejection at your door. As the clan leader, don't you think you owe us some hospitality? The Titan discerned the underlying message in Bone Doa's words and immediately extended a warm invitation for everyone to enter. The interior of the Li family residence was expansive, with ironclad clan members tirelessly swinging their hammers, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Under the Titan's guidance, the guests were ushered into the main hall of the estate. Please, take a seat, the Titan said respectfully. Once Hanley and the others were settled, the Titan called for his son, Tainua, instructing him to prepare a feast and fine wine for the guests. Next, he asked Tai Long to step forward and sincerely apologize to Hanley and his party. This display of hospitality significantly improved the trio's impression of the Li family. What brings you all to our Li family? The Titan inquired cautiously. Throughout his inquiry, he kept his gaze fixed on Bone Doa, believing that serious discussions ought to be conducted with an adult. However, Bone Doa showed no signs of taking the lead and instead turned his attention to Hanley. Taking a deep breath, Hanley delved into the matter at hand. I intend to tinker with some gadgets and have heard that your forging skills are unparalleled. So I came to seek your expertise in crafting some components. The mention of forging reignited the Titan's confidence, assuring them that they had approached the right person for the task. What do you wish to forge? Speak freely. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. The Titan declared with assurance. Hanley reached for his soul guidance device, retrieving 2 blueprints and handing them to the Titan. Here are the designs for the Silent Sleeve Arrow and the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. The Titan examined the blueprints closely and remarked, remarkable. I have never encountered such weapons in my lifetime. They are indeed extraordinary. However, I wonder about their practicality. Rest assured, these will be in good hands with me. It was evident that the Titan held a keen interest in these 2 hidden weapons, which would inspire him to dedicate greater effort to their creation. Bone Doa and the others were equally intrigued by Hanley's inventive ideas. Nevertheless, Bone Doa expressed skepticism, noting that given their diminutive size, the weapons might not deliver substantial power. Then, I shall trouble you to commence work at once. The true efficacy of these devices will reveal itself upon their completion. Hanley said, nonchalantly. After a moment of contemplation, Hanley produced a pristine new blueprint, inscribed with details regarding the legendary Zhuge divine crossbow. Titan, having barely glanced at it, immediately displayed a frown. Upon completing his examination of the document, he found himself quite overwhelmed. Forgive my frankness, but the content of this blueprint is rather esoteric, and I find myself unable to comprehend it at this juncture, Titan lamented. However, do not despair. When the opportunity arises, I shall escort you to visit the president of the Blacksmith Association, the renowned divine craftsman, Liu Gao, he added hastily. Liu Gao's mastery in the art of forging is unparalleled throughout the entire Doluo continent. Although Titan himself is a god craftsman-level blacksmith, his responsibilities as the patriarch of the Titan clan prevent him from dedicating his full attention and time to the craft. Very well, we shall discuss this matter later. Please expedite the forging of those two items, Hanley urged with a hint of impatience. Titan promptly took the blueprint and proceeded to the forge, with his son, Tano, assisting him. These two types of concealed weapons are not products native to the Doluo continent. To enhance efficiency, Hanley stood nearby, offering guidance. Forging is quite enjoyable, Ning Rongrong remarked with a smile. Bon Delao and Xiao Wu shared similar sentiments. Had it not been for Hanley, they would have never had the opportunity to observe a blacksmith's work up close in their lifetimes. The entire process lasted for much of the afternoon, and by evening, Titan and Tano finally produced two prototypes. Here, are you satisfied with these samples? Titan inquired as Hanley took the two concealed weapons into his hands. The materials were visibly of superior quality, exquisitely crafted, resembling two works of art. Indeed, as one of the three renowned god craftsmen of our time, your creations have surpassed my expectations, Hanley acknowledged with a nod. Titan's pride swelled at Hanley's praise, lifting his spirits immensely. Junior has a rather unconventional request. Hanley seized the moment to propose. Speak freely. I shall grant any request within my capacity, Titan responded jovially. Might I trouble you to serve as a mobile target so that I may test the prowess of these two weapons? Is that all? Titan replied without a second thought, readily acquiescing. Despite the exquisite craftsmanship of the weapons, Titan regarded them with a dismissive eye due to their diminutive size. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the others, Titan stood at a distance, gesturing for Hanley to proceed. Hanley, I am ready. Do hurry with the trial, Titan said breezily, harboring a low regard for the two weapons. Based on his extensive experience in blacksmithing, he believed such small instruments would lack significant power. Hanley armed himself with the silent sleeve arrow, suddenly aiming in Titan's direction and firing. Three sharp little arrows shot forth without warning towards Titan. Observing the imminent threat, Titan swiftly summoned his soul power, enveloping his hands to firmly catch the three small arrows. Such force from these diminutive objects, Titan exclaimed in astonishment. Although he successfully intercepted the silent sleeve arrows, he could perceive their formidable power. Do not rush. There's another weapon yet, Hanley chuckled. He calmly drew forth the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, the most potent single-target concealed weapon, capable of unleashing 27 needles in rapid succession at a single point. In terms of single-target impact, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle exceeds the Zhuge Divine Crossbow by more than fivefold. When launched, it descends like rain upon flowers, hence its name. Titan suddenly sensed danger, instinctively focusing his attention as a multitude of pear blossom needles surged toward him, glinting ominously. With each needle he deflected, his palms throbbed painfully. Titan's scalp tingled with tension, his senses heightened, and he could no longer afford to be careless. And the others watched in astonishment as Titan struggled against the onslaught. They were left dumbfounded, never expecting such inconspicuous weapons to exhibit such terrifying lethality, forcing a Soul Doloa to respond with utmost caution. Fortunately, Titan's solid foundation and immense strength ultimately allowed him to evade the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle's barrage unscathed. How exaggerated! Can such trifles genuinely possess such destructive power? Titan gasped, sweating profusely, incredulous. Chapter 100. The Tang Sect, the Titan Clan joins. Hanley observed the reactions of the crowd with satisfaction, succinctly introducing the two weapons, the Silent Sleeve Arrow and the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, both classified as concealed weapons. Despite their seemingly modest power, concealed weapons thrive on the element of surprise. If employed unexpectedly, the adversary finds it exceedingly challenging to defend. When utilized adeptly, they can easily disrupt an opponent's offensive strategy, providing substantial assistance. Particularly, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle's dense attack pattern renders it nearly impossible to defend against, even for an 85-rank Soul Doloa like Titan, let alone mid-ranked Soul Masters. Its sole drawback lies in the necessity of specific techniques for deployment, and of course, the user's soul power must not be too weak, lest they risk injuring themselves. Hanley, the weapon you wielded earlier, is remarkably powerful. Bon Doloa and the others praised fervently. Hanley smiled in response, casually handing the Silent Sleeve Arrow to Ning Rongrong, saying, Rongrong, this is called the Silent Sleeve Arrow. I gift it to you. For an auxiliary system Soul Master, this concealed weapon is ideally suited for self-defense and will prove immensely helpful. Thank you so much, Hanley. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Bon Doloa then interjected. Could we possibly have more concealed weapons forged to distribute among the auxiliary disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? This way they can safeguard themselves. Of course, Hanley, we would not take your creations for free. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is willing to offer generous compensation, Bon Doloa assured. Hanley nodded in affirmation, replying, I came here intending to conduct an experiment, and upon success, I shall forward for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The news delighted Bon Doloa and Ning Rongrong, who were eager to inform Ning Fengji of this good fortune. In truth, there are even better concealed weapons, as evidenced by the intricate blueprint I previously presented. That weapon not only possesses considerable lethality, but also boasts a wide range. Its only downside is the complexity of its manufacture. One must take things step by step. Hanley resolved to gradually develop these concealed weapons. At that moment, Tano approached and whispered a few words in a Titan's ear. Everyone, the meal is ready. Please follow me to dine, Titan announced to the group. At the banquet, an array of delectable dishes wafted intoxicating aromas, captivating all present, and mouths watered in anticipation. The Titan clan, known for their hearty appetites, brought forth several casks of rich, fragrant wine. Hanley, at such a young age, can you partake in alcohol? Titan glanced at him curiously. Why ever not? Hanley replied, lifting a goblet to his lips and downing its contents in one swift motion. Titan erupted into hearty laughter. What a fine youth, not only formidable in strength, but also with impressive drinking capacity. Ning Rongrong, seated beside Hanley, cautiously reached for a goblet, only to be halted by Bon Doloa. Despite Bon Doloa's indulgent affection towards Ning Rongrong, he would not permit her to drink at such a tender age. Ning Rongrong lowered her head, feeling akin to a girl caught in wrongdoing. After several rounds of drinks, Hanley suddenly rose, raising his goblet as he approached Titan. I have recently conceived an idea to establish a brand new sect, which I have aptly named the Tang sect. Tangmen, how splendid it is. Titan slurred, having indulged in considerable libations. Hanley continued, lamenting the sparse beginnings of Tangmen, where I was but a solitary figure. Thus, I extend an invitation to your esteemed Titan family to join us. Should you be willing, I shall share my collection of hidden weapons. However, upon joining, you must pledge your unwavering loyalty, for any betrayal shall not be taken lightly. As Hanley spoke, a sharp, chilling glint flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a merciless demon. Under his piercing gaze, Titan abruptly sobered, glancing towards the distant Bon Doloa before admitting, I indeed harbor a desire to join your Tangman. However, I am encumbered by certain obligations that render compliance difficult. The Titan family is closely allied with the Haotian sect, to which Titan holds profound reverence, especially for Tang Hao of Haotian. Yet, many years ago, Tang Hao offended the Spirit Hall, reportedly slaying the reigning pope, and subsequently vanished. The Spirit Hall, the preeminent force on the continent, led Haotian sect to adopt a policy of avoidance, ultimately expelling Tang Hao from their ranks. Fearing retribution from Spirit Hall, Haotian sect even declared their retreat from worldly affairs. I am aware that your Titan family